In a remote mountain village, a mediocre youth named Su-12, driven by a desire for vengeance steeped in blood, is reluctantly thrust upon an interminable and arduous journey. This path is fraught with treachery and survival of the fittest, teeming with schemes and tribulations, as he endeavors to cultivate his way to immortality. The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges. This humble mortal, despite the thorns and brambles, vows to carve out his own path in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 1. Su-12. Cultivators possess the ability to seize the essence of creation for longevity, pilfer the breath of the heavens to endure, and refine the quintessence of the 5 elements for self-preservation. In the northern part of Muyin Prefecture, there lies a peak known as Qianjue, regarded as a desolate land by countless cultivators. At the foot of Qianjue Peak, at the entrance of the mountain, stands an ancient village known as Little Stone Village. This village derives its name from the stone structures that constitute all its buildings. Legend has it that a millennium ago, Little Stone Village was established by a group of immortal descendants seeking seclusion. However, with the passage of time, the truth has long been obscured. In the present day, Little Stone Village is inhabited solely by ordinary mortals. The village consists of over 40 households, cultivating fertile lands, occasionally venturing to the neighboring town of Huilong to exchange for rare goods, leading a relatively peaceful existence. As dusk falls, in the woods to the east of Little Stone Village, 5 children clad in coarse hemp garments, their skin tanned from the sun, are crouching in the grass. In the center, one child clutches a piece of hemp rope, the other end of which is tied to a wooden stick that supports a sieve scattered with a few grains of rice beneath. Nearby, a wild chicken cautiously peeks in to snatch the rice grains. Before long, it can no longer resist and ventures inside. The child decisively yanked the hemp rope in his hand, causing the wooden stick to tumble to the ground, ensnaring the gluttonous wild chicken beneath the sieve. Witnessing this scene, several children erupted into exuberant leaps, applauding the boy in the center. Wow, you caught it. You truly caught it. 12, you are so clever. Brother 12, you are amazing. Why grow up? May I marry you? 12, my mother mentioned that recently a celestial being is seeking disciples in Huilong Town. With your brilliance, perhaps you could become a disciple of an immortal. The boy, referred to as 12, rolled his eyes and chuckled. Oh please, you, little chubby one, can't even count to 3. What do you truly understand? Do you really believe that becoming a disciple of an immortal is that easy? Moreover, what's the point of cultivating immortality? Isn't it better to stay in the village and keep my grandfather company? Enough! You little flatterers, I've already taught you the method. Go play by yourselves. After saying this, the boy approached the sieve and skillfully extracted the wild chicken trapped inside. He then turned and made his way towards the riverbank, not far away. 12, whose full name is Su-12, had relied solely on his grandfather since childhood. Growing up on the kindness of others, he was clever from a young age, quick to learn, and had become a leader among the children in the village. Upon reaching the riverbank, Su-12 expertly bled and plucked the wild chicken. He then retrieved a small, battered alchemical furnace, roughly the size of a fist, from his pocket. The furnace was filled with salt, and Su-12 pinched a bit, sprinkling it over the prepared wild chicken. Subsequently, he tore off a piece of lotus leaf to wrap the chicken, coating it with a layer of mud on the outside. The alchemical furnace, with its 3 sturdy legs and round belly, is adorned with intricate carvings of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. The material from which it is crafted remains a mystery, neither metal nor wood, neither jade nor stone, impervious to water and fire, and unscathed by blades. He had clandestinely unearthed this treasure from the beams of his home, a relic that his grandfather regarded with utmost reverence, forbidding him from even touching it. In the past, Su-12 paid little attention to it, viewing it merely as a peculiar, dilapidated vessel. However, one day, while preparing a beggar's chicken, he casually used the alchemical furnace to store some salt. To his astonishment, the salt that had been housed within the furnace became exceptionally crystalline. The beggar's chicken made with this salt was remarkably fragrant and crisp, leaving him with a clear mind and heightened agility after consumption. Since that day, no matter where his grandfather hid it, he would always manage to retrieve it, though this often resulted in him enduring a fair share of beatings. Now, he planned to prepare this delicacy for his grandfather to savor. Haha, the old man has surely never tasted such a delicious roast chicken. This time, I will certainly surprise him once he has tasted it. He will no longer refuse to let me use this furnace. As Su-12 busied himself with preparations, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Old man? Which old man? It was his grandfather, Su Mingrun, An elderly man with hair as white as snow, hands clasped behind his back, concealing a wooden stick as he approached the riverbank. Su Mingren was the only literate individual in the village and held a position of great esteem among the villagers. Of course, it is my grandfather. Old man, what brings you here? Su Shire replied without a moment's hesitation. Upon turning around, he was startled to see his grandfather approaching with a stick in hand, causing him to tremble and let the meticulously prepared wild chicken slip from his SPU addressed me as old man, so casually, yet all the sage teachings I entrusted to you have seemingly gone to waste. I have told you countless times that this furnace must not be taken out. You little rascal, you have brought it out again. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Su Mingren glared at the furnace in Su Shire's hands, his beard bristling with indignation as he brandished the wooden stick, poised to strike. Su Shire, having keenly observed his grandfather's every move, quickly tucked the furnace into his bosom and, with a sudden burst of energy, dashed towards the village. As he ran, he called back, "Old man, I was kindly preparing roast chicken for you. And yet, you intend to strike me. How ungrateful of you. Ungrateful? You little rascal. Have you forgotten who raised you to this age?" Su Mingren, wielding the stick in anger, pursued him. "You spend your days climbing rooftops and stealing chickens, and now you dare to rummage through my hidden treasures. Are you truly at odds with this item?" Though Su Shire was young, his speed was remarkable. As he ran, he turned to his grandfather and made a comical face. "Old man, this furnace is a family heirloom. Sooner or later shall belong to me. What difference does it make whether I receive it now or later?" Su Mingren pursued relentlessly from behind, his face turning an ominous shade of blue with rage. "You little rascal, if I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation." This alchemical furnace had been passed down through countless generations, its original purpose long since forgotten. All Su Mingren knew was his father's dying admonition to safeguard it meticulously, ensuring that no one discovered its existence, lest it bring about a fatal calamity. He had no intention of revealing this matter to Su 12 until the very last moment. Occasionally glancing back, Su 12 sensed genuine anger radiating from his grandfather and felt a twinge of trepidation. Relying on his youth and agility, he darted around the village for a few laps, and when the coast was clear, he nestled himself within a haystack. However, Su Mingren, though advanced in years, was not easily deterred. After a few laps, his face flushed and breathless, he could run no longer. Yet, he knew his grandson, raised under his own watchful eye, all too well. After a thorough search, Su Mingren's gaze landed on the haystack not far away. With a wooden stick in hand, he stealthily approached the haystack and swiftly seized Su 12, who was peeking out cautiously. "Umph, you little rascal, you certainly know how to hide. Let's see where you can run to today." Just as Su Mingren was scolding him, a series of astonished gasps erupted nearby. "Hey, everyone look! There's a person flying in the sky. Oh my goodness, can humans really fly? Who is that? It appears to be a celestial master. Is that celestial master heading towards our village?" In the village, figures lifted their heads in unison, and a chorus of gasps erupted. Su Mingren also raised his gaze. In the sky, a silhouette shrouded in black was gliding towards Shaoshi village, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Upon seeing the dark figure, Su Mingren's pupils constricted sharply, his countenance shifting dramatically. He hastily shoved Su 12 back into the haystack and said with grave urgency, 12, listen to your grandfather. From this moment on, you must remain hidden and not emerge. No matter what transpires, you must not come out. Do you understand?" Inside the haystack, Su 12, already disheartened at the prospect of an inevitable thrashing, was momentarily taken aback by his grandfather's unprecedented seriousness. Instinct. Evenly nodding in compliance. With great haste, Su Mingren concealed Su 12 and swiftly made his way into the distance. Chapter 2. The Wrath of the Celestial Master in the Sky. A figure clad in black hurtled towards the village, his piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk, coldly surveying the entire settlement. Moments later, he hovered directly above the village. Dark energy swirled around him, his garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, casting eerie gusts that filled the air with a sinister chill. "Who is Su Mingren?" The voice, devoid of warmth and raspy, sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Is this truly a celestial being? How terrifying he appears. Has the village had forged some connection with the immortal? At the sound of commotion, many villagers curiously poked their heads out, scrutinizing the ominous figure in the sky. On the open ground, Su Mingren gazed upward at the approaching entity, a sense of foreboding tightening in his chest. Indeed, they have come for the alchemical furnace, have they not? Just as he hesitated, pondering whether to respond, the black-clad figure spoke again. Humph. What is this? No one dares to speak. In midair, noticing the silence, the dark figure let out a low grunt. A palpable aura of malevolence emanated from him, enveloping the entire village. In an instant, everyone felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill gripping their bodies. Perceiving the imminent fury of the black-clad figure, Su Mingren quickly interjected, "Esteemed immortal, I am Su Mingren. May I inquire what business you have with me?" Upon hearing his voice, the figure shifted in the air, transforming into a streak of light that descended before Su Mingren. His gaze scrutinized Su Mingren, icy glints flashing in his eyes as he ominously declared, "Hand over the precious furnace, or face death." A shiver coursed through Su Mingren. His heart raced to his throat, yet he feigned calmness, replying, "Precious furnace? What furnace do you speak of?" The enigmatic figure in black, with a chilling gaze, raised a hand and unleashed a surge of energy that sent Su Mingren hurtling through the air. Fixating on Su Mingren, he regarded him with the disdain one might afford an insignificant insect. "Old man," he sneered, "do you truly believe that my arrival here was born of ignorance? If you surrender your ancestral treasure today, we may yet come to an understanding. Otherwise, it will not only be your life that is forfeit, but the entire village shall meet its doom." As he spoke, the figure in black advanced deliberately towards Su Mingren, an aura of palpable malice enveloping the village. The onlooking villagers felt as though the very heavens were collapsing, terror-stricken and hastily calling out to Su Mingren lying on the ground. "Villager, if you possess that furnace, hand it over to the esteemed immortal. Indeed, there is no need to provoke the immortal over such a treasure. Immortal, please do not take offense. We have lived here for so many years and have never heard of any treasure in the village chief's home." Su Mingren fell heavily to the ground, his frail limbs buckling under the impact, fracturing several ribs in the process, and the pain contorted his features. Not far off, hidden amidst the haystack, Su 12 witnessed the entire scene unfold. Alarmed at his grandfather's injury, his heart raced as he clenched the alchemical furnace in his hand, poised to rush to his grandfather's aid. To him, no treasure could possibly outweigh the life of his beloved grandfather. Yet, just as he prepared to emerge and relinquish the furnace, his grandfather's earlier admonishment echoed in his mind. No matter what transpired, he must not venture outside. Recalling his grandfather's words, Su Shire hesitated. On the ground, Su Mingren noticed the grass pile quiver slightly and, suppressing his pain, continued to speak. "Immortal, I truly do not comprehend what you mean by the treasure furnace." Su Mingren, seasoned by life, realized from the moment he discerned the intentions of the other party that, regardless of whether he surrendered the alchemical furnace, both he and the villagers were doomed to perish today. His only hope now was to safeguard his grandson's life. The man in black, upon hearing this, was filled with a chilling glint in his eyes and let out a series of eerie chuckles. "Old fool, do you seek death? Such a pity. It seems I must undertake this myself." The man in black shook his head, his gaze turning cruel. With that, he summoned the true essence within him, forming a sword gesture with his hands. A dark flying sword surged forth from his back, hovering in the air and spinning with a menacing grace. Instantly, a multitude of sword lights emerged, each transforming into a skeletal apparition, diving towards the villagers. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the villagers were struck dumb with fear, while a few quick-witted individuals turned to flee at once. "No. Please, spare us. Immortal, have mercy. Have mercy. We beg you, let us go, we know nothing." Feeling the imminent threat of death, the villagers were gripped by terror, instinctively pleading for their lives. Yet, in the face of such a transcendent cultivator, they were little more than ants. Under the onslaught of the sinister sword aura, death was but a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, the entire little stone village was painted red with blood, the air thick with the stench of carnage. Su Mingren lay on the ground, his eyes brimming with fury and despair. Although he had long been prepared for death, witnessing the tragic demise of the villagers filled his heart with indescribable sorrow. Among the haystacks, Su 12 was equally horrified by the scene, lying on the ground with hands and feet icy cold, as if plunged into an icy abyss. This was no celestial being. It was unmistakably a bloodthirsty demon. At that moment, the figure in black approached Su Mingren with a chilling smile, uttering, "Old man, do you see? They all perished because of you. I shall grant you one more chance. Surrender the treasure furnace." With a swift motion, the black-clad man grasped a flying sword from the air, its blade aimed menacingly at Su Mingren. A swirling black mist enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Lying on the ground, Su Mingren felt as if he were suffocating beneath this oppressive force. Yet, With a determined shake of his head, he declared, "No." The black-clad man's gaze turned icy as he channeled his true essence into the sword, unleashing a skeletal sword energy that severed Su Mingren's arm. "What now?" Su Mingren, writhing in agony, gritted his teeth and shouted, I truly do not know anything about the treasure furnace." "Humph. If that is the case, then you have no need to continue living." The figure in black scoffed, sending forth another skeletal sword energy aimed directly at Su Mingren's heart. "No. Please, no." From the haystack, Su 12 watched helplessly, screaming in horror. Yet, as he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Clutching the alchemical furnace tightly, he yearned to rush out and save his grandfather, but the terror he felt combined with the oppressive might of the figure in black rendered him utterly paralyzed. Su 12 lay flat on the ground, feeling as though an immense weight bore down upon him, leaving him incapable of movement. In the ensuing instant, a muffled thud resonated as a skeletal sword energy pierced through Su Mingren's heart. A gaping hole, the size of a fist, manifested in his chest, and with a tilt of his head, he succumbed to death on the spot. Witnessing his grandfather lying in a pool of blood, Su 12's pupils contracted sharply. His heart clenched, and overwhelmed by grief, he fainted. In the village, the man in black paid no attention to the haystack in the open space, but instead entered each house, searching every courtyard. To him, slaughtering the entire village was a trivial matter. From dusk till late at night, the man in black scoured every room in the village, leaving no stone unturned, from the rafters to the cellars, yet he found nothing. Though powerful, only a golden core cultivator could release their divine sense. Littlestone Village was close to the Heavenly Doom Peak, a forbidden area for cultivators. Golden core cultivators were rarely seen, and even if they came, they would be suppressed. 2 hours later, the man in black returned to Su Mingren's corpse, confirming that he did not possess what he sought, and was vexed. "Damn it, could the information be wrong? Or has someone beaten me to it? Never mind. I'll have to find other clues." With that, he leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light, and soared into the sky. Little did he know that a child was hidden where he had descended. The most dangerous place is often the safest. An hour later, the man in black, concealed by the night, silently reappeared. Seeing that the scene remained unchanged, he shook his head and departed on his sword. Su Shi lay in a deep unconsciousness for 2 hours, until the dawn began to break. With a sudden jolt, he awoke, drenched in cold sweat. In his stupor, his mind was haunted by the ghastly image of the skeletal creature that had taken his grandfather's life. The first thing Su Shi did upon awakening was to gaze outside, desperately hoping that the events of the previous day had merely been a nightmarish illusion. Alas, such hopes were in vain. Before his eyes, his grandfather lay motionless in a pool of blood. Trembling uncontrollably, Su Shi crawled out from the haystack and rushed to Su Mingren's side. "Grandfather, grandfather, please wake up. I promise I will never call you old man again. Please awaken." Su Shi cried out, cradling his grandfather in his arms, tears streaming down his face like pearls released from a broken string. Yet, no matter how fervently he called, the lifeless figure on the ground remained unresponsive. He wept over his grandfather until the sun rose, until his tears ran dry, until blood tears streamed down his cheeks. He fainted repeatedly, his voice growing hoarse, until he could cry no more. It was then that he cast his gaze upon the alchemical furnace in his arms. "It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, grandfather would still be alive, and everyone else would too." In his fury, Su Shi grasped the furnace tightly, convinced that it was the root cause of his family's tragedy. If relinquishing this object could restore his grandfather's life, he would do so without hesitation. With a surge of anger, he hurled the furnace away. Yet, as he watched it tumble to the ground, he hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to retrieve it once more. "The alchemical furnace is the last relic my grandfather bequeathed to me, and I must not allow it to be lost. Moreover, this object is coveted even by the immortals, indicating it must be a treasure of great significance. In my quest for vengeance for my grandfather and the others, I can only rely on this artifact. Yet, I remain ignorant of its proper use. Perhaps, once I have mastered the ways of the immortals, I shall discern its purpose." Taking a deep breath, Su 12 cradled the furnace closely to his chest. He stifled his sorrow and retrieved a spade, digging large graves in the vacant land of the village to inter his grandfather and the villagers. The following evening, a makeshift cemetery emerged in the village square, accommodating a multitude of simple graves. Su 12 knelt before the tombs of his grandfather and the others, weeping softly. Yet he resolutely held back the tears. He silently vowed that today would be his last weep. From this moment forth, he would pursue a singular objective: revenge. Regardless of the tribulations he may face, he would not shed another tear. "Grandfather, that man in black possesses formidable strength. To confront him, I must enter the immortal sect and learn the arcane arts. Perhaps, once I have mastered these skills, I will also comprehend the function of this furnace. I have heard from Little Fatty that an immortal is gathering disciples in Huilong Town these days, and I intend to investigate. No matter the circumstances, I shall avenge you and all the others. Su 12 murmured softly, glancing at the furnace in his possession before bowing 4 times with fervor at his grandfather's grave. Then, with unwavering resolve, he rose and sprinted towards the direction of Huilong Town. Chapter 3. The spiritual root test. The next day, before dawn, Huilong Town resembled boiling water, teeming with activity. Countless vendors flocked to the streets, their voices resounding in a lively cacophony. Shadows of figures, in groups of 3s and 5s, either walked or rode in ox carts and horse-drawn carriages, converging from all directions towards Huilong Town. The Cloudsong sect, under the auspices of the immortal beings from Luofu Peak, sought disciples every 3 years, specifically children aged between 10 and 12. This tradition had become a customary practice. The day of recruitment coincided with the grand gathering in Huilong Town. From the surrounding villages, families with children of appropriate age would venture forth, hoping to try their luck. Not only could they procure essential goods, but if their offspring were fortunate enough to be chosen as a disciple of an immortal, it would be a source of immense pride, far surpassing even the honor of achieving the top rank in scholarly pursuits, leading their ancestors' graves to emit green smoke in celebration. Su 12 blended into the throng, making his way into the town. The path from Little Stone Village to Huilong Town was rugged and treacherous. Su 12 had only traversed it once during his childhood with his grandfather. Fortunately, his memory served him well, and despite the bumps along the way, he managed to arrive just as dawn broke. However, his attire was in tatters, and he was covered in dirt, resembling a little beggar. As he walked, Su 12 kept his ears perked and eyes scanning the surroundings. Alone in this unfamiliar place, he was unsure where the immortal would be receiving disciples. Yet, he was certain that among the parents accompanying children of similar age, some must be taking their little ones to seek mentorship. Before long, Su 12 found himself at the center of the town, drawn to an open space encircled by adults. There, nearly 100 children, all of similar age to him, were gathered. From the conversations of passers-by, Su 12 discerned that this was indeed the designated area for the immortal to assess the talents of aspiring disciples. Su Shire squeezed into the crowd, seeking a secluded corner, where he unceremoniously sat on the ground. After traversing the mountain trails for an entire night, he felt both exhausted and famished, his feet swollen from the exertion. At that moment, all he desired was a moment of respite. Suddenly, dark clouds drifted across the sky, and a gleaming sword soared through the air like a bolt of lightning. The sword was broad and majestic, upon which stood 2 ethereal figures, celestial beings. The crowd below instinctively looked up, their expressions turning solemn, breath held in anticipation, regardless of age or gender. The once bustling Huilong Town fell into an instant hush. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword passed overhead, and the 2 graceful figures leaped down, landing at the center of the open space. In midair, the sword radiated brilliance, rapidly diminishing to a 3-foot-long blade, which came to rest behind one of the newcomers. Celestial beings? Su Shire's spirit jolted, and he swiftly turned to regard the arrivals. One was clad in a flowing azure robe, his face adorned with a rosy hue and hair as white as a crane, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, with a thick, flowing beard cascading down his chest. His eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an extraordinary aura. The other was a youthful maiden, seemingly 17 or 18, possessing delicate brows and pearly teeth, her lips a vivid red against her alabaster complexion. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her light blue gown danced with the wind, granting her an ethereal presence akin to that of a fairy. Is this truly a celestial maiden? She is breathtakingly beautiful. Who would have thought that in my lifetime I would encounter such a lovely celestial being? It is said that the princess of the Song Kingdom is as beautiful as a heavenly angel, yet she might pale in comparison to this enchanting maiden. As soon as the maiden descended, a stir rippled through the crowd. Before such a mesmerizing beauty, the mortal souls present were utterly captivated. On the open ground, nearly 100 children, including Su 12, stood entranced. Once she touched down, the woman surveyed her surroundings with a curious expression, reflecting, a decade has flown by. I have finally descended the mountain. I never imagined that in just 10 years, Longwy Town would have grown so populous. The elder smiled at her and said, all right, let us refrain from further musings for now and attend to the matter at hand. If we cannot suppress Tianhua Peak this time, that old scoundrel Fu Boren will surely mock me to death. The woman nodded with a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Grandpa, I will not delay your affairs. Many have come to participate in this year's test, and I am certain we will discover several promising talents. As she spoke, she waved her hand, conjuring a square table before them. Upon the table lay a uniquely shaped stone, the spiritual stone used by the sect to assess the disciples' spiritual roots. The elder nodded, his gaze shifting to the children on the open ground. His expression turned icy, and he spoke devoid of any emotion. Among you, only a select few will be chosen to join our Yunga sect. As he began to speak, his cold and unfeeling words rendered the crowd silent with trepidation. Su 12 shrank back, her heart racing with anxiety. The spiritual root is the foundation of a cultivator. Next, I will test each of your spiritual roots individually. Now, all of you, form a line and step forward one by one to place your hands upon the stone. The elder said calmly, gesturing towards the spiritual stone on the table. As his words fell, the children began to form a disorganized line. At the tail end of the line, Su Shire clenched his fists in anxiety, peering sideways. At the forefront, a daring young child cautiously approached and placed his hand upon the spirit testing stone. The stone trembled slightly, emanating a dim red glow. The elder, with an inscrutable expression, calmly declared, low-grade fire spiritual root. Qualified, stand to the right. Upon hearing this, the child's face brightened with joy as he hurried to the right to stand quietly. Among the crowd, a couple burst into excitement. Next, another child stepped forward. But this time the spirit testing stone remained unresponsive. Not qualified. Depart. Not qualified. Low-grade earth spiritual root. Stand to the right. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the testing had concluded, and only 2 additional children with low-grade spiritual roots had emerged beside the elder. Observing the dwindling number of remaining children, the elder's brow furrowed noticeably, his demeanor reflecting a hint of impatience. Low-grade spiritual roots were merely the most commonplace and pedestrian in the realm of cultivation. Possessing such roots would severely limit one's future prospects. Having traveled so far only to recruit a mere 2 individuals would render him a laughingstock upon his return. At that moment, a dark-skinned boy clad in coarse linen approached the spirit testing stone. As soon as he placed his hand upon it, the stone shook violently, and simultaneously, a dazzling golden light and a brilliant red light burst forth. The radiance was blinding, exuding an air of formidable intimidation. This astonishing scene left all onlookers in stunned silence. The elder's expression shifted to one of elation as he exclaimed in disbelief. What? It is actually a top-grade gold spiritual root and a top-grade fire spiritual root. With the revelation of possessing dual spiritual roots, the elderly man could hardly contain his excitement, his voice trembling with unrestrained joy. Such fervor was entirely understandable. For in the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots form the very foundation, dictating a practitioner's rate of advancement. Should one possess inferior roots, progress would be arduous, yielding minimal results for immense effort. It is considered commendable for an ordinary individual to possess mid-grade or even high-grade roots, while the emergence of exceptional roots is a rarity, akin to discovering a prodigy among thousands. However, dual exceptional roots signify a genius among geniuses, a phenomenon so rare that it is scarcely encountered. Within the annals of Yunga sect, such roots have only graced the sect once in several centuries, embodied by the founding master, Yunga Shangren. Beside them, a striking young woman, though silent, regarded the boy with a noticeable glimmer of joy in her gaze. Excellent, excellent, excellent. What is your name? The elder exclaimed, repeating the word excellent thrice, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he stared at Hanyu, as if he wished to devour him whole. The young boy, with an air of confidence, replied nonchalantly, Hanyu, what a splendid name. You are indeed a remarkable child. Come, join me. The elder nodded in approval, beckoning Hanyu to approach him with a warm smile, his demeanor radiating kindness as he gently grasped Hanyu's small hand, his expression filled with delight, as if fearing that this treasure might be snatched away. Standing beside the elder, Hanyu held his head high and puffed out his chest, exuding an air of pride. Although still young, he appeared more mature and composed than his peers. Such a reaction only served to further satisfy the elder, who nodded inwardly with increasing contentment. As the testing continued, the elder's face was imbued with a heightened sense of anticipation. Nevertheless, among mortals, those who could naturally awaken spiritual roots were, after all, a mere handful. In the blink of an eye, 30 children had been tested, yet none exhibited any signs of possessing spiritual roots. The elder, however, maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no overt disappointment. From time to time, he glanced at Hanyu, his eyes ablaze with fervor. For him, the presence of others had become inconsequential. The sole focus was on nurturing this promising talent, which could undoubtedly alter the standing of Luofu within the Yunga sect. At that moment, only two individuals remained in the arena, Su Shire and a portly young boy. Su Shire observed the rotund child, adorned in resplendent garments, his complexion rosy, unmistakably the offspring of a wealthy family. Before Su Shire could approach, the chubby boy dashed forward, hastening to the spirit-testing stone, his pudgy hands anxiously pressing against it. In the next instant, the stone quivered slightly but revealed no transformation. The elder, upon witnessing this, spoke with an impassive expression, unqualified. Leave. Yet, the plump boy appeared to have anticipated this outcome. He did not depart. Instead, he fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head towards the elder. I am Zhu Hanwei, the son of the mayor of Huilong Town, here to pay my respects to the esteemed immortal. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the path, and beseech you to grant me an opportunity. He continued, this is a token of filial piety that my father urged me to present to the immortal. As he spoke, Zhu Hanwei, in a fluster, retrieved a sandalwood box from his bosom. The elder's countenance darkened upon seeing this, and the temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees. Zhu Hanwei shivered, losing his grip, and the wooden box clattered to the ground. The elder was about to scold when he noticed the cracked wooden box. His pupils contracted as he swiftly grasped the box, examining it closely. A look of delight spread across his face as he exclaimed, A century-old cold jade? I never imagined that your father, an ordinary mortal, could amass such a treasure. The corners of the elder's eyes crinkled with a smile, his heart swelling with joy. Century-old cold jade is a rare material for crafting artifacts, and even for him, collecting it was no easy feat in comparison. Accepting a talentless youth into the sect seemed a trivial matter. With an air of nonchalance, he tucked away the cold jade and continued, stroking his beard with feigned seriousness. Very well, since you are earnest in your pursuit of the Tao, I shall grant you an opportunity. Zhu Hanwei, astonished and elated, bowed deeply, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, venerable elder. Thank you, venerable elder. The elder waved his hand dismissively. All right, go stand to the side. Zhu Hanwei then rose and moved to the elder's right. As he passed by Hanyu, he flashed a friendly grin. However, Hanyu remained stoic, ignoring him completely. Zhu Hanwei forced a sheepish smile, refraining from anger. From the elder's demeanor towards Hanyu, he discerned the latter's future significance. This was someone he would not dare to provoke. At that moment, Su 12 approached the spirit-testing stone, his expression a mixture of anxiety and trepidation. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and pressed his hand against the stone. The stone trembled violently before emanating a vibrant, kaleidoscopic light. Yet, the colorful radiance was dim and flickering, oscillating between clarity and obscurity. Upon witnessing the stone illuminate, Su 12 felt a surge of joy. Thankfully, he too possessed spiritual roots. However, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed the elder's grim expression, causing his heart to race once more. At that moment, a woman nearby exclaimed in astonishment, Master, this child possesses the rare, full spiritual roots. The old man curled his lips in disdain, dismissing the notion of full spiritual roots, as each of his roots was alarmingly weak, tantamount to nothing. Clearly, he was the epitome of inferior mixed spiritual roots. Such a person would, throughout their life, barely cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement. After speaking, the old man's gaze shifted towards Su 12, and he declared, unqualified, leave. Upon hearing the old man's conversation with the woman, Su 12's heart sank considerably. The subsequent words plunged him into a state of despair. For him, if he could not enter the immortal sect to learn the art of immortality, how could he ever seek revenge for his grandfather? In a moment of turmoil, Su 12 hesitated, his body trembling slightly, and he unwillingly pleaded, Immortal, but I have spiritual roots. Is it not said that possessing spiritual roots allows one to enter the immortal sect? The old man retorted coldly, What nonsense about spiritual roots is this? In my 200 years of cultivation, I have never seen roots as pitiful as yours. With such meager aptitude, accepting you into the mountain would merely squander resources and waste your own time. Su 12 clenched his teeth and cast a quick glance at Zhu Hanwei beside him, feeling a surge of indignation. Yet, he dared not express his frustration and whispered, But he lacks spiritual roots, and yet he entered the immortal sect, didn't he? The revelation that someone without spiritual roots could gain entry into the immortal sect through offerings left Su 12 utterly astonished. The legendary immortal sect appeared far less glamorous than he had envisioned. The old man, seemingly exalted, behaved no differently than the village's opportunistic figures. Boy, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? The elder's face was clouded with anger, an invisible pressure emanating from him. Su 12 felt a sudden pause in his breath, his heart racing, fear visibly etched on his face, rendered speechless. This formidable aura enveloped him, reminding him of the oppressive presence he had experienced in Little Stone Village when confronted by the cloaked figure. Observing this, a nearby woman furrowed her delicate brows, casting several scrutinizing glances at Su 12, and spoke. "Grandfather, this child possesses a spiritual root. Perhaps we ought to grant him a chance. Cultivation is arduous, and if he falters in a few years, we can simply send him back down the mountain." The elder's expression softened slightly upon hearing his granddaughter's plea. He addressed Su 12, saying, "Very well, stand to the right. Your aptitude is marginally better than that of the chubby lad. You shall work as a junior apprentice." Upon hearing this, Su 12 breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at the woman before moving to take his place. At that moment, with Su 12's assessment concluded, no other children remained in the arena. Only 5 had successfully passed the test, including Zhu Hanwei, who had leveraged connections, and Su 12, who had benefited from a plea on his behalf. The elder turned to the few remaining, speaking in a measured tone. "Though you all possess spiritual roots, do not rejoice too soon. The path of cultivation is long and arduous." He continued, "I shall now lead you to the sect for training. The journey of immortality will set you apart from the mortal realm. If any of you wish to reconsider, now is the time." With that, the elder waved his hand, and a flying sword shot forth, propelled by his true essence. The sword swelled in size against the wind, quickly extending to over 10 meters in length. It hovered a meter above the ground as the elder, accompanied by Han Yu, leapt gracefully onto it. Under the beckoning of the lady, the others ascended the flying sword one by one. As they prepared to part ways, apart from Su 12 and Han Yu, the remaining 3 children gazed longingly at their distant families with tears in their eyes. The elder maintained a calm demeanor after years of cultivation. Such farewells had become a common occurrence. A torrent of profound true essence surged from within him, coalescing into a protective barrier around the group. Subsequently, the swords soared into the sky, carrying them away into the distance. Chapter 5. Entering the Cloud Song sect, the flying sword sliced through the air, accompanied by a howling wind. Su 12 stood at the rear, peering curiously downward, where he observed the village shrinking rapidly into a mere black. As far as the eye could see, the terrain undulated, mountains crisscrossed, and rivers converged, creating a breathtaking panorama. Su 12's pupils contracted as he realized the vastness of this world. Thoughts of the unnamed figure in black ignited a fire of anger within him, mingled with an overwhelming sense of uncertainty about the future. Ahead on the flying sword, Han Yu stood tall and composed, exuding maturity and steadiness. Yet, the tightness of his clenched fists betrayed his underlying tension. In contrast, the other 3 were even more distressed, huddled on the sword, trembling with fear. After all, they were merely children. The sensation of soaring through the air, coupled with the shrieking wind, was enough to instill profound dread in their hearts. Observing their plight, the lady began to share tales of the Cloud Song sect, soothing their anxieties. From her words, they learned that the sect they were joining was a cultivation sect located on the outskirts of the Tsongshan mountain range, Cloud Song sect. Within the sect, there were 7 peaks: Tianshu, Tianhua, Tianyin, Yuntai, Chaoyang, Luoyin, and Luofu. Externally, the Yungu sect is perceived as a cohesive entity, while internally, it is delineated into 7 distinct factions, each represented by one of the 7 mountain peaks. Each peak is governed by a peak master who oversees its affairs. Among these, the Tianshu peak stands as the principal peak, seldom accepting disciples. In contrast, the other 6 peaks engage in the recruitment of individuals possessing spiritual roots from the mortal realm every 3 to 5 years. The elder currently before us is named Lu Mingshi, the peak master of the Luofu peak within the Yungu sect. Upon entering the sect, these individuals will be under his tutelage. The young woman, known as Xiao Yu, is Lu Mingshi's granddaughter and also serves as the senior disciple to her peers. The concepts she articulates, while somewhat nebulous to those no older than 12, nonetheless contribute to a palpable sense of calm among them. Su 12, with keen ears, silently absorbed all that Xiao Yu conveyed, acutely aware that his innate talent was lacking. Thus, he resolved to toil harder and invest greater effort than his counterparts. It struck him as peculiar that although Xiao Yu and Lu Mingshi were indeed a grandfather and granddaughter pair, they bore different surnames, prompting him to wonder if they were truly related. Lacking extensive experience, Su 12 could only entertain unfounded speculations in his mind. Time flew swiftly, and the flying sword carried the group for 2 full days. On the 3rd day, at dawn, the sword emerged from a thick mist, guiding them back to the Yungu sect. Gazing into the distance, they beheld a majestic expanse of mountains, with countless peaks rising steeply and winding into the horizon. Among them, the 7 highest peaks stood like the Big Dipper, each crowned with magnificent structures, pulsating with an enigmatic energy that occasionally radiated a dazzling brilliance. Such a scene stirred the hearts of all present, momentarily alleviating the pain of parting. Su-12 gazed intently, quickly realizing that this must be the main peaks of the 7 peaks mentioned by Xiaoyu. However, he could not yet discern which peak corresponded to which name. On the flying sword, Lu Mingshi and Xiaoyu visibly relaxed, their faces adorned with smiles. Despite having recruited disciples for many years, each venture outside the mountain inevitably brought a tinge of worry. The realm of cultivation is seldom tranquil. With a smile, Lu Mingshi maneuvered the flying sword towards the most distant peak. At that moment, Su-12 pointed towards a distant black, inquiring swiftly, "Sister, what is that?" As soon as he spoke, the black rapidly approached, and in the blink of an eye, a 30-foot-long crimson ship soared through the air. At the bow of the ship stood a lean man clad in a crimson robe, his gaze sharp. Behind him, on the ship's deck, a throng of heads was visible, all children of similar age to Su-12 and his companions, numbering well over 100. Before Xiaoyu could respond, the figure at the front of the ship spoke first to Lu Mingshi. "Brother, why are you running away from me? I'm not here to eat anyone. Upon seeing you flee, Fu Baran, do you think so highly of yourself? Please, have some self-respect." Lu Mingshi retorted, pouting slightly. As he spoke, his eyes swiftly scanned the multitude of figures aboard the ship, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Fu Baran was the leader of Tianhua Peak, and Tianhua Peak had always been at odds with Luofu. Now, the latter had unexpectedly gathered so many disciples. Lu Ming's heart was filled with envy and resentment, even though he refrained from voicing his feelings. In the realm of cultivation, disciples are the foundation of development. The more disciples one possesses, the greater the strength one can amass over the years. However, one must maintain their dignity, and I believe you are aware, dear junior brother. If you are deliberately avoiding me. Fu Baran chuckled, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the flying swords. Yet, dear brother, your Luofu peak truly declines year by year. This time, you have only recruited 5 disciples. At this rate, I foresee that within a century, your Luofu peak may very well face extinction. Lu Ming's expression darkened, and he retorted with irritation, "How can one expect pearls from a dog's mouth? In the pursuit of cultivation, quality surpasses quantity. No matter how many inferior disciples you recruit, adding 500 more would be futile." Lu Ming, known for his fiery temper, could not tolerate such remarks. For years, Luofu Peak had been the weakest faction, and previously, he might have lacked the confidence to respond. However, with the addition of Han Yu, a prodigy endowed with dual spiritual roots, Lu Ming felt emboldened. So indeed, quality prevails over quantity. It seems that your Luofu Peak is filled with confidence for the upcoming Newcomer trial competition in 5 years. Fu Baran scrutinized Lu Ming with a beaming smile. Lu Ming shot back sarcastically, "Humph. In the past, we merely indulged you. Do you understand? Given the current state of Luofu Peak, even with the extraordinary talent of Han Yu, Lu Ming held little hope for the Newcomer trial competition. Nevertheless, in the presence of adversaries, one cannot afford to lose momentum. Moreover, nurturing such an unparalleled genius would undoubtedly enhance his reputation. Oh, it seems my senior brother has found a promising talent this year. Would you not share the details, so that I might broaden my horizons?" Fu Baran, discerning the pride in Lu Ming's words, lowered his voice and cast a furtive glance over Su-12 and his companions. "Broaden my horizons? How delightful. Fu Baran, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions to undermine my position. Not a chance." Lu Ming rolled his eyes and, with that, commanded his flying sword to transform into a streak of light, soaring towards the distant mountain peak. At the bow of the flying vessel, Fu Baran gazed at the dissipating sword shadow in the sky, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. Soon after, a subtle smile graced his lips as he steered the vessel towards the second mountain peak. Chapter 6. Guardian of the Abandoned Pill Room. The flying sword moved with remarkable speed, reaching the skies above the 7th mountain peak in but a moment. The mountain was dotted with ancient structures, exuding grandeur and elegance. Yet, as one surveyed the surroundings, only a few solitary figures could be seen, rendering the scene somewhat desolate. The flying sword landed in a plaza. No sooner had it touched down than Lu Ming turned to Han Yu and declared, "Han Yu, you shall accompany me henceforth. As of today, you are my personal disciple. I shall impart to you the ways of cultivation." Upon hearing this, despite his inherent pride, Han Yu's face lit up with joy, and he hastily replied, "Thank you, Peak Master." "Peak Master?" Lu Ming's brow arched in surprise. Han Yu promptly knelt on the ground with a thud, quickly amending his words. "Thank you, Master. Indeed, later, I will conduct a formal apprenticeship ceremony for you in the main hall." Lu Mingshi nodded with satisfaction and turned to the others. At this moment, apart from Su 12, the other 3 children wore expressions of envy. To directly take the peak master as a mentor is indeed a tremendous honor. Unfortunately, lacking Han Yu's exceptional talent, they could only harbor their admiration in silence. Lu Mingshi made arrangements for Han Yu and then turned to Xiao Yu. You please take charge of the remaining few. Tomorrow, let them study literacy and sect rules with the instructors. After 3 months, we will arrange for them to learn the art of cultivation from the elder in charge of instruction. Understood. I will see to their accommodations first. Xiao Yu replied with a smile, her gaze shifting to Su 12 and the others. Just as she was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Peak Master. Trouble has arisen. Junior brother Chen, she has been bitten by a beast. 2 disciples clad in the attire of the Yungu sect hurriedly approached, carrying an injured disciple on a stretcher. The young man, no more than 16 or 17, lay in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness, bloodied and battered. A beast? How could there be any beasts within the protective formations of our sect? Lu Mingshi's gaze fell upon the stretcher, his brow furrowed in concern. The leading disciple quickly replied, reporting to the Peak Master, the location of the waste pill room is rather remote, and there are often ferocious beasts in that area, including low-tier demon beasts. Humph. And you all claim to be cultivators? You cannot even handle a mere feral beast. After all these years of training, has it all gone to waste? Lu Mingshi's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the injured disciple, and he produced a pale blue talisman. Channeling his inner essence, the talisman transformed into a beam of azure light that enveloped the young man on the stretcher. Moments later, the blue light dissipated, and the bleeding from the boy's wounds ceased. However, he was left with a missing hand and foot, rendering him particularly tragic in appearance. All right, I have stabilized his condition with the Qingling talisman. Yet, with the loss of his limbs, his path to cultivation will be exceedingly difficult. We shall find a suitable day to send him down the mountain. The 2 bearers of the stretcher nodded hastily, yet they did not depart immediately. Instead, they cautiously inquired, Peak Master, should we assign someone to guard the waste elixir chamber? Humph. Although the waste elixirs are of no use, their tally is crucial for monitoring the consumption of all medicinal materials within the sect. Do you think it is unnecessary? Lu Mingshi snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Within the Yungu sect, all disciples' cultivation-related elixirs were concocted by the Peak Masters or specialized alchemists. The required materials were provided by the sect, and by analyzing the quantity of elixirs produced and the resulting waste, one could assess the usage of materials, thus preventing embezzlement. The waste elixir chamber was situated in a remote area, nearly reaching the outskirts of the Yungu sect. Originally, managing such trifling matters as the waste elixir chamber had little to do with Luofu Peak. However, the unfortunate reality was that among the 7 peaks of Yungu, Luofu Peak was the weakest, and thus such responsibilities inevitably fell upon them. Upon hearing Lu Mingshi's remark, the 2 disciples bearing the stretcher involuntarily shivered and hurriedly asked, Peak Master, who shall we send? Our peak is currently short-staffed. Is there no one available? No matter. I have brought back a few young ones from my trip down the mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingshi was momentarily taken aback, softly murmuring to himself as his gaze fell upon Zhu Hanwei. Sensing Lu Mingshi's scrutinizing stare, Zhu Hanwei's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. He had heard the disciples' words distinctly. The mention of the was enough to signal that it was far from a desirable place, with the person on the stretcher serving as a living testament to its dangers. How could he possibly agree to such a fate? The thought alone drained the color from his face. Before Lu Mingshi could speak, Zhu Hanwei hastily produced a palm-sized wooden box from his bosom. Peak Master, my father has something he wishes for me to present to you. Lu Mingshi was momentarily startled. Upon receiving the box and inspecting its contents, his eyes narrowed to slits. Inside lay a small piece of century-old cold jade, evidently a fragment of a larger whole, akin to the piece he had acquired in Huilong Town. Maintaining his composure, Lu Mingshi tucked the box away and regarded Zhu Hanwei. Very well. Why the long face at such a tender age? Yet, without spiritual roots, your cultivation would be in vain. Henceforth, my alchemy chamber requires an alchemy apprentice. You shall serve as one. Thank you, Peak Master. Upon learning that he would not be sent to the butt instead to serve as an alchemy apprentice, Zhu Hanwei nodded enthusiastically, his heart brimming with joy. Lu Mingshi turned his attention elsewhere, fixating on Su 12. Enough. You shall be the one to guard the from this day forth. Su 12's slender frame trembled, his complexion turning as pale as snow. If Zhu Hanwei could perceive the dangers of the, so too could he. Yet, faced with Lu Mingshi, he found himself at a loss for how to refuse. Zhu Hanwei is affluent and capable of bestowing gifts, yet he cannot afford everything. Beside him, Xiao Yu's gaze traversed the few individuals surrounding Su 12, before she turned to Lu Mingshi and could not help but exclaim, "Grandfather, they are still quite young and have only just joined the sect. Regardless of who is sent to guard the, what if they encounter ferocious beasts or even low-tier demon creatures? Would that not be tantamount to sending them to their demise?" Lu Mingshi maintained a stern expression, yet this time he did not relent. "Demise? You err. It is not my intention to criticize you. But do you perceive cultivating immortality as mere child's play? This lad possesses abysmal talent. If he cannot even surmount such trivial dangers, then what is the purpose of his cultivation? We might as well send him down the mountain." In Lu Mingshi's heart, he held no optimism for Su 12. With the most inferior of mixed spiritual roots, any attempt to foster his cultivation would be a squander of resources. Currently, there was no one else available within the peak, and assigning Su 12 to oversee the was undoubtedly the most prudent decision. As for the danger, he regarded it as negligible. Encounters with ferocious or demonic beasts were exceedingly rare occurrences. Qin Shi, who also lacked notable qualifications, had remained in the for several years before ever facing peril. Xiao Yu's expression darkened as she contemplated persuading Lu Mingshi further. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Su 12 unexpectedly interjected, "Senior Sister Xiao Yu, thank you. However, the peak master is correct, my innate talent is lacking. If I cannot overcome such minor hardships, how can I expect to cultivate diligently in the future?" Su 12 sensed Lu Mingshi's unwavering determination and understood clearly that he had no choice at present. Remaining here would at least afford him the opportunity to cultivate. However, should he depart, the prospect of re-entering the world of cultivators would be akin to scaling the heavens. Xiao Yu, feeling a pang of compassion, wished to say more. However, Lu Mingshi nodded and remarked, "Very well, it is rare to see such courage in you. The two of you shall escort him to the abandoned elixir chamber." With that, Lu Mingshi turned to the two individuals carrying the stretcher. "All right, young disciple, you shall accompany us." The two nodded, casting sympathetic glances at Su 12. The peak master truly sends this lad to his doom. Qin Shi, at least, had cultivated for several years, but this boy was merely 12 years old. If he went there, he would likely be terrified out of his wits within 3 to 5 days, if he did not perish outright. Not only they, but also Zhu Hanwei and others harbored little hope for Su 12. In their eyes, Su 12's actions were exceedingly foolish, while cultivation was important. Losing one's life rendered all efforts futile. Beside Lu Mingshi, Han Yu observed Su 12's frail figure, hesitating to speak. Forget it, he thought. With such talent, he will surely know to retreat when faced with danger. Su 12 followed the two disciples as they departed. One carried the injured Qin Shi while the other led Su 12 towards the abandoned elixir chamber, perhaps sensing that Su 12 would not remain in the sect for long. The disciple responsible for guiding him remained silent throughout the journey. Su 12, instinctively aware of the atmosphere, refrained from initiating conversation. They descended from Luofu Peak and walked for another 2 hours before arriving at a modest hill on the edge of the sect. Before them stood a simple wooden and stone structure, enclosed within its own courtyard. Inside, several rooms were designated, including a living area and a storeroom specifically for the storage of discarded elixirs. This was the abandoned elixir chamber, where the storeroom was utilized for storing the failed concoctions. At the end of each month, various peaks would send their surplus elixirs here. Your task is to meticulously document the quantity of discarded elixirs received from each peak and subsequently submit this information to the steward responsible for statistics at the beginning of each month. This book serves as a guide to help you discern the various types of discarded elixirs. Are you literate? If not, fret not, for it contains illustrations. The one assigned to accompany Su 12 led him through the various chambers of the discarded elixir room, then hastily handed Su 12 a manual for identifying discarded elixirs before departing in a rush. Chapter 7. The mysterious alchemical furnace that transforms waste into treasure soon. Su 12 found himself alone in the vast expanse of the discarded elixir room. The spacious area was devoid of any presence, and in the distance, the faint howls of wolves and roars of beasts echoed ominously. Standing in the courtyard, Su 12 felt a surge of trepidation. Despite his audacity, he remained merely a young lad. Yet, he understood that to master the art of immortality, he must overcome the challenges before him. Gazing down at the manual for discarded elixirs in his hands, Su 12 began to peruse its contents. The manual featured simple descriptions and illustrations of over 100 different elixirs. Discarded elixirs are the byproducts of failed alchemical attempts, laden with impurities and even toxins, rendering them utterly unfit for consumption. For other children, grasping this knowledge would require considerable effort. However, having studied literacy with his grandfather and devoured countless tomes. Coupled with a keen intellect, Su-12 committed the contents of the manual to memory after a few readings. Clutching the manual, Su-12 turned and entered the storeroom filled with discarded elixirs. Having reviewed both the textual descriptions and illustrations, it was time to identify the actual items. Within the storeroom, discarded elixirs were piled high like mountains. Nevertheless, with the knowledge he had acquired, Su-12 quickly discerned that the varieties of these discarded elixirs were limited, numbering perhaps only 3 or 5 distinct types. The most abundant among them are the foundational elixirs consumed by novice disciples, utilized to solidify their essence and eliminate impurities from within. Following closely are the chi-enhancing pills, designed for the cultivation disciples to accelerate their training, along with a healing concoction known as the minor recovery pill. Gazing at the countless discarded pills before him, Su-sh couldn't help but sigh, pondering how splendid it would be if these were not mere refuse, and if he were to possess such a multitude of potions. Alas, for him, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Su-sh lingered in the storeroom until nightfall, discovering, in addition to the 3 types of pills, 2 other varieties of discarded elixirs. However, these were nothing more than unwanted detritus, providing him only with a broader understanding of alchemical knowledge. As night descended, Su-sh resolved to return to his quarters for rest. At that moment, a series of low, rumbling roars echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied by heavy footfalls. The ominous sounds reverberated like distant thunder, striking at Su-sh's heart. A beast. Panic seized him as images of dismembered figures flashed through his mind. What to do? He froze in place, fearful of provoking the creature outside. Yet, the feral beast showed no intention of departing. The footsteps grew ever closer until, with a thud, something vaulted over the courtyard wall. Su-sh's heart raced at the sound. Holding his breath, he cautiously peered through the cracks in the storeroom, desperate to glimpse the source of the disturbance. In the courtyard, a fierce tiger with glaring eyes and a crimson gaze prowled, exhaling with a raspy breath, steam billowing from its nostrils as it circled the yard. The eyes, resembling copper bells, shimmered with a fierce light, and with each breath, it seemed to detect the presence of a living being. The tiger emitted a low, rumbling roar, shaking its fur as it slowly approached the storeroom where Su-12 was located. Witnessing this scene, Su-12's pupils constricted, and his entire body trembled. Given his slight stature, he was utterly no match for the formidable tiger. He might as well be a mere morsel. Though fear coursed through him, it only served to sharpen his wits. Turning to glance at the towering pile of discarded elixirs behind him, a bold idea took shape in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly retreated to the heap, stealthily excavating a deep pit and burying himself beneath the refuse. With a clatter, moments later, the storeroom door swung open, revealing the enormous, menacing head of the tiger peering cautiously inside. Its glistening teeth and gaping maw exuded a foul stench, causing Su-12 to hold his breath, paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, the vast quantity of discarded elixirs concealed his presence, and after surveying the area, the tiger turned and departed. Only then did Su-12 cautiously exhale, relieved. But he was anxious that the tiger might return. He remained hidden amidst the refuse until dawn broke. After repeatedly confirming that the outside was indeed quiet, he finally emerged from the pile of discarded elixirs. What kind of cursed place is this, to encounter such a colossal tiger upon arrival? If I linger here, I shall surely be devoured by this beast. His heart raced with dread, and he muttered to himself in fright. He certainly did not believe that his slight form could contend with the tiger. Yet, if he left, how would he ever gain access to the paths of cultivation? If one cannot cultivate, what other means are there to avenge grandfather and the others? And that enigmatic elixir furnace must also be deciphered for its purpose. In contemplation, Su-12 retrieved the ancient, worn elixir furnace from within his bosom. Upon seeing the furnace once more, his pupils constricted, and he momentarily froze. Why are there 2 pills? Inside the furnace lay 2 translucent, thumb-sized pills, resembling jade. He hurriedly poured the pills into his palm, and immediately, a rich fragrance wafted forth, invigorating him and dispelling both hunger and fatigue. Su-12 was taken aback and, seizing a handful of useless pills, compared them in his hand. The discarded pills were pitch black, emanating a faint putrid odor, a stark contrast to the 2 pristine pills. After scrutinizing them for a considerable time, he finally confirmed that these 2 pills were indeed genuine vitality-enhancing pills. It was perplexing why the furnace had suddenly produced 2 such pills. Previously, it had merely served to hold salt. He had never witnessed any elixirs emerging from it. Could it be that a discarded pill fell in last night? With this thought, Su-12 immediately began experimenting, placing a discarded pill into the furnace and watching intently. Under his gaze, the discarded pill was enveloped in a layer of azure light, visibly shedding its blackened exterior. It appeared as if the impurities were being refined away by some unseen force. In just a few breaths, the discarded pill transformed from black to a grayish-blue hue. After another 10 breaths, a crystal-clear vitality-enhancing pill emerged from the furnace. As he witnessed this extraordinary scene, Su-12 could not help but gasp in astonishment. This alchemical furnace had the remarkable ability to transform worthless elixirs into valuable potions. The concept of turning waste into treasure was truly astonishing. It was no wonder that those celestial beings coveted this furnace so desperately. Yet, he pondered whether this furnace could continuously refine elixirs. With a heart full of trepidation, he placed a handful of useless pills into the furnace. Before his eyes, all the discarded elixirs were enveloped in a shimmering green light. After a few breaths, the radiance faded, giving way to flawless and resplendent cultivation pills. Su-12 attempted this process over a dozen times. No matter how many pills he inserted, as long as they fit within the furnace, they would be transmuted into proper elixirs within mere breaths. Throughout this entire endeavor, the furnace retained its ancient and weathered appearance, showing no signs of change. Having confirmed the furnace's capabilities, Su-12 turned to the towering pile of discarded elixirs, his breath quickening. In that moment, what had once seemed like worthless refuse now appeared to him as a treasure trove of cultivation resources. With so many elixirs at his disposal, even with his mediocre spiritual root, he felt he could achieve something substantial. No, this revelation must remain a secret. Clutching the furnace tightly against his chest, his heart raced and his cheeks flushed with excitement. Though his understanding of cultivation was limited, he recognized the immense value of this furnace. He carefully concealed it, and, after searching the storeroom for several porcelain vials, he filled them with the refined elixirs before returning to his quarters. Now, he could only wait and see if these refined elixirs were truly effective. Contemplating, Su-12 retrieved a Peiyuan pill from his bosom. This was the sole elixir available to him at the moment. As for the qi-gathering pill, it was meant for the cultivation of disciples in the qi-refining stage. Gazing at the pill in his hand, Su-12 hesitated for a moment before closing his eyes and swallowing it whole. As the pill slid down his throat, he immediately felt a warm current coursing through his body, akin to basking in sunlight. Exceedingly pleasant. This sensation persisted for a full hour. When the warmth dissipated, Su-12 opened his eyes to discover that a thick layer of dark impurities had inexplicably seeped from the surface of his body. He hurried to the courtyard to wash away the filth. Taking a few deep breaths, he sensed no discomfort. Rather, he felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with vitality. He exhaled a long sigh of relief, his previously anxious heart now at ease. It appeared that these pills were indeed effective, just as the texts had described, capable of purging internal impurities and enhancing one's constitution. If I were to consume all these Peiyuan pills, my physique would undoubtedly become remarkably robust. In such a case, encountering that ferocious tiger would no longer be a source of fear. Su-12 mused silently, deciding to reside in the dilapidated pill chamber, subsisting solely on Peiyuan pills each day. Little did he realize how extravagant his actions were. To consume Peiyuan pills as a staple was a rarity not only in the Tsangshan mountain range, but throughout the entire Zhao kingdom. Should other disciples learn of this, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. In the realm of cultivation, the success rate of alchemy is notoriously low. Disciples of the Yungu sect receive, at most, a mere 3 to 10 Peiyuan pills monthly. For 10 consecutive days, Su-12 lived in a state of trepidation. Each night, the ferocious tiger would make its appearance. He believed he was no match for it. Thus, he could only conceal himself amidst the refuse of the alchemical remnants, utilizing their scent to mask his own. On this particular morning, Su-12 consumed 3 more Peiyuan pills. However, he noted with concern that this time, his body expelled almost no impurities, apart from feeling satiated. He detected no other significant changes. This predicament caused his brows to furrow in apprehension. It appeared that the Peiyuan pills could not infinitely enhance his constitution. This was troubling. The tiger remained a relentless threat, and should fate bring them face to face, his demise would be inevitable. He needed to devise alternative strategies. Even if it meant taking risks, he had to eliminate the beast swiftly. His current physique was no less formidable than that of the adults. And if he could craft a trap, an idea sparked in his mind, igniting a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The enhancement of his physique bolstered his confidence, yet he resolved not to engage the tiger in close combat unless absolutely necessary. The primary distinction between humans and animals lies in the capacity for reasoning. With determination, he wasted no time. He meticulously searched each room, and soon discovered a collection of farming tools in one of them. Selecting a shovel and an axe, he set to work. Throughout the day, he excavated a pit approximately 5 to 6 meters deep in the courtyard. He felled several tree trunks, the thickness of arms, sharpening them to points and driving them into the depths and periphery of the pit. By nightfall, a carefully crafted trap had materialized in the yard. Concealing the trap, Sushire clutched an axe, crouching in the corner of the courtyard, patiently awaiting his prey. He had resolutely decided that tonight he would slay the ferocious tiger. Pressing his ear against the wall, he began to listen intently. After consuming an abundance of P1 pills, not only had his physical constitution improved, but his senses had also been heightened. Now, he could discern numerous sounds from 100 meters away with crystal clarity. Based on his experiences from the previous days, the tiger should be approaching at this hour. Soon, he heard the distant rustle of footsteps. Instinctively tightening his grip on the axe, he leaned against the wall, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the courtyard. With a thud, the tiger leapt over the wall as if returning home. Upon witnessing the tiger's emergence, Sushire shuddered momentarily, then swiftly raised his axe, standing to confront the beast with utmost vigilance. Despite being prepared, facing such an adversary for the first time stirred an innate fear within him, rendering his limbs somewhat unsteady. The creature before him, with its colossal stature, was not something he could easily contend with. Simultaneously, the tiger noticed Sushire in the corner, sniffing the air for the scent of a living being, its ferocity igniting. With a roar, the tiger lunged towards Sushire, its gaping maw ready to strike. The sharp claws glimmered ominously in the moonlight, and the foul breath exuding from its mouth was utterly chilling. The ground trembled beneath its immense weight. As the tiger drew nearer, Sushire's heart raced to his throat, cold sweat breaking out on his back. His gaze fell upon the trap not far in front of him, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Just as the fierce tiger was about to step into the trap, it unexpectedly leaped into the air, seemingly set to vault over the pit and pounce directly upon Su-12. Realizing the imminent threat, Su-12 was filled with alarm. If the trap failed to function, he would be in grave danger on his own. With a fierce roar, he cast aside his fear and hurled the axe in his hand towards the airborne tiger with all his might. A resounding thud echoed as the axe struck, brutally injuring the tiger's head and causing it to bleed profusely. In that moment, Su-12's strength was akin to that of a mighty warrior. The tiger, mid-leap, was caught off guard by the blow, momentarily faltering in the air before crashing down to the ground. Upon landing, the tiger grimaced in pain, baring its teeth and widening its fierce eyes, letting out a menacing roar as it prepared to charge at Su-12 once more. However, before it could advance, the ground beneath its feet suddenly gave way, causing it to plunge unexpectedly into the depths of the pit. A spray of vibrant red blood erupted from the trap as the tiger fell, impaled by sharp wooden stakes, emitting a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Yet, after a few agonizing cries, silence ensued. Observing the stillness, Su-12 cautiously approached with his axe in hand to investigate. Just as he leaned in, a shadow darted past him. The tiger, despite its injuries, summoned all its strength for one final leap. Caught unawares, Su-12 was strewn just as he stood up. He beheld the fierce tiger, its blood-soaked form glistening ominously, and its coppery eyes gleaming with a venomous glare as it lunged at him. With its mouth agape, revealing glistening fangs, it aimed to sink its teeth into him. In a moment of desperation, Su-12 flung a handful of dust into the air. Seizing the opportunity as the tiger momentarily closed its eyes, he delivered a powerful kick to the creature's wounded flank. His strength now surpassed that of an ordinary mortal. The blow was both heavy and forceful, causing the tiger to stumble painfully, nearly toppling to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Su-12 deftly extricated himself. Rolling to where the axe had fallen, he grasped the weapon and swung it with vigor towards the ferocious beast. The battle had ignited a fire within him, for he was brimming with pin-up rage that demanded release. In that instant, blinded by bloodlust, he disregarded any thoughts of traps. The tiger, already injured, exhibited diminished reflexes and agility, proving utterly defenseless against Su-12's onslaught. Half an hour later, Su-12 bore several wounds upon his body. In stark contrast, the tiger lay in a pool of its own blood, unable to rise again. I have actually vanquished a tiger through sheer strength. The elixirs of those cultivators are remarkably potent. Standing beside the lifeless form of the tiger, Su-12 felt a rush of exhilaration as he regained his composure. The solitary act of hunting a tiger had significantly bolstered his courage. The sense of accomplishment was indescribable. Yet, soon after, a wave of trepidation washed over him. That was close. He had initially believed the trap to be foolproof, only to realize that the tiger could feign death. nearly leading to his demise due to his own carelessness. In the future, he must exercise greater caution. The moment the fierce tiger feigned death and launched its counterattack left an indelible mark on him, instilling a profound awareness that one must never underestimate any adversary at any time. That night, Su 12 slept exceptionally soundly. Chapter 9. The reappearance of the man in black. The following day, he dismantled the tiger and transformed it into roasted meat, subsequently taking residence in the abandoned alchemy chamber. However, the vicinity of the chamber was often disturbed by various wild beasts. Consequently, he crafted numerous traps in the area and relentlessly hunted these ferocious creatures. Although he had yet to commence his cultivation, his combat prowess significantly improved through daily encounters with diverse beasts. Moreover, his diet had greatly enhanced, yielding substantial benefits for his physical development. That evening, draped in a tiger skin and wielding a contemptuous blade, Su 12 concealed himself in a mountain hollow near his dwelling. He lay there like a slumbering tiger, ears perked beneath the skin, attentively listening to the sounds around him. The beast he was to confront this time was a green wolf, as robust as an ox. This formidable creature was not only ferocious, but could also unleash a tempest from its maw, reminiscent of legendary monsters. After several days of strategic encounters with this beast, he had prepared additional traps today, intending to eliminate it once and for all. At that moment, a rustling sound reached his ears. Su 12's heart raced, instinctively tightening his grip on the contemptuous blade. Yet, the next instant, the voice that echoed from a short distance left him utterly stunned. "Where is it? My subordinate has failed in his duties. Please punish me, esteemed master." Upon hearing that voice, Su 12 froze in place, a surge of deep-seated hatred flooding his heart. That voice was hauntingly familiar. That was a voice so deeply etched in his memory that he could never forget it. In this moment, the figure of the murderer who had slain his grandfather and numerous villagers, cloaked in black, abruptly surfaced in his mind. That person, how could he be at the Yunga sect? The thought flashed through Su 12's mind, and he clenched his fists. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for that individual at present. If discovered, his fate would be sealed. The black-clad figure was more ferocious than a raging tiger, terrifying. Holding his breath, Su 12 dared not make a sound. Nearby, the voices of two individuals continued their conversation. "You certainly deserve punishment, but you wouldn't be coveting that precious furnace for yourself, would you? Master, you unjustly accuse me. That old fool from Little Stone Village has a tongue harder than stone. I have exhausted every means of coercion and temptation, yet the old man remains obstinate. Humph. If you cannot handle mere mortals, what use have I for you?" Listening to their exchange, Su 12's heart raced. Master? The person sounded even more formidable than the black-clad figure. Could it be that there was someone even more powerful behind that black-clad figure? This realization sent a chill down his spine. Lying still on the ground, he feared discovery by the two. Through a narrow gap, he could faintly see two indistinct black silhouettes conversing beneath a towering tree in the distance. The moonlight elongated their shadows, casting them upon him. "Thank you, master, for your mercy. I have other leads regarding this matter." "Oh, what leads?" "Afterward, I ventured once more to the small stone village, only to discover the emergence of a graveyard containing over 100 tombs. The name inscribed on the monument was Su Shire, the very grandson of that old wretch. If my conjecture holds true, the treasured furnace must undoubtedly be in the possession of that young man named Su Shire. What? Such a development? Very well. I shall grant you another month. Should you still fail to locate that furnace, you are well aware of the consequences." Upon concluding this exchange, the two conspired further before soaring into the sky, departing in opposite directions. In the valley, Su Shire lay prostrate on the ground, his mind a tumultuous storm. The final words of the cloaked figure echoed relentlessly in his thoughts. He knows my name and is aware that the alchemical furnace is in my possession? I cannot remain here any longer. At this moment, Su Shire's heart raced, consumed by the desire to flee. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. If he were to abandon the Yungu sect, he would have no means of accessing cultivation methods elsewhere. Moreover, having acquired even a sliver of information from the cloaked figures, it would be unthinkable to leave without uncovering the truth. Thus, with great effort, Su Shire stifled his rising panic and waited until the later part of the night. Once he confirmed that those two had not returned and that the Azure Wolf had not appeared, he cautiously made his way back to his dwelling. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Shire had scarcely awakened when a series of urgent knocks resounded at his door. The sound, neither rushed nor slow, struck against his heart with every knock, quickening his pulse. This cannot be good, could it be? Has that person arrived so swiftly? Su 12 sprang from his bed, his heart racing to his throat. His eyes darted around as he contemplated the possibility of escape. Junior Brother 12, are you there? At that moment, an ethereal and melodious voice floated in from outside. Sister Xiaoyu? Su 12 was momentarily taken aback, yet the fluttering in his heart did not subside. Instead, he suddenly recognized another troubling matter. He had joined the Luofu peak using his real name. Now, not only did that cloaked figure know of his existence, but they also possessed knowledge of his name. What should he do? A cold sweat broke out on Su 12's brow. Just as he was at a loss for how to proceed, Xiaoyu's voice, laced with concern, rang out once more from outside. Junior Brother 12. Hearing the voice again, Su 12 had no choice but to momentarily suppress his worries. He took a deep breath and hurriedly opened the door. Sister Xiaoyu? As the door swung open, he beheld Xiaoyu, clad in a flowing gown and bearing a long sword, standing at the threshold. Upon seeing Su 12, her face was a canvas of astonishment. Perhaps she had thought that he would not last this long, either perishing at the jaws of a ferocious beast or fleeing in terror long ago. Despite her surprise, Xiaoyu quickly donned a smile, appearing remarkably at ease. Judging by your complexion, it seems you have been, well? As she spoke, her gaze swept across the courtyard. Upon noticing the various piles of beast pelts amassed on the ground, her pupils constricted in sheer shock. Is that beast hide? You actually killed so many ferocious beasts? With that, Xiaoyu's eyes rapidly scanned Su 12 from head to toe, unable to fathom the scene before her. A mere 12-year-old child, capable of slaying such formidable beasts? What a farce. It was not I who killed them. I merely dug a few traps around, and those beasts, being rather foolish, would occasionally fall into them. Su 12 scratched his head and chuckled, hastily inviting Xiaoyu inside, pointing towards the traps in the courtyard. He wished to avoid giving Xiaoyu the impression of his prowess. The matter of consuming the Pei Yuan Dan must remain a secret. Ah, so it was traps. I thought as much. Still, it's quite clever of you to devise such a method. Were it another, they would likely be paralyzed with fear upon encountering such ferocious creatures. Upon seeing the traps, Xiaoyu's emotions calmed somewhat. Otherwise, she might have thought him a prodigy. Yet, her gaze towards Su 12 was still filled with astonishment and admiration. At 12, she had neither the skill nor the courage he displayed. This young lad is indeed clever and bold. Alas, his spiritual roots are too weak. Otherwise, he would surely be a person of great potential. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. Su 12 chuckled, then inquired about her purpose for visiting. Senior sister, what brings you here this time? Xiaoyu replied with a smile. I came primarily out of concern for your safety, to check on you. Now, it seems my worries were unfounded. Additionally, I wish to brief you on the upcoming Newcomer trials. Newcomer trials? Su 12 raised an eyebrow, recalling that the Peak Master of Tianhua Peak had mentioned it when he first entered the sect. Xiaoyu nodded. Indeed, according to the rules of Yunga's sect, every new disciple must participate in a newcomer trial 5 years after their entry. Only by undergoing the trial for newcomers can one remain in the Cloud Song sect. Otherwise, one will be relegated to the status of a mere servant disciple or be sent back. A servant disciple? Sent back? Su Shire's heart quivered, and he quickly inquired with caution, what does the trial entail? Xiaoyu replied, the content of the trial varies each time and will only be revealed when the trial commences. However, based on previous experiences, to pass the trial, one must possess at least the strength of the 4th level of Qi refining or higher. The mention of the 4th level of Qi refining caused Su Shire's face to turn pale. According to Lu Mingshi, he would only be able to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of Qi refining at most in his lifetime. Given this, it was evident that not only did he lack any cultivation methods at present, but even if he possessed one, the prospect of advancing to the 4th level of Qi refining within 5 years seemed daunting. Yet, the thought of giving up never crossed Su Shire's mind. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly asked Xiaoyu, senior sister, what should I do if I wish to cultivate? Chapter 10, Fundamental Breathing Techniques. Xiaoyu smiled, raising an eyebrow. It seems you are not inclined to give up. Fortunately, I have brought some items for you. Items. Su Shire looked up in surprise. As soon as the words left her lips, Xiaoyu waved her hand, revealing several objects, an outfit of azure fabric, 2 books, and an iron token. This is your identity token, inscribed with your name, used to verify disciples' identities within the sect. The disciple robe, crafted from Cloud Dream's silkworm silk, can stretch to fit your physique. Isn't it marvelous? There are also 2 books, the sect manual and the fundamental breathing technique. With a radiant smile, Xiaoyu introduced each item and then handed them over to Su 12. After a moment's thought, she added, furthermore, all disciples who join the sect may annually receive 3 bottles of vitality pills from the Alchemy Pavilion. Of course, once one's cultivation reaches the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, one may not only select a formal technique from the library pavilion, but also receive an additional 10 spirit stones and 3 bottles of chi-gathering pills. Thank you very much, senior sister. Su 12 exclaimed as he accepted the items, his gaze sweeping across the fundamental breathing technique book. A flicker of eagerness shining in his eyes. He hastily performed a respectful salute, expressing his gratitude towards Xiaoyu. For him, everything else paled in comparison to this coveted technique for cultivation. Well then, seeing your impatient demeanor, I shall not disturb you further. Focus on your cultivation. Hanyu has already reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Qi refinement stage, so do your best, Xiaoyu said. Her expression warm as she observed Su 12's urgency. Nevertheless, she did not believe Su 12 could rival Hanyu, who possessed extraordinary dual spiritual roots. Still, she felt it necessary to offer words of encouragement. With a gentle shake of her head and a smile, she hurriedly took her leave. After seeing Xiaoyu off, Su 12 committed her instructions to memory and returned to his room, eagerly picking up the fundamental breathing technique to study it intently. This book not only documented the cultivation methods for the first 6 levels of the Qi refinement stage, but also included some essential cultivation knowledge and 2 minor techniques, fire control and wind calling. However, Su 12 was not particularly interested in this additional information. However, his memory was quite remarkable. After a single glance, he managed to retain a general understanding. Yet, his primary focus remained on the cultivation aspect. The book meticulously detailed the techniques for absorbing energy into the body and circulating it internally across various levels of mastery. In this regard, Su 12 possessed a certain innate talent, grasping the essence after just one reading. Nevertheless, to ensure thorough comprehension, he diligently perused the text 2 more times. Subsequently, he settled into a cross-legged position and, with a mixture of apprehension and determination, attempted to cultivate. After consuming a substantial amount of vitality-enhancing pills, he could distinctly sense the ethereal energy of the heavens and earth, which danced around him like elusive phantoms. However, he soon discovered that the endeavor to absorb this energy into his body was exceedingly challenging. The wisps of celestial energy resembled untamed stallions, nearly impossible to tame. For consecutive days, Su 12 devoted himself to relentless practice. Initially, he harbored concerns that the cloaked figure might appear at any moment. However, upon reflection, he realized that the figure could not possibly deduce his possession of spiritual roots or his affiliation with the Yungu sect. With this thought, he temporarily set aside his worries. Despite his tender age, he exhibited remarkable patience in his cultivation. It was not until the 5th day that he successfully absorbed his first wisp of celestial energy into his body. Upon feeling this new energy coursing within him, Su 12's expression brightened, and he quickly focused his mind to lock onto this strand of celestial energy. With great effort, he directed the energy to circulate according to the prescribed techniques. After completing a full cycle, the energy transformed into a minuscule orb of true essence, merging into his Dantian sea of qi. In the next moment, a tremor coursed through his body, and an overwhelming sensation of comfort and elation rapidly spread throughout him. Exhaling a breath of white mist, Su 12's face radiated with joy as he excitedly clenched his small fists. How wonderful! From this day forth, I can consider myself a cultivator of qi. Although this trace of true essence is insufficient for any substantial accomplishments, it marks a promising beginning. With renewed determination, he took a deep breath and continued to absorb the celestial spirit energy. After 10 days of relentless practice, he had merely refined a few strands of this energy, resulting in the faint emergence of true essence within him. This pace and outcome left him utterly disheartened regarding his spiritual root. At this rate, the prospect of genuinely attaining the first level of qi cultivation seemed a distant dream. If he could not swiftly elevate his cultivation, he would be unable to seek vengeance against that cloaked figure, and it was likely that he would fail to complete the Newcomer trials in 3 years. It appeared he would have to attempt the Qi-gathering pill. However, this elixir could only be claimed by those who had reached the 6th level of Qi cultivation, and there must be a reason for such a prerequisite. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Su 12 murmured to himself before retrieving a Qi-gathering pill from his bosom. As he examined the pill in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. According to the texts, the quality of cultivators' elixirs is categorized into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Supreme grade elixirs, devoid of impurities, exhibit a translucent brilliance akin to flawless white jade. Such pills, free from pill toxins, can be consumed limitlessly by cultivators, rendering them exceedingly precious. Could it be that the elixirs produced by the alchemical furnace are all of supreme quality? With this thought, Su 12's emotions surged with excitement. While others had to consume elixirs with utmost caution and regularly find ways to purge their bodies of pill toxins, he found himself on the brink of a remarkable opportunity. With the aid of a mysterious alchemical furnace, he refined a medicinal elixir that required no apprehension whatsoever. Suppressing his excitement, Su-12's gaze remained fixed on the chi-gathering pill in his hand. At this moment, his primary concern was to swiftly enhance his cultivation. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely swallowed the pill. Upon entering his body, the elixir instantly transformed into a vast surge of spiritual energy that coursed throughout him. In the next instant, Su-12's face flushed crimson, and his veins bulged painfully, overwhelming him with agony. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the reality of the sensation was far more excruciating than he had anticipated. The spiritual energy contained within the chi-gathering pill, while not as ferocious as that of the natural world, was immense, far beyond what a cultivator below the 6th level of chi refinement could endure. At that moment, he found himself incapable of normal cultivation, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness due to the unbearable pain. The terrifying energy threatened to rupture his meridians. In the haze of impending faintness, thoughts of the hatred he bore ignited a flicker of resolve within Su-12. Clenching his teeth, he summoned a modicum of spirit and, with great effort, activated his breathing techniques to endure the pain and refine the spiritual energy within him. Chapter 11. Fire Control Technique and Wind Calling Technique. 20 days later, Su-12 exhaled a breath of white mist, his joints cracking like popping beans. His eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared gaunt, exuding an aura of profound fatigue. Yet, a faint smile graced his lips. These 20 days had felt like an eternity, fraught with unbearable torment. However, the results of refining the chi-gathering pill were evident. His true essence had expanded from the size of a grain of rice to that of a yellow bean. At last, he had truly become a first-level chi refiner. Indeed, the elixir was a remarkable treasure. At my current level of cultivation, although consuming the spirit-gathering pill entails immense suffering, the acceleration of my training is undeniably magnified by more than tenfold. In this light, the trade-off proves to be exceedingly worthwhile. I have heard from Senior Sister Xiaoyu that Han Yu attained the first level of chi refinement in merely 10 days. While my pace may not match his, I believe I am still on par with the average practitioner. Clenching his fists in excitement, Su-12 felt no need for comparison. For him, achieving the first level of chi refinement in such a short span was already commendable. Regaining his composure, Su-12 refrained from hastily continuing his cultivation. Though he had barely refined the spirit-gathering pill, his meridians had suffered damage in the process. If he were to attempt another round before allowing his meridians to recover, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Nevertheless, this moment presented a perfect opportunity to practice the 2 techniques from his martial arts manual. After all, if he were to encounter danger, he would have no means of self-defense. Contemplating this, Su-12 swallowed a small healing pill and rose to the courtyard. He recalled the information regarding the fire control technique, attempting to channel his true essence while forming hand seals. Suddenly, a sphere of flame, the size of a fist, ignited before him, burning with intense heat. The flames danced rapidly, threatening to escape his grasp at any moment. Su-12 was compelled to amplify his true essence. Yet the more he did so, the more unstable the fire became. In the blink of an eye, his internal true essence was completely depleted, and the flame in the air dissipated with a soft hiss. Simultaneously, Su-12 felt his body weaken, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat and utterly drained of energy. The difficulty of this fire control technique and the consumption of true essence exceeded his expectations. However, Su-12 was not one to easily yield. He sat down in place and silently restored his internal true essence. Once replenished, he immediately resumed his practice. This cycle continued, rendering the experience exceedingly monotonous. While other children of his age might struggle to endure the solitude, Su-12 harbored a steadfast determination, finding no trace of boredom. Gradually, he gained greater mastery over the control of the true essence within him. In this ongoing process of consumption and replenishment, he discovered, to his astonishment, a subtle increase in his internal true essence. This revelation filled Su-12 with delight. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a year since he joined the Yungu sect. One evening, beside the alchemy chamber, Su-12 leaned against a towering tree, catching his breath. Compared to 6 months prior, his skin had noticeably darkened, and his physique had grown considerably stronger. Before him, 3 low-level wolf demons, their eyes a crimson hue and bodies scarred, were slowly advancing, baring their teeth. Faced with this imminent threat, he remained unperturbed, swiftly forming hand seals and channeling the last vestiges of his true essence. Summon the wind. Control the fire. With each incantation, a tempest surged through the forest, obscuring the wolf demon's vision with swirling sands. Several orbs of intense heat descended upon the creatures. Amidst the chaos of the wind and sand, sparks erupted. The three wolf demons, already at their limit, could no longer withstand the assault, emitting pitiful whimpers as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Observing this, Su-12 did not rush forward. Instead, he chose to sit down in place once more. After a brief interlude, he arose and hurled forth several more bursts of flame, obliterating the heads of the wolfish demons. Thereupon, he advanced, and with practiced ease, trussed up the lupin fiend's cadaver with rope, and made his way towards the abandoned alchemy chamber. Through 6 months of cultivation, Su-12 not only mastered the 2 arcane arts, but also expanded the true essence within his body from the size of a soybean to that of a silkworm cocoon. These 2 spells are now quite familiar, he mused. But alas, the true essence within me is too meager, allowing me to unleash the spells a mere 3 times. Henceforth, I must rely on the gathering chi pills for arduous cultivation. Yet, before that, I must first procure the foundation nurturing pills dispensed by the sect. Though I possess the mystical alchemical furnace, capable of producing foundation nurturing pills in boundless quantity, it would arouse suspicion were a novice disciple to repeatedly neglect collecting his due. Moreover, should the opportunity arise, I must endeavor to ascertain the true identity of the man clad in black. Su-12 ambled along the path, silently formulating his plans. Endowed with considerable intellect to begin with, the daily consumption of foundation nurturing pills over the past half-year had further sharpened his mind, though his constitution remained unchanged. After returning the wolf demon's corpse and donning the disciple's garb issued by the sect, he promptly set forth towards the pill pavilion. Each peak possessed its own pill pavilion, and in principle, disciples were restricted to procuring their medicinal provisions from the pavilion within their respective peak. The sect's dispensation of pills and other resources occurred annually, and could be claimed at any time. In a mere hour, Su-12 arrived outside the pill pavilion upon Mount Luofu. From the exterior, the pill pavilion resembled a quadrangular courtyard. The wide-open gate bore a plaque, upon which the characters for pill pavilion were inscribed. Peering through the grand entrance, one could behold a colossal alchemical furnace, towering over 5 meters in height, standing majestically in the center of the courtyard. Within its depths, an indeterminate substance burned, emitting fragrant wisps of smoke that wafted through the air for miles. Su-12 strode directly into the courtyard, and upon his entrance, he observed 7 fellow novice disciples of similar age, each wearing expressions of delight as they queued to receive their elixirs. Among them were 3 children who had joined Luofu alongside him on that fateful day. For the past 6 months, they had diligently engaged in the study of literacy and comprehension. Today marked their successful completion, prompting their eager rush to claim their potions. In comparison to Su-12, these children appeared significantly more juvenile. Upon recognizing Su-12, the trio was taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Is that the little beggar? He is still alive? They had not anticipated that Su-12 could endure the trials of the abandoned alchemy chamber for such an extended period. The chubby boy at the end of the line, Zhu Hanwei, raised an eyebrow in surprise, his eyes widening. Was it not said that ferocious beasts lurked in the abandoned chamber? Yet, this little beggar seemed to be in remarkably good health. After a brief murmur, Zhu Hanwei chose to disregard the matter. In front of the children stood a portly servant disciple in his 20s, his face adorned with an abundance of flesh. Before him lay a collection of potion vials, and with an air of impatience, he scrutinized an identity tag before handing 3 vials of elixir to a square-faced child at the front of the queue. The square-faced child, brimming with excitement, eagerly opened the vial, pouring the elixir into his palm for inspection. In the next moment, he suddenly froze, his expression shifting subtly. Chapter 12. The arrogant servant disciple. The square-faced child hesitated for a moment, then looked up at the servant disciple and inquired, "Senior brother, weren't we supposed to receive 3 bottles of Peiyuan Dan, totaling 30 pills? I only have 27. What do you mean, 27? I personally filled these bottles, and there is no possibility of error," the servant disciple declared emphatically. "But there are indeed only 27 inside. If you don't believe me, count them," the square-faced child whispered. "Count. Can't you see I'm busy? If you don't want them, just hand over the pills and get lost." The servant disciple's eyes widened as he slammed his palm down on the table, bellowing loudly. The commotion startled the square-faced child, who trembled at the imposing figure of the servant disciple. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his head in resignation and fell silent. The other children, witnessing this scene, also recoiled, their smiles frozen in place. Soon after, another square-faced child received 3 bottles of pills. He stepped aside and began to inspect his haul. Upon examination, his complexion immediately turned ashen. However, after stealing a glance at the servant disciple, he silently returned the pills to their bottles without uttering a word. Su-12, standing at the back of the crowd, observed everything unfold. He clearly noticed that the square-faced child's bottle contained only 25 pills, 2 of which were defective, while the remaining pills were dull in color, all being inferior quality spirit pills. Su-12 furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. Yet, the actions of this individual stirred memories within him. Whenever someone comes to the village to collect grain, they invariably mix the good with the bad, and the father of Ergo is notorious for cutting corners. Soon, all 6 children received their respective elixirs. However, upon inspection, they all wore mournful expressions. Their heads bowed in a silent display of indignation. Among them, the most unfortunate child received merely 20 cultivation pills, 3 of which were utterly useless. Next in line was Zhu Hanwei, who stood second to last. The servant disciple glanced at Zhu Hanwei's identity badge and casually grabbed 3 vials of elixirs. Senior brother. I am Zhu Hanwei, the son of the mayor of Huilong Town. I appreciate your hard work in distributing these elixirs. Please accept this small token of my gratitude, he said, swiftly producing a silver ingot from his robes and placing it on the table with a smile. The ingot, about the size of an infant's fist, appeared quite weighty, weighing no less than 50 taels. Upon seeing the silver, the servant disciple's eyes gleamed with interest. Narrowing his eyes, he expertly slipped the ingot into his sleeve. For a disciple of his standing, who had long abandoned any hope of cultivation, amassing wealth was the only path forward, allowing him to enjoy a taste of earthly riches upon returning home. As for Zhu Hanwei, the servant disciple's demeanor shifted dramatically, now imbued with warmth and familiarity. Little junior brother, there's no need for such formality. The sect leader entrusted me with this important task, and I shall not let him down. You have great potential. Keep up the good work, and you will surely achieve remarkable success in the future. After offering a few encouraging words, the servant disciple handed 3 porcelain vials to Zhu Hanwei. Rest assured, senior brother, if I truly attain success, I will not forget your kindness. Zhu Hanwei nodded emphatically. Upon finishing his words, he took the vial and swiftly moved aside for an inspection. Within the vial lay the precious Peiyuan Dan, 2 of which were smooth and round, indeed of superior quality. The remaining 30 pills, each vibrant in hue, were of intermediate grade, neither more nor less. This scene left the other disciples wide-eyed, their envy palpable. However, Su-12, upon casting a glance, felt no envy. The Peiyuan Dan refined in the mysterious alchemical furnace were all of exceptional quality, infinitely more precious than these. Yet, even the smallest of ants is still flesh. These pills were distributed by the sect, rightfully his. By both sentiment and reason, he had no justification to refuse them. Holding his identity token, Su-12 approached the servant disciple. At this moment, the servant disciple reverted to his usual impatient demeanor, his gaze flitting over the identity token before casting a disdainful glance at Su-12, curling his lip and muttering something under his breath. Su-12, the brat who took over guarding the... He scoffed. You truly are fortunate to have lasted so long in such a place. Here, take your pills. With that, he rolled his eyes and carelessly tossed 3 vials from the corner of the table to Su-12, furrowing his brow in displeasure yet unwilling to cause a scene. Su-12 accepted the vials. After a moment's hesitation, he opened one to take a look. Instantly, a surge of anger ignited within him. The 3 vials contained merely 15 Peiyuan Dan in total. What was most infuriating was that each of these 15 pills was pitch black, exuding a foul stench. These were far from being spiritual pills. They were clearly worthless dregs. In the courtyard, several individuals were preparing to depart when they caught sight of the elixirs received by Su-12, each unable to suppress their malicious glee. Initially, they harbored a tinge of envy towards Zhu Hanwei. However, upon witnessing someone in a far more pitiful state than themselves, their discomfort was considerably alleviated. Senior brother, what do you mean by this? Su-12 demanded, his gaze fixed upon the menial disciple before him as he forcefully slammed the discarded elixirs onto the table. Possessing a mysterious alchemical furnace, he was indifferent to the notion of whether the pills were flawed. Yet, he could not swallow his indignation. If merely 1 or 2 pills were defective, it could be overlooked. But now, with half of the elixirs rendered useless, he was left with nothing but dross. Though he currently possessed the enigmatic furnace, what if he did not? These elixirs could potentially jeopardize his path to immortality. What do you mean by this? Why have you brought these worthless pills to me? The menial disciple scoffed, crossing his arms defiantly. Weren't these given to me by you? Su-12 inquired, his brow furrowed in cold inquiry. What I gave you? Have you lost your mind? The disciple retorted angrily. This is the Alchemy Pavilion, not a repository for refuse. Are you attempting to slander me? This is not a place for your unruly antics. His expression darkened as he began to issue threats. While he dared not shortchange other disciples excessively, he held Su-12, a mere custodian of discarded elixirs, in utter disdain. Yet, He had not anticipated that Su 12 would dare to resist and counter his accusations. Just moments after delivering the flawed elixirs, he now outright denied any responsibility. This unexpected turn of events left Su 12 utterly astonished. Isn't this simply outrageous? Causing a ruckus? Since you have said that, I can only seek the judgment of the Peak Master. Sushi stated coldly. Seek the Peak Master's judgment? Do you truly believe the Peak Master has the time to concern himself with you? The servant disciple scoffed, clearly feeling confident in his dominion over Sushi. The Peak Master may be busy, but I believe Senior Sister Xiao Yu would have some time to spare, Sushi replied, unyielding and composed. He had no intention of wasting excessive time on this matter. Enlisting Xiao Yu to resolve it was undoubtedly the most straightforward and efficient approach. Chapter 13. A Test of Skill Yu. Humph. Do you honestly think Senior Sister Xiao Yu would believe you? Among so many, you alone have an issue? The servant disciple narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing increasingly hostile. Do you genuinely believe that when Senior Sister Xiao Yu investigates, the others will remain silent? Sushi flashed a smile, sweeping his gaze across the other disciples before turning to stride towards the exit. In the courtyard, the others brightened at this development, some feeling a twinge of intrigue. Having several elixirs unjustly taken away would leave anyone in a foul mood. However, they lacked Sushi's audacity. Yet, if he were to take the lead, they would not hesitate to voice their thoughts. Noticing the reactions of the others, the servant disciple felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Xiao Yu, known for her integrity and kindness, was also the granddaughter of the Peak Master, holding an exalted status in Luofu Peak. Should this matter reach her ears, his future would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Enough. Let us discuss this matter calmly. I shall give you this vial of elixirs. After shooting a resentful glare at Sushi, he contemplated the situation and ultimately decided that it was wiser to quell the matter for the time being. If this truly escalated, it would bring him no benefit. Resolutely determined, he produced a vial of elixirs and tossed it to Su 12. Furrowing his brow, Su 12 opened the vial and glanced inside, discovering a mere 10 elixirs. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Only 10? Young man, these are 10 superior grade elixirs. Not to mention 30, this is equivalent to 50 inferior grade ones." The servant disciple, clearly aggrieved, retorted with a scowl, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. "Humph. I shall have you safeguard these for now. Once we depart from this alchemy pavilion, you will witness how I deal with you. If my memory serves me right, the sect's regulations are quite explicit. Each new disciple is entitled to 3 vials per year, amounting to 30 Peiyuan elixirs." Su 12 let out a cold snort, fixating on his opponent, unmoved by the threat. He was unaware of the other's intentions but instinctively sensed that the overly generous offer spelled trouble. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned that the adversary's strength was not particularly formidable, which eased his worries. To him, possessing the mysterious alchemical furnace rendered the quality of elixirs irrelevant. Quantity was of paramount importance. "Young man, do not overstep your bounds." The servant disciple glared at Su 12, violently overturning the table before him in a fit of rage. His sole desire was to dismiss Su 12 for the moment and settle accounts later. Regrettably, the surplus elixirs had already been discreetly sold off, leaving him to resort to inferior elixirs as substitutes. "Overstep? I merely seek what is rightfully mine. If you are unwilling to comply, then let Senior Sister Xiao Yu have a word with you." Su 12 pouted, speaking bluntly. With that, he gathered the inferior elixirs and the vial of superior ones, striding purposefully towards the exit. Seeing this, how could the menial disciple allow it? He glared at Su 12, his furious gaze practically devouring him. "Boy, since you're courting death, then don't blame me for being impolite. Today, I'll let you know what a cultivator's strength truly means." The menial disciple enunciated each word with resentment. Simultaneously, he mobilized the meager true essence within his body, and his hands rapidly formed a seal. Immediately, a fireball the size of a fist materialized before him. "Hurry!" The menial disciple grunted, and under the impetus of his true essence, the fireball streaked through the air, heading straight for Su 12's back. An attack of this magnitude was not lethal, but it was certainly capable of inflicting serious injury. The menial disciple narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth upturned in a frigid smile. He was, after all, a chi refinement cultivator at the first level. Dealing with a few disciples who had joined for less than half a year should be a cinch. Is this the legendary fire manipulation technique? It's simply incredible. That little beggar is doomed. Serves him right. Senior brother already gave him 10 high-grade pills, yet he's still insatiable. Fortunately, I didn't provoke this senior brother earlier, otherwise I'd be finished. Gazing at the fireball arcing through the air, the faces of the crowd underwent a dramatic transformation. They had only just learned the rudiments of literacy and had not yet formally begun their cultivation. in everyone's eyes. The menial disciple's technique was nothing short of a divine feat. In the next instant, several pairs of eyes fell upon Su 12, their gazes tinged with pity, and their hearts secretly filled with relief. Though Su 12 had his back to his opponent, in truth, he had already been secretly on his guard. Upon hearing the commotion, the true essence within his body began to stir. In an instant, upon turning, I witnessed the fireball hurtling towards me. With unwavering resolve, I swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning the winds. Go forth, I uttered in a low voice, and a tempest erupted. The fierce winds howled past, racing towards the errant disciple. In the air, it collided with the fireball. A resounding thud echoed as the fireball was dispersed, erupting into a myriad of sparks, which the gale swept back towards the hapless disciple. What? This spectacle left all witnesses in the courtyard gasping in astonishment, utterly shocked. Especially those who had accompanied me. Zhu Hanwei and the others stood there, dumbfounded. Just half a year ago, we were all on the same starting line. How could it be that I had transformed into someone so formidable? Impossible. You are a chi refiner. The servant disciple's eyes widened in disbelief, his face drained of color. Though he possessed the first level of chi refinement, his lack of practice rendered his control over techniques rudimentary at best. Before he could comprehend the situation, the falling sparks seared his face. The winds, relentless, sent him hurtling backwards, crashing violently against a large pillar behind him. Humph! Did you not wish to showcase the prowess of a cultivator? Is this all you have? I scoffed, continuing to form my seals as a fireball, the size of a fist, materialized in the air. It danced energetically, exuding a searing heat, far more solid than the fireball previously conjured by my opponent. Senior brother, please spare me. I recognize my mistakes. I promise to repay you with the Pei-Yuan pill. The servant disciple's face turned ashen at the sight. Before Su 12 could make a move, with a thud, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. In the realm of cultivation, the adept is regarded as a master, and the powerful are held in high esteem. The titles and seniority among cultivators are not solely determined by age or the length of their apprenticeship. A cultivator of considerable prowess, even if youthful, often commands significant respect. For instance, Su 12, initially a novice, was at a disadvantage in terms of seniority due to his later entry into the sect. Yet, now that his strength surpassed that of his peers, and given that the other party sought his aid, it was only natural for them to address him as senior brother. Such customs are succinctly outlined in the sect's regulations, and Su 12 was not taken aback. As for the elixirs, Su 12 had no intention of harming him. He dissipated his magical aura and coldly inquired, "Where are the elixirs? I truly have none at the moment." The disciple of lower status lamented, his face a mask of despair. As he noticed Su 12 preparing to channel his powers again, he hastily exclaimed, "Wait, senior brother. Please don't act rashly. I genuinely have none right now. Grant me 10 days, and I shall personally deliver them to you from the wasteland of the alchemical chamber. I assure you, they will all be premium quality essence cultivation pills, and as a gesture of goodwill, I will additionally provide 10 more as compensation." Such generosity. Su 12 squinted, scrutinizing the individual with suspicion. The rapid shift in demeanor made him feel something was amiss. Chapter 14. The first transaction. Senior brother. How can you question my intentions? Your strength surpasses mine. What ill will could I possibly harbor? He continued, should you not receive the elixirs in 10 days, feel free to seek me out for retribution. I genuinely have no surplus elixirs at present. The lower-ranking disciple lowered his head, forcing a smile as he spoke. Yet his eyes darted around, revealing a glimmer of malice. Humph. In merely 10 days, Brother Zhao, you will return, possessing the formidable cultivation of the second level of Qi refinement. You have taken the 10 superior Qi nourishing pills he had reserved, and when the time comes, you shall face the consequences. It would be wise for you to refrain from any underhanded tricks. Otherwise, the repercussions of inciting my wrath could be severe. Su 12 coldly fixed his gaze upon the individual, discerning their ill intentions, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Over the past half-year, the relentless slaughter of monstrous beasts had imbued him with a faint aura of malevolence. His temperament had also transformed from that of a naive youth emerging from the mountains. However, with so many witnesses present, it would be unwise to act against this person openly, compelling him to suppress his thoughts for the time being. Of course, rest assured, brother. The servant disciple responded with forced smiles, yet under Su 12's piercing gaze, he could not help but shudder. This youth exuded an unsettling aura. Humph. What is there to fear? He is merely a brash boy of 12 or 13. Reassuring himself, the servant disciple found solace in his resolve. Disregarding the scheming in the disciple's mind, Su 12 uttered a brief statement before turning on his heel and exiting. In the courtyard, Zhu Hanwei and the others gazed enviously at Su 12's retreating figure. Had they possessed such strength, they would not have been subjected to the bullying of this servant disciple. At that moment, after bidding farewell to Su 12, the servant disciple finally exhaled in relief, coldly glaring at Zhu Hanwei and his companions, threatening, "You little rascals. Should anyone dare to speak of today's events, do not blame me for being ungracious." The group trembled in response, hastily nodding their heads before departing from the pill pavilion with lingering resentment. However, after witnessing Su Shi's prowess, the others felt less intimidated by the disciples of lesser rank. It was surprising how much he had improved in just half a year. "Do you know that person we just saw? Indeed, we are from the same Yunga sect. 6 months ago, he was merely a small beggar. Upon his arrival, the peak master assigned him to the, yet unexpectedly, instead of learning to read from the instructors, he began cultivating right away." As the group strolled along the path, they expressed their astonishment. I recall the peak master mentioning that the little beggar had poor spiritual roots and a slow cultivation speed. At that moment, Zhu Hanwei interjected, "Indeed, with such inferior spiritual roots, my cultivation speed should surpass his." Determined, he resolved to return and practice diligently. As Zhu Hanwei prompted, a round-faced child eagerly slapped his thigh and proudly raised his head. After speaking, the child glanced at the Pei Yuan Dan in his hand and dashed away like the wind toward his residence. Observing this, the other children followed suit, racing off in a similar fashion. Soon, only Zhu Hanwei remained behind. Lacking spiritual roots, his cultivation speed would unquestionably be slower than Su Shi's. He turned to glance back at the Dan, and then at Su Shi traversing the mountain path. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Hanwei looked down at the object he held tightly, gritted his teeth, and began to sprint after Su Shi. "Wait, senior brother, wait for me." Do you need something from me?" Su Shi continued on his way, momentarily stunned by the voice behind him before realizing it was directed at him, prompting him to halt and face the newcomer. "Senior brother, I wish to purchase some Pei Yuan Dan from you." Zhu Hanwei was panting heavily, yet upon seeing Su Shire, he wore a radiant smile. "Buying Pei Yuan Dan? What makes you think I would sell such a precious elixir to you?" Su Shire was taken aback, regarding Zhu Hanwei with a look of astonishment. The Pei Yuan Dan primarily caters to mortals devoid of cultivation, while its efficacy diminishes for those who are chi refiners. Consequently, many senior brothers within the sect who possess cultivation often trade the Pei Yuan Dan they receive annually for monetary gain or other cultivation resources. Zhu Hanwei promptly began to elucidate with a grin. "Ah, I see. It appears this little chubby fellow, serving as a pill attendant to the peak master, has indeed absorbed a wealth of knowledge." Su Shire mused, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. The Pei Yuan Dan had indeed lost much of its relevance for him. However, if it could be exchanged for something of value, it might not be a bad idea after all. Contemplating this, he displayed no outward signs of his thoughts and continued to inquire. "If I recall correctly, you lack a spiritual root, do you not? What purpose do you have for acquiring so many Pei Yuan Dan?" The notion of lacking a spiritual root merely suggests that the spiritual root is shrouded in dust, unable to manifest naturally. With the aid of elixirs, there remains a possibility for it to emerge. Pei Yuan Dan is one such elixir. However, the spiritual roots that manifest through the use of elixirs are typically not very potent, which is why no sect would squander resources to nurture them. Zhu Hanwei did not conceal this information, cheerfully sharing what he knew. Su Shire narrowed his eyes, recalling how his extensive consumption of premium Pei Yuan Dan had indeed sharpened his sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He instantly recognized that Zhu Hanwei's words were far from unfounded. Nodding slightly, he continued, "Selling you a few pills is certainly not out of the question. What price do you intend to offer?" The premium-grade Pei Yuan pills are priced at 100 taels of silver each in the trading square. If my senior brother is willing to make a deal, I shall offer 120 taels per pill. Zhu Hanwei's spirit was invigorated, and he quickly replied with a smile, "The trading square? You mean the one on Yuanshan?" Su 12 raised an eyebrow, recalling that it had been mentioned in the sect's manual. To the east of the sect lies Yuanshan, which features a trading square where disciples in the chi refinement stage from various peaks can conduct their transactions. Indeed, Zhu Hanwei nodded eagerly and added, "I also have a few small items I recently acquired. If my senior brother is interested, they can be exchanged as well." As he spoke, he reached into his robe and produced a small bundle. Upon opening it, a collection of assorted trinkets was revealed. Su 12 then realized that this fellow was not as portly as he appeared. Rather, he had been concealing a small package against his belly. A quick glance revealed a variety of items: a broken sword, beast skins, beast bones, and even a few obscure tomes. His gaze settled on the books, and he began to examine them. There were 3 in total. One was an unknown collection of notes, while the other two were martial arts manuals from the secular world. Noticing Su 12's interest in the tomes, Zhu Hanwei felt a surge of delight, though he maintained a serious expression. My senior brother has a discerning eye. This collection of notes is said to be authored by a formidable cultivator who traveled the world. Merely acquiring it cost me a staggering 500 taels of silver. Additionally, these two martial arts manuals, the 8 trigrams 8 extremes fist and the shadowless phantom steps, are treasured heirlooms of the Zhu family. Once mastered, they are capable of shattering mountains and leaving no trace upon the snow. When presented to the outside world, they are indeed invaluable treasures. As he spoke, Zhu Hanwei animatedly extolled their virtues, his enthusiasm palpable. Chapter 15. 8 extremes fist and shadowless phantom steps. Though Su Shire possessed limited experience, he was not naive. He merely smiled quietly as Zhu Hanwei waxed lyrical. Once Zhu had finished, Su Shire remarked, I cannot ascertain the true prowess of these manuals, but they are evidently suited for martial artists. To cultivators, they likely hold little worth. Zhu Hanwei's lips twitched, and he forced a sheepish smile. Well, they are not entirely without merit. At least in the initial stages, they can enhance one's strength. He understood that in the eyes of cultivators, such martial arts manuals were not merely insignificant, but were often looked down upon. Otherwise, he would have long since parted with them. His lengthy discourse was merely an attempt to inflate their value. How many essence cultivation pills do you intend to exchange for these 3 books? Su Shire inquired, not wishing to engage in further debate. 8, no 6. Zhu Hanwei quickly amended his offer upon noticing Su Shire's disapproving expression. 3 pills, if you desire them. We can transact immediately. Su Shire scrutinized him for a moment before setting the 3 manuals aside, no longer interested. For him, essence cultivation pills were abundant. But he had no intention of acting altruistically. Such secrets were best kept hidden within oneself. Only 3? That is rather meager. Surely a minimum of 5 is warranted. Zhu Hanwei's mouth fell agape, his expression marred by a look of profound disappointment, as though he had suffered a significant loss. Just as his words faded, he observed Su Shire turning to leave and hurriedly called out, for pieces. Brother, at least grant me 4. Agreed. This time, Su Shire did not contest. He was utterly indifferent to the origins of the books Zhu Hanwei had procured. For him, the value lay solely in the enrichment of knowledge and the enhancement of his capabilities. Parting with a mere few precious Peiyuan pills was entirely justified. In no time, Su Shire exchanged 4 superior Peiyuan pills for 3 volumes of books and then traded 2 more for 240 taels of silver. Before parting ways with Zhu Hanwei and continuing his journey towards the abandoned Dan room, Zhu Hanwei watched Su Shire's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing into a smile. To his astonishment, these casually acquired books held such remarkable worth. With these superior Peiyuan pills in hand, his chances of awakening his spiritual roots had increased significantly. Grinning widely, he swiftly tucked away his belongings and made his way back to his residence. Upon returning to the abandoned Dan room, Su Shire immediately delved into the practice of the techniques outlined in the 2 martial arts manuals. Although these skills were not particularly exquisite, the insights into power application and combat techniques broadened his understanding considerably. In contrast to his previous state, where he merely possessed brute strength, he had now gained valuable knowledge. To facilitate his training, he even crafted several wooden dummies in the courtyard. In just 7 short days, he had mastered the 2 techniques. In the courtyard, Su Shire executed the illusory steps, his form moving with unparalleled agility, evoking a sense of ethereal grace that rendered him elusive. He intermittently struck out with his fists and palms, landing blows upon the dummies with precision. Bang, bang, bang. The fists and palms descended, transforming from graceful and agile movements into a forceful display of might. Each training dummy shattered at the impact, just as another palm was about to strike a dummy. Su 12's mind sparked with inspiration. His hands moved swiftly, and his internal essence surged forth. In an instant, a fireball, roughly the size of a fist, materialized in his palm. The fireball radiated intense heat, and before it could be unleashed, he pressed it against the dummy. In the next heartbeat, a column of flames erupted skyward. The dummy was utterly incinerated beneath the blaze. Sensing that his internal essence had only been diminished by less than 1/10, a look of delight spread across Su 12's face. Could it truly be possible? With this newfound ability, when facing lower-tier beasts, I could easily vanquish them without relying on traps. If fire control can meld with this technique, what of wind manipulation? With a gleam in his eye, Su 12 swiftly employed his illusionary steps, darting towards the furthest wooden dummy. Wind manipulation. As he lifted his leg, a gust of wind surged from behind him. His body glided through the air for a moment, and upon landing, he effortlessly bypassed the distant dummy. The wind was fierce, yet the concept was sound. Su 12 beamed with joy, akin to a pioneer discovering new lands, and continued to practice with fervor. Before long, the appointed time with the Alchemy Hall's errand disciple arrived. On that afternoon, at the halfway point of the Emerald Ring Mountain, two figures emerged. One of them, with a face full of excess flesh, was none other than the errand disciple from the Alchemy Hall. The other, a youth appearing to be around 15 or 16, possessed a distinguished demeanor. He bore a long sword on his back, exuding a hint of charm. I truly wonder how you have honed your skills over the years, as you cannot even best a novice who has merely been training for half a year. The sword-bearing youth pouted and retorted with irritation. The servant disciple followed closely behind him, obedient as a little chick. I cannot be blamed for this. I never anticipated that the lad would be a chi refiner. And he struck without a second thought. I had already stated that the bottle of superior spirit pills was reserved for you, yet he still snatched it away. The servant disciple lamented, with a woeful expression, sowing discord. Humph, I shall see from whence this newcomer draws the audacity to steal from me. The sword-bearing youth sneered coldly, glaring fiercely at the servant disciple. However, the item was lost from your possession. Do you not owe me an explanation? The servant disciple shrank his neck and forced a smile, responding, rest assured, senior brother, I shall certainly take responsibility for this matter. These two first-level escape light talismans were painstakingly gathered by me. As he spoke, the servant disciple, with a pained expression, retrieved two talismans, each 3 inches long and 1 inch wide, of a dull yellow hue from his robe. Upon seeing this, the sword-bearing youth snatched the talismans from him, breaking into a grin as his gaze shifted towards the mountain, hastening his steps. Soon, the two arrived before the door of the abandoned alchemy chamber. Senior brother, I shall knock. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes at the sight of the tightly shut door, the servant disciple moved to knock. Knock? Humph. That will not be necessary. The sword-bearing youth scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as a fireball, the size of a fist, materialized in his hand. Whoosh. The fireball hurtled through the air, exploding upon impact with the door. In the courtyard, Su 12 was engrossed in a book when he heard footsteps outside, instantly becoming alert. However, before he could react, he witnessed the gate disintegrate into nothingness amidst the flames. Two figures then entered. Is it you? It seems. You have reconsidered, Su 12 remarked, raising an eyebrow as his gaze shifted from the servant disciple to the sword-bearing youth beside him. The aura of spiritual energy emanating from the latter was palpable, an impressive second level of chi refinement. Su 12's heart raced at the sight. A cultivator's level of cultivation is generally discernible unless they deliberately conceal their aura. Of course, a practitioner of a lower realm would never perceive the cultivation of one in a higher realm. Conversely, a higher realm cultivator can effortlessly discern the abilities of a lower realm practitioner unless special methods of aura concealment are employed. Chapter 16. Trouble approaches senior brother. It was this brat who stole the Peiyuan pill you wanted. The servant disciple exclaimed without hesitation, pointing at Su 12 as he turned to the sword-bearing youth. You are quite audacious, aren't you? Daring to snatch away the elixir I had reserved? The youth glared at Su 12 with an air of superiority. To him, Su 12 was merely a first-level chi refiner, a newcomer to the sect for barely 6 months. He had no doubt that this person posed no threat to him. The servant disciple shared this sentiment. The pill you reserved has nothing to do with me. I merely took what I rightfully earned. Su 12 retorted coldly, his mind alert. The moment those two appeared, he sensed that the day's events would not conclude peacefully. Fortunately, while the sword-bearing youth exuded considerable spiritual energy, he did not seem insurmountable. Reflecting on his recent training accomplishments, he felt a surge of confidence, realizing he was not without the means to confront his adversary. Moreover, this was his territory. If matters escalated, alternative strategies were at his disposal. Listen, young one, do not blame me for not forewarning you. If you are wise, present your elixir and kneel, addressing me as grandfather thrice, and this incident will be forgotten. The sword-bearing youth uttered with an air of arrogance. Having ascertained beforehand that the individual before him was merely a minor character, burdened with mixed elemental roots, devoid of any support within the sect. Otherwise, had he faced a more formidable disciple, he would not have dared to be so presumptuous. You are courting death. Upon hearing those words, Su 12 felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his fury igniting like wildfire. With a fierce shout, he charged toward his opponent. Just in time, young lad. You have fallen into my trap. The sword-bearing youth smirked, a hint of wickedness playing on his lips. Fire control technique. Swiftly, with an air of composure, he unleashed a fireball with a flick of his hand. It was evident that his intention from the outset was to provoke Su 12. In the heat of battle, one must remain calm and collected. The fireball, swift and ferocious, hurtled directly towards Su-12. For most, such proximity would render evasion nearly impossible. However, having recently mastered two techniques, Su-12 felt the searing heat of the fireball and his heart steadied. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he leaped sideways just as the fireball approached, evading it by mere inches. In one fluid motion, he surged forward, now standing before the sword-bearing youth. His palm charged with force, ready to strike. What? A martial artist? The sword-bearing youth and the servant disciple both exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Su-12's maneuver. Wind-calling technique. Go. In contrast to the servant disciple, the sword-bearing youth exhibited a wealth of combat experience. In a moment of peril, he swiftly retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals, summoning a powerful and tempestuous wind that surged towards Su-12. This wind, both strange and fierce, surpassed the strength of Su-12's full-fledged wind-calling technique. As the gale approached, Su-12 staggered, causing his offensive to falter. Child, having merely acquired a few rudimentary skills, you dare to embarrass yourself before me. Today, let me enlighten you on the notion that each realm presents its own formidable challenges. Fire control, wind calling. Once more, he formed hand seals, and this time, 3 fireballs materialized in his palms. As soon as the fireballs were released, the sword-bearing youth unleashed another wind-calling technique. Bolstered by the tempest, the 3 fireballs blazed fiercely, hurtling towards Su-12 with blinding speed. Su-12, refusing to underestimate his opponent, executed a phantom step, deftly dodging left and right in midair, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of trepidation. Had he not mastered those 2 techniques, he would have surely faced grievous injury or worse from such an assault today. Is this individual, merely at the second level of chi refinement, truly this formidable? However, can he sustain the use of so many techniques in quick succession? As he evaded, Su-12 kept a watchful eye on the sword-bearing youth's condition. As he suspected, the youth exhibited clear signs of physical fatigue from exerting himself with such a flurry of techniques. How is it possible that you managed to evade my attack? Breathing heavily, the young swordsman with a sword on his back wore a grim expression, gradually retreating. He appeared to be on the verge of defeat, contemplating an escape. Beside him, the servant disciple was so terrified that his legs trembled uncontrollably, inwardly lamenting. Could it be true that senior brother Zhao Yu, a practitioner of the second level of chi refinement, was unable to match this young man? 8 extremes mountain crumble. Seizing the moment, Su-12 shouted with a commanding voice, executing the shadowless phantom steps to their utmost. Veins bulged across his body as he surged forward like a cannonball towards the swordsman. With fists clenched tightly, he unleashed a lethal move from the 8 trigrams 8 extremes fist. At that critical juncture, the swordsman suddenly smiled, an expression of triumph marking his face. Humph! Dare to approach me? You are doomed. As the words left his lips, the swordsman abruptly grasped the long sword at his back. After years of cultivation, he was no fool. His seemingly reckless expenditure of inner energy was a cunning ploy to lower his opponent's guard. With a sharp clang, Su-12 witnessed a blinding flash of light before him, and in that instant, a chill ran down his spine, a strong sense of danger enveloping him. Fortunately, he had anticipated this moment. The instant the white light flared, he had already cast the wind-calling technique upon himself. Lightly tapping his toes against the ground, he was propelled upward by the ensuing gust, landing nimbly on a nearby wall. Just as he touched down, a streak of sword light sliced through the air, carving a long fissure into the ground. Su-12's pupils constricted, silently grateful for his vigilance. Had he not evaded in time, that strike would have certainly resulted in grievous injury or worse. After executing that strike, the swordsman's complexion noticeably paled. Holding a 2-foot-long sword, he gazed at Su-12, maintaining an outward calm while internally grappling with a sense of profound astonishment. How could this be? What manner of technique is this? To evade my lethal strike? Damned be it. Is this lad truly just a novice? He has undoubtedly vanquished numerous adversaries with such methods, even those in the 3rd stage of chi refinement, who fared poorly against him. Yet today, he finds himself bested by a mere child. On the wall of the courtyard, Su-12 discerned the exceptional quality of the sword in his opponent's grasp, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. However, he was acutely aware that his own cultivation fell short. The true essence within him could sustain only 3 spells at most. Engaging in a contest of techniques seemed a futile endeavor. Gritting his teeth, he leaped forward, determined to close the distance once more. Seeking death, the swordsman, emboldened by the weapon in his hand, felt no fear. As he channeled his true essence, another wave of sword energy surged forth. Yet in the next moment, a fierce wind swept in, allowing Su-12 to ride its currents, accelerating suddenly to land behind him. Bang! A fireball struck the swordsman squarely on the back, the searing heat inflicting burns upon him. The tremendous force sent him hurtling away. Thud! Upon hitting the ground, the swordsman spat blood, appearing gravely injured, his sword tumbling aside. With swift reflexes, Su-12 seized the precious blade. The moment it was in his grasp, he felt its extraordinary quality resonate through his being. Yet, in that moment, he could not afford to ponder further. With cold determination glinting in his eyes, he raised the sword and lunged at his opponent. Though he had never taken a life, the past 6 months spent battling fierce beasts and monsters had honed a fierce edge within him. His adversary had shown no mercy, and thus, he too would not hold back. As the sword light surged forth, the boy with the sword on his back felt his pupils constrict, his gaze nearly splitting with intensity. "You little brat, I will settle this score with you eventually." With a determined bite of his teeth, the boy produced a dirt-colored talisman, a first-level escape talisman. Infusing it with his true essence, he was enveloped in a radiant glow of earthy hue. Before Su-12 could react, the light flickered, and the boy with the sword vanished without a trace. Chapter 17. Forging the Treasure Sword. A talisman? Su-12 had previously encountered descriptions of talismans in the sect's manual, and he momentarily paused, quickly regaining his composure. With a cold glint in his eyes, he turned to the side where a servant disciple sat, paralyzed with fear. As Su-12's fierce gaze swept over him, the disciple, without waiting for any words, activated his own first-level escape talisman. In the blink of an eye, he too disappeared. Furrowing his brow, Su-12 chose not to pursue further. The sect's rules strictly prohibited internal conflicts among disciples. The secluded and quiet alchemy chamber was an ideal place for such encounters, unnoticed by others. However, venturing outside could lead to unforeseen encounters with others. It's best to let it go for now. I'll deal with it when I next encounter them. After this incident, it was likely they would refrain from returning for a while. What a pity about my 30 superior nourishing pills. Nonetheless, this sword appears to be quite exquisite, seemingly a low-grade magical artifact as recorded in books. I wonder how much it is worth. Even if it doesn't compare to those nourishing pills, it shouldn't be lacking in value. Muttering softly to himself, Su-12 lowered his gaze to examine the sword in his hand. This 2-foot-long blade, entirely an enigmatic azure, was crafted from an unknown material. The hilt bore 2 small characters, white mist. The blade glimmered with a chilling radiance, unmistakably sharp. Both in appearance and quality, it was undoubtedly a low-grade magical weapon. Such weapons are treasures utilized by cultivators, activated solely by their unique essence of true energy. Beyond magical weapons, there exist spiritual artifacts and treasures. Yet these remain distant aspirations for a chi refinement stage cultivator. Regardless of whether it is a magical weapon or a spiritual artifact, they are categorized by grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. As Su-12 recalled the descriptions from the sect's manual, he endeavored to channel a thread of true energy into the blade. Upon receiving the infusion of true energy, the sword quivered slightly, emanating a glimmer of light. A surge of inspiration flooded Su-12, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. Bang! An invisible sword chi shot forth, leaving a prominent scar on the ground. Indeed, it was a fine sword. With this treasured blade, my offensive capabilities shall surely be greatly enhanced. Witnessing the might of the low-grade magical weapon, Su-12's heart swelled with joy, dispelling the gloom of having lost the Puan pill. Returning to his chamber, he seated himself on the bed, retrieving a vial from his ropes. Upon discovering the empty bottle, realization dawned upon him that the last batch of chi-gathering pills had been entirely consumed. He then procured another vial containing waste pills and the mysterious alchemical furnace. Just as he was about to cast the waste pills into the furnace, his gaze fell upon the enigmatic apparatus, and he suddenly recalled the earlier experience of activating the low-grade magical weapon. Surely, this furnace is a treasure. What might happen if I infuse it with true energy? Su-12's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he grasped the mysterious furnace, beginning to channel his internal true energy. The moment his energy made contact with the furnace, his expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming force surge forth, causing his internal energy to deplete at an astonishing rate, as if he were being hollowed out. This sensation transported him back to the first time he had invoked the fire control technique. Fortunately, this state lasted only for a fleeting moment. Once his energy was entirely exhausted, the alchemical furnace slipped from his grasp. In that very moment of release, the furnace's size multiplied, expanding to a remarkable 2 feet in width within the blink of an eye. Su-12 tilted his head, scrutinizing the alchemical furnace before him. To his eyes, apart from its increased size, it appeared no different than usual, still ancient, tattered, and devoid of any discernible aura. Were it not for his own observation of its transformation, he would have assumed that the furnace had always been this way. Has it merely enlarged? Or does it possess other capabilities? Nevertheless, such a substantial size could accommodate a considerable amount. Yet, he pondered whether this furnace could refine other items. Su 12 mused aloud, his gaze landing upon the sword at his side. Shall I give it a try? With a flicker of his eyelids, he placed the flying sword into the enlarged furnace. As soon as the sword entered, it was enveloped in a layer of azure light. In the next moment, the sword rapidly diminished in size, shrinking to a mere length of over 1 foot. Su 12's heart raced with astonishment, and just as he was about to retrieve the sword, he focused intently and was filled with uncontainable joy. In such a brief span, the sword had transformed into a superior magical artifact. What if he continued the refinement process? Su 12's eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixated on the furnace. However, after its transformation into a superior artifact, the sword exhibited no further change. However, just a few minutes later, the alchemical furnace began to shrink. Upon witnessing this, Su hastily drew forth his flying sword. He carefully returned the now diminutive alchemical furnace to his bosom and fixed his gaze upon the sword. Was it truly limited to the level of a superior magical artifact? Did this imply that the sword's potential could only reach such an extent? After scrutinizing it for a while, Su arrived at a conclusion he deemed reasonably sound. With a smile, he put the flying sword away and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Emerald Ring Mountain, 2 figures converged. Upon spotting the labor disciple, the sword-bearing youth who had lost his weapon charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Is this the so-called worthless wretch you spoke of, Huang Fati? A mixed spiritual root? An easy target? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, leading to increasingly forceful blows. The labor disciple lay on the ground, swiftly becoming bruised and battered. Zhao, you please spare me. I never anticipated this lad to be so formidable. The labor disciple cradled his head, feeling utterly wronged. In his view, Zhao Yu, a second-tier Qi refinement cultivator, had failed to overpower a first-tier Qi refinement cultivator. So what relevance did that have to him? Spare you? That white mist sword is a low-grade magical artifact, and I expended 50 superior Qi-enhancing pills to acquire it. How could I possibly spare you? Zhao Yu, his foot pressing down on Huang Fati's body, seethed with barely contained rage. His furious gaze glimmered with a predatory intent. Huang Fati, startled, shuddered and quickly exclaimed, "Brother, do not be hasty. There is something amiss." Zhao Yu's cold stare bore into Huang Fati. What is amiss? That lad is undoubtedly a mixed spirit root. This has been personally affirmed by the Peak Master, and there can be no mistake. Otherwise, the Peak Master would not have assigned him the task of guarding the abandoned pill chamber. Yet, astonishingly, he has managed to cultivate to the first stage of Qi refinement in such a brief period and possesses remarkable strength. I suspect he must be in possession of some extraordinary treasure. The rotund yellow fellow's eyes glinted as he spoke swiftly. Extraordinary treasure. A spark of intrigue flickered in Zhao Yu's eyes. Indeed. Otherwise, how could a mere waste with a mixed spirit root be so formidable? Perhaps we should gather a few more individuals and quietly eliminate him. At that point, would not the treasure belong to us? The yellow fellow nodded vigorously, his gaze turning cold as he made a gesture across his throat. Your conjecture is not without merit. However, let us keep this matter under wraps for now. Everything will be discussed upon my return. Zhao Yu's eyes shifted as he released the yellow fellow. When it comes to extraordinary treasures, he was unwilling to let others reap the benefits so easily. Is your senior brother leaving? The yellow fellow finally breathed a sigh of relief and inquired anxiously. Indeed, Elder Song from the transmission hall has gathered 20 disciples for focused training in this year's newcomer trials, and I am one of them. Zhao Yu squinted his eyes, speaking with a hint of pride. Focused training for the newcomer trials? Were not our previous miscellaneous disciples barred from participation? The yellow fellow seemed momentarily taken aback, puzzled. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, only that the rules have changed this year. Besides the newcomers, those previously eliminated miscellaneous disciples may also register. As long as they complete the trials, they too can attain the status of formal disciples. Zhao Yu explained with a hint of impatience. So that's the case. Congratulations. Senior brother, with your potential and focused training, your strength is bound to surge. However, the newcomers this time will undoubtedly face immense pressure. The plump Huang hurriedly clasped his hands and smiled. Upon hearing this news, he felt a rush of excitement. Though his own abilities were rather lacking, he still had several years before the newcomer trials, and as Zhao Yu indicated, there was indeed a chance for him to complete the trials and become an official disciple. Alright, let's skip the congratulations. Just be sure to sign up when the time comes. Once the trials commence, I will call my elder brother Zhao Yin to join us. Zhao Yu replied, pursing his lips. Zhaoyan, you say? He is the strongest among our servant disciples. If he participates, success is assured. But will we act during the newcomer trials? Huang asked, his spirit suddenly invigorated. Indeed, Elder Song's training will only conclude when the newcomer trials begin. Moreover, what setting could be more suitable for action than the newcomer trials? Zhao Yu's gaze turned icy as he spoke, and then he turned to leave. Chapter 18. Transaction of Talisman in the Abandoned Alchemy Room. Su 12 remained oblivious to the fact that he had not been detected by the cloaked figures, but rather had drawn the attention of other fellow disciples. A conspiracy against him was quietly unfolding. After fending off the two servant disciples, he continued his arduous cultivation in the Forsaken Chamber. Apart from the discarded elixirs sent monthly from each peak, he seldom ventured outside. Occasionally, when demonic beasts intruded upon his territory, he effortlessly dispatched them, relying on his two secular martial arts skills, complemented by a high-grade magical artifact in hand. As time flew by, the years slipped away like sand through fingers. Time swiftly passed, and 4 years had elapsed. On this particular morning, atop Yihuan Mountain, a slender youth of 16 or 17 years, his sun-kissed skin bearing testament to countless hours under the sun, donned in the disciples' garb of the Yunga sect, ambled towards the summit's bustling trading square. The square, a spacious expanse covering more than 10 acres, was meticulously laid out in A shape, delineating 4 grand thoroughfares and 9 distinct zones. Each zone was further segmented in a cross-like manner, creating a labyrinth of pathways, flanked by numerous stalls manned by various cultivators. Regardless of whether they were vendors or patrons, all were clad in the attire of disciples. The air was alive with the vibrant hum of activity. A lively throng of movement and chatter. Amidst this crowd, the youth, with a beast-hide sword sheath slung across his back, blended seamlessly into the sea of faces. His countenance unremarkable and utterly ordinary. He glanced around with curiosity, yet displayed no urgency to make a purchase. This young man was Su 12, who had dedicated 4 arduous years to rigorous cultivation in the Suihuan Mountain. With the aid of a copious supply of premium qi-gathering pills, his cultivation had steadily advanced. Just a day prior, after relentless efforts in refining his qi, the true essence within him had finally coalesced to the size of a fist, allowing him to successfully cross the threshold into the 4th level of qi refinement. Such a pace of advancement was commendable, rivaling that of many young prodigies. Now, with less than 6 months remaining until the newcomer trials, he recognized the improbability of elevating his cultivation to the 5th level within such a brief span. After some contemplation, he decided to visit the trading square to procure items that could bolster his strength in preparation for the impending trials. After perambulating the area, Su 12 had yet to make any purchases, yet he had gleaned a general understanding of the trading square. The marketplace was a cacophony of items: medicinal herbs, iron stones, hides and bones of beasts, elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts, and cultivation techniques, all manner of curiosities. The currency for trade was equally varied, with the most common being the Piyuan pill, followed by gold and silver treasures, and occasionally items exchanged directly through barter. As Su 12 made his way through the bustling scene, his eyes were wide with wonder and a hint of envy. Among the myriad of stalls, he noticed one modest booth where he saw a talisman that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one used by the sword-wielding youth who had fled 4 years prior. It was a low-grade escape talisman, priced at 3 upper-grade Peyuan pills. Su 12 lingered for a moment, but chose not to engage in trade. As he continued, he suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to a nearby stall encircled by 5 or 6 cultivators. The display was rich with intriguing items, including numerous talismans, blank talisman paper, and a dozen books related to talisman crafting. What captivated the crowd's attention was a sandalwood box positioned at the center, within which lay a talisman emanating a faint, earthy yellow glow. A wooden sign beside it proclaimed in bold letters, First Class Supreme Defense Talisman, 3 lower-grade qi-gathering pills. Below this, smaller text detailed, First Class Lower-Grade Spirit Talisman, 3 upper-grade Peyuan pills. First Class Middle-Grade Spirit Talisman, 10 upper-grade Peyuan pills. Talisman books, 50 Peyuan pills each. A first-class Supreme Defense Talisman? Su 12's pupils constricted. After wandering for so long, he had only encountered first-class middle-grade talismans. This was the first Supreme Talisman he had ever seen, and it was the most coveted among offensive and defensive talismans. His eyes glimmered as he examined it closely. One could distinctly perceive the rich, earthy aura enveloping the talisman, imparting a sensation as weighty as a mountain. The power contained within it evoked a sense of trepidation, surpassing that of an ordinary talisman. Indeed, one remains oblivious to the vastness of the world until one ventures forth. Once activated, This talisman would undoubtedly be beyond the reach of even those at the 7th or 8th level of chi refining. Su 12 gazed enviously, his heart racing with astonishment. At that moment, among the onlookers, a dashing young man, who cradled a sword in his arms and donned a silk cap, spoke up. For this grade 1 supreme defensive talisman, I offer 300 high-grade Peiyuan pills. Will you sell it? Not for sale, replied the vendor. A young female cultivator in her 20s, clad in a flowing yellow gown, shaking her head resolutely. 400 high-grade Peiyuan pills. Sister Chu. A single low-grade gathering chi pill is worth at most 100 Peiyuan pills. This price is quite advantageous for you, the silk-capped youth continued. With a graceful flick of her delicate fingers, the Chu cultivator rolled her eyes with a charming demeanor. Oh, spare me. Low-grade gathering chi pills are rare and highly sought after. If you truly desire it, bring gathering chi pills to trade. The silk-capped youth pouted, visibly disheartened, and turned away, prompting the others to shake their heads and disperse. Among them, the silk-capped youth possessed the highest cultivation level, merely at the 5th stage of chi refining. It was inconceivable for them to possess gathering chi pills, and even if they did, they would likely reserve them for their own training rather than exchange them. Before long, the stall stood deserted. Observing this, Su 12 hesitated for a moment, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then cautiously approached. Boss, this first-grade top-tier defensive talisman. Before Su Shire could finish his sentence, the female cultivator with the surname Chu cast him a cold glance and said, Brother, I will only exchange this first-grade top-tier defensive talisman for a gathering chi pill. Su Shire nodded, retrieving a vial from his bosom and handing it to her. The female cultivator furrowed her brow, casually opening the vial. Su Shire appeared unremarkable, entirely unlike a wealthy individual. The Chu cultivator harbored little hope for him. However, at the moment the vial was opened, a round, radiant gathering chi pill lay inside, adorned with a faint aura. Her pupils constricted, and she gasped. A mid-grade gathering chi pill. The exclamation was cut short as she swallowed it back, assessing Su Shire with a scrutinizing gaze. The heat in her eyes was swiftly suppressed, and she cheerfully said, Brother, this pill of yours is quite impressive, but a single mid-grade gathering chi pill is worth at most 2 low-grade gathering chi pills. How about this, if you present another one? I will additionally offer you 15 first-grade mid-tier talismans. Sounds good. I only possess one of these gathering chi pills. As you should know, they are precious and scarce. 1 mid-grade gathering chi pill for your talismans is not a bad deal. Su Shire resolutely shook his head. His peripheral vision swept across the other items on the stall. Whether it was the other talismans or a few books, they all stirred his interest. Yet, he understood that presenting this one gathering chi pill was already a gamble. There was no way he could produce another. Is it truly the only one? The Chu cultivator examined Su Shire, casting a flirtatious glance, her enchanting gaze nearly causing him to lose his composure. Certainly, if you choose not to exchange, then consider it as if I have said nothing, Su Shire firmly asserted, reaching for his own chi gathering pills. If it were possible, he would prefer not to trade a mid-grade chi gathering pill, as it would attract undue attention. However, there was no alternative. That enigmatic alchemical furnace was extraordinarily potent, transforming any wasted chi gathering pills into exceptional ones within mere moments. After attempting this over 20 times, he had managed to refine only 2. Chapter 19. Being pursued. Do not be so hasty. I never said I would not exchange. I have accepted the elixir, and this talisman is yours. However, my dear brother, you certainly possess a knack for business. The female cultivator of the Chu clan swayed her waist and tucked the porcelain vial into her bosom. Subsequently, she reached for a first-grade superior defensive talisman from the stall and handed it to Su Shire. As she transferred it to him, her fingers gently brushed against his palm. My dear brother, do have a look. Is there anything else you desire? You may purchase a few more to take home. Su Shire felt a tingle in his palm. As if electrified, and instinctively tucked the talisman into his bosom, his face flushing crimson. He had never been close to the fairer sex, and this woman before him was utterly enchanting. The fact that he did not embarrass himself on the spot was a testament to his composure. In the next moment, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his rapidly beating heart. His gaze fell upon her stall, surveying the array of talismans and the related manuals. After contemplation, he selected 24 first-grade mid-quality talismans and 2 introductory manuals on talisman crafting. How much for these? 10 mid-grade chi gathering pills for 10 first-grade mid-quality talismans, and 50 mid-grade chi gathering pills for each of the 2 manuals. The total amounts to 340 mid-grade chi gathering pills. The woman of the Chu surname spoke swiftly, her gaze occasionally flickering towards Su Shire. Senior sister, having purchased so many items from you, Could you perhaps offer me a discount? How about 300 spirit-nourishing pills? Su Shire scratched his head, smiling as he negotiated. You have already acquired the finest talismans. How could you possibly be short of this? The Chu woman replied with a cheerful demeanor. How could I not be? I have but this remaining. Su Shire shrank his neck, appearing rather simple and honest. Very well, 300 it is. The Chu woman smiled radiantly and nodded in agreement. Su Shire promptly paid for the pills, tucked his purchases away, and turned to leave. With these acquisitions, his journey could be deemed quite fruitful. At that moment, he still had a few spirit-nourishing pills left and was keen to explore books on cultivation techniques. Just as Su Shire departed, the youth in the silk headband, who had been holding a sword, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the empty sandalwood box, he frowned and quickly inquired of the Chu woman, Senior Sister Chu. What happened to that first-grade supreme defensive talisman? It has been sold, the Chu woman replied nonchalantly, her gaze still lingering on the crowd, searching for Su Shire. What? Did a senior brother of the 6th level of Qi refinement come by? The youth's brow furrowed, his expression tinged with disappointment. No. It was merely a junior brother of the 4th level of Qi refinement. The Chu woman waved her hand dismissively. Senior sister, you cannot be jesting with me. A junior brother of the 4th level, capable of offering spirit-gathering pills? And 3 of them? The youth's face reflected disbelief. What purpose would I have to deceive you? Take a look for yourself. The Chu woman grinned, opening a porcelain vial to show the youth. What? Mid-grade spirit-gathering pills? The young man in the silk scarf was taken aback. It seemed that the junior disciple possessed quite a few Qi-gathering pills. The female cultivator surnamed Chu spoke with a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine. Are you certain? The young man in the silk scarf questioned, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Humph, what is there to be uncertain about? The female cultivator named Chu waved her hand, and another vial materialized in her grasp. Inside the vial lay yet another mid-grade Qi-gathering pill. If Su 12 were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. This mid-grade Qi-gathering pill was an extra one she had prepared. It appeared that Sister Chu's remarkable abilities had only grown more formidable. Upon seeing the 2 mid-grade Qi-gathering pills, the young man's expression shifted and his breath quickened. He then whispered, taking a step back, and lowered his voice to inquire. Sister Chu, which junior disciple purchased the talisman? What do you intend to do? Do not forget, the sect strictly prohibits internal conflicts among disciples. She replied with a stern demeanor. Sister Chu, what do you mean by that? I merely wish to make the acquaintance of that junior disciple. The young man chuckled awkwardly, hesitating for a moment before biting his lip and producing a low-grade Qi-gathering pill from his robe to offer it to her. Oh, in that case, it is of no consequence. The one over there, the one with the beast skin sword pouch. Upon seeing the Qi-gathering pill, the female cultivator's eyes narrowed into slits, her expression remaining impassive as she accepted the pill, pointing towards Su 12, who was mingling in the crowd not far away. Thank you, Sister Chu. The young man's face lit up with joy, expressing his gratitude before turning to follow Su 12 from a distance. Behind the stall, the female cultivator of the Chu surname swiftly gathered all the items on display, and with a flick of her hand on her waist, they vanished into thin air. She then hurriedly made her way in the opposite direction. Unhurriedly, Su 12 weaved through the crowd, blissfully unaware that another mid-grade Qi-gathering pill had slipped from his possession. He glanced left and right, leisurely wandering for the better part of an hour. During this time, he encountered numerous rare treasures. Among them, he noticed a cultivator offering low-grade spatial artifacts, specifically a storage bag. This storage bag boasted 10 distinct storage spaces, akin to a portable little room, truly remarkable. Naturally, the price was not modest, tagged at 20 low-grade Qi-gathering pills. Su 12's eyes sparkled with desire. Possessing such a storage bag would greatly ease his burden. However, he was keenly aware that purchasing it would undoubtedly invite trouble upon himself. Ultimately, he spent the last remaining 100 cultivation pills at an old man's stall, acquiring 2 books. One was a travelogue penned by a cultivator named Qingzhu Zhenren, of little monetary value. The other documented 3 minor spells, the rain summoning technique, the object manipulation technique, and the heavenly eye technique. The seller initially asked for 120 high-grade cultivation pills, but after prolonged haggling, Su 12 secured it for 100. With all his belongings stowed away, he departed in haste. Less than an hour later, he arrived at the foot of Cuehuan Mountain. Yet, as he walked, a frown began to form on his brow, and an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Am I being watched? Who could it be? With narrowed eyes, Su Shire contemplated swiftly, yet did not turn back. Instead, he impassively altered his course towards the opposite side of Cuehuan Mountain, a locale where he frequently hunted demonic beasts. After a stick of incense's duration, Su Shire passed by a towering tree. At that very moment, the grass beneath him stirred, and a large net woven from hemp abruptly ascended, as if ensnaring something. He quickly glanced back and beheld a young man clad in a silk scarf and wielding a sword, materializing amidst a surge of energy fluctuations within the net. Upon his shoulder, a low-grade invisibility talisman disintegrated into ashes. It was him. His pupils constricted in surprise. He had considered the possibility of encountering that female cultivator of the Chu surname or the elderly man who sold him those 2 books. Yet he never anticipated that this individual would be the one to emerge. Within the net, the silk scarf youth struggled with a vexed expression, exclaiming, "You little rascal! How dare you ambush me? Release me at once, or I shall ensure your demise upon my escape." Upon hearing this, Su Shire remained silent, turning on his heel to flee. What a jest! This was a formidable expert at the 5th level of Qi refinement. He certainly did not believe that a mere trap could contain such an opponent. If it were unguarded, that would indeed be astonishing. He had engaged in a battle of wits and valor with demonic beasts daily, thus his combat experience was rather extensive. Chapter 20. A fierce battle. This lad is not falling for it. Witnessing Su Shire not only refraining from approaching, but also decisively retreating, the silk scarf youth's eye twitched, and a wave of energy erupted from his body. With a crackling sound, the trap was reduced to mere powder, before his form could even touch the ground. A fierce gust of wind appeared, lifting him into the air and propelling him forward at an accelerated pace. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Su 12. "Little brat, I am eager to see how far you can run today." The young man in the silk headband, with a dark expression, trailed behind Su 12, his hands forming a seal. Entanglement technique. Go. Accompanied by his voice, a rustling sound ensued. 5 or 6 tendrils, akin to serpents, swiftly spread across the ground. Caught off guard, Su 12 was tripped by 2 of the vines. His center of gravity faltered, and he leaned forward, about to fall. This is bad. Fortunately, with his martial arts skills, he twisted his waist and executed a sideways somersault, regaining his balance. However, as soon as he landed, the vines swiftly slithered up his ankles and, in an instant, bound him tightly like a dumpling. "Brother, what do you mean by this? It seems we have no enmity between us." Su 12 secretly channeled his energy, peering out to assess the approaching young man in the silk headband. Indeed, there were no grievances, but what was the meaning behind your trap? The young man, holding his sword with both hands, approached with a cold smirk. "Brother, you are unjustly accusing me. This is my first time in this place. How could I have possibly set a trap for you?" Su 12 replied with a smile. "Oh really? Then why did you run when I was ensnared by the trap?" The young man glared at Su 12 with a frosty gaze. "Brother, surely you jest. How could such a trivial trap possibly ensnare you?" "I ran because I suddenly remembered an urgent matter I needed to attend to." The sect manual clearly states that disciples are strictly prohibited from engaging in private duels or harming one another. With a smile, Su Shire remarked that freeing himself from the vines was hardly a challenge. However, the man who had followed him thus far clearly harbored ill intentions. Su Shire was more curious about the purpose of the man's visit. "A sect decree? Humph. I have no time to waste on your words. If you wish to survive, surrender all your chi-gathering pills." The youth in the gauze cap spoke coldly, his fierce gaze fixed intently on Su Shire. Were they after the chi-gathering pills? Su Shire's heart skipped a beat, and the image of that female cultivator with the surname Chu flashed through his mind. He understood that this matter was undoubtedly connected to her. "Brother, you've mistaken your target. Chi-gathering pills are only possessed by those at the 6th level of Chi refinement and above. How could a mere novice like me, at the 4th level, possibly have any?" Taking a deep breath, he smiled, refusing to concede easily. "Is that so? In that case, you have no reason to continue living." The youth's gaze turned icy, and a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, he formed seals with his hands, causing the air to ripple with true essence. Suddenly, the temperature in the area surged, and a fire crow, the size of a human head, materialized before him. "Wait, don't be rash. I do possess a vial of chi-gathering pills. If you spare me, I will hand it over immediately," Su Shire exclaimed anxiously, his heart racing at the sight of the fire crow, which was far more potent than the fireball he conjured with his fire control technique. He knew that the disparity in strength between him and the assailant was too great. To turn the tide, he would have to take a considerable risk. "Humph. You better not try any tricks. Otherwise, I assure you, your demise will be most tragic." The young man in a silk scarf let out a cold snort. One hand fixated on the fiery crow that kept a vigilant watch on Su 12, while the other deftly unraveled some of the vines ensnaring Su 12. Confident in his formidable magical prowess, he harbored no fear of any tricks Su 12 might conjure. "The chi-gathering pill is contained within this vial. I implore you. Take it, my senior brother. With his hands freed, Su-12 swiftly retrieved a porcelain bottle from his robe and cast it forth. Yet, within this porcelain vessel lay not a pill, but rather a first-grade mid-tier fireburst talisman, which he had cleverly concealed in advance. He had crafted no less than 5 such vials, anticipating the need for a contingency. The young man in the silk scarf caught the porcelain bottle with a single hand, poised to inspect its contents when suddenly, a rush of wind whooshed past his ear. Wind, heed my call. At the moment Su-12 released the porcelain bottle, his eyelid flickered, and without hesitation, he invoked a gust of wind. A fierce gale erupted, hurtling towards the fiery crow hovering before the young man, causing the flames to spiral back towards the spellcaster. Humph! Seeking death, the young man, who had remained ever vigilant against Su-12, let out a derisive laugh and tossed a rain condensation talisman into the air. A flash of aquamarine light illuminated the sky, and a deluge of rain cascaded down, effectively extinguishing the encroaching flames. Effortlessly neutralizing Su-12's ambush, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he prepared to retaliate. However, at that moment, a surge of violent energy coalesced in his palm. This is bad. A fireburst talisman. The young man's expression shifted in alarm as realization dawned upon him. The porcelain bottle contained no chi-gathering pill, but rather a fireburst talisman. In all his caution, he had focused solely on Su-12 when he seized the opportunity to launch his surprise attack, utterly oblivious to the trap that awaited him. Without further deliberation, he hastily attempted to discard the porcelain vial in his grasp. At such close proximity, even a low-grade talisman, let alone a mid-grade one, would inflict considerable harm upon him. Alas, it was too late. The instant the vial left his hand, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. Bang! A blaze of fire soared skyward, instantly engulfing him. You scoundrel! I will kill you! Flames roared, igniting the withered branches and fallen leaves on the ground, transforming the area into a sea of fire. Amidst the inferno, the young man in the turban emitted a heart-wrenching scream. He had been thoroughly ensnared by Su-12's trap. Success! Upon witnessing this, Su-12's face lit up with joy. His pupils contracted, and a ball of fire chrome manifested in his palm. He slammed it onto the vines binding his legs, causing them to ignite and crumble to ash. In the blink of an eye, he broke free from his restraints. His gaze hardened, and he decisively activated the phantom shadow steps, raising his 8 trigrams fist to strike his opponent. Strike while the iron is hot. Su-12 understood this principle well. Not good. However, the moment he rushed in front of his opponent, he sensed an impending crisis. The next moment, the young man in the turban roared furiously from within the flames. Boy, did you think that an exploding flame talisman could seriously injure me? Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. Let you know just how unwise it is to antagonize a sword cultivator. Su-12's pupils constricted violently, and his expression changed in an instant. But before he could react, 2 sword lights intertwined into a cross shape, erupting from the flames. These sword lights were swift and ruthless, exuding a sharp, killing intent, possessing the power to seize souls and claim lives. Su-12 inwardly cried out in despair, but his hands did not slow down in the slightest. Without the slightest hesitation, he resolutely reached into his bosom. A first-grade supreme defense talisman would suffice to withstand such an assault. Yet, as he retrieved the talisman, his complexion abruptly altered. The talisman in his hand was not a first-grade supreme defense talisman at all, but rather an ordinary first-grade mid-tier defense talisman. Chapter 21. Deception revealed. Had he been deceived? Damn it, this was disastrous. Su-12's breath hitched, and his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He couldn't fathom when the switch had occurred. However, he understood that this was not the time for confusion. Fortunately, it was still a defense talisman. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily channeled his true essence into it. In the next instant, the earth trembled, and the soil and stones surged forth, coalescing into a defensive shield. Simultaneously, he pushed off the ground forcefully, employing the shadowless step in conjunction with the wind-calling technique, pulling his body backward and upward with tremendous effort. As he retreated, to be cautious, he additionally cast 3 more defense talismans. 4 talismans transformed into 4 overlapping earthen defensive shields. Even so, Su-12 still felt a sense of unease. Just as he contemplated conjuring more defense talismans, a series of rapid thuds echoed. In an instant, 2 beams of sword light surged past. Before the sword light, the 4 earthen shields appeared as fragile as paper. The sword light effortlessly pierced through the defenses, striking Su-12 directly. Hiss! As the sword light sliced through, a shallow cross-shaped gash appeared on his chest. Blood flowed from the wound, and the pain caused Su-12 to gasp sharply. He had been careless. Indeed, dealing with a 5th-level chi refining opponent was not to be underestimated. had it not been for the 4 defense talismans, which mitigated a significant portion of the attack. As the 2 beams of sword light descended, he found himself utterly shattered. Su 12, still in shock, landed atop a towering tree, swiftly retrieving 3 small healing pills. After crushing them, he scattered the powder over his wounds. These pills were potent healing elixirs, suitable for both internal and external application. At that moment, amidst the flames, the young man in the silk scarf emerged. A faint, blood-red, otherworldly aura enveloped his body, while his face and skin bore numerous cuts and scorched marks from shattered porcelain vials. Grasping a 2-foot-long sword of smoky white hue, he exhaled a breath of foul air, inwardly cursing, "This damned scoundrel is truly insidious. Had I not recently cultivated the blood barrier, I would have either perished or suffered grievous injury." Glaring at Su 12, the young man in the silk scarf was consumed by rage, his expression twisted in fury. "Very well. It seems you have indeed acquired quite a number of talismans. Let me see just how many you possess." With a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile, he channeled a torrent of true essence into his sword, unleashing a swift attack. This time, 4 beams of sword light shot forth, interlacing into a formation that exuded a fierce aura. 4 beams of sword light? This is utterly unfair. Su 12 could not help but gasp in shock. He understood that the power of these 4 beams was formidable, and he must not be struck again. Confronted by the oncoming onslaught, he took a deep breath and leaped into the air. A whirlwind erupted, propelling him upward. In an instant, the sword light slashed through the lush, towering tree, severing it into splinters. Mid-air, Su 12's heart raced with trepidation. Is this the combat technique of a sword cultivator? This is utterly terrifying. Its power is formidable, and it is completely unaffected by wind manipulation and other techniques. No, merely evading is not a viable strategy. The defensive talismans in my possession are dwindling, and the consumption of true essence from such a level of incantation is excessively rapid. A swift resolution is imperative. After a moment's hesitation, Su 12 steeled his gaze, concealing all his attack talismans within his sleeve, and propelled himself toward his opponent with the wind at his back. In the air, he adeptly maneuvered, altering his form with the breeze, denying his adversary any opportunity to strike, and in a fleeting moment, he appeared before his foe. 8 Extremes Mountain Collapse. Upon closing the distance, he unleashed a thunderous roar, decisively invoking the 8 trigrams 8 Extremes fist to descend upon his opponent. A martial artist's technique? How naive. Did you truly believe I was oblivious to your intentions? With those worthless talismans, do you presume to breach my bloodlight barrier? Dare to approach me, and you shall descend into the underworld. In the face of Su 12's assault, the young man in the silk scarf scoffed, sword in hand, unapologetically exposing Su 12's intentions. At such close range, he believed there was no way Su 12 could evade. As for the so-called talisman attacks, even if they could penetrate his bloodlight barrier, he was confident he could withstand them. However, in that fleeting moment of confrontation, rather than casting his attack talismans, Su 12 revealed a 1-foot-long sword in his grip, the White Mist Sword, procured 4 years prior and long concealed within its scabbard. So, he had hidden a flying sword as well. Alas, do you think you stand a chance playing with swords before a swordsman? As the young man in the silk scarf beheld the sudden appearance of Su 12's 1-foot flying sword, he was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. As a swordsman, he held a certain confidence in his swordsmanship. Moreover, his cultivation was inherently superior to that of the individual before him. Nevertheless, in order to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, he adorned himself with several defensive talismans. With a gentle flourish of his sword, he deftly parried the descending strike from Su 12 with a resounding clang. Witnessing this, he finally relaxed. The ease with which he had deflected the attack revealed the inadequacy of the young man's technique. It appeared he truly had no further options. A thought flashed through his mind, and the young man in the silk headband immediately channeled his true essence into the sword, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. However, at that moment, a sharp crack echoed as his precious sword shattered in his grasp. His true essence had nowhere to dissipate. What? You possess a superior grade magical weapon. This is inconceivable. The young man in the silk headband finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his heart quaking as he gasped in shock. Before he could finish his exclamation, he sensed peril and hastily attempted to retreat. Yet, Su 12's sword showed no mercy. As it severed the opponent's flying sword, it continued its relentless descent. Lacking the finesse of his adversary's swordplay, he had awaited this very moment. In the presence of a superior grade magical weapon, no matter how resilient the bloodlight barrier surrounding the young man in the silk headband, it was insufficient for defense. In an instant, the blade flashed, a spray of crimson erupted, and an arm was cast aside. With a thud, the the young man collapsed into a pool of blood, unable to suppress his anguished cries. At that moment, he was engulfed in a profound sense of regret. Had he known that Su-12 wielded a superior-grade magical weapon, he would have never allowed his opponent to approach so easily. The advantageous position he once held had been irrevocably turned against him in the blink of an eye. Now, with his arm severed, he found himself grievously injured, his combat effectiveness drastically diminished. In stark contrast, Su-12 executed a swift strike, showing no hesitation as he immediately summoned the essence within him, channeling it into the misty sword. The sword quivered slightly, its brilliance intensifying, and a sharp beam of sword light surged forth, aiming directly at the throat of the young man in the silk scarf. Although he had severely wounded his opponent with that one strike, he dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. After all, he was facing a cultivator at the 5th level of the chi refinement stage, who could ascertain what other hidden cards he might possess. Ever since nearly losing his life to a ferocious tiger 4 years ago, he had adopted an exceedingly cautious approach. Otherwise, he would not have noticed that this fellow was trailing behind him from the outset. Chapter 22. Secrets of the Trial U. As the sword light approached, the young man in the silk scarf's expression shifted dramatically. Ignoring his bleeding wound, he hastily summoned all his vital energy, concentrating it at his chest. In this life-and-death moment, a tortoise-patterned round shield emerged at his chest, which was struck by the sword light, resulting in a narrow crack appearing instantly. Yet, this shield managed to deflect the lethal strike. He truly has hidden defenses. Su-12 raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure as he distanced himself from his opponent while continuing to channel energy into the misty sword. If it was to be a fight to the death, then he would see it through to the end. The young man in the silk scarf, now lying on the ground, was gripped by terror, his heart racing with fear. With his arm severed, many of his methods were rendered ineffective. The tortoise-patterned shield was his final line of defense. However, the shield was merely a mid-grade magical artifact and could not endure for long. As the sword light bore down upon him, the young man shouted in desperation, "Do not strike yet. I possess secrets regarding this newcomer trial. If you kill me, you shall surely regret it." Newcomer trial? Upon hearing the term, Su-12 was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he gazed at his opponent and swiftly unleashed 3 strikes of his sword. The 3 beams of light severed the tendons in the opponent's hands and feet. The young man in the silk cap collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. However, as soon as he attempted to speak, Su-12 interrupted him. "Speak. Should your information fail to satisfy me, the next strike shall claim your life." Su-12 brandished the white mist sword, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. A talisman for both offense and defense was clenched in his hand, poised to be unleashed at any moment. "Let me speak, but you must allow me to leave alive," the young man in the silk cap replied through gritted teeth. Recognizing Su-12's decisive actions, he understood he had encountered a formidable adversary. While he still had the chance to launch a surprise attack, it now seemed increasingly unlikely. In that moment, his sole desire was to escape with his life. "Agreed." Su-12 responded without a moment's hesitation. The young man hesitated for a moment, finding Su-12's readiness to agree rather unsettling. Yet he was acutely aware that he had no room for negotiation. Taking a deep breath, he directed his internal essence to the wound to stabilize his injury and spoke quickly. "Do you know why this year's newcomer trials allow even the previously unqualified miscellaneous disciples to participate?" "Really? Previously unqualified miscellaneous disciples can also participate?" Su-12 raised an eyebrow, clearly unaware of this development. Yet, the mere revelation of such news alerted him to the lurking danger. It was important to note that, despite their low cultivation levels, those who had trained for years but failed the assessments would certainly not possess inadequate strength, regardless of the nature of the trial. Once a conflict arises between the new and old disciples, it is invariably the newcomer who bears the brunt of it. Suppressing this doubt within, Su-12 maintained a stern expression and replied, "I have no interest in answering your questions. It would be wise for you to be straightforward, otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your injuries will allow you to leave this place alive." The youth in the silk scarf glared at Su-12 with resentment, continuing, "The reason for this regulation stems from an incident a decade ago when the master of Tianyin Peak inadvertently pinpointed an ancient forbidden zone while researching an ancient teleportation array. This forbidden zone is replete with rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, along with a plethora of rare treasures, including medicinal herbs that have flourished for centuries. To explore this ancient forbidden zone, the sect revised the rules governing the trials for newcomers." Su-12 listened intently, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the speaker, wary of any potential tricks. Upon hearing these words, he furrowed his brows and replied coolly, "An ancient forbidden zone? Abundant treasures? If such a place truly exists, would the sect allow us to venture there?" He did not hesitate to voice his skepticism. Although he had been diligently honing his skills over the past few years, he had also managed to read numerous texts. While his experience may not be extensive, he possessed a foundational knowledge. Treasures of heaven and earth are coveted by all cultivators. It is not merely a matter of the sect's willingness, but rather that the ancient forbidden zone is fraught with perilous ancient formations. The more formidable the cultivator, the greater the pressure they would face upon entry. Several elders within the sect had suffered severe injuries due to their reckless forays into such places. Only Qi refining stage 6 cultivators and below can move freely within without being affected. A place like this, once revealed, would inevitably arouse the covetousness of other sections. Therefore, the sect decided to allow all handyman disciples who had previously failed to pass and whose cultivation was below the 6th level of Qi refining to participate. The young man with the turban lay on the ground, saying with a wry smile. He had joined the sect much earlier than Su 12 and was a disciple of Tianhua Peak, so he knew far more information than Su 12. Upon hearing this, Su 12 remained non-committal on the surface, but in reality, he believed most of it. In his view, the sect's allowing those handyman disciples to participate together had two purposes. One was to have more cannon fodder guinea pigs to explore such an unknown place. The other was the purpose of the trial. This also meant that this new trial would be unprecedentedly tragic. No one ever complains about having too many natural treasures. At that time, there would inevitably be various struggles. As far as he knew, the handyman disciples within the Yungu sect were not simple. There were mainly two types of handyman disciples. One was those who were recruited at a young age like them and chose to stay as handyman disciples after failing the trial. The other was scattered cultivators who had entered the sect. These people themselves had a certain level of cultivation, and their past experiences were varied, with many ruthless individuals. Is that all you wanted to say? Su 12 said calmly after the other party finished speaking. Certainly not merely that. According to the news relayed by the elders of Tianhua Peak, within the ancient forbidden zone, there exists a spiritual herb garden, where grows a century-old Zhu fruit tree that sprouts every 200 years, blossoms every 200 years, and bears fruit every 200 years. Consuming a single Zhu fruit can enhance one's cultivation by over a decade. Your ability to surpass me in strength serves as a testament to your prowess. Furthermore, I possess the map to that spiritual herb garden. During this newcomer trial, we can certainly cooperate in search of that century-old Zhu fruit tree. The young man in the silk scarf spoke, suppressing his animosity towards Su 12, extending an invitation. Where's the map? Su 12 inquired sharply, his gaze fixed upon him. He was not entirely ignorant of the Zhu fruit. He had come across related accounts in some miscellaneous notes he had previously perused. Indeed, consuming a century-old Zhu fruit could enhance cultivation by over a decade. Given his mixed spiritual roots, his cultivation was particularly arduous, making this opportunity for a potent elixir all the more enticing. The map is in my residence. Once the newcomer trial commences, I shall meet you with the map. Neither you nor I can seize the spiritual herb garden alone. To obtain those Zhu fruits, we must join forces. Observing Su 12's evident intrigue, the young man in the silk scarf hastily continued to persuade him. Agreed, but how shall we divide the spoils? Su 12 nodded in agreement. 60-40. With you receiving the larger share, the young man replied, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He understood well that to truly secure his survival, he must win over Su 12, and establishing this partnership was the most prudent course of action. Though he is gravely injured now, with severed limbs, as long as he can procure the healing elixir, all may yet be remedied. Once his wounds have mended, the circumstances that will ensue remain uncertain. No worries. You may depart. Su 12 nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. As he spoke, he sheathed the white mist sword, securing it behind him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he feigned interest in the rare treasures around him, while his mind wandered to the techniques of artifact manipulation he had previously encountered. Observing this, the youth in the silk headband finally felt his anxiety dissipate. Very well, I shall remember this favor. With that, he laboriously propped himself up, preparing to retrieve his escape talisman. However, as he turned, a sharp sound pierced the air. A fragment of a broken sword struck him squarely in the chest. The youth gasped. His breath caught in his throat, and turned to gaze at Su 12, who stood unmoving, his flying sword still poised behind him. Looking down, he then noticed that a piece of his own shattered sword lay at his side, the remnants of his failure. Raising his gaze once more, his eyes brimmed with resentment and disbelief. You deceived me. Chapter 23. Inventory of gains and clues deceived you? I assure you, I did not lay a hand upon you. It was you who impaled yourself upon the sword. Can I be blamed for that? Su 12 replied, his expression devoid of emotion. From the outset, this individual sought his demise. Furthermore, his cultivation was far superior to Su 12's. To allow him to escape would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Although Su 12 was tempted by the allure of the crimson fruit, he had not yet lost his senses. Engaging in such extensive dialogue was merely a means to disarm any lingering suspicion. For him, conserving energy was tantamount to enhancing his capacity to confront impending dangers. "Ah, you scoundrel! May you suffer a wretched demise," the young man in the Luan scarf exclaimed, blood streaming from his mouth in a fit of hysteria. Within moments, he lay supine on the ground, his vitality almost completely drained, leaving him utterly feeble. His unfocused gaze settled upon Su 12, and he began to plead, "I beg you. I implore you to save me. I do not wish to die. I still aspire to reach the pinnacle of the great path." Regardless of his curses or entreaties, Su 12 remained aloof, standing by without intervention. After several minutes, the young man in the Luan scarf lay motionless, devoid of breath, his eyes wide open in a deathly stare. Unwilling to accept his fate, Su 12 drew his white mist sword and, from a distance, delivered several more strikes to ensure the man was deceased. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and cautiously approach. "He is truly dead." Su 12 stood transfixed, somewhat bewildered, as this was his first experience taking a human life. At this moment, he felt a sense of relief mixed with an unexpected emptiness. However, having slain countless demonic beasts over the years, his resolve was quite firm. After only a brief moment of distraction, he regained his composure. He gathered the useful items from the deceased and the surrounding area. Then, with a fireball, he incinerated the corpse, leaving nothing behind. He hastily departed, carrying his spoils. Although the location was secluded, the commotion from the battle was considerable, and he feared someone might arrive. Being discovered could lead to fatal consequences. Fratricidal conflict among disciples was strictly forbidden, and the murder of a fellow disciple was a capital offense. Half an hour later, Su 12 returned to his residence. He meditated silently for a while, calming his mind and restoring his inner essence. Then, he retrieved the collected items and began to examine them one by one. He first picked up the identity badge of the youth adorned with a blue scarf. It clearly bore 6 characters: Tianhua Peak, Meng Chani. Could it be that he hails from Tianhua Peak? Indeed, as stated in the sect's manual, Tianhua Peak is predominantly comprised of sword cultivators. Given his claim of being a sword cultivator, it is not surprising that he originates from Tianhua Peak. Su 12 murmured softly, and with a flicker of energy, conjured a fireball that incinerated the identity badge completely. Having completed this task, he then retrieved a round shield, bereft of its true essence. This shield had shrunk to the size of a palm. Its surface bore patterns reminiscent of turtle shells, and 3 diminutive characters were faintly discernible: turtle shell shield. No wonder this round shield could withstand the assaults of superior-grade magical artifacts. It was, in fact, a medium-grade artifact. Fortunately, I engaged him in close combat. Had he activated the turtle shell shield beforehand, the outcome of our encounter might have been uncertain. Regrettably, this turtle shell shield bore a crack, and one could only wonder if the mysterious alchemical furnace could mend this flaw after refining. Peering down at the turtle shell shield in his hand, Su 12 noticed a slender crack adorning its surface. He felt a mix of relief and sorrow. After a moment's contemplation, he took out the enigmatic alchemical furnace and infused it with a modicum of true essence, enlarging it slightly beyond the size of the turtle shell shield. He then cast the shield into the furnace, just as he had done when refining the white mist sword. The moment the turtle shell shield was placed within, it was enveloped by a delicate azure glow. After a few breaths, the transformation ceased, and Su 12 cautiously stored the mysterious furnace away, turning his attention back to the turtle shell shield. Following the refinement, the shield had shrunk to merely half its original size, and its surface now gleamed with a translucent sheen, the sandy brown shield exuding a faint crystalline radiance. Has it truly transformed into a supreme magical artifact? Su Shire's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed with joy. In the realm of cultivation, defensive artifacts are far more precious and rare than their offensive counterparts. A supreme defensive artifact holds greater value than even the most ordinary spatial artifacts. With such a treasure in his possession, his safety would be significantly enhanced. Had he possessed such an item earlier, Meng Tianyi's sword energy would have posed no threat to him whatsoever. Nevertheless, he must express his gratitude for the timely delivery of such a remarkable item before the novice trials. It is a pity, however, that the cracks on the turtle pattern shield remain unrepaired. It appears that the mysterious alchemical furnace is capable of refining and enhancing the grade of treasures, but lacks the ability to restore them. Suppressing his excitement, Su Shire gazed at the turtle pattern shield for a few moments longer before carefully tucking it into his bosom. Despite the fissures, the turtle pattern shield, now a supreme artifact, boasts greatly enhanced defensive capabilities. The cracks have become a secondary concern. After stowing away the turtle-patterned shield, Su Shire also secured the 2 low-grade chi-gathering pills and 3 escape talismans he had discovered. His gaze then settled on the final item found on Meng Tianyi, a book that had been closely guarded by him. The tome appeared tattered and aged, its cover long since vanished. The pages were yellowed, with many characters rendered faint. Yet, the fact that it had been kept so close suggested to Su Shire that it must contain something valuable. As he opened the pages and glimpsed the contents, his pupils constricted sharply. Instantly, his veins bulged, and he was consumed by a surge of excitement and rage. Gasping for breath, he swiftly cast the book aside. The majority of the book chronicles a swordsmanship technique known as the skeleton sword method. This technique can only be cultivated by those who have attained the 6th level of chi refinement or higher, specifically from the 6th to the 9th level. Moreover, its practice necessitates the use of a multitude of items imbued with the attribute of Yin, as well as the remains of the deceased. Once mastered, one can unleash the unique skeleton sword chi, which drains the life essence of the living during its execution. The more life essence consumed, the greater the power of the sword chi. Such a description instantly brought to mind the figure in black who had murdered his grandfather and the villagers. Su 12 recalled vividly how the sword chi unleashed by that figure bore a striking resemblance to a skeleton, almost identical to the account in the book, and perhaps even more formidable in strength. The skeleton sword method. Could it be that the figure in black was hiding in Tianhua Peak? Yet, although this technique was carried by Meng Tianyi, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he acquired it from another source. It appears that uncovering the identity of that figure will require considerable effort. Regardless of their location, I shall eventually track them down. However, the pressing priority remains to enhance my own strength. After a moment of dazed contemplation on his bed, Su 12 gathered his thoughts once more. Over the past 4 years, while he had been diligently honing his skills in the abandoned alchemy chamber, he had also secretly investigated the whereabouts of the figure in black. Regrettably, all his efforts had yielded no results. Although he still lacked any useful leads at this moment, he had at least discovered the name of the sword technique employed by that person and its characteristics. Taking a deep breath, Su 12 resumed his perusal of the enigmatic tome. Chapter 24. The study of sorcery and the practice of talismans. This tome is but a fragment, with only a few pages remaining after the sword techniques, chronicling 2 forms of sorcery. One is named Bloodlight Shield, and the other, Bloodlight Escape. However, the latter is severely lacking, containing only a handful of phrases, utterly insufficient for cultivation. In contrast, the Bloodlight Shield is documented with remarkable detail. Precisely the sorcery employed by Meng Tianyi to counter his talisman's ambush. After perusing its contents, Su 12 committed them to memory with great diligence. The sword techniques exceed his current cultivation capabilities, rendering them unattainable. The Bloodlight Shield, however, aligns perfectly with his needs. Upon reviewing his recent acquisitions, Su 12 resumed his arduous practice. This time, he did not seek to elevate his cultivation level, but instead focused predominantly on honing his sorcery skills. Including the sorcery book he had purchased from the trading square, he now had 4 techniques to practice: Bloodlight Shield, Rain Summoning Technique, Object Manipulation Technique, and Heavenly Eye Technique. In truth, among these 4, only the Bloodlight Shield stands out, while the other 3 possess only moderate effectiveness in combat. The Rain Summoning Technique merely conjures a light drizzle, typically utilized by junior disciples for cultivating spiritual fields. The Object Manipulation Technique allows for the manipulation of various objects using true essence, with consumption varying based on the object's weight and material. This technique lacks significant offensive power, primarily serving the purpose of retrieval. As for the Heavenly Eye Technique, it reveals the flow of heavenly spiritual energy, possessing the ability to unveil invisibility and concealment. The latter 3 techniques are decidedly functional in nature, and few would squander time on such practices. Yet Su 12 harbored a unique perspective. He believed the Heavenly Eye Technique could prove invaluable during trials. He approached all forms of sorcery with utmost seriousness. While he may not have achieved mastery, he practiced with remarkable skill. 2 months later, with less than 4 months remaining until the novice trials, he sensed that further advancements in his techniques were elusive. Thus, Su 12 delved into the 2 purchased introductory texts on talisman crafting. Talismans are a wondrous phenomenon, encapsulating spells within a mere slip of paper, requiring minimal spiritual energy for instantaneous activation, which is exceedingly convenient. For Su 12, whose cultivation was modest and spiritual energy insufficient, this posed a persistent challenge. Had he an ample supply of talismans, he could possess greater means of safeguarding his life. However, as talismans are consumables, he could afford them, yet hesitated to use them frivolously. Just 2 months prior, in pursuit of a first-tier premium defensive talisman, he had been swindled and nearly encountered fatal repercussions. This experience solidified his resolve to master talisman creation, ensuring he held the power in his own hands. There are primarily two methods for crafting talismans. One utilizes vermilion and talisman paper as materials, while the other employs beast blood and hides. Regardless of the method, a crucial item is indispensable: the talisman brush. The talisman brush serves as an essential conduit between the practitioner and the materials. A high-quality brush significantly enhances the success rate of talisman creation. Fortunately, the texts provided detailed instructions on crafting the brush and for creating a first-tier talisman. A simple brush would suffice. Over the past 4 years, Su-12 had hunted countless magical beasts. Now, as he practiced talisman crafting, beast hides and blood naturally became his materials of choice. In the days that followed, Su-12 devoted himself wholeheartedly to the practice and creation of talismans. In the span of 4 months, Su-Shire had managed to ruin 20 talisman brushes and wasted an immeasurable amount of materials. From the initial phase of repeated failures to the occasional success of a few talismans, his success rate remained dismally low. However, his relentless dedication had allowed him to accumulate a considerable collection of usable talismans. On this particular morning, the resounding chime of a grand bell echoed throughout the sect, its deafening sound stirring the entirety of the Yungu sect into a lively commotion. Upon hearing the noise, Su-Shire sprang from his bed and hurried towards the peak of Luofu. At the summit of Luofu, a magnificent hall stood before a bustling plaza filled with nearly 100 individuals. Astonishingly, all of them were miscellaneous disciples with cultivation levels below the 6th layer of chi refinement. The age range was quite remarkable. The younger ones, like him, were merely 16 or 17, while among them were also some elderly disciples, their backs stooped and faces lined with wrinkles, aged in their 60s or 70s. It seemed the sect was truly making an effort to explore this ancient forbidden zone. Yet, it was unexpected to witness such a multitude of miscellaneous disciples at a peak that usually appeared desolate. Upon arriving at the summit and witnessing this scene, Su-Shire felt a sense of relief wash over him. In merely 5 years, he had cultivated to the 4th layer of chi refinement despite his mediocre spiritual root. Initially worried about attracting the peak master's attention, he now realized that with so many people around, the likelihood of being noticed was exceedingly slim. Taking a deep breath, he blended into the crowd, finding a discreet spot to shrink his neck and suppress his aura, simultaneously employing his celestial eye technique to observe others quietly. In his eyes, among the older disciples, many had significantly restrained their aura. Among the younger disciples, only a select few consciously suppressed their presence. At last, I have found you, Senior Brother 12. At that moment, a voice resonated. Su-12 was startled and quickly turned around. He saw a plump man of average height, grinning as he approached. The newcomer was none other than Zhu Hanwei, who had grown considerably since their last encounter. You're looking for me. Is there something you need? Su-12 inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as he swiftly surveyed the surroundings. At this moment, Zhu Hanwei had already become a 2nd-level chi refining practitioner, which took Su-12 by surprise. It seemed that after consuming the Peiyuan pill, he must have awakened his spiritual roots. Zhu Hanwei nodded with a smile, his eyes darting around with curiosity as he whispered, "This time, there are so many servant disciples participating in the newcomer trials. We have only been in the sect for 5 years. In terms of cultivation and strength, we cannot compare to them. Although I am unsure why, I have a strong feeling that this newcomer trial will be fraught with danger. I believe it is essential for us to unite. Should any issues arise, we will be better prepared to confront them." Upon hearing this, Su-12 maintained an impassive demeanor, yet he couldn't help but regard the plump individual with newfound respect. He had obtained a fairly complete understanding of the information regarding the newcomer trials from Meng Tian. However, Zhu Hanwei, merely by noting the presence of additional servant disciples, had sensed danger, a testament to his remarkable intuition. As for why he had approached Su-12, it was not difficult to deduce. With Zhu Hanwei's cultivation level, the prospect of winning over those earlier initiates among the disciples seemed almost impossible. Among those who entered the sect at the same time, his own mediocre spiritual root and qualifications rendered him the most suitable candidate. Observing Su-Shire's silence, Zhu Hanwei felt a pang of urgency. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly exclaimed, "Senior brother, if you are concerned about the lack of manpower with just the 2 of us, there is no need for such worries. I have also invited Chen Tai and Li Jingjing to join us." As he spoke, he cheerfully waved at a distance. It was only then that Su-Shire noticed 3 figures standing nearby. Among them were the other 2 individuals who had joined the sect alongside him 4 years prior. Standing together, the trio seemed indifferent to Zhu Hanwei's greeting, their gazes slightly elevated, exuding an air of arrogance. In terms of cultivation, one was at the third level of chi refinement, while the other two were at the second level, decent for newcomers, albeit not exceptional. Chapter 25. Mobilization. Su Shire had no intention of collaborating with anyone. Upon witnessing this scene, he felt even less inclined and resolutely shook his head, saying, "No, I prefer to operate alone." With that, he turned and melded into the crowd, seeking a more inconspicuous spot. Zhu Hanwei wished to persuade him further, but upon seeing Su Shire's unwavering stance, he opened his mouth only to abandon the thought and return to his three companions. As he approached, the young man at the third level of chi refinement rolled his eyes and remarked, "I told you long ago not to invite that guy, but you wouldn't listen." Fortunately, he didn't come, otherwise, we would have had another deadweight to carry. Indeed, that young lad has merely cultivated for half a year longer than us, allowing him to ascend to the rank of chi practitioner a step ahead. With his mixed spiritual roots, it is likely that he has barely reached the second level of chi refinement at best. Meanwhile, I stand at the pinnacle of the second level, poised to cross the threshold into the third at any moment. Beside me, a square-faced youth concurred, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Yet, that fellow is rather arrogant, failing to cherish the opportunity presented to him. Does he truly believe he can succeed in the trials all on his own? Another youth, possessing an oval face, pouted in disdain. Enough of him. Once the trials conclude and he fails the assessment, relegated to a life as a mere servant disciple, he will surely come to regret his hubris. The youth at the third level of chi refinement interjected, bringing an end to the discussion. Zhu Hanwei stood quietly to the side, his head bowed, wearing a forced smile, choosing not to speak. However, deep within, he harbored the notion that Su 12 was not as simple as he appeared. He vividly recalled that among the four of them, the fastest to cultivate, Chen Tai, who was at the third level of chi refinement, took a full 7 months to attain the first level of chi practitioner. Meanwhile, Su 12 remained oblivious to the discourse, having relocated to a less conspicuous spot to await patiently. As the sun began to rise, an unusual silence enveloped the vast square. From the grand hall emerged 3 figures. The central figure, donned in a flowing azure robe, possessed a youthful visage with white hair, none other than Lu Mingshi, the master of Luofu Peak. Flanking him were 2 young individuals, one male and one female. The male, with striking features and a tall, handsome stature, exuded an air of arrogance. He was none other than Han Yu, the prodigy who had joined Luofu Peak alongside Su 12 5 years prior. The woman possessed a graceful figure, with brows resembling the rolling hills of spring and eyes like autumn waters, captivating the world with her ethereal beauty. A gentle smile adorned her face, revealing 2 charming dimples that evoked the warmth of a gentle breeze. This enchanting lady was none other than Lu Mingshi's granddaughter, the universally acknowledged first beauty of Luofu Peak, Xiaoyu. As they walked side by side, they appeared as a pair of celestial beings, both astonishingly skilled, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of chi refinement. Their attire and footwear were far more splendid than those of the crowd, exuding a subtle radiance. Each bore a long sword, one azure and the other violet, slung elegantly at their backs, both of which were indeed high-grade magical artifacts. The sight of these 2 caused the onlookers in the square to collectively gasp in astonishment. At that moment, envy eclipsed mere admiration. This was the true essence of opulence. Among the throng, Su 12's gaze was particularly fervent. He could see that each of them possessed 3 exquisite magical artifacts. What remained unseen must be even more impressive. He keenly observed that both Han Yu and Xiao Yu wore delicate pouches at their waists, unmistakably storage bags. The direct disciples of the Peak Master truly stood apart. However, Han Yu's talent was astonishingly exceptional. In merely 5 years, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th level of chi refinement. It was no wonder the Peak Master regarded him with special favor. Su 12 was not surprised by Xiao Yu's level of cultivation, as she had already demonstrated considerable prowess 5 years prior. Yet, Han Yu was indeed a revelation, making him acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated geniuses from the ordinary. Nonetheless, he remained composed, harboring no desire to compare himself to others. With the intention of steadily enhancing his own strength, he sought the enigmatic figure clad in black to avenge his grandfather and the villagers. At that moment, Lu Mingshi, accompanied by Han Yu and Xiao Yu, approached the forefront of the square. Casting a calm gaze over the crowd, he began to speak with composed clarity. The primary focus of this newcomer trial is singular, the collection of materials. These materials encompass a variety of components essential for weapon forging, alchemy, and more. Ultimately, the results will be assessed based on the quantity of materials gathered. Those who collect more than 10 secondary materials will qualify, as official disciples. To facilitate the efficient gathering of materials, the sect will provide each participant with a temporary storage bag, a comprehensive materials guide, and a teleportation talisman. The talisman requires 90 days to charge with spiritual energy, after which it will automatically return the bearer. Therefore, it is imperative to safeguard it diligently and avoid losing it. Lu Mingshi succinctly outlined the rules of the trial, while also imparting some information regarding the ancient forbidden zones, which closely mirrored what Su 12 had learned from Meng Tian. However, he omitted the details concerning the discovery of these forbidden areas. Upon concluding his address, Lu Mingshi swiftly scanned the crowd, his brow slightly furrowing in discontent as he shook his head in dissatisfaction. Although the square was filled with numerous participants, in his eyes, they appeared largely unimpressive and inconsequential. With a sigh, he turned his attention to Han Yu and Xiao Yu beside him. This trial would take place in a new location, undoubtedly fraught with dangers, yet replete with opportunities as well. I cannot rely on others. You are. The outcome of this endeavor rests primarily upon you. Though your senior sister's cultivation is commendable, her current prowess is marginally less than yours. Ensure her well-being. As he spoke, a joyous smile illuminated Lu Mingshi's face, his demeanor affable, his eyes conveying profound satisfaction. Rest assured, master, your disciple shall not fail in this endeavor. Han Yu declared with an air of pride, chest forward, eyes resolute. Lu Mingshi nodded contentedly, disregarding the others, drawing Han Yu and Xiao Yu closer to impart further instructions in hushed tones. Upon the plaza, everyone's spirits soared, buoyed by Lu Mingshi's pronouncements. A newly discovered ancient restricted zone, replete with a plethora of celestial treasures. This revelation was undeniably explosive for many disciples of middling talent. Mere diligent cultivation would prove insufficient for significant achievement. Only through the aid of celestial treasures could they advance further. Even ants cherish life. And many menial disciples who had resigned themselves to a hopeless path of immortality found their embers of hope rekindled. Su 12 mingled within the crowd, maintaining a relatively restrained demeanor. This information was already known to him. Unlike the others' excitement and agitation, he merely felt that this journey would be fraught with even greater peril than anticipated. Concurrently, two acolytes garbed in disciples' attire emerged, each bearing a large tray. Upon the trays rested palm-sized, pristine cloth pouches. These pouches were none other than low-grade spatial artifacts, storage sacks. Presenting his identity plaque, Su 12 swiftly procured one. Chapter 26. Peculiar exquisite woman clutching the storage sack, he infused it with a wisp of true essence, immediately sensing a quadrangular space, approximately 10 square feet in size. The sensation is challenging to articulate, akin to the emergence of an additional chamber within the mind. Within this space, one can freely deposit any encountered objects at will. At present, the storage pouch contains a substantial tome, measuring a foot in thickness. Beside the book lies a talisman, approximately a finger's length, which serves as a teleportation charm. The parchment is inscribed with intricate and densely packed patterns, some of which shimmer with a faint spiritual light, indicating an infusion of energy. Su 12 cast a curious glance at it, but promptly decided to abandon his inquiry. The complexity of the designs was beyond his comprehension. Securing the storage pouch at his waist, he impassively placed all his minor belongings into it, save for the misty sword upon his back. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved several talismans, carefully concealing them within his sleeve. Having completed these preparations, he resumed his wait. This time, the interval was not prolonged. As the sun ascended, a melodious chime resonated from the center of the sect. "Let us depart," boomed Lu Mingshi, his voice commanding. With a flourish of his hand, a diminutive flying vessel was cast forth from his embrace. The vessel expanded in the wind, swiftly growing to a length of 5 or 6 zhang. It hovered just a meter above the square, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, both grand and exquisite, presenting a striking spectacle. Upon the vessel's appearance, the entire square fell into a hushed reverence, with countless gazes fixated upon it in awe. Su 12 was no exception. Although he had previously encountered this vessel when the peak master of Tianhua brought newcomers back, it was only upon truly becoming a chi refiner that he comprehended the rarity and value of such a craft. Crafting a flying vessel is a task of far greater complexity than the creation of offensive or defensive artifacts. Such a vessel, of this magnitude, can only be forged by a sect of considerable stature. One day, I too shall possess my own flying craft. Su 12 lowered his head, his thoughts tumultuously swirling within. As the vessel descended, in the forefront of the square, Lu Mingshi, accompanied by Han Yu and Xiao Yu, soared into the air, landing first at the bow of the vessel. "Everyone, please board. We still have a considerable distance to the trial's teleportation array." My vessel will save us a significant amount of time, Lu Mingshi called out to the crowd below. As his words echoed, the gathered individuals began to employ their wind-calling techniques, leaping onto the vessel. Immediately, Lu Mingshi gathered his vital essence and activated the flying craft. The vessel quivered slightly before abruptly ascending, carrying nearly 100 individuals as it soared westward. Concurrently, the other 6 main peaks also launched their own colossal flying artifacts into the sky, their speed far surpassing that of the vessel occupied by Su-12 and his companions. After a full half-day of flight, the vessel finally descended into a secluded valley, surrounded by mountains, narrow at the top and wide at the base, its location exceedingly discreet. Before they even touched down, Su-12 observed a multitude of miscellaneous disciples gathered in the open space at the valley center. At first glance, it appeared as though a sea of heads was bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. These disciples, under the guidance of their respective peak leaders, were divided into 5 groups of varying sizes. The most populous among them was Tianhua Peak, boasting over 1,000 members, making it particularly conspicuous. The remaining peaks had numbers generally hovering around 500. Among them, the most captivating is Tianyin Peak, the only peak within the sect that exclusively admits female disciples. The disciples of Tianyin Peak are gathered in a dense throng of thousands, all exquisite beauties with fair skin and graceful appearances, akin to a vibrant garden in full bloom, attracting the gaze of all present. Among these enchanting figures, one woman stands out for her exceptional beauty. Appearing to be in her 30s, she possesses an ethereal grace. Her skin whiter than snow, and her eyes resemble a clear spring, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness with each glance. Clad in an ice blue disciple's robe adorned with flowing tassels, her long hair is elegantly styled in a celestial bun, further enhancing her otherworldly charm. Reminiscent of a legendary ice palace fairy, even Su-12, known for his indifferent demeanor, could not help but steal a few glances at her. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed something amiss. At first glance, she appeared to be an ordinary disciple, yet the other female disciples deliberately maintained a respectful distance from her, their expressions marked by a certain restraint and reverence. There is something peculiar about this individual. Su-12 instinctively employed his celestial gaze technique to scrutinize her. To his astonishment, he observed that the entire venue was suffused with spiritual energy, each individual emanating varying degrees of spiritual power. However, the energy surrounding the servant disciples was notably scattered and thin, indicative of their low cultivation levels. In stark contrast, the enchanting woman radiated a profound and concentrated spiritual energy, clearly extraordinary. Just as Su-12 made this observation, a sudden dispersal of her spiritual energy rendered her seemingly indistinguishable from the others. Su-12 was momentarily taken aback, only to find the woman abruptly turning her gaze toward him. Their eyes met in the air, her expression icy and indifferent, filled with an unmistakable warning. Su-Shire felt a sudden tremor in his heart and hurriedly diverted his gaze elsewhere. After a brief moment, he turned his head back towards the gathering of individuals at Tianhua Peak. 6 months prior, Meng Tianyi, whom he had slain, was a disciple of Tianhua Peak. In the initial days following the incident, he experienced a sense of trepidation, fearing that the people from Tianhua Peak would uncover the truth. However, as time passed, he realized that no one seemed to care at all. At this moment, upon witnessing the multitude of miscellaneous disciples present, it dawned on him that, to the sect, such minor disciples were abundant. Whether one more or one less made little difference. They say that the great path is devoid of sentiment, and indeed, it rings true. People do not concern themselves with the lives of ants. Perhaps, in the eyes of those formidable cultivators, we are merely insignificant creatures. Su-Shire, touched by this realization, let out a silent sigh. Just then, before the flying vessel could land, a voice resonated from the direction of Tianhua Peak. Brother, what is the matter with your Luofu Peak? You have so few people, yet you always arrive so late, called out Fu Boring, the master of Tianhua Peak. With a grin directed at Lu Mingshi. Humph, you old rascal, what do you know? Important figures always make their entrance last. Haven't you noticed that the master of Tianshu Peak has yet to arrive? Lu Mingshi retorted, his eyes widening as he puffed out his cheeks, unreserved in his response. The master hasn't arrived because Tianshu Peak is genuinely formidable. But what does your Luofu Peak possess? No people, no strength. Brother, we ought to maintain some dignity. Fu Boring replied with a smile, teasingly. Maintain dignity? Old Zameo, if my memory serves me right. You have yet to fulfill your wager from 3 years ago regarding that piece of purple thunderstone, haven't you? It baffles me how someone as untrustworthy as you dares to speak of face and honor. Lu Mingshi snorted coldly and continued. Fu Boren cleared his throat twice and hurriedly interjected. Ahem, I have other uses for that purple thunderstone. Once I have the chance, I shall find another for you. Bah, what other uses? Don't think I'm unaware. You have forged a low-grade spiritual weapon from that purple thunderstone. Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes, guiding the flying vessel downwards while expressing his displeasure. Fu Boren's face flushed with embarrassment, a slight grimace forming at the corners of his mouth, revealing his discomfort. This was indeed a blemish on his past. Fortunately, his naturally reddish complexion masked it well. With a swift glance over the flying vessel behind Lu Mingshi, he smiled and admitted, Indeed, I did forge a purple thunder sword from that purple thunderstone. As he spoke, Fu Boren raised his hand and produced a long sword of purplish-blue hue. The sword was enveloped in spiritual energy, with flashes of lightning flickering around it, exuding an astonishing pressure upon its reveal. A low-grade spiritual weapon? In an instant, nearly everyone in the valley could not resist casting their gaze toward it. Even the other peak masters, who had shown little interest thus far, directed their astonished looks at the sword. A spiritual weapon, after all, is a treasure whose might far surpasses that of ordinary artifacts. It contains a trace of sentience, capable of being wielded only by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above. Even among foundation establishment cultivators, most utilize artifacts. Those possessing spiritual weapons are indeed rare. Chapter 27. The bet in an instant, the entire venue erupted in astonishment, with all eyes fixated on the inferior spiritual artifact, showering it with accolades. Fu Boren wore a broad smile, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Upon spotting the disciples of Tianyin Peak, he paused momentarily and inquired, Elder Su, has Master Shen not come today? In front of the disciples of Tianyin Peak, a graceful lady adorned in palace attire chuckled. The master has been expending too much mental energy in refining formations recently, and is currently in seclusion within the peak to recuperate. Excessive mental depletion? Master Shun has truly worked hard. Here, I have a vial of spirit replenishing liquid. Could you kindly pass it on to Master Shin for me, Elder Su? Fu Boren's expression turned grave, and he spoke with genuine concern, producing a jade vial the length of a finger from his robes and handing it to the lady in palace attire. Then I shall express Master's gratitude to you. Brother Fu, the lady replied with a smile. Seeing this, several other peak masters and elders also produced items of their own, offering them with concern to the lady in palace attire. Although Tianyin Peak may not be the most powerful, its master is well-versed in formations and is renowned as the most beautiful in the Yungu sect, earning the affection of many elders and peak masters alike. With a warm smile, the lady graciously accepted the goodwill from all. At that moment, from the direction of Yuntai Peak, an elderly man sporting a long, curling beard called out with a laugh, Brother Fu, you truly are a master of concealment. Quietly, you've managed to produce an inferior spiritual artifact. Fu Boren responded with a cheerful demeanor, Brother Chun, you flatter me. It's merely a trifling trick. Your expertise in alchemy is what truly stands out. Without your support, where would we find such an abundance of miraculous elixirs to consume? Moreover, the creation of this purple thunder sword is entirely attributed to Senior Brother Chaoyang of Chaoyang Peak. However, it was unexpected that Senior Brother Chaoyang did not personally lead the team today. As he spoke, Fu Boren turned his gaze towards the direction of the Chaoyang Peak disciples. Among the crowd, only an elder was leading the group. When met with Fu Boren's gaze, the elder merely smiled faintly without uttering a word. Humph, you old rascal, showing off as if you were the one responsible. The crafting of this inferior spiritual weapon still relied on my purple thunderstone. Return my purple thunderstone. At that moment, Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and retorted at Fu Boren with irritation. Fu Boren chuckled and shook his head, stating that the purple thunderstone was no longer available. However, Senior Brother, would you be interested in placing another bet? I propose this purple thunder sword as the wager. How does that sound? Just as Lu Mingshi was about to explode with anger, he widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Another bet? With this inferior spiritual weapon? You old rascal. What do you intend to wager? Quite simply, we shall bet on which of our two peaks can gather more and better materials during this trial. Should we lose, the purple thunder sword will be yours. However, if you lose, that complete century-old cold jade in your possession will belong to me. What say you? Fu Boren pouted, clearly displeased with the title, yet he did not lose his temper, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Lu Mingshi waved his hand dismissively, fuming. I scoff at that. You wish. Our Luofu Peak is already short on manpower. No matter how much we gather, it cannot compare to your numbers. If you want the century-old cold jade in my possession, just say so, but let me tell you, don't even think about it. Fu Boren, with a smile, remarked, Brother, there is no need for you to be so upset. Such an unfair matter is certainly beyond my capacity. In this trial, As long as the materials collected by your Luofu peak surpass 1/10 of those gathered by our Tianhua peak, you shall be deemed the victor. Though Luofu peak has fewer members, I trust that you possess enough confidence to face this challenge, do you not? Lu Mingshi furrowed his brow, casting a swift glance behind him, then observing the position of the Tianhua peak disciples. He felt that if the comparison were based on total quantity, victory seemed improbable. However, if it were merely a matter of 1/10, it was not entirely out of reach. Moreover, for this trial, he had specifically instructed the elder in charge of transmission to secretly cultivate a number of individuals. This thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. The Purple Thunder Sword, a low-grade spiritual artifact. The century-old cold jade is also a fine treasure, yet it pales in comparison to such a rarity. Are you certain? He inquired, taking a deep breath and fixing his gaze upon Fu Boren. Absolutely. With our fellow disciples as witnesses, would you fear that I might go back on my word? Fu Boren laughed heartily. Turning swiftly, he scanned the masters and elders from various peaks before continuing. Dear fellow disciples, might any of you be interested in serving as witnesses for me and Brother Lu? Others exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. While they may not have been keen to participate in such a wager, their curiosity to observe was certainly piqued. Nonetheless, in their hearts, they all felt that the odds of victory for Luofu Peak were rather slim. After all, Tianhua Peak boasted the largest number of disciples and the strongest capabilities, having established its reputation within the Yunj sect for quite some time. Brother Lu, do you see? Shall we place a bet? Fu Boren wore a smile as he cast another glance at Lu Mingshi. Humph. Does he truly think I fear this old rascal? Very well. I shall wager this round with you. Lu Mingshi raised an eyebrow and let out a cold snort. After finishing these words, he shot a disdainful glance at Fu Boren and turned his attention to the crowd aboard the flying vessel. You all heard the bet with Tianhua Peak, correct? Losing a few possessions is trivial, but our Luofu Peak must not be looked down upon. In this trial, I expect you all to exert yourselves. Regardless of whether we can surpass Tianhua Peak, the top 5 individuals who gather the most materials will not only have the chance to become formal disciples, but I shall also grant them an additional opportunity to select treasures from the treasure pavilion. Having swiftly laid down his words, Lu Mingshi turned his gaze back to Han Yu and Xiao Yu. In his heart, he held the utmost confidence in these 2 direct disciples. Nevertheless, it was essential to encourage the others. After all, even if one person finds an extra material, it could prove to be quite significant. The crowd aboard the vessel was once again stirred into high spirits by Lu Mingshi's proclamation. Every peak boasts its own treasure pavilion, where the treasures within are at least high-quality magical artifacts. Among them, there are also exceptional cultivation techniques and secret methods. In previous times, such opportunities would have never befallen their kind of auxiliary disciples. Even Su 12 could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. For cultivators, acquiring a fine artifact or an excellent technique is akin to gaining a second life. Observing the reactions of the crowd with his peripheral vision, Lu Mingshi then continued to guide the flying vessel toward the ground. The crowd swiftly disembarked, patiently awaiting alongside disciples from other peaks. Not long after, 6 streams of light streaked across the sky, and soon, 6 flying swords descended, carrying more than 30 individuals to the heart of the valley. Among these 6 swords, only one bore an elder, clad in robes as white as snow, adorned with intricate patterns and cloud-like sleeves. His hair was styled in a top knot, and his visage was lined with deep wrinkles, complemented by a foot-long white beard. His gaze was profound and distant, exuding an ethereal presence. The remaining 5 swords each bore 7 young disciples at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. With their current cultivation, they should not possess the capability to fly on swords. Yet, at this moment, they were indeed soaring through the air, a sight that appeared remarkably wondrous to those witnessing it. These individuals were none other than the elders and disciples of the Yunga Main Peak and Tianshu Peak. In terms of numbers, the Yunga 7 peaks did not have the fewest members at Luofu Peak, but rather at the main peak, Tianshu Peak. However, in terms of strength, Tianshu Peak was by no means inferior. To be accepted into Tianshu Peak, one had to possess at least a high-quality single spiritual root. As the crowd gathered, the other peak masters and elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and astonishment. On one hand, they were astonished that Tianshu Peak had sent only these 35 disciples to participate in the trials. On the other hand, they were taken aback by the formidable prowess of these 35 individuals, each radiating a fierce aura, clearly indicating their exceptional capabilities. With a thoughtful glance, Fu Boren's gaze settled on the elder, and he clasped his hands in greeting, smiling as he spoke. Elder, what brings you here this time? Where's the sect master? The elder gently stroked his beard, responding with a calm smile. The sect master is currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the next level of cultivation. I shall preside over this novice trial. Having spoken, he waved his hand grandly, releasing a formidable surge of true essence that emanated from his entire being. The essence swept through the air, originating from the center of the valley, and everyone could sense an immense force akin to crashing waves. In an instant, all present recoiled. Before long, a circular clearing with a diameter of 100 meters emerged in the middle of the valley. Esteemed peak masters, I implore you to lend me your strength. The Grand Elder continued to shout. Among the crowd, 6 figures soared into the sky, each channeling their true essence towards the central clearing. A kaleidoscope of vibrant energies intertwined in the open space. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a colossal circular formation materialized upon the clearing. As the formation appeared, it exuded an aura reminiscent of ancient primordial times. Spiritual energy surged forth, weaving an intricately vast and complex array of symbols. Su 12 stood among the throng, merely casting a curious glance before feeling a wave of dizziness, as though his head might burst. Yet, he keenly observed that the intricate patterns of the formation bore a striking resemblance to the teleportation talismans within his storage pouch. It was evident that this was the teleportation array leading to the ancient restricted zone. With the formation activated, the disciples awaited their orders and entered the teleportation array in succession, heading towards the trial grounds. Above the array, the Grand Elder, his beard quivering, bellowed with authority. Instantly, the spirits of those present were invigorated, exchanging glances. Some hesitated while others displayed resolute determination. Yet soon, they all advanced towards the formation. The moment they stepped into the array, they transformed into beams of white light, vanishing from sight. As Su 12 mingled within the crowd, the instant he entered the array, he was enveloped by a blinding radiance, so bright it was as if the day itself had burst forth, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. He felt as though his entire being was unsteady, as if he were suspended without any support in every direction, forward, backward, left, right, and above. This sensation lasted merely an instant. Thud! Almost immediately, Su 12 found himself plummeting into a dense forest. Upon landing, 2 offensive and defensive talismans appeared in his hands. As his vision gradually cleared, he swiftly scanned his surroundings, only to behold towering trees reaching heights of several dozen meters. No signs of any other individuals were visible within his field of vision. What a rich infusion of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Could this be an ancient restricted zone? If one were to cultivate in such a place, the speed of progress would undoubtedly increase by at least 1 or 2-fold. Alas, this trial lasts only 90 days. Otherwise, diligent practice here would indeed be an excellent choice. However, the unexpected randomness of the teleportation was a revelation. It seemed that opting not to form a team was indeed the right decision. After quickly surveying the environment and absorbing the dense spiritual energy in the air, Su 12 contemplated silently. Confirming that his current position was temporarily secure, he did not rush to explore further. Instead, he chose a nearby towering tree, swiftly ascended its trunk, and retrieved the comprehensive materials catalog provided by his sect, beginning to peruse it with utmost seriousness. To hone one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Since he intended to search for materials, he deemed it essential to familiarize himself with them first. Su 12 was not alone in this line of thought. Upon landing, many disciples also opted to conceal themselves and examine the materials catalog issued by the sect. Yet, a greater number of disciples chose to immediately search for materials, or to seek and study simultaneously. After all, regarding most spiritual materials, the rarer they were, the more abundant the spiritual power they contained. Among the tens of thousands of disciples, reactions and methods of action varied significantly. As the activities of numerous disciples unfolded, it was not long before several began to encounter friction and conflict. Unbeknownst to Su 12, he devoted 2 entire days to committing the comprehensive information on spiritual materials to memory. Only after this did he leap down from the tree and casually choose a direction to walk. An hour later, the temperature turned damp and chilly, with the air becoming thick with rich water spiritual energy. Such a dense concentration of water spiritual energy, could it indicate the presence of some water attribute treasure? Su 12 inhaled deeply, murmuring softly to himself, before activating his heavenly eye technique to survey the surroundings. This technique not only allowed him to detect the invisible and conceal his aura, but it also revealed the flow and dispersion of spiritual energy in the world. Often, it was employed by cultivators in their treasure-seeking endeavors. As Su 12 swiftly scanned the area, his pupils constricted and his spirit stirred. Through the heavenly eye technique, He could distinctly perceive that this abundant water spiritual energy emanated from a singular distant location, which was quite unusual. Could it be that there were materials or treasures of the water attribute? Maintaining a composed demeanor, Su-12 cautiously approached the source of the water's spiritual energy. In a brief moment, a lake came into view, its shallow shores adorned with a delicate blue xianqing ice lotus in full bloom. Ah, this is a second-tier premium spiritual plant, the xianqing ice lotus? A joyful expression crossed Su-12's face. Having thoroughly memorized the materials compendium, he immediately recognized this spiritual flora. However, instead of hastily plucking it, he directed his gaze toward the lake behind him. If memory serves me correctly, the mystical plant known as the xianqing ice lotus is often accompanied by a creature called the poison dart frog. Although this beast possesses limited strength, being merely a low-tier entity, it compensates with its sheer numbers and its insidious nature. As Su-12 recalled the pertinent information, his gaze swept across the surroundings before settling on a spot in the center of the lake, where tiny bubbles were rising to the surface. With a flick of his hand, he conjured 2 beast-hide fireball talismans. Just as he was about to activate them, he hesitated and instead retrieved 2 freezing talismans. Low-tier beasts hold little value, and the fireball talismans would create too much noise, potentially attracting unwanted attention. Contemplating this, he channeled his inner energy into the freezing talismans. In the next moment, 2 beams of icy blue light streaked across, striking the surface of the lake. The temperature in the air began to gradually drop. Within the span of a single incense stick, a layer of half a foot thick solid ice formed atop the lake. Observing this, Su-12 stepped forward to gather the xianqing ice lotus. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Halt! That mystical plant belongs to our Tianhua peak. Su-12's heart raced, and he quickly turned to regard the source of the voice with caution. He then beheld a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, striding towards him with an air of arrogance. Dressed in a disciple's robe emblazoned with the Tianhua peak insignia, a fiery red headband adorned his hair, and a crimson longsword was slung across his back. 5th stage of chi refinement. Realizing the opponent's cultivation level, Su-12 felt a jolt of apprehension and steeled himself. Senior brother, what do you mean by this? I was the one who discovered this mystical plant first. He intently gazed at the young man and spoke earnestly. What? Can you not understand what I said? You have 3 breaths to leave, or you will not have the chance to depart, sneered the youth with sword-like brows. With a sharp sound, he unsheathed a fiery red longsword, its blade glimmering with brilliance, emanating an intense heat. The sword's edge pointed menacingly at Su-12, releasing a palpable aura of lethal intent. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su-12's eyes as several talismans silently appeared in his hand. At the 5th level of chi refinement, he was not without the strength to fight back. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound came from the ice behind him. This. Su-12 raised his brow slightly, but in the next moment, he dismissed his initial thoughts, keeping silent as he lowered his head and turned to walk away. Humph. Now you are behaving correctly. The youth with sword-like brows grinned with satisfaction, his sword still drawn, cautiously scanning his surroundings and seeing no other threats. He hurried towards the spiritual plants on the shore. Swiftly plucking the xianqing ice lotus, the youth immediately distanced himself from the lake, all the while keeping a wary eye on Su-12. After running a considerable distance, he finally exhaled, casting a mocking glance at Su-12. Pah, what a coward. It is truly evident what kind of master one has, reflecting the quality of their disciple. That old fool Lu Mingche teaches rather well. I truly wonder where he found the audacity to wager against our master. This time, you disciples of Luofu Feng are destined to lose. The youth with sword-like brows mocked without restraint, his eyes glinting with malice as he secretly urged his true essence through the sword. Upon hearing these words, Su Shire's gaze turned icy, yet he maintained his silence, even retreating a few steps with an air of nonchalance. He was acutely aware of the other's intentions. Their words were merely a ploy to provoke him into action, hoping to seize the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. Of course, even if he refrained from striking, his adversary would not let him off so easily. Suddenly, a flurry of whooshing sounds erupted from the ice surface. A dozen icy projectiles hurtling towards the back of the sword-browed youth. What? Ah! Startled by the noise behind him, the youth quickly turned to retaliate. He had been fixated on Su Shire, intending to catch him off guard. He believed he had distanced himself from danger, dismissing any lurking beast as a threat, never anticipating such an ambush. However, the attack was both sudden and exceedingly swift. Before he could fully turn around, a multitude of ice spikes, glimmering with a dark green chill, struck his back. As the ice pierced his flesh, an overwhelming cold coursed through his body, accompanied by the insidious poison that clung to the ice. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, The youth let out a harrowing scream and collapsed to the ground. His face contorted in agony. He was overwhelmed with regret. He was not a fool. He realized in that instant that he had fallen into a trap meticulously laid by Su Shire. He had mistakenly believed that his own imposing presence would intimidate his opponent, only to find himself bested by a cadre of lowly beasts. What a profound humiliation. In this grim realization, the poison surged within him, and he spat forth a mouthful of dark blood. You wretched scoundrel, you have betrayed me. In his final moments, the young man with sword-like brows cast 2 venomous glances at Su 12. His capabilities were now utterly exhausted. No sooner had he spoken than he collapsed onto the ground. Lifeless, Su 12 stood at a distance, observing the scene unfold with an unwavering smirk upon his lips. He had ensnared this individual. Yet this man had also sought to ensnare him. Witnessing the demise of his adversary brought a sense of relief and a satisfied smile to his face. Had he not been privy to the characteristics and information regarding the materials beforehand, he might have found himself in peril before his opponent could even strike. The implication of the young man's words suggested that Tianhua Peak possessed an unwavering confidence in their gamble. Could it be that there were hidden circumstances at play? Nonetheless, such matters bore no relevance to him. His immediate priority was to gather 10 secondary materials swiftly, ensuring his passage through the trial. Shaking his head, Su 12 refrained from approaching. Channeling his inner energy, he employed the technique of object manipulation, retrieving the Xianqing Ice Lotus, the flying sword, and the storage pouch from the young man's grasp. After completing these actions, he prepared to cast a fireball spell to obliterate the evidence, when suddenly, footsteps echoed in the distance. Hearing the commotion, Su 12 reacted instinctively, producing an invisibility talisman and affixing it to himself, then activating the shadowless step. He swiftly turned and fled. His escape was silent and unobtrusive, less than the time it takes for half a tea ceremony. 2 disciples from Tianhua Peak arrived at the lakeside. The recent cries seemed to belong to Hu Jinxia, their fellow disciple. Be cautious, lest we fall into a trap. They warned each other, their gazes falling upon the lifeless body on the shore. One of the short and stout disciples suddenly changed his expression and hurried forward. This is bad. Just as the words left his mouth, over a dozen venomous ice spikes shot forth from the lake. It's a low-tier beast, the poison spike frog. Be careful, senior brother. Another tall and slender disciple decisively activated the fire control technique. 2 columns of fire erupted from his hands, crashing upon the surface of the lake. In the next moment, several poison spike frogs, each the size of a basin, floated belly up to the water's surface. What about junior brother Hu? The tall disciple inquired, hastily. The short and stout disciple shook his head, sighing. Junior brother Hu has perished. What? How could junior brother Hu be so careless as to be killed by these low-tier beasts? The tall disciple was taken aback, his brows furrowing as he observed the wounds on the corpse's back. Suddenly recalling something, he urgently asked, by the way, what happened to junior brother Hu's storage bag? The 4 second-tier materials we found over the past 2 days are all with him. The short and stout disciple quickly turned over Hu Jinxi's body, and after a moment, his complexion turned ashen. The storage bag is missing. There must have been others nearby. The tall disciple reached down to touch the corpse, his voice filled with resentment. The body is still warm. That person must not have fled far. As he spoke, a packet of unknown powder appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he scattered the powder into the air. Then, forming hand seals, he infused the powder with his true energy, causing it to swirl and emit a radiant glow, transforming into a celestial trail that pointed directly towards the direction in which Su 12 had departed. Beneath the shimmering starlight, faint traces of Su 12's elusive footwork are discernible, marked by delicate imprints left by his toes. Quick, pursue him. Additionally, notify our fellow brothers nearby to assist in keeping a lookout. The 2 exchanged glances and immediately darted in the direction of the footprints. As they ran, the stocky figure produced a palm-sized compass-like talisman, infusing it with his true essence. He promptly imprinted a message within. Chapter 30. The treacherous individual. Unbeknownst to Su 12, he was already being targeted. However, he was cautious in his actions, running for several dozen miles before finally pausing after employing a teleportation talisman. Glancing at the fiery red flying sword, he noted it was merely a low-grade artifact and dismissed it from his mind. He then summoned a trace of true essence to inspect his storage pouch. To his astonishment, he discovered that a mere 5th-level disciple from Tianhua Peak had managed to collect 4 pieces of second-tier materials in just 2 days, including the Xianqing Ice Lotus. This meant he was only halfway from acquiring the materials needed to become an official disciple. After examining the Tianhua Peak disciple's storage pouch, he was initially taken aback, but soon his expression brightened. Inside the pouch lay 4 pieces of second-tier materials, a spiritual herb, and 3 iron stones. Aside from that, there were only some personal belongings of the disciple. Other than a few talismans, there appeared to be nothing more valuable. Just as he was about to withdraw his scrutiny, Su-12's eyebrows perked up as he uncovered a palm-sized sheepskin map. The map was marked with several celestial paths in various locations. Among the various locations, one stands out prominently, the site marked by a red circle, Lingji Garden. Is this the map of Lingji Garden that Meng Tian spoke of? Su-12's breath momentarily caught in his throat, but he quickly regained his composure. However, as his gaze swept across the map, a sense of frustration washed over him. The map can only be described as exceedingly rudimentary. Apart from a few marked locations and some brief descriptions, it offers no additional information. I have no idea where I currently stand, and none of the places I have traversed in recent days correspond to any location on this map. It seems that even if everyone possessed a copy of this map, it would not guarantee finding the Lingji Garden. Nevertheless, Tianhua Peak is indeed bustling with people. With over 1,000 individuals on the peak, while not everyone may hold a map, it is likely that many possess knowledge about Lingji Garden. With such a multitude, surely 100 or so would be able to locate it. It is no wonder that Tianhua Peak holds such confidence. Although I have a vague inkling of Tianhua Peak's intentions, this map is almost useless, leaving Su-12 somewhat disheartened. However, upon reflection, gathering such a quantity of spiritual materials at the outset is still a commendable feat at this pace. He could very well aim for a position among the top 10 within the peak or acquire sufficient materials to ascend to the status of an official disciple before retreating for 2 months of dedicated cultivation. In the following days, utilizing his Eye of Heaven technique, he darted from place to place, successfully uncovering 2 additional pieces of second-tier spiritual materials. This ancient forbidden zone is indeed vast. The sect has truly invested heavily to extract resources from this area. In the past 10 days, I have scouted no fewer than 20 locations, only to find that nearly all had been preemptively claimed by others. However, the Celestial Eye technique is not specifically designed for treasure hunting, yet it has led me several times to the lairs of demonic beasts. Fortunately, I am swift of foot. On this day, Su-12 activated the Celestial Eye technique and strode purposefully through an unfamiliar grove. Under his gaze, strands of golden spiritual energy emanated from a distance. Observing the distribution of this energy in the air, it was evident that it must be a material of golden attribute. Muttering softly to himself, Su-12 soon emerged from the thicket, arriving at a small hillock. There, he beheld 2 corpses lying upon the slope, and his pupils constricted instinctively, prompting him to retreat. After stepping back a few paces, he halted to scrutinize the scene more closely. One body belonged to a robust man, sprawled in a pool of blood. A clear sword mark across his throat, indicating he had met his end by a single strike. Clutched tightly in his hand was a golden stone the size of a pigeon's egg. Before him lay an elderly man, fallen to the ground, wielding a low-grade magical sword, with 3 nails embedded in his brow. Scattered nearby were 4 iron nails, which appeared to have been hastily dislodged by a flying sword. If I am not mistaken, the stone grasped by the robust man is likely a second-grade premium material known as lily gold. Judging by the circumstances, it seems the 2 had engaged in a fierce struggle over this lily gold. The robust man, unable to overpower this, is no mere trial. It is evidently a battleground of life and death. With a resigned shake of his head, he stepped forward to collect the treasures. Their mutual destruction would indeed benefit me. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the thick calluses on the hands of the robust man, causing Su-12's pupils to constrict and his steps to falter momentarily. Wait a moment. With such thick calluses, how could this giant possibly wield mere iron nails? As this thought crossed his mind, Su-12's breath caught in his throat, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He had previously employed his heavenly eye technique to scan the surroundings, having seen no one else present. Had he not noticed this detail in time, he might have found himself lying among the corpses. Who could be so treacherous? Silently cursing, Su-12 maintained his composure and continued forward. However, as he approached the 2 lifeless bodies, he suddenly halted. With decisive action, he employed his telekinesis to draw the 4 iron nails scattered on the ground into his sleeve, safely storing them away. Having completed this, he intended to turn and leave. "You scoundrel, leave my soul-disrupting nails." At that moment, an irate, sharp sound pierced the air, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the figure of a voluptuous woman emerged, her curves accentuated in a mesmerizing manner. In an instant, she flung 3 fire talismans, launching 3 fireballs the size of heads towards Su-12. Indeed, someone was present. It was her. Su-12's pupils widened in recognition. It was none other than the Chu surnamed female cultivator who had sold him talismans at the trading square 6 months prior. You are indeed a wretched woman. Not only have you deceived me, but you also seek to undermine me further. The next time we meet, I shall ensure you pay for your transgressions. Su 12 glared fiercely at his opponent, his voice laced with fury. 6 months prior, he had fallen victim to a heinous act, as his precious talisman was surreptitiously swapped, and another vital chi-gathering pill had vanished without a trace. Aside from this woman, he could fathom no one else capable of such malicious deeds. As he spoke, without waiting for an attack to land, he stomped his foot with determination, instantly invoking the shadowless step. Accompanied by a whirlwind, he ascended into the air. Am I truly the villain here? You, scoundrel, have the audacity to claim righteousness while possessing my belongings? Can you escape today? The female cultivator, bearing the surname Chu, was taken aback upon witnessing Su 12's survival. What a jest! However, upon hearing his words, her anger ignited. Her chest heaved violently with rage. Swiftly, she unleashed 3 ice spike talismans, which activated and shot forth 3 slender ice spikes that soared towards the airborne Su 12 with astonishing speed. The spikes shimmered with a chilling brilliance, promising formidable power. Chapter 31. Cornered. A chill ran down Su 12's spine, and without hesitation, he activated the bloodlight shield. Instantly, a crimson barrier enveloped him entirely. Thud, thud. As the ice spike struck, the barrier cracked but remained intact. Utilizing the force of the impact, Su 12 ascended even higher. With the shadowless step, he vanished from sight in an instant. Glaring at the retreating figure of Su 12, her teeth clenched in frustration. The female cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. This audacious fellow had even mastered Meng Tiany's bloodlight shield. Observing his cautious demeanor, it seems plausible that Meng Tiany met his demise at his hands rather than absconding. Alas, that scoundrel. Not only did he abscond, but he also pilfered my 4 soul-severing needles. Utterly detestable. Should our paths ever converge again, I shall dismember him into a myriad of pieces. As she was indignantly muttering, an iridescent, starlit band drifted through the air. A minor tracking spell. Someone else is approaching. The Chu surnamed female cultivator exclaimed softly, immediately holding her breath and silently chanting an incantation as she moved aside. Under the spell's influence, her figure swiftly vanished into the ethereal realm. Half an hour later, 2 figures, one stout and the other slender, materialized on the hillside. They were none other than the 2 disciples from Tianhua Peak who were pursuing Su 12. Upon beholding the 2 corpses on the ground, their eyes narrowed, and they immediately assumed a defensive posture. Judging by the appearance of these 2, it seems they perished together in a mutual demise. The short, stout disciple swiftly surveyed the area and analyzed. The tall, slender disciple's face lit up with delight. Wouldn't that be fortuitous, allowing us to seize an unexpected windfall? It seems that the boy, upon seeing this treasure, didn't even take it, perhaps realizing we were onto him. Indeed. Hurry and retrieve that item. We must continue our pursuit. The loss of life is a minor matter, but the loss of materials would be a calamity. The short, stout disciple nodded and stepped forward to retrieve the glazed gold from the strong man's grasp. Meanwhile, the tall, slender disciple was not idle. He hastened to collect the storage pouches from the waists of the 2 corpses, as well as the magic weapon sword from the old man's hand. Just as the 2 of them reached the corpses, a surge of inky mist suddenly emanated from their bodies. The dense, inky mist spread with astonishing rapidity, engulfing the pair the moment it materialized. This is bad. A trap. Damn it, poison. The sudden turn of events caused the lean, tall figure and his stout companion to blanch. They hastily attempted to flee, but barely managed a step before their bodies convulsed, and they collapsed, eyes rolling back, spewing blood, and succumbing to death. The potency of the 5 venomous serpents' poison is indeed extraordinary. A pity there was so little. Otherwise, a few more applications, and I would be set. The female cultivator surnamed Chu materialized in the scene in the blink of an eye. A smile played on her lips as she muttered to herself, swiftly gathering the belongings of the elderly and the robust man from the ground. Then, her gaze shifted to the fallen, slender, and portly duo. Good thing that kid ran off earlier, or I wouldn't have been able to poison 2 unfortunate souls at once. Tianhua Peak is far superior to Luofu Peak. These 2 weren't weak either. They should have been able to find 2 or 3 materials in the last few days. Speaking with a cheerful murmur, the female cultivator surnamed Chu's eyes narrowed into slits. Rubbing her hands together, she flicked her wrist, immediately stowing the 2 men's storage bags into her possession. Injecting true essence into them, she examined their contents. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her expression turned exceedingly sullen. Are you kidding me? Besides a dozen or so broken talismans and a low-grade magical artifact each, there's nothing else? These were disciples of Tianhua Peak? They couldn't even find a single material in 2 days? Truly useless. The female cultivator surnamed Chu gnawed on her pearly teeth, uttering with resentment. Little did she know, the portly duo, along with the man slain by Su 12, were part of the same group. The materials gathered by the 3 of them over the past few days were precisely contained within the storage bag taken by Su 12. With a disgruntled pout, the female cultivator of the Chu clan cast several fireballs, incinerating the corpses strewn across the ground. These 2 fellows had just employed a minor tracking spell, evidently in pursuit of that young man from earlier. Could it be that their belongings were snatched by him? Humph, regardless of the truth. I must swiftly retrieve my soul-searching nails. With a glint of determination in her eyes, the Chu clan female cultivator turned to the direction in which Su 12 had departed. Gritting her teeth, she seized the celestial ribbon floating in midair, activated a teleportation talisman, and set off in pursuit of Su 12. Su 12, however, did not dare to soar through the skies for too long. The expenditure of true essence was considerable, and it was also overly conspicuous. After making his escape, he descended to the ground, continuing his cautious exploration. Upon discovering the 4 iron nails within the storage bag, his spirits soared. He had not anticipated that these 4 soul-breaking nails were of superior quality artifacts. The gleaming green hue suggested they had been imbued with poison. Indeed, that woman possessed a heart as venomous as a scorpion. Nevertheless, judging by her anxious demeanor, those 4 nails must be quite valuable. Well, they certainly surpassed the worth of a first-grade premium defensive talisman. The more he examined them, the more his delight grew, filling him with a sense of vindication and exhilaration. 3 days later, after visiting several locations with little success, he activated his heavenly eye technique, following the faint traces of Earth's spiritual energy, and arrived at a vast stone forest, filled with towering boulders reaching 2 men in height. Given the distribution of spiritual energy in this area, there should be something worthwhile hidden beneath those colossal stones. At the very least, it should be a secondary Earth attribute spiritual material. Wait a moment. This place seems to correspond precisely with the colossal stone forest depicted on the map of the spiritual plantation. As he pondered this, he saw the scene before him, and his pupils dilated sharply as he quickly retrieved the palm-sized map to confirm his suspicions. The stone forest extended for several dozen miles. Indeed, this was the spot. If that is the case, the spiritual plantation must lie 100 miles to the east of here. Regardless, once I gather the spiritual materials in this area, I shall go investigate. Resolving his thoughts, Su 12 began to follow the flow of spiritual energy in the air and stepped into the stone forest. Before long, he ventured deep into the grove. Just then, a figure caught his peripheral vision, causing his pupils to constrict, and his expression turned grave. Ah, young lad, I truly did not expect to encounter you so soon. The grudge from 4 years ago can finally be avenged today. A corpulent disciple with a face full of excess flesh approached him with a sinister grin. Although this disciple was of modest cultivation, merely at the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage, he was a familiar face, the very same servant who had deliberately made things difficult for everyone during his first collection of elixirs, the rotund Huang. Revenge? Observing the provocateur's demeanor, Su 12 remained unfazed, standing his ground. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, assessing the environment. Indeed, you are quite the cautious individual, but alas, you shall find no escape today. Another voice echoed, followed by 2 more figures emerging from either side of the massive stones. One was the sword-bearing youth from 4 years prior, Zhao Yu. The other was a burly man, with a leopard-like head and fierce eyes, exuding an intimidating presence. A palpable aura of menace enveloped him, unmistakably indicating that he was not to be trifled with. 5th layer of Qi refinement. 6th layer of Qi refinement. Su 12 cast a furtive glance around, his pupils constricting as his expression darkened ominously. Chapter 32. The strongest servant. As his gaze swept over the disciple with the leopard head and circular eyes, Su 12 thought, "Brother, we have had no grievances in the past, nor do we harbor any enmity today, have we? Moreover, prior to the trial, the Peak Master specifically instructed that we must not harm our fellow disciples." Realizing that the 3 of them combined posed a formidable challenge, he believed he stood no chance against them. However, if he could persuade the strongest among them to withdraw, he felt he could contend with the other 2. Huh, what do you think, trying to intimidate me with the Peak Master? Do you know who this is? My elder brother Zhao Yan, the most powerful among the servant disciples of Luofu Peak. You are finished today. Before Zhao Yan could utter a word, Zhao Yu glared fiercely, his voice dripping with scorn. Elder brother, the strongest among the servant disciples of Luofu Peak. Su 12's heart plummeted, and thoughts of retreat began to form. Listen closely. If you are wise, hand over the extraordinary treasure you possess. For the sake of our shared peak affiliation, I can still grant you a chance at survival. Zhao Yan called out, a cold snort escaping his lips. Extraordinary treasure? What do you mean by that? Su 12 squinted, maintaining an outward composure while discreetly conjuring a talisman in his hand. You, a waste with a mediocre spirit root, have managed to cultivate to the 4th layer of chi refinement in just 5 short years. Do you expect anyone to believe you possess no extraordinary treasure? Zhao Yu retorted with a roll of his eyes, his tone laced with certainty. Zhao Yan let out a heavy grunt, his gaze brimming with malice. Indeed, such a pace of cultivation has attracted the attention of others. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su 12's eyes as he turned to Zhao Yan and calmly inquired. Indeed, I possess a treasure that can enhance my cultivation. But are you certain that if I relinquish this item to you, you will allow me to depart? Certainly. When I, Zhao Yan, speak, my word is my bond, Zhao Yan replied, nodding with an air of resolute assurance. Brother, this fellow is cunning and treacherous. We cannot let him go. Zhao Yu quickly turned to Zhao Yan, expressing his discontent with a tone of accusation. This matter is for me to decide. Zhao Yan retorted with a cold snort, asserting his authority. It appeared that he had indeed made up his mind. These individuals are quite adept at playing their roles. However, I am not fearful of your theatrics. Su 12 chuckled coldly to himself, though his face feigned a look of indecision. After a brief moment of hesitation, he produced a porcelain vial from his robe and tossed it forward. Within this vial was a potent elixir capable of rapidly enhancing cultivation. As the vial soared through the air, before it could land, Zhao Yan abruptly raised his hand, summoning a long spear that appeared in his grasp. With a swift motion, he swept the spear's tip, shattering the vial, which caused the activated talisman inside to fragment as well. Clearly, he had never trusted Su 12's words. Child, do you dare to perform such tricks before me? Since you are oblivious to the peril you face, I shall eliminate you first, and then pursue my objectives. Zhao Yan's lips curled in a sneer as a formidable aura emanated from him. Wielding the spear, he charged directly at Su 12. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu and the plump Huang were not idle. Zhao Yu produced a flying sword, raising it to unleash a beam of sword light. The corpulent figure possessed no formidable weaponry, resorting only to his rudimentary spells for assault. To think they could eliminate me, how naive. Su 12 bellowed, raising his hand to cast forth 30 attack talismans, transforming them into a kaleidoscope of strikes directed at the 3 adversaries before him. So many talismans. How could this young man be so affluent? The sheer volume of talismans startled the trio, realizing they were not merely offensive symbols, but rather a fortune in themselves. Furthermore, the dense barrage posed a significant threat to them. Zhao Yu and the rotund man's expressions shifted dramatically, hastily countering but clearly overwhelmed. Zhao Yan, however, remained unperturbed. Wielding a long spear, with a surge of true essence, he deftly swatted away nearly half of the talismanic assaults. The various attacks collided with the stone pillars, sending debris flying and stirring up clouds of dust throughout the stony forest. Unfazed by the chaos, Su 12 seized the opportunity to retrieve a teleportation talisman, promptly infusing it with his true essence. The talisman ignited, enveloping him in a warm, earthy glow. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light surged forth as the spear shot out like a dragon, its force immediately dispersing the protective glow of the talisman around Su 12. You think you can escape in my presence? Your thoughts are far too simplistic. Zhao Yan sneered, the spear tip aimed directly at Su 12's heart. Su 12's heart raced violently, waves of trepidation rising from the soles of his feet. The unexpected interruption of the teleportation talisman was beyond his anticipation. Yet, he was not one to resign himself to fate. With true essence swirling within him, the turtle-patterned shield he had placed at his chest was instantly activated. The tortoise-patterned shield soared forth with a swift whoosh, expanding against the wind to form a protective barrier nearly as tall as a man. With a sharp, piercing clang, Zhao Yan's spear struck the shield, causing it to tremble violently, yet it failed to pierce through. However, the newly formed crack on the shield elicited a twinge of pain in Su 12's heart. With his cultivation level, he was far from capable of fully unleashing the defensive prowess of this exquisite artifact. What? You possess a supreme defensive artifact? Zhao Yan exclaimed, his voice trembling with astonishment. In the next moment, his breathing quickened, and an insatiable greed gleamed in his eyes. Su 12 let out a cold snort, choosing to ignore him, and hastily urged the tortoise-patterned shield to protect his form. Suddenly, he propelled himself off the ground, employing the shadowless phantom step to weave through the stone forest. Yet, he was not in haste to abandon the forest. Instead, he continually cast sidelong glances at Zhao Yu and the plump Huang nearby. With his lightness skill, he found it easier to maneuver and evade amidst the stones. Without the cover of the stone forest, facing the combined might of the three would render him utterly helpless. He understood that he must first eliminate the two weakest adversaries to have any chance of escape. Even if this artifact can shield you for a moment, what does it matter? With your strength, how much of its defensive power can you truly harness? Let us see just how far you can flee today. This treasure shall belong to me. Zhao Yan's greed surged, and his spear emitted an overwhelming aura. With a sweeping thrust, the boulders shattered beneath his assault. As his gaze remained fixed on Su 12, pursuing relentlessly. Amidst the swirling dust, Zhao Yu and the plump Huang were left covered in grime from the explosion of the talismans. As soon as the attack was deflected, he hurriedly began searching for Su 12's whereabouts. Zhao Yu's gaze swept over the chubby man not far away. With a quick flick of his eye, he discreetly affixed an invisibility talisman to himself. The young lad did not leave immediately, perhaps intending to launch a surprise attack on us. At that moment, Su 12 sprang like a hawk, suddenly appearing behind the chubby man. His fist, ablaze with flames, struck fiercely at the man's back. "Ah, you!" The chubby man could only let out a tragic cry, his internal organs shattered by the blow. After swiftly dispatching the chubby man, Su 12 decisively retreated. "At last, I have awaited your arrival." Suddenly, Zhao Yu revealed himself, swinging his sword towards Su 12's back. This strike was executed with remarkable speed and ferocity, his strength as a 5th-level Qi refining practitioner reaching its zenith. Chapter 33, The Tragic Fate of the Female Cultivator. Oh no. As the cold gleam appeared, Su 12 sensed the imminent danger, his heart racing as if pricked by thorns. The turtle pattern shield hovered before him, but he had no time to react. In that crucial moment, he could only hastily summon the bloodlight shield. Crack! The sword light descended, shattering the bloodlight shield in an instant. The blade struck Su 12's back, leaving a gruesome wound. Feeling the searing pain, Su 12 crumpled to the ground with a thud. Before he could hit the ground, Zhao Yu seized the opportunity to thrust his sword once more. In this critical moment, Su 12 executed a somersault, the white mist sword appearing in his hand, deflecting Zhao Yu's attack with a swift stroke. Although he was confident in countering the 5th-level Qi refining attack, Su 12's expression changed drastically after their swords clashed. Despite successfully blocking the blow, the tremendous force caused his palms to fracture. Before him, 3 fireballs, each the size of a human head, had already been conjured, emanating an astonishing heat. "Humph, you are merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and yet you dare to confront me? Today, your demise is inevitable." Zhao Yu scoffed, his eyes glinting with fervent intensity. Simultaneously, not far away, Zhao Yan was advancing with a spear aimed at him. Faced with the dual onslaught from both sides, Su 12 felt a wave of despair wash over him. These adversaries were indeed formidable. A mere slip had ensnared him in such perilous circumstances. Resolute, he narrowed his gaze and hurled a soul-piercing nail. "An ambush? Foolish boy, do you truly believe this will be of any consequence to me?" Zhao Yu sneered, brandishing his sword to deflect the incoming nail, directing a mocking expression towards Su 12. However, in the next moment, he felt a slight sting at the back of his head, akin to a mosquito bite. His smile froze, his expression shifting to one of shock. Another soul-piercing nail had been deftly manipulated by Su 12's telekinetic prowess, embedding itself into the back of his skull. The nail was evidently laced with poison, sealing his fate. After the initial astonishment, Zhao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Su 12, his body swaying before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Almost simultaneously, a spear lunged forth as Zhao Yan aimed for Su 12's back. Yet this time, Su 12 was prepared. He had already summoned the turtle-patterned shield behind him. With a resounding thud, the shield quivered violently as it absorbed the impact of the spear, striking Su 12's back with force. He let out a muffled groan, momentarily dazed by the blow. Nonetheless, gritting his teeth, he harnessed the momentum from the impact, executing the shadowless phantom step with all his might, swiftly escaping into the distance. To vanquish a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator is no small feat. It is indeed a desperate gamble. As for Zhao Yan, a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner, he never intended to engage in combat from the outset. "You, if I do not slay you today, I, Zhao Yan, shall not be deemed a man." His gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Zhao Yu, and rage surged within him, causing his eyes to blaze crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his true essence and pursued Su 12. The two figures darted through the terrain, moving with the swiftness of leopards. Although Su 12 was inferior in cultivation, he occasionally hurled attack talismans behind him, giving Zhao Yan a taste of difficulty. However, despite having ingested 3 small elixirs of recovery, Su 12 could still feel his stamina waning. He realized he must devise a strategy to shake off his pursuer. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. As Su 12 lamented his predicament, he burst forth from the grove of boulders and encountered a familiar figure. It was none other than the female cultivator of the Chu clan who had been in relentless pursuit. "I've been waiting for you, young lad." Upon spotting Su 12, the Chu cultivator's face twisted into a malevolent grin as she flung 3 soul-breaking nails with a flick of her wrist. Su 12's pupils constricted, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He abruptly halted, a gust of wind lifting him skyward. The 3 nails soared just beneath him, hurtling toward Zhao Yan, who had emerged from the grove. Hidden weapons? Seeking death, Zhao Yan, wielding his spear, swept with great force, deflecting the 3 soul-breaking nails. Noticing the unexpected figure before him, his expression shifted slightly as he contemplated whether the woman's assault was aimed at him or at Su 12. Before he could comprehend the situation, Su 12 immediately shouted into the air, "Sister Chu, you shouldn't have come at this moment. This fellow possesses formidable strength and is not easy to contend with." Sister Chu, with a sweeping glance, quickly deduced the circumstances, and her expression darkened as she prepared to expose the truth. However, before she could utter a word, Su 12 tossed a palm-sized sheepskin map and continued, "Sister Chu, the location of the precious treasure and the spiritual plant garden is marked on this map. You must take the items and leave swiftly. I will hold this fellow off. Once you have achieved success in your cultivation, remember to avenge me." Upon seeing the flying sheepskin map, Sister Chu was acutely aware of the deceit and instinctively aimed to destroy it. Yet, upon hearing the words spiritual plant garden, her expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly grasped the map. Simultaneously, Su 12 grinned and shot the remaining 2 soul-severing nails towards Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan instinctively raised his gun to block, still harboring a fraction of doubt, but his gaze fell on the 5 soul-severing nails scattered on the ground. They were unmistakably identical, convincing him beyond doubt. Upon noticing the sheepskin map in Sister Chu's hand, his pupils constricted, and a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. The vendetta for his brother could wait, but this precious treasure must not slip away. In an instant, he resolved to thrust his gun towards Sister Chu. So they were in league together. Then they shall meet their demise. "Are you insane? I don't even know him." Sister Chu's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with disdain. With her cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refining, she dared not underestimate the attack from someone at the 6th level. As she spoke, she flicked her wrist, unleashing over 10 talismans. These talismans transformed in midair into a myriad of assaults, hurtling directly towards Zhao Yan. Truly, she was a heartless woman, alas. "Today you shall all meet your demise." Zhao Yan fixed his gaze intensely upon the female cultivator of the Chu clan. Throughout this journey, he had endured the torment of talismanic attacks. It was rare to find disciples capable of wielding such a plethora of talismans within the entire sect. The two shared nearly identical methods of attack. No matter how the Chu female cultivator justified her actions, he had lost all faith. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, whether they bore animosity or not was uncertain, yet they were undoubtedly acquainted. "Not good. Senior Sister Chu, hold on. I shall summon help." Su 12 feigned panic, shouting as he fell to the ground, activating a teleportation talisman in his hand. A flash of earthy yellow light swept by, and Su 12 vanished from the spot. Along with him, 5 broken soul nails that had fallen to the ground also disappeared. In the face of Su 12's departure, Zhao Yan hesitated only for a moment before resuming his frenzied assault. "You damn little brat, do not even think about escaping." The Chu female cultivator gritted her teeth, seething with hatred for Su 12. She had long heard whispers about the information concerning the spirit plant garden, but regrettably, she had never obtained the map. Aware that it was a trap, she had no choice but to plunge in head first. However, she could not allow Su 12 to leave so easily. With a cold snort, she hurled another attacking talisman and leaped, transforming into a streak of light, pursuing the escaping glow of Su 12. Watching the teleportation light flicker out and then reappear almost immediately, her brows knitted together in frustration. This insufferable little rascal. How could he possess so many teleportation talismans? "Humph, you think you can escape?" Zhao Yan let out a cold snort, gripping his weapon firmly. With a surge of vital energy, he swiftly parried the attack and hastened his pursuit. In an instant, the 3 figures formed a linear formation, one ahead, one in the middle, and one behind. Chapter 34. Treasure hunting in the cave. Hearing the sounds of movement behind him, Su 12 remained vigilant, conjuring escape talismans one after another. At that moment, he could only feel a sense of relief within himself. Fortunately, Prior to his arrival, he had dedicated time to study and craft a plethora of talismans. Otherwise, facing such a situation would have been disastrous. That wretched woman, how could she run so swiftly, pursuing me with such intent? It seemed she was determined to bring about my demise. Su 12 wore a sullen expression. His plan had indeed succeeded. The female cultivator of the Chu clan had engaged with Zhao Yan. Yet, her speed in disengaging from combat was beyond his expectations. As he navigated swiftly through the underground stone forest, he could only continue his flight, hoping to distance himself from the two. Suddenly, he felt an abrupt sinking sensation as he plunged into an underground cavern. A jolt of surprise coursed through Su 12 as he steadied himself, only to realize he had already landed. A flicker of flame appeared in his hand, illuminating the surroundings. In that moment, he discerned the nature of the place beneath him. Before his eyes lay a hall constructed of stone, towering over him by more than a yard, and stretching 2 to 3 yards in length and width. Each of the 4 walls bore 2 rusted candlesticks. The entire hall was desolate, save for a pile of wood reduced to fine powder. After a swift scan of the area, not sensing any immediate threat, he temporarily allowed himself to relax. With a talisman clenched firmly in his hand, he was about to continue his escape when he hesitated, opting instead to press against the stone wall and wait. Half an hour passed in silence before he finally retracted the escaped talisman from his hand, exhaling deeply with a lingering sense of trepidation. He had narrowly escaped with his life, a stark reminder not to underestimate anyone. Observing his surroundings, it appeared that there had once been some furniture here, now reduced to mere fragments by the passage of time. Could this place have been a secluded abode for ancient practitioners within a forbidden zone? Su 12 pondered silently, aware that their trial was set within an ancient restricted area where cultivators once roamed. His gaze swept across the room, and he noticed a smaller chamber connected to the right-hand wall. A rich essence of earthy spiritual energy emanated from within that small room. Such a potent concentration of earth and energy. Could this be the location of the materials I had previously tracked? With a raised brow, Su 12 quickly realized the implication. He deftly stowed the 8 candlesticks into his storage pouch and advanced towards the smaller chamber, holding the glowing orb aloft. Although the candlesticks had rusted, their construction materials were evidently of a spiritual nature. Upon entering the smaller room, his pupils dilated in astonishment. Before him sat a skeletal figure, donned in a robe, seated in a meditative posture. Beneath the skeleton lay a mat, from which the dense earthy energy radiated. Aside from this, the small room contained nothing else. It seemed my conjecture was correct. This must have been the dwelling of this individual. Yet, what purpose did he serve? Why was his abode constructed underground? And what had led to his demise? Su 12 narrowed his eyes, standing at the threshold, and discreetly invoked a wind-calling technique. As the wind blew, the skeleton, along with its garments, instantly transformed into ash, evidently having long since turned to dust. Suddenly, a blue, antiquated ring rolled to the ground. Observing the futon and the ring before him, Su 12 hastily employed his telekinesis to retrieve both items before returning to the hall. This futon was astonishingly crafted from a whole secondary-level spirit plant, woven with earth vines, rendering it a superior magical artifact. The previous cultivators must have been exceedingly extravagant. This artifact certainly could not be wielded in combat, could it? Perhaps assist in cultivation? Reflecting on the skeleton-esque form before its transformation, Su 12 promptly set the futon down and seated himself cross-legged upon it to experiment. As his internal cultivation techniques commenced, he soon felt the rapid influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. The rate of refining this energy was several times faster than his experience on Emerald Ring Mountain. While the rich spiritual energy of this place contributed to the effect, the crucial factor was the futon itself, which remarkably accelerated the refinement of spiritual energy. This was indeed a precious find. Realizing the futon's remarkable utility, Su 12's face radiated joy. Though he possessed a mysterious alchemical furnace that continuously refined various elixirs, his spiritual root was rather poor. And even with the aid of potions, he could barely match the level of an ordinary disciple, had it not been for his relentless diligence. Reaching the 3rd level of chi refinement in these 5 years would have likely been his utmost limit. Yet, with this item in his possession, his cultivation speed could potentially increase even further. The swifter he enhanced his strength, the quicker he could exact his revenge, confirming the futon's utility. Su 12 excitedly sat upon it, finally allowing his gaze to rest upon the ancient ring. The moment he grasped the ring, he discerned its exceptional quality, adorned with an intricate, archaic pattern. However, no matter how Su 12 perceived it, he could sense no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. Yet, he understood in his heart that this object, having withstood the test of time without decay, must possess a complexity beyond the ordinary. Let me infuse it with true essence and see. Not detecting any peculiarities, Su-12 attempted to channel his true essence into the ring. Upon contact, it felt as though he had encountered a delicate barrier. Su-12 raised an eyebrow, and with a surge of determination, he forcefully broke through this barrier. In the next moment, a jolt resonated within his mind, revealing a space of 100 cubic feet. Could this be a storage artifact akin to a spatial pouch? Such an expansive area could only signify it was at least a superior-grade storage artifact. Su-12 was taken aback, quickly focusing his energy to explore this storage ring's interior. The space was considerable, yet it was utterly devoid of contents, save for a cylindrical object the length of a finger and a palm-sized jade tablet. With a mere thought, he extracted both items from the storage ring. Wearing the ring on his finger, Su-12 eagerly examined the cylindrical object. It was adorned with ancient patterns, and faintly inscribed upon it were 3 characters: Jade Eye Cylinder. The Jade Eye Cylinder? It seems I have encountered this in some miscellaneous records, describing it as a vessel used by ancient cultivators to document techniques and insights. Upon seeing the 3 characters, Su-12's memory was instantly jogged. Recalling the information mentioned in the records, he pressed the Jade Eye Cylinder against his forehead. Immediately, a flurry of information swiftly coursed through his mind. In the blink of an eye, he assimilated the contents within the Jade Eye Cylinder. Small Zhou Tian Qi cultivation. Small Zhou Tian breath-catching technique. Thunder forging technique. Zhou Tian sect. It turns out this Jade Eye Cylinder was an item bestowed upon the novice disciples by the Zhou Tian sect. Thus, it can be inferred that the individual in a state of stillness is likely a minor Qi refinement practitioner from ancient times. Yet, the fact that this minor Zhou Tian Qi cultivation technique possesses the capability of 12 levels of Qi refinement raises perplexing questions. The foundational breathing techniques of the sect clearly state that the 9th level of Qi refinement is the pinnacle of achievement. Su-12 blinked in confusion. Unable to resolve this conundrum for the time being, he decided to set it aside. However, the minor Zhou Tian breath concealment technique, which allows for the concealment of one's cultivation, certainly merits further practice. Furthermore, the thunder forging technique, which astonishingly enhances physical strength, claims that at its peak, it can grant the body a defensive capability comparable to that of a top-tier magical artifact. Unfortunately, this technique necessitates the use of weak lightning, making it rather difficult to wield. As thoughts shifted, Su-12's gaze fell upon another jade tablet. Chapter 35. The Mysterious and Stunning Woman. The jade tablet was not large. One side was intricately carved with flora and stones, while the other bore the inscription Passage Permit. A passage permit. To where might this permit grant access? As he toyed with the jade tablet, Su-12 pondered and attempted to infuse it with his true essence. In the next moment, the tablet trembled and a beam of light emanated from it. The light transformed into a map, highlighting several locations. The map displayed 2 luminous points, one near and one distant. One of the points flickered, indicating a cluster of massive stones, while the other point rested upon a simple building symbol, with the character Ling suspended above it. Ling? Spirit Plantation? Could it be that this is a passage permit to enter the Spirit Plantation? Indeed. If that spiritual plantation is truly filled with miraculous herbs and boasts a century-old crimson fruit, how could there be no precautions in place? Lowering his gaze to the jade token in his hand, Su-12 was overcome with ecstasy as the realization dawned upon him. This implies that even if others ventured there, they might not gain entry. I must swiftly recuperate from my injuries and then venture forth to investigate. With this thought, Su-12 promptly stowed away all his belongings, settled onto his mat, and began to heal while practicing the minor circulatory breathing technique. A technique capable of concealing one's cultivation level was, to him, akin to receiving a pillow while drowsy. His greatest concern was being recognized by familiar faces who could discern his cultivation realm. A mere youth with mediocre spiritual roots advancing at such a rapid pace would be difficult to explain, no matter the rationale. 10 days later, a figure emerged from the heart of the boulder forest. Clad in a blue disciple's robe, Su-12 swiftly scanned his surroundings for any threats. Upon confirming the area was clear, he oriented himself and utilized the shadowless phantom step to hasten towards the eastern expanse of the boulder grove. At this moment, not only had he fully recovered from his injuries, but his cultivation at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage had also become more steadfast. However, from an outsider's perspective, they would merely perceive him as a disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, a feat attributable to the minor circulatory breathing technique. Su-12 moved with the wind, his speed astonishing, as he traversed a region strewn with shattered stones. He stumbled upon two lifeless bodies lying on the ground, the young man with the back sword and the miscellaneous disciple he had slain. The corpses are still here? Could it be that Zhao Yan has met his demise? In his heart, the level of danger posed by the woman of the Chu surname was heightened yet again. Zhao Yan, possessing formidable strength and a solid foundation, was certainly not an adversary to be trifled with. Su 12 felt a sudden jolt of alarm as he activated his object manipulation technique, swiftly relieving the two of their useful belongings. He then hurled two fireballs, incinerating their lifeless bodies before continuing on his journey. After an arduous run of nearly 100 miles, a vague outline of a sprawling estate began to materialize before him. This estate was vast, encompassing at least 100 acres, shrouded in dense mist that obscured its true form. Surrounding the estate were clusters of cultivators, patrolling back and forth in groups of 2 or 3, their numbers totaling around 100. These cultivators, all of a cultivation level below the 6th stage of Qi refinement, donned garments similar to those of Su 12, though theirs were adorned with the emblem of Tianhua Peak. Indeed, had the people of Tianhua Peak arrived ahead of him? Muttering softly to himself, Su 12 directed his gaze towards the main entrance of the spiritual herb garden. There, over 100 disciples of Tianhua Peak had gathered, collaboratively casting spells. A myriad of techniques intertwined in the air, relentlessly bombarding the entrance of the garden. The sheer magnitude of their assault was astonishing. An overwhelming force that extended for miles. However, as the attacks plunged into the mist, they erupted into astonishing waves of energy, merely causing the fog to churn without inflicting any damage upon the spiritual herb garden. With so many united in their efforts, if they were to turn their focus on me, I would likely be reduced to mere dust in an instant. Yet, the spiritual herb garden remained utterly unscathed, which was simply beyond belief. It appears that to gain entry, one must first devise a means of navigating the passage permit. However, the intricacies of utilizing this permit remain elusive. A strategy must be formulated to approach and observe from a close distance. Su 12 stood atop a small hill several miles away, vigilantly surveying the scene, adorned with an invisibility talisman. His presence was entirely concealed under the effects of the minor Zhou Tian breath-holding technique. He sensed the astonishing energy in the air and listened to the continuous roar resonating around him. For an entire day and night, the spirit plant garden remained unscathed, instilling a profound sense of trepidation within him. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he resolved to seek a less populated area to draw nearer to the spirit plant garden for further investigation. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from a distance. Su 12's ears perked up, and he swiftly fixed his gaze upon a towering tree behind him, silently leaping up to its branches. At that moment, the minor Zhou Tian breath-holding technique reached its zenith, completely masking his presence. In a brief span, two graceful figures came into his line of sight. Were they the ones he had anticipated? Upon recognizing the newcomers, Su 12's pupils constricted in surprise. One was the female cultivator of the Chu clan, while the other was the extraordinary beauty he had glimpsed before the trial commenced at Tianning Peak. The enchanting woman stood with her hands clasped behind her, exuding an air of cold elegance and nobility. Upon arrival, her piercing gaze fixated on the distant estate, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. A mysterious and archaic aura emanated from her, captivating and inexplicable. At that moment, the Chu clan cultivator followed closely behind the stunning woman, slightly bowing in a gesture of reverence. Master, this is the spirit plant garden recorded on the map. The people from Tianhua Peak are exceedingly domineering, are they not? They had long been aware of the location of the spiritual plantation, and it was astonishing that no word had leaked out. Now, taking advantage of their numerical superiority, they had seized control of the plantation. This was utterly outrageous. Master Uncle, why don't you make an appearance and drive them all away? The female cultivator of the Chu family said, pouting in dissatisfaction, before quickly offering a cheerful suggestion. The matter of my arrival must not reach the ears of the other peak masters. As for the spiritual plantation, it is protected by intricate formations, and breaking them is no trivial task. Even if Fu Born is prepared, it would take at least a month or two to breach the defenses. The enchanting female cultivator stated expressionlessly, her tone laced with an icy undertone. Master Uncle? Who is this stunning woman? Su 12 thought, startled, as he pondered the implications of the Chu female cultivator addressing her as Master Uncle, indicating her extraordinary status. His heart raced, and he held his breath, daring not to move. Regardless of the identity of this captivating woman, it signified that her true cultivation level must be at least at the foundation establishment stage. For him, ensuring that she did not discover his presence was of utmost importance. 1 or 2 months. Are we to wait here? The Chu female cultivator exclaimed with astonishment, her expression transforming into one of conflict. A month might be bearable, but 2 months would nearly coincide with the end of the trial. Although the plantation was said to house numerous spiritual herbs, their specifics remained a mystery. The enchanting woman calmly shook her head and replied nonchalantly, "No need. While breaking the formation is challenging, entering it is not difficult. I require some time to prepare. You should go to Thunderdrum Peak and wait for me. Once I obtain the herbs inside, I will come to find you." The female cultivator of the Chu clan inquired softly from the side. "That is, Someone is approaching. We must withdraw." Just as the stunning woman was about to speak, her brow slightly furrowed, and she turned to leave. The Chu cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 36. Infiltrating the spiritual plantation, the two moved swiftly and silently, their departure as discreet as their arrival. Su 12 perched atop a tree, not daring to make a sound throughout the encounter. Though he had not sensed any immediate danger upon hearing footsteps, he remained alert, vigilant in his caution. What manner of place is that? He pondered. However, this so-called trial was purportedly accessible only to disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement and below. In reality, that was far from the case. If the peak master of Tianyin Peak could find a way in, what of others? It appeared that I must exercise even greater caution in my endeavors. Su 12 contemplated this quietly. Before long, 3 figures swiftly passed by. Their cultivation level was modest. All at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, belonging to the disciples from Tianhua Peak tasked with patrolling the vicinity. The trio stood upon the hillside, casting a quick glance around, but upon finding nothing amiss, they soon departed. Once they had left, Su 12 descended from the tree, deftly employing the wind-calling technique to approach the spiritual plantation with the lightness of a gentle breeze. Strangely, there were no guards near the dense fog that enveloped the area. After observing the thick mist for a moment, Su 12 took a deep breath and cautiously stepped inside. The instant he entered, the fog billowed and surged around him. An immense pressure assailed him from all directions, making it difficult to breathe. It felt as if he were mired in a quagmire, rendering any movement nearly impossible. Su 12 hastily activated the bloodlight shield, inwardly lamenting the potential dire consequences should the jade token prove ineffective. Even if he survived, he would certainly suffer grievous injuries. Was this the formidable power of the formation? No wonder the disciples of Tianhua Peak dared not approach. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and in this moment of peril, he swiftly retrieved the jade token while clutching a teleportation talisman tightly in his other hand. Fortunately, as soon as the jade token materialized, it emitted a faint glow, causing the surrounding swirling mist to recede as if it had sensed something. Indeed, it seemed this jade token was a pass. A wave of relief washed over Su 12 as he sighed deeply. Gripping the jade token firmly, he assessed the direction and hurriedly made his way towards the spirit herb garden. The dense mist extended for several miles, growing thicker as he approached, with the radiance of the jade token intensifying alongside it. He speculated that without the pass, the closer one got to the spirit herb garden, the greater the pressure would become. Upon reaching the wall of the spirit herb garden, he leaped effortlessly, employing his shadowless steps to vault inside with ease. The moment he entered, he was greeted by a refreshing aura. This breath of air was imbued with abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth, invigorating him and lifting his spirits. Such a rich concentration of spiritual energy. Even without the spirit herbs, this garden would undoubtedly be a prime location for cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Su 12 then cast his gaze upon the garden. My goodness, so many spirit herbs. The sight left him gasping in awe, his eyes widening in astonishment. As he surveyed the landscape, he noted that the spirit herb garden spanned over 100 acres, meticulously divided into numerous plots, some of which were enveloped in formations. The array was a masterpiece of nature, perfectly simulating the various growth environments of medicinal herbs: shadow, sunshine, rain, heat. Truly extraordinary. The land was adorned with an array of herbal flora, with the least among them being second-tier inferior spiritual plants, many of which were indeed first-tier spiritual plants. Yet their age had demoted them to the second tier. From a distance, the patches appeared in a splendidly orderly fashion, each section harmoniously arranged. There were even glimpses of a few third-tier spiritual plants. Altogether, the spiritual flora in this garden numbered not in the mere tens of thousands, but rather in the range of 20 to 30,000, with treasures such as century-old ginseng, astragalus, and reishi mushroom, as well as xianfeng baoi, kulanhua, and mengluo fruit. Each time Su 12's gaze swept over a section, he could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye, his heart racing with excitement. Most of these spiritual plants were familiar to him, yet many were absent from the compendium of herbal knowledge. After swiftly surveying the area, his heart pounded vigorously, as if it would leap from his throat. The sheer abundance of these herbs likely surpassed the value of an entire mountain. With these, even without the aid of the mysterious alchemical furnace, I would have no shortage of elixirs to rapidly enhance my cultivation. I must quickly gather these herbs and make my escape. The master of Tianyin Peak is a formidable array expert. She could breach this place in no time. Thoughts raced through his mind as Su 12 hastily calmed his exhilaration. Wasting not a moment, he dashed toward a patch brimming with over 100 500-year-old ginseng plants and immediately set to work. Running swiftly, he used both hands and feet to harvest each spiritual plant, collecting them into his storage pouch. This was indeed a moment of great bounty. In order to prevent anyone from discovering that the spiritual plants had been harvested, he took great care to expend a considerable amount of true essence to dry the land after collecting each area, disguising it as a desolate scene. To this end, he also left behind a few withered or half-dead spiritual plants. Over the expanse of 100 acres of the spiritual plantation, Su 12 devoted a full 2 days, managing to glean almost all of the spiritual plants. At this moment, every storage bag he possessed was filled to the brim with spiritual plants, and his storage ring also contained a significant quantity. Fortunately, he had acquired this storage ring. Otherwise, even if he had entered, he would have struggled to carry such a large haul of spiritual plants. The remaining spiritual plants were of good quality, and he hastened to collect them and depart. Time was of the essence, for the peak master of Tianyin Peak was likely to arrive soon. On a serene morning, after completing the collection of yet another area, Su 12 murmured to himself softly. His gaze swept across the landscape and settled on the last 2 remaining zones, focusing on the nearest one. In this particular plot stood a towering tree, 100 meters high, enveloped in thick mist. The tree was lush with foliage, adorned with 7 round, vibrant red fruits, each the size of a fist. As Su 12 marveled at the sight, a flicker of recognition sparked within him as he recalled what Meng Tianyi had mentioned. Within the spiritual plantation grew a 100-year-old zhugua tree, which took 200 years to sprout, another 200 to bloom, and yet another 200 to bear fruit. Wait a moment, is this the 100-year zhugua? Gazing intently at the majestic tree before him, Su 12's heart raced once more with excitement. The 100-year zhugua was indeed a genuine third-tier spiritual plant, though it was of inferior quality. Its unique property of enhancing cultivation was enough to incite a fierce competition among all cultivators. Suppressing his exhilaration, Su 12 hurried forward, eager to harvest the prized 100-year zhugua. To harvest these century-old crimson fruits would render this journey worthwhile. But what is that? A high-ranking demonic beast. Noticing several vibrant markings on the branches of the fruit tree, Su 12 raised an eyebrow and abruptly halted his steps. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a massive, robust python coiled around the tree, adorned with fiery red patterns. Its enormous size clearly indicated that it was no ordinary beast, but rather a formidable serpent-like demonic creature. The python lay with its eyes closed, seemingly slumbering, yet its breath billowed forth clouds of mist, enveloping its entire form. Had it not been for Su 12's vigilance and his use of the heavenly eye technique for further scrutiny, it would have been nearly impossible to detect the python's presence. In his perception, the creature exuded an exceptionally faint aura, suggesting a lack of strength. However, the dense atmosphere surrounding it reminded him of the feeling he experienced upon first encountering the enigmatic and stunning woman of Tianyin Peak before the trial began. Chapter 37, Master of Tianyin Peak, Shen Miaoying. No, this python is undoubtedly extraordinary. It is likely not merely a high-ranking demonic beast, but rather a second-tier creature on par with the Foundation establishment stage. The mere thought of having lingered in close proximity to such a perilous entity over the past few days sent chills of cold sweat cascading down his back. The cultivation realms of practitioners are divided into 9 stages: Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit separation, body integration, tribulation transcendence, and great ascension. Each level presents formidable challenges and is fraught with difficulties. Yet, once ascended, the power gained is monumental. As the saying goes, one realm, one heaven. In the Zhao Kingdom, where the Yungu sect is located, golden elixir cultivators are a rare sight, and those of the nascent soul realm are even more elusive. Higher realms exist only in legends. With a lingering gaze at the 7 fruits hanging from the tree, Su 12 took a deep breath and decisively retreated. He was acutely aware that even facing a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator would be a formidable challenge for him. The Foundation establishment stage felt far beyond his reach. Regardless of the treasures available, preserving his life took precedence. Moreover, he had already garnered considerable rewards, leaving little room for regret. With this thought, Su 12 felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, before he could retreat too far, the entire spiritual plantation suddenly erupted with a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy. Alarmed, he thought, could it be? She has arrived? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su 12 quickly reacted. He hastily retrieved an invisibility talisman and affixed it to himself, then swiftly made his way to a nearby area piled with massive stones. Concealing himself between two boulders, he employed the small Zhou concealment technique to its utmost, effectively masking his presence. Whether this technique could evade the probing of a Foundation establishment expert remained uncertain. Yet he had learned from experience that the peak master of Tianyin Peak, sealed of her powers, would be unable to detect him. Almost simultaneously as Su 12 concealed himself, a graceful figure descended from the sky. Shen Miaoyin, holding a circular disc in one hand and forming seals with the other, tore open a rift in the formation and elegantly stepped into a corner of the spiritual plantation. As the peak master of Tianyin Peak, Shen Miaoyin was renowned as the foremost expert in formations within the Yunge sect. For others, entering this place would be akin to courting death. Yet for her, suppressing her cultivation to participate in a trial was still within her capabilities. The moment she landed, her gaze swiftly swept across the entire courtyard. Upon gazing at the expansive desolation of the land, one could faintly discern a few withered or barely surviving spiritual plants scattered across the terrain. With a slight furrow of her brows, she redirected her gaze towards two areas yet untouched by Su 12's collection. One of these sites was piled high with massive stones, upon which grew several flowers resembling the color of the rocks. The other area was dominated by a towering tree, reaching a height of 100 meters, strikingly prominent amidst the desolation. Is it truly the case that so many places lie barren? Could it be that too much time has elapsed? Thankfully, there remained some spiritual plants in the vicinity. The flowers thriving on the massive stones were likely second-tier extraordinary spiritual herbs, specifically the Dendrobium orchid, which had flourished for at least 5 centuries. As for the tree, lost in thought, Shen Miaoyin gracefully advanced towards the century-old Zhu fruit tree. Upon laying her eyes on the tree before her, even her typically indifferent demeanor was brightened by a smile. With a gentle parting of her red lips, she exclaimed in astonishment, "A century-old Zhu fruit. This exquisite treasure truly exists here. Wait, this Zhu fruit must have matured for at least a millennium. One alone could compensate for 2 decades of arduous cultivation. If I could consume 2 Zhu fruits, even without venturing to Thunderdrum Peak, I would possess the confidence to solidify a golden core within the next decade." Speaking softly, a blush crept across Shen Miaoyin's delicate face, her eyes igniting with an intense fervor. The century-old Zhu fruit was already immensely alluring, but the prospect of a millennium-old fruit was a coveted prize even for those at the golden core and nascent soul stages. Especially for Shen Miaoyin, it presented an overwhelming temptation. Her unique cultivation method required her to break through to the peak of Foundation establishment within 10 years. Otherwise, she would be compelled to abandon her progress and start anew. Her cultivation method, with each dispersal of energy, exponentially increases the difficulty of breaking through to the next realm. Amidst the crevices of a boulder, Su 12 was startled by the voice of Shen Miaoyin. "What? Is that truly a millennium-old crimson fruit? Just one could enhance one's cultivation by 2 decades? Alas, I am utterly incapable of contending with that second-tier beast. It would be wiser to seek an opportunity to flee." With this thought, Su 12 hastily dismissed his unrealistic aspirations, patiently awaiting a chance to escape. In this moment, he felt immense relief for his precautionary measures. Otherwise, had the other party discovered someone had preempted them, a thorough search would undoubtedly ensue. Shen Miaoyin, though initially exhilarated, quickly regained her composure. She rushed to the crimson fruit tree, poised to harvest its precious bounty. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm surged through her, a foreboding sensation enveloping her. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt into the air, retreating swiftly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The branches of the crimson fruit tree swayed violently as a titanic python, measuring over 10 yards in length, erupted forth. This python, adorned with a myriad of patterns, shimmered in the sunlight, its sheer size awe-inspiring. Sensing the presence of intruders, the serpent flicked its tongue and, with a sinuous twist of its robust body, lashed out toward Shen Miaoyin like a formidable whip. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the attack even landed, a tempestuous wind whipped through the air, disheveling Shen Miaoyin's garments. Realizing the imminent danger, she silently cursed her misfortune. Without waiting to touch the ground, she altered her trajectory mid-air and glided sideways. Crash! The python's massive form crashed down onto the earth, creating a seismic impact that shattered the ground beneath. A fissure nearly 100 meters long gaped open in the earth. The astonishing power sent tremors through the earth. Concealed within the crevice of a massive rock, Su Shire felt a wave of numbness wash over him, immobilized on the ground, utterly hesitant to make a move. An assault of such magnitude was beyond his capacity to withstand. Even a mere brush from it would spell his doom. In stark contrast, the giant python, having missed its attack, opened its gaping maw in fury, releasing a noxious stench into the air. Almost immediately, a surge of spatial energy manifested. As a torrent of flames erupted from the python's mouth. The flames, a dark crimson, not only boasted an exceptionally high temperature, but were also infused with toxic ash. Hurtling directly towards Shen Miaoying. Was it truly a mid-stage second-tier fire cloud python? It appeared that today, risks must be taken. Sensing the imminent danger, Shen Miaoying furrowed her brow, a flicker of hesitation flashing through her eyes before she steeled her resolve. While a mid-stage second-tier beast was formidable, it posed little challenge to her. By merely lifting the restrictions on her own powers, she could confront it. However, such a decision would subject her to the backlash of the ancient prohibitions in this place, potentially resulting in severe injury or even demise. Yet, the allure of the millennium-old crimson fruit lay before her. Such a prize made the risk worthwhile. As for retreating, that thought never crossed her mind. With a glint of cold determination in her eyes, Shen Miaoying wasted no time. Channeling her energy, her delicate fingers deftly formed intricate seals. A surge of spiritual power intertwined between her hands, coalescing into a complex design, which then surged violently into her body. Chapter 38, Exposure Boom. It seemed as though something had shattered, and Shen Miaoying's cultivation rapidly ascended. Her entire aura transformed, becoming increasingly frigid and solitary, reminiscent of an imposing iceberg. With her gaze fixed upon the immense python, she let out a cold snort, elegantly waving her sleeve. 5 azure flying swords emerged from her cuff, each measuring merely a foot in length, enveloped in a thin veil of chilling aura. The moment they manifested, the temperature in the air plummeted several degrees. The blades shimmered and danced, weaving through the air like 5 agile fish. A denser frost emanated forth, propelled by the swords, heading directly towards the giant serpent. In the next heartbeat, the icy blast collided with flames. A sizzling sound akin to crackling electricity erupted as the cold and fire began to dissolve each other. And clouds of vapor rose into the air. Amidst the mist, the 5 flying swords executed a swift and decisive strike upon the python's body. A series of clanging sounds echoed as sparks flew in all directions. Yet, despite the sword's formidable sharpness, they failed to pierce the serpent's tough hide. The python, flicking its tongue, displayed an air of impatience. With a sudden sweep of its tail, it effortlessly deflected the 5 swords. In the next instant, it leaped into the air, glaring down at Shen Miaoying. Once more, it opened its cavernous maw, its entire body igniting in a brilliant crimson glow, as an even more formidable blaze erupted from its mouth. The raging inferno surged towards Shen Miaoying. Just in time, the frost sword formation, gritting her teeth. She endured the immense pressure from the ancient countermeasure. As the fire cloud python unleashed this attack, her heart steadied. With her hands forming a seal, the previously deflected 5 swords swiftly returned, hovering above the serpent's massive form. As Shen Miaoying chanted her incantation, 5 flying swords quivered simultaneously, unleashing 5 streams of icy air that shot skyward. The frigid air coalesced in midair, transforming into a swirling mass of frost-laden mist. Within this mist, a colossal sword shadow descended from the heavens. With a muffled thud, the sword shadow pierced through the massive serpent's body. In an instant, blood rained down like a torrential downpour. The gigantic serpent writhed in midair, its attack, which had been poised to strike, abruptly interrupted. In agony, the serpent opened its maw and, astonishingly, inhaled the 5 flying swords into its gaping mouth. It then glared at Shen Miaoying with its eyes, as large as copper bells, filled with an unspeakable malice, preparing to devour her. Its formidable jaws seemed capable of consuming anything in their path. From behind a boulder, Su 12 felt a tightening in his chest, unable to suppress his anxiety for Shen Miaoying. This is suicidal, he thought. Observing the situation, Shen Miaoying's gaze turned icy, and her hand gestures shifted once more. Suddenly, the serpent, mid-charge, halted abruptly, its expression contorted in excruciating pain. With a series of silent punctures, the 5 flying swords pierced through the serpent's body from within, returning to hover before Shen Miaoying. With its injuries severe, the serpent's body stiffened, crashing heavily to the ground. It was evident that its intake of breath was far outpaced by its exhalation. Was this truly her genuine strength? This was utterly terrifying. The serpent, already formidable, could not withstand even 3 moves under her command. Who, then, was this woman? Su 12, crouched behind the rock, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him, his heart racing in astonishment. In that moment, his yearning for power intensified. However, it appeared she too bore significant wounds. Could this be a consequence of the restrictions imposed by the array in this forbidden zone? Su 12 began to speculate quietly. After completing all her tasks, Shun Miaoying's delicate body trembled violently, a trace of fresh blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. In that moment, her complexion turned as pale as snow. With her perfected foundation establishment cultivation, dealing with such a beast should not have posed a challenge. However, being in the ancient forbidden zone, the unsealing of her powers, combined with the backlash from the restrictions, left her severely injured. Indeed, the restrictions in this place are formidable. Fortunately, she had managed to eliminate the creature in time. Otherwise, had she delayed even a moment longer, she would have met her demise here. Casting a glance at the giant python, she hurriedly continued to form seals, once more binding her own cultivation. After completing this, she advanced towards the giant python, intending to thoroughly comprehend the creature before harvesting the crimson fruit from the tree. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen change occurred. The near-death giant python suddenly reared up, raising its head and opening its maw to bite at the fruit tree. "This is bad. You wretched beast, how dare you?" Shen Miaoying's expression shifted, her fury igniting. As her voice rang out, she summoned her true essence, slicing through the air with a beam of sword light aimed at the giant python. Bang! The sword light struck the python's wound, causing its massive body to sway. Nevertheless, the python's jaws closed around 3 crimson fruits. As the fruits entered its belly, a surge of red light enveloped the giant python. Beneath this crimson glow, its injuries began to mend at a visible pace. The once near-death creature now appeared to regain vitality. Hiss! Within the red light, the python flicked its tongue, its vengeful gaze fixated on Shun Miaoying. With a twist of its body, its immense form lashed out like a whip, targeting Shun Miaoying once more. As a second-tier monster, it possessed a rudimentary intelligence, acutely sensing the weakening aura surrounding Shun Miaoying. This is not good. Shun Miaoying was caught off guard, instinctively raising her sword to block. With a resounding thud, she was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spewing a mouthful of crimson blood. This was a predicament. The enormous python had devoured the Zhu fruit. Even if it could not recover in the short term, its strength surpassed hers. As she witnessed the python's vitality steadily returning, she realized that her failed strike only encouraged it to slither toward her with its flickering tongue. Shen Miaoying inwardly lamented her situation. At present, she dared not release her cultivation seal. If her aura were to leak out, the terrifying countermeasures would instantly crush her to dust. With her cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement and injuries to boot, she felt utterly powerless against the colossal serpent. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the location of the dendrobium flower nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Miaoying leaped into action, hastening towards the pile of boulders. She intended to use these stones to evade the pursuing python. Though she felt a sense of reluctance, she understood all too well that if she did not escape swiftly, once the python's injuries healed further, her fate would be sealed. Simultaneously, Su Shire, who had been hiding among the boulders and seeking an opportunity to retreat, was struck dumb with fear. As a mere 4th-level qi refinement practitioner, he doubted he could contribute to such a fierce battle. What? Why is it coming this way? No, I can't hide any longer. I must run. Resolutely, Su Shire ceased to conceal himself, bursting through the gaps between the boulders and swiftly darting towards the edge of the spiritual plantation. What? There is actually another person hiding here. As a figure unexpectedly sprang forth from the pile of boulders, Shen Miaoying's gaze turned icy, and a chill of sweat broke out along her spine. However, upon recognizing Su 12, her mind swiftly grasped the situation. It was him, that rascal from Luofu Peak? What is his background? How is it possible for someone at the 4th level of qi refinement to enter this place and evade my scrutiny? Despite her astonishment, a plan began to form in Shun Miaoying's mind. Chapter 39. An alliance. Without a moment's hesitation, she pursued Su 12's footsteps, calling out behind him, "Stop running, you. This fire cloud python is gravely injured. If we join forces, we can surely slay it." "I don't believe a word of it." Su 12 sprinted with all his might, ignoring Shun Miaoying's plea. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse, no matter how severely wounded. The fire cloud python was still a formidable beast comparable to a foundation establishment level creature, and he had no intention of engaging. Clutching the passage token tightly in his hand, he wished fervently for wings to escape. Feeling the commotion behind him, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. What on earth is wrong with this woman? She is a foundation establishment expert. Why is she following me? Shen Miaoying furrowed her brows, clearly troubled. Though her invitation was made with good intentions, she had not anticipated that the disciple before her would not only disregard her, but also run faster. Just how timid can this fellow be? This speed seems to blend secular lightness techniques with wind-calling arts. At that moment, the gigantic python abruptly halted, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of venomous flames. Not good. Be careful. Shen Miaoying cried out sharply, her ice-cold sword emitting a chilling aura to shield herself, while simultaneously alerting Su 12. Without waiting for Shen Miaoying's reminder, Su 12 sensed the impending attack from behind. Damn it, this woman has truly brought him to ruin. Cursing inwardly, he hastily summoned the turtle-patterned shield from his bosom, simultaneously activating the blood-red barrier. A crimson light enveloped him, while the turtle-patterned shield expanded in size to become a towering shield, effectively shielding him from harm. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, Su 12 quickly retrieved a defensive talisman. Earth walls, water walls. A dozen attacks converged upon the turtle-patterned shield. This spectacle caused Shen Miaoying to involuntarily twitch at the corner of her eye. An exceptional defensive artifact? And so many defensive talismans. Even Lu Mingshi's beloved granddaughter would not receive such treatment. Could it be that this is Lu Mingshi's true trump card? Whoosh. Flames roared, swiftly engulfing Su 12 in a torrent of poisonous fire. The protective energy of the talismans was utterly shattered in the face of such venomous flames. Subsequently, the fire violently collided with the turtle-patterned shield. Su 12 felt a sudden depletion of his vital essence, as the shield quaked violently, sending him hurtling through the air. He had initially intended to harness this force to make a swift escape from the spiritual plant garden. Yet, the sheer power of the attack was astonishing. He staggered, feeling as though his internal organs might shatter. As he soared through the air, the transit token slipped from his grasp. The poisonous flames swept past, and the token was instantly reduced to nothingness within the inferno. What the hell? Witnessing the disappearance of the transit token left Su 12 in a daze. Without it, his strength was insufficient to escape the array of the spiritual plant garden. Looking at the turtle-patterned shield, his heart ached as if it were bleeding. The shield was riddled with countless fine cracks. With such an onslaught, it could withstand perhaps one more strike before it would be rendered utterly useless. What a miscalculation. This is disastrous. Am I truly destined to meet my end here today? Su 12 silently lamented, his eyes darting around in search of an escape. Listen, no matter how you managed to get here, I implore you one last time. This fire cloud python is gravely injured. Should we join forces, we may still have a chance to fight. Otherwise, once it fully absorbs the potency of the Zhu fruit, our demise is inevitable. Shen Miaoying's figure flickered, mirroring Su 12's earlier movements, as she gracefully combined lightness with a wind-calling technique, gliding through the air. With delicate steps, she swiftly approached Su 12, landing beside him with an expression of utmost seriousness. Su 12 did not respond immediately. Instead, he cautiously glanced at the distant fire cloud python. After enduring 2 consecutive attacks, the creature appeared significantly weakened, now sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. With a furrowed brow, he lamented, "What do you expect me to do? If it weren't for your pursuit, I would have fled long ago. However, with the passage permit destroyed, I am reliant on you to escape. I cannot afford to reveal my discontent. Buy me a quarter of an hour. I must reactivate the sword formation. We cannot allow it to refine the Zhu fruit's medicinal power during this time," Shen Miaoying declared with unwavering resolve. A quarter of an hour? Are you jesting? My defensive artifact can withstand perhaps one more attack before shattering. This is not merely buying time. It is a request for my life. Su 12's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed. In truth, he still possessed several talismans. If he truly committed himself, enduring for a quarter of an hour was not entirely out of reach. Yet, doing so would undoubtedly exhaust all his means. At that moment, would he not become mere prey, easily slaughtered? Moreover, given that this woman was at least a foundational master, it was reasonable to surmise that she possessed considerable treasures. As for whether she would seek retribution afterwards, he did not dwell on that too much. After all, his request was not unreasonable. Rest assured, I would never allow you to meet your demise. I see you possess a worldly agility. These superior-grade enchanted boots, the cloud-treading boots, will double your speed. Coupled with this superior-grade ice shield and your own strength, enduring for a quarter of an hour should pose no issue. Shen Miaoying swiftly spoke, raising her hand to reveal a pair of white boots and a palm-sized ice-blue shield. This very well. I shall give it my utmost effort. Su 12 accepted the items and nodded. He had already resolved to give it one last try. Should the situation turn dire, he would flee immediately. Even in death, he resolved to be the last to fall. Seeing Su 12's acquiescence, Shun Miaoying finally sighed in relief, urging him to act swiftly. I will set up the sword formation. With that, she hurried towards the location where the other 4 flying swords had fallen. Little did she know, had she been aware of Su 12's true intentions, she would likely have desired to strike him down with the sword first. As Shun Miaoying moved, the giant python sensed danger and opened its gaping maw once more. Su 12 had donned the cloud-treading boots, channeling his vital essence into them. A surge of power enveloped his legs, granting him an ethereal lightness. Observing the serpent's movements, he swiftly stepped forward, finding himself several zhang away in an instant. The speed was so exhilarating that he found it momentarily challenging to adapt. Nevertheless, his hands moved with unerring swiftness, his gaze fixated on the wounds of the fire cloud python. With a flick of his wrist, an attack talisman shot forth. The talisman transformed into a stream of luminous energy, rapidly morphing into a myriad of assaults, all aimed directly at the fire cloud python. Bolstered by the wind calling technique, the speed of the attacks was further amplified. Before the fire cloud python could retaliate against Shun Miaoying, a barrage of talismanic assaults detonated at its wounds. Hissing in agony, the fire cloud python's copper bell-like eyes sparkled with a fierce malevolence. It opened its cavernous mouth, twisting its head to charge directly at Su 12. The intensity of its gaze sent a shiver down Su 12's spine, inducing a sensation of being momentarily paralyzed. As flames began to materialize within its maw, he instinctively gathered his energy, soaring aloft with the aid of the wind calling technique. In the next instant, a breathtaking pillar of fire erupted, extending hundreds of meters. Suspended in midair, he did not forget to hurl another attack talisman. This talisman transformed into 2 ice spikes, hurtling towards the fire cloud python. Summon rain. Come. Before the ice spikes could descend, Su 12 conjured another water-based spell. Rain cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the entirety of the fire cloud python. Yet before the droplets could reach the ground, they evaporated into vapor under the searing heat. Consequently, the once ferocious fire cloud python seemed to lose its fiery vigor. Its temperature plummeting, and the flames it expelled diminished in potency. What was ordinarily a technique employed by common disciples to nourish spiritual plants, here proved remarkably effective against the blazing fire cloud python. In quick succession, the 2 ice spikes violently penetrated the wounds of the fire cloud python. Chapter 40. The slaying of the fire cloud python. The fire cloud python writhed in pain, its visage a vivid display of agony and rage. With a flick of its tongue, it soared into the air in an instant. Crack! Its colossal form, spanning dozens of meters, whipped through the atmosphere with an unexpected agility, producing a resounding explosion. A sense of foreboding washed over Su 12 as a fierce gust of wind bore down upon him, leaving him with no means of support. In this moment of peril, he hastily activated the turtle pattern shield and the ice shield. The 2 defensive artifacts shimmered with arcane light, enveloping him in their protective embrace. In the next heartbeat, the massive creature lunged towards him. Thud! The dull thump reverberated as Su 12 felt as if he had been struck by an entire mountain while sprinting at full speed. His body was uncontrollable, hurtling backward. Pain surged through his internal organs, and he coughed up a torrent of blood. Upon hitting the ground, Su 12 gritted his teeth, employing wind-calling technique in conjunction with shadowless step to swiftly distance himself from the giant python. A glance back made his heart bleed. His exquisite turtle-pattern shield had been utterly shattered by that blow, disintegrating into countless fragments, devoid of any remaining arcane light. Fortunately, the ice shield provided by Shun Miaoying, although dim in brilliance, showed no signs of cracking, leaving him to wonder if the material was the cause. This realization offered him a moment of relief, as he could preserve this artifact. After refining it with his mysterious alchemical furnace, he would once again possess a superior defensive tool. He swiftly grasped the ice shield and, using shadowless step alongside the wind-calling technique, began to circle the enormous python with rapidity. Occasionally, he hurled an attack talisman. For this time, he dared not linger in midair. Prior to his arrival, he had meticulously prepared a substantial stock of talismans. However, despite this usage, the talismans on his body were rapidly dwindling. In a mere quarter of an hour, the offensive talismans he had cast numbered no fewer than 300, if not 500. By the end, only a handful of low-grade or even semi-finished talismans remained. Nevertheless, Su Shire cared little. For him, it sufficed that they could cause even a modicum of harm to the fire cloud python and disrupt its recovery. As he glanced at the last remaining talisman, his gaze shifted to the distant figure of Shun Miaoying. Hey, are you not done yet? I can barely hold on. Draw it over here. At that moment, Shun Miaoying's complexion was as pale as paper, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Upon hearing Su Shire's voice, she clenched her teeth and took out the last remaining azure recovery pill, swallowing it whole. Immediately, she concentrated all her true essence to form a seal, which she placed upon the ice sword. 5 flying swords ascended into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. All right, I'm coming right away. Su Shire breathed a slight sigh of relief. Without a moment of hesitation, he swiftly ran to Shun Miaoying's side. Behind him, the fire cloud python pursued relentlessly but suddenly halted just as it was about to approach the sword formation, its bell-like eyes revealing a glimmer of wariness. This creature is surprisingly cautious? What now? Su Shire furrowed his brow and asked urgently, how much true essence do you have left? Transfer it all to me. Shun Miaoying commanded coldly. For her, the sword formation was already set. Whether the fire cloud python approached or not was of little consequence. The issue was that she was now devoid of true essence, having exhausted all her pills for recovery. Without magical power, she simply lacked the strength to activate the sword formation. Upon finishing her words, noticing Su 12's hesitation, she urged, hurry. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. What am I supposed to do? Su 12 asked, his expression tinged with embarrassment. He understood that he had little choice at this moment. However, he had never before assisted another in channeling true essence. Place your hand on my back, and I shall take care of everything else, Shun Miaoying swiftly instructed, realizing that the youth before her was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. Following her guidance, Su 12's palm rested upon Shun Miaoying's back, though separated by a layer of fabric. The softness of her skin and the faint warmth radiating from her body provided him with an unprecedented sensation. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. In the next instant, a tremendous force of attraction surged through his palm, causing the true essence within him to stir uncontrollably and pour forth, drawn towards Shun Miaoying. Unexpectedly, with your cultivation at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage, you possess quite a substantial amount of true essence, Shun Miaoying remarked, her brows raising in surprise as she felt the influx of essence at her back. Under her perception, Su 12's true essence exceeded that of his peers at the same level by at least a third. Although possessing a mixed spiritual root resulted in painfully slow progress, it did not come without its advantages. The amalgamation of various spiritual roots inherently endowed him with a richer essence once his cultivation advanced. Su 12 had never conversed with others regarding these matters, and thus remained unaware of such insights. Now, he could only wear a bitter expression, exclaiming, leave me some. At this rate, you'll drain me completely. Shun Miaoying refrained from further comments. Empowered by the influx of true essence, her hands began to weave intricate seals. The mystical symbols soared into the sky, and from the clouds emerged 5 icy swords, exhaling a frigid aura. Amidst the surging chill, a colossal shadow of a sword reemerges. The frost sword array. Strike. Shun Miaoying, with an air of solemnity, commands as the immense sword shadow radiates an astonishing coldness, descending from the heavens to cleave towards the nearby giant python. The fire cloud python, not one to yield easily, abruptly lifts half of its body, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath to withstand the sword shadow. Although it possesses only rudimentary intelligence, it is acutely aware that it stands at a critical juncture between life and death. With a surge of demonic essence, it mobilizes all its strength, managing to contend with the sword shadow in midair, neither side conceding an inch. At that moment, Shun Miaoying lets out a muffled groan. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her aura becoming increasingly chaotic. Already injured, she exerts herself to invoke the sword array, which exacts a tremendous toll on her. No, hold on, you cannot falter. Perceiving Shun Miaoying's distress, Su 12's heart races, filled with trepidation. It's now or never. Gritting his teeth, his gaze fixates on the fire cloud python, and with a determined glance, he produces 7 soul-severing nails and hurls them forth. Alongside them, he releases all remaining attack talismans. At this juncture, the fire cloud python is wholly preoccupied with countering the might of the sword array, leaving it no opportunity to heed Su 12's assault. It fails to recognize that the 7 diminutive iron nails could inflict any harm. Thud! With a dull thump, the soul-severing nails, accompanied by the attack talismans, penetrate the wounds on the fire cloud python. In the next instant, over 100 attack talismans simultaneously detonate. Though they are mere subpar relics, their combined explosion within the python's wound is akin to a critical blow. Boom, boom. Caught off guard, a significant portion of the fire cloud python's body is violently torn open. As it exerted all its power, the demonic essence momentarily faltered in fear. Seizing this opportunity, a colossal shadow of a sword, imbued with overwhelming might, swept across its brow. The nearly 100-meter-long serpent was cleaved in two under the might of that strike, rendered utterly lifeless. With a gasp, Shen Miaoyin could no longer endure. A mouthful of crimson blood erupted forth as her body weakened and collapsed onto the ground. This battle had inflicted severe injuries upon her. Now, she lacked even the strength to move. In the air, the 5 flying swords that had formed the formation fell to the ground one by one. Chapter 41. Just a minor character, it succeeded. It truly managed to slay that second-tier demonic beast? Su 12, in contrast, was somewhat better off. He plopped down onto the ground, a visage of lingering trepidation upon his face. Yet his situation was hardly improved. At that moment, his dantian felt utterly empty, and every cell in his body groaned in agony. The pain was so intense that it made him grimace. Such cross-dia battles must never be attempted again. It was nearly fatal. He had come perilously close to losing his life. Vowing to remember this lesson, he hurriedly retrieved a bottle of healing elixir and swallowed half of it in one go. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entry, its pure medicinal energy swiftly permeating his entire being. Under the influence of the elixir, his internal injuries began to mend rapidly. In less than a quarter of an hour, Su 12 regained his ability to move and stood up from the ground. However, his injuries were grave, and a complete recovery would not be achieved in the short term. Casting a quick glance at the situation around him, he refrained from acting recklessly. His gaze fell upon the woman before him, and he urgently inquired, "How are you faring now? The millennium-old crimson fruit is undoubtedly alluring, yet to depart from this place, one must rely on the enigmatic woman beside me. What do you think?" Shen Miaoyin replied with a hint of exhaustion. At that moment, not only was her essence depleted, but her foundation was also compromised, rendering her incapable of opening her storage pouch to retrieve any medicinal pills. "I can assist you in healing, but once you recover, you must not harm me, and you must take me away from here," Su 12 said, gazing intently at Shen Miaoyin. "Agreed," Shen Miaoyin responded without hesitation. "Furthermore, I will claim 2 of the remaining 5 crimson fruits." Su 12 glanced at the distant fruit tree and continued, "That is acceptable," Shen Miaoyin replied with an impassive expression. Her agreement remarkably straightforward. Such swift acquiescence. Su 12 murmured, then posed another query. "Lastly, what is your name?" "Shen Miaoyin," she answered. "Shen? I recall that the leader of Tianyin Peak also bears the surname Shan. What is your relation to her?" A sudden realization gripped Su 12, a bold conjecture taking shape in his mind. He was always cautious, perpetually vigilant of his surroundings. Prior to the trials, Fu Boran from Tianhua Peak had inquired with the elders of Tianyin Peak about the whereabouts of the peak leader. "What do you think?" Shen Miaoyin retorted with a faint smile. Despite her grave injuries, she was still a peak leader, maintaining her composure. "Goodness, you are indeed the leader of Tianyin Peak." Although he had suspected that this woman held a significant status, he never anticipated that she was the peak leader of Tianyin. "Do you have any further inquiries?" At any moment, the people from Tianhua Peak could breach the formation and intrude. The longer we delay our departure, the greater the peril we face, Shen Miaoyin remarked with an air of calm. It's all right now. This vial of small elixir is for you." "Ah, it seems you cannot take it by yourself. Allow me to assist you." "My apologies," Su 12 said with an awkward smile, hastily handing the elixir to Shen Miaoyin. It then dawned on him that Shen Miaoyin was utterly incapable of receiving it at that moment. He quickly poured the small elixir into his palm, preparing to administer it to her with concern. "What? A supreme small elixir? And 5 of them? What exactly is your origin?" Upon seeing the small elixirs in Su 12's hand, Shen Miaoyin furrowed her delicate brows, astonished as she inquired. "I have no origin, merely a minor character. This elixir is something I stumbled upon by chance." Su 12 hurriedly shook his head in denial. Not wanting to linger on that topic, he nervously held the elixirs and brought them closer to Shen Miaoyin, anxiously feeding them to her one by one. As his fingers brushed against her icy red lips, and he caught sight of her gently trembling long eyelashes, Su 12 felt his heart race. A peculiar sensation of warmth washing over him. An indescribable feeling lingered in his heart, causing his cheeks to flush and grow warm. At that moment, he was merely a 17-year-old youth, having never had any intimate encounters with women. Such a reaction was only natural, especially in the presence of such a stunning beauty. As the elixir slid down her throat, a refreshing sensation swiftly coursed through Shen Miaoyin's limbs, akin to spring rain nourishing the earth. Her injuries were temporarily subdued, and Shen Miaoyin inhaled deeply, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into strands of true energy within her body. Then, with a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she produced a large elixir of a pale blue hue. After a fleeting glance, she withdrew her gaze. Theoretically, the greater return elixir possesses a potency superior to that of the lesser variant. However, in her possession was merely a second-tier middle-grade greater return elixir, which pales in comparison to the exquisite lesser return elixir. Let us depart swiftly. Gather the items, she declared, rising from the ground. Shen Miaoyin retrieved her 5 flying swords and approached the jujube tree. With a swift glance, she raised her hand, conjuring a shard of icy air into the form of a flying dagger. In a flash, 5 jujubes fell to the ground. Before they could touch the earth, Shen Miaoyin produced 2 sandalwood boxes, carefully stowing the 5 jujubes within. Turning, she handed the box containing 3 jujubes to Su 12. Here are 3 for you. Thank you. Su 12 replied, accepting the box and examining the 3 plump, crimson fruits within, his smile widening. His mind was filled with Shen Miaoyin's earlier words. A millennium-old jujube can enhance cultivation by half a century. He cautiously extracted one, glancing around before he could barely contain his eagerness to consume it. For him, the swift elevation of his cultivation was of utmost importance. I advise against consuming it just yet. The potency of this millennium jujube is exceedingly strong. It will require at least 10 days for complete refinement, Shen Miaoyin remarked, her tone indifferent. 10 days for refinement? Su 12 hastily returned the fruit to the box and stored it in his spatial ring. Outside the spirit plant garden, there were still hundreds of disciples from Tianhua Peak who could enter at any moment. At this juncture, he dared not linger, not even for a day. Thank you. Sect Master Shun, what shall we do next? Su 12 inquired respectfully, clasping his hands in a gesture of reverence towards Shen Miaoyin. Shen Miaoyin stood beneath the red fruit tree, her frost blade held aloft as she swiftly traced a circle around the trunk. With a flick of her wrist, the majestic tree vanished, leaving behind a vast, gaping pit. Having accomplished this, she turned to Su 12 and spoke. There remain the dendrobium flowers and the carcass of the beast. Choose one. Once we gather our spoils and I regain some strength, we shall depart. Witnessing Shen Miaoyin's effortless retrieval of the red fruit tree, Su 12 felt a pang of envy. Yet, he understood that receiving such treasures was futile for him. As he considered her words, his gaze darted over the remaining dendrobium flowers and the corpse of the fire cloud python. The dendrobium was not detailed in the compendium of materials, but from Shen Miaoyin's reaction, he could surmise its value. However, for someone of his current capabilities, such a high-level spiritual herb was of little use. Conversely, the massive python, a second-tier beast, offered valuable resources. Its flesh, skin, and fangs were all commendable prizes. Most crucially, the 7 soul-disrupting nails, a superior magical artifact, lay ensconced within the creature's body. After but a moment's hesitation, Su 12 resolved to speak. Just as he was about to voice his choice, a sudden tremor rippled through the earth. Outside the spiritual herb garden, brilliant lights surged skyward, accompanied by countless flashes of lightning. In an instant, the ambient spiritual energy began to fluctuate violently, and the dense fog enveloping the garden swiftly dissipated under this cosmic phenomenon. What is happening? Su 12 felt an unsettling foreboding and hurriedly inquired of Shen Miaoyin. This is not good. The formation protecting the spiritual herb garden is on the verge of collapse. Fu Boren possesses remarkable audacity to entrust the purple thunder sword to his disciples for the trial. Shen Miaoyin's expression shifted dramatically. Upon witnessing the flickering lightning outside, realization dawned upon her. The purple thunder sword? A low-grade spiritual weapon? We must depart at once. Su 12 also recalled the moment, swiftly gathering the remains of the fire cloud python, skin and flesh alike, into his storage ring before hastening to Shen Miaoyin's side. He had been present when Fu Boren publicly showcased the purple thunder sword, and its formidable power left an indelible impression on him. Time is of the essence. To break the formation and escape, I will require at least 3 days to restore my cultivation. For now, we must find a temporary refuge. Shen Miaoyin shook her head, her expression laden with worry. Severely injured and unable to fight, encountering anyone from Tianhua Peak at this juncture would spell disaster, particularly with one among them wielding a low-grade spiritual weapon. Scanning the area, she swiftly approached the pile of boulders where the dendrobium flower was located, collecting all of it before hiding in the crevice where Su 12 had previously concealed himself, quickly suppressing her aura. Hide. Su 12's lips twitched in frustration, yet he understood that options were limited. That spot is not secure. I advise you not to conceal yourself there. He quickly cautioned Shen Miaoyin before moving to the boulder. With urgency, he wielded the white mist sword to carve away a section of the earth, swiftly excavating a rudimentary burrow and burrowing inside. Over the past 5 years, daily encounters with various beasts had inadvertently honed his experience. Not secure? Shen Miaoyin raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping the implication. With the crimson fruit tree gone, this boulder-strewn locale undoubtedly became the most conspicuous spot. Seeing Su 12 expertly disappear into the cavern to conceal himself, she intended to emulate him. Suddenly, A violent surge of energy emanated from outside the spirit herb garden. Calamity, the formation has been breached, she exclaimed softly, biting her lip. She followed Su 12 without further consideration, squeezing into the cramped hiding place together. Heavens, what are you doing in here? Su 12 was about to block the entrance when he felt his body sink as a delicate form pressed against him. He hadn't considered Shen Miaoyin at all. This burrow was meant for his solitary refuge. Accommodating one person was manageable, but with Shen Miaoyin's arrival, they were face to face, noses nearly touching, pressed tightly together. Through their garments, Su 12 could feel the contrasting cool and warm temperature emanating from Shen Miaoyin's body, stirring an unusual sensation within him. Silence. Temper your aura. Someone is approaching. Shen Miaoyin swiftly cautioned, her complexion appearing less than serene in the darkness. She, the esteemed peak master of Heavenly Sound Peak and an eminent core formation cultivator, was now crammed in such a place with a junior disciple at the 4th level of Qi refining. Su 12 didn't dwell on it much. As Shen Miaoyin spoke, he immediately sealed the cavern entrance. At that moment, with the formation utterly shattered, hundreds of figures surged in from the spirit herb garden's main gate. Leading them was a young man in his 30s, adorned in scarlet robes. The man, clad in crimson with cloud patterns on his sleeves, exuded an aura of detached indifference. A pair of eyes, akin to those of a hawk, piercing and proud, framed by elongated phoenix-like contours, beneath a prominent nose lie 2 lips. Delicately thin and brimming with self-assuredness. Such a visage and demeanor resemble a sword, unsheathed and sharp, gleaming with a fierce brilliance. In his grasp, he wields a sword of violet lightning, the low-grade spiritual weapon known as the Purple Thunder Sword, belonging to Fu Born. If Shen Miaoyin were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this young man at a glance. He is no mere errant disciple or newcomer, but rather Yu Liangchuan, the foremost inner disciple of Tianhua Peak. Surrounding him are fellow disciples, each demonstrating an attitude of utmost respect. Yu Liangchuan's true cultivation level is at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. And with his exceptional aptitude and prowess, he is undoubtedly one of the most promising candidates for foundation establishment within the sect in recent years. Under his leadership, the group eagerly ventures into the spiritual herb garden. Upon entry, they swiftly begin their exploration. However, when they beheld the desolate expanse of the garden, all stood frozen, their expressions blank with disbelief. Senior Brother Yi, how can this spiritual herb garden be nothing but a wasteland? One disciple turned to Yi Liangchuan, his voice trembling. As he spoke, many in the crowd turned pale, their faces mirroring his shock. Among them were several at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. They had disregarded all else to hasten to the garden, driven by the promise of abundant spiritual herbs within. Securing a share of the precious Lingji would ensure their ascendance to full discipleship. Yet now, the garden is devoid of any spiritual herbs. This revelation strikes them as a catastrophic blow. One must remember that the trial has already surpassed the halfway mark. How could this be? Is this truly the spiritual herb garden? Not a single herb in sight. Look over there. It appears that traces of a battle with a beast can be seen. However, wasn't it said that this spirit plantation is guarded by a 2nd-tier beast, specifically a Ji fruit tree, which among the trial disciples possesses the capability to stealthily infiltrate the spirit plantation and slay the 2nd-tier beast before our arrival? One cannot dismiss the fact that each of the 7 peaks of Yungu harbors its own secrets. For instance, Tianyin Peak is adept in the art of formations, and it is entirely plausible that a master of such techniques has blended among the trial disciples. Moreover, at Tianshu Peak, a congregation of Qi refinement disciples possesses the extraordinary ability to traverse the skies on swords, which is certainly unusual. As they spoke, the members of Tianhua Peak delved deeper, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the scene of the spirit plantation, where the earth lay cracked and stained with blood. In the center, Yi Liangchuan's brow furrowed into a frown, and the next moment, his gaze turned icy as he declared, "It appears we are indeed a step behind. Yet, the blood upon the ground remains fresh, and the soil is still disturbed. This large pit must undoubtedly be left by the Ji fruit tree. That individual cannot have strayed far. From this moment forth, let all take action. We shall spare no effort in searching for any disciples from other peaks within a 20-mile radius of the spirit plantation. We must excavate the earth if necessary to uncover that person." Yi Liangchuan, sword in hand, spoke with an icy demeanor, his tone exceptionally chilling. As he spoke, they arrived near the original location of the Ji fruit tree, which was also the closest point to Su Shire and the others. Chapter 43. Surviving the crisis. Listening to the sounds emanating from the ground, Su Shire felt her heart race with an unusual intensity. Being in such close proximity to Shen Miaoyin evoked an instinctive physiological response within him. Shen Miaoyin's eyes widened abruptly. her body stiffening as she instinctively prepared to cry out. Intimate contact was one thing, but Su 12's reaction made her feel violated. Su 12 felt a wave of awkwardness, as this reaction was beyond his control. However, his mind remained vigilant, and upon hearing a sudden noise, he instinctively tilted his head, using his lips to silence Shen Miaoying's impending outcry. In the present situation, uttering a sound would undoubtedly spell their doom. In the instant she was about to speak, Shen Miaoying recognized the danger. Yet, she never anticipated that Su 12 would resort to such a method to prevent her from making a sound. The audacity of this young man! Shen Miaoying's chest heaved with indignation. However, the more she reacted, the more embarrassed Su 12 became. For a moment, an atmosphere of intimacy permeated the cavern. Shen Miaoying's face flushed crimson, and if there were light, her complexion would undoubtedly appear radiant and alluring. She had always been detached and devoid of desire. But her injuries had compromised her foundation. At this moment, being in such close contact with Su 12 stirred a ticklish sensation within her. This evoked a sense of bashfulness within her heart. In the spirit plant garden, Yi Liangchuan, with a long sword in hand, swiftly made arrangements. Behind him, the crowd dispersed rapidly, soon leaving only a handful of individuals. Yi Liangchuan, with a look of indifference, was about to turn away when his gaze swept across the scene, landing on a pile of boulders not far away. "Senior brother Yi, is something amiss?" A disciple inquired hastily. "Is it possible," they pondered, "that the person has not departed, but is merely hiding?" Yi Liangchuan squinted thoughtfully as he posed the question. Hiding? Could it be among the stone piles? Yet, there are no fluctuations of spiritual energy here. Someone scrutinized the towering boulders and hastily began to sense their surroundings. Regardless of the outcome, a thorough inspection would reveal the truth, another disciple hastily asserted. "There's no need for such trouble." Yi Liangchuan scoffed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. With the purple thunder sword in hand, he swept it through the air, unleashing a torrent of violet mist. The fog surged towards the stone piles, crackling with lightning that danced like fine strands, enveloping the entire formation in an instant. Beneath the onslaught of lightning, the once mighty stone heap disintegrated into dust. The residual electricity struck the ground, penetrating deep into the earth. In the subterranean chambers, Su Shire and Shen Miaoying convulsed under the assault of the lightning. Fortunately, as the energy traveled through the ground, its potency diminished significantly. Though the pain was excruciating, it was not fatal. They dared not utilize their powers to defend themselves, instead gritting their teeth and enduring the torment in silence. Su Shire fared somewhat better, having experienced similar suffering during his cultivation with gathering energy pills. However, Shen Miaoying was another matter. She had not endured such intense agony for countless years. Desperately clutching Su Shire, her fingers dug into his flesh, unaware of the blood she drew. Thankfully, the tumult did not persist for long. "Let us depart. It seems the individual has indeed vanished." As Yi Liangchuan observed the utter destruction of the stone formation, yet still found no trace of a figure, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. He would never have imagined that Su Shire and Shen Miaoying were indeed still present, hidden within the cavern beneath the pile of boulders. "Brother Yi, if we cannot locate that individual, our trial." Several disciples closely associated with Yi Liangchuan inquired in hushed tones. For them, recovering those spiritual plants was of little consequence. The paramount concern remained their own trials. "Rest assured, even if that person eludes us, I possess means to ensure your passage through the assessment. We shall search for 3 days, and should we fail to uncover any trace of him, I will guide you in seeking alternative solutions." Yi Liangchuan replied with an expression of indifference. He dared not squander too much time, as this matter weighed heavily upon him. A lack of harvest from the spiritual plant garden would lead to immense pressure should the remaining days yield no results. Hearing his words, the others finally felt a sense of relief. Within the cavern, Su Shire and Shen Miaoying nestled closely together, only exhaling in relief once the outside world fell silent. "They have departed, sect leader Shen. You may release me now," Su Shire exclaimed, a flicker of embarrassment in his eyes as he hastily moved away from Shen Miaoying. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she realized how tightly she had clung to him. "You're back." It was only upon feeling the stickiness of her fingers that she recognized she had inadvertently scratched Su Shire, her tone tinged with remorse. "It is nothing. Merely a minor abrasion. It shall heal within a few days," Su Shire reassured her with a smile, shaking his head. For cultivators, such injuries were trivial. However, the intimacy of their contact afforded him an extraordinary experience, one he would cherish for a lifetime. Indeed, with a delicate and icy snort, Shen Miaoying raised a hand, poised to push open the entrance to the cavern. "Peak Master Shun, I would strongly advise against a hasty departure. The exterior is now sealed off, and their failure to locate us will inevitably lead to their return," Su Shire swiftly cautioned, adopting an air of composed serenity. Contrary to your youth, your insight is remarkably keen, Shen Miaoyan remarked indifferently, halting her movement. The points raised by Su Shire had, of course, occurred to her as well. However, such proximity induced a considerable unease within her. Very well, let us seize this opportunity to expedite the recovery of our strength. A thought flickered through her mind as she retrieved a medicinal pill, swallowing it. Thereupon, she closed her eyes, concentrating her spirit, and commenced the process of refining the pill. Only in such a state could she achieve a detachment from worldly distractions and external influences. Moreover, a swift restoration of her cultivation would afford her a greater degree of confidence in the face of impending dangers. Observing this, Su Shire, too, wasted no time. He directly procured a vermilion fruit, ingesting it. Refining a single vermilion fruit would typically require at least 10 days, but time was currently on his side. As the vermilion fruit passed his throat, he felt as though a colossal mass of energy had been swallowed. This energy coursed from his throat to his abdomen, and with a slight mental prompting, he sensed a surge of heat rapidly circumnavigating the meridians throughout his body. Subsequently, it transformed into his own cultivation. This process proved to be far more effortless than refining the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth or utilizing chi-gathering pills. Most crucially, it was exceedingly pleasant. Nevertheless, the rate at which he peeled away the energy was considerably slower compared to the energy mass. With this realization, Su Shire dared not squander a moment. He hastily focused his mind, dedicating himself to the refinement process with all his might. His cultivation, too, gradually improved at a pace perceptible to the naked eye. In the span of 10 days, the inhabitants of Tianhua Peak conducted numerous searches around the perimeter of the spirit plantation, returning to the plantation on several occasions, yet regrettably, they yielded no results. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to relinquish their efforts with a sense of reluctance. On the 11th day, amidst a pile of boulders, two figures burst forth from the ground. Shen Miaoyan wore a radiant smile, exuding an invigorating aura that signified the restoration of her cultivation. A decade of recuperation had completely revitalized her abilities. Once she returned to refine the two crimson fruits, she felt a confident 70% assurance of successfully condensing her golden core. However, when her gaze fell upon Su 12 beside her, a hint of awkwardness crossed her features, largely overshadowed by astonishment. Chapter 44. The Secrets of Chi Refinement. The peak of the Chi Refinement 5th layer? How could that be? You, a mere Chi Refinement cultivator, consume a single crimson fruit and should achieve at least the consummation of the Chi Refinement stage, if not the 7th or 8th layer. Wait, what kind of spiritual root do you possess? As she spoke, Shen Miaoyan recalled something and inquired. Su 12, blushing, replied, a mixed spiritual root. His spiritual root was well known among many within the peak and was hardly a secret. A single crimson fruit had merely allowed him to ascend one layer in cultivation. This realization left him somewhat disheartened, yet he found it bearable. After all, he was already aware of his own spiritual root circumstances and had not harbored excessive hopes from the outset. Moreover, he still possessed two crimson fruits, and such a pace of advancement was more than satisfactory to him. What? A mixed spiritual root? How did you manage to cultivate to the 4th layer of Chi refinement in such a short span? Shen Miaoyan was taken aback. Her typically composed demeanor faltered in the face of this revelation. In her heart, she had always regarded Su 12 as a trump card for Mount Luofu. However, regarding his mixed spiritual roots, she doubted that Lu Mingshi would nurture such a disciple. It was merely a personal encounter. Su 12 smiled awkwardly, refraining from elaborating. The secret of the mysterious alchemical furnace was something he intended to keep to himself, never to divulge to anyone. Fortuitous encounters are indeed a significant aspect for cultivators. Nevertheless, as a disciple with mixed spiritual roots, the future foundation establishment would pose a challenge, and it is advisable to prepare early. Shen Miaoyan stated indifferently, not probing further, but rather offering a calm reminder. She held little optimism for Su 12. While fortuitous encounters are certainly important for cultivators, few can rely on them consistently. Without exceptional talent, the path ahead is rather limited. Foundation establishment will be problematic? Su 12's expression shifted, and he hastily inquired. Shen Miaoyan's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him, dousing his previously uplifting spirits. The realms of cultivation are layered, each stage presenting its own shackles. The poorer one's aptitude, the stronger the constraints become. You struggle so much in your daily practice. Breaking through in the future may be as difficult as climbing to the heavens, Shen Miaoyan remarked lightly. Her intention was not to disparage Su 12, but to speak the truth candidly. Is there no other way? Su 12 asked with a pained expression, pressing on. Although Shun Miaoyin did not articulate it, he had an inkling of the underlying difficulties, though he had not anticipated they would be this formidable. Perhaps due to their shared hardships, Shen Miaoyin did not express any displeasure at his probing and replied calmly, "There are indeed methods available. Firstly, there is the aid of elixirs, such as the Foundation Establishment Pill, which can enhance the probability of establishing a foundation. However, these pills are exceedingly rare, and in your case, 1 or 2 will not suffice. Secondly, there are cultivation techniques. Certain unique methods can also increase the likelihood of foundation establishment. Yet, such techniques are not commonly found, and the more prevalent ones often have stringent requirements regarding aptitude. Unless, at this point, Shen Miaoyin seemed to recall something, her words trailing off. Unless, what? Su 12 inquired cautiously. Shen Miaoyin replied coolly, unless you can cultivate to the 12th level of qi refinement. Breaking through with a 12th level cultivation base, along with the Foundation Establishment Pill, perhaps your chances would improve. In ancient times, qi practitioners possessed 12 realms of cultivation. However, for cultivators, reaching the 12th level requires an immense amount of time. Consequently, some practitioners attempted to breach the foundation at lower levels of cultivation. Over time, this led to the present norm of the 9th level of qi refinement being regarded as the pinnacle. The subsequent cultivation methods gradually faded into obscurity, making them difficult to uncover. You must be diligent in your search in this regard. The 12th level. Su 12's heart raced as he immediately thought of the Little Zhou Tian qi refinement technique. This method indeed corresponds to the 12 levels of qi refinement. He quickly clasped his fists in gratitude towards Shen Miaoyin, saying, "Thank you, sect leader Shen. Your words are of great assistance to me." Shen Miaoyin waved her hand dismissively, her expression growing cold. "No need for thanks. Consider this your repayment for the help you have rendered me. The formation of the spiritual herb garden has been broken. You may leave at your discretion. After today, our fates diverge. If we meet again, we shall be strangers. During this period, it would be best for you to forget the events that transpired between us. Should a third party become aware, I shall not let you off easily." With that, Shen Miaoyin resumed her demeanor of aloofness, casting a cold and penetrating gaze at Su 12, her eyes brimming with a warning. To her, this incident was merely an unforeseen occurrence. With her innate talent, she could easily condense her golden core upon returning, ultimately attaining the path of the golden core. As for Su 12, with his inferior spiritual roots, it was evident that their paths would not intertwine in the future. "Rest assured, this matter shall remain buried within me," Su 12 quickly assured, retracting his neck. Speaking of such things would bring him no advantage. Rather, it would antagonize a potential golden core expert, and he had no intention of courting trouble. Moreover, Shen Miaoyin's words had provided him with considerable insight. He had resolutely decided to cultivate according to the minor circulatory qi technique henceforth. To seek vengeance, relying solely on his current level of cultivation would undoubtedly be insufficient. He was willing to explore any means that might enhance his chances of a breakthrough. Parting ways with Shen Miaoyin, Su 12 chose a random direction and continued onward. After thoroughly pillaging the spirit plant garden, he was confident that his advancement to an official disciple was virtually guaranteed, rendering any further risks unnecessary. Henceforth, he planned to find a secluded spot for intensive cultivation. 3 days later, employing the wind summoning technique and stepping lightly with the illusory steps, Su 12 traversed the majestic mountain ranges. He still wore the cloud-treading boots gifted by Shen Miaoyin. Since she had not requested their return, he had no intention of relinquishing them voluntarily, especially after having damaged a top-tier defensive artifact to buy time. As he walked, a sudden flurry of rapid footsteps echoed nearby. "Is someone there?" With a sudden twitch of his brows, Su Shirer instinctively suppressed his aura and concealed himself within a nearby thicket. Without a single invisibility talisman at his disposal, he could only rely on the foliage to obscure his figure. Soon, 11 silhouettes came into his view, disciples in the 2nd and 3rd stages of qi refinement, comprising both men and women from various peaks, all frantically fleeing in disarray. Remarkably, their endurance until now seemed almost miraculous. Yet, what exactly were they running from? As his gaze swept over the scene, Su Shirer was taken aback. Whispering to himself, his pupils constricted as he recognized a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Zhu Hongwei. To his astonishment, he found this fellow here. This rascal seemed to possess an extraordinary fortune. Su Shirer observed from the shadows, remaining undisclosed. At that moment, a rush of wind swept in from the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 arrows of deep green light flashed through the air, striking into the panicking throng with blinding speed. Instantly, 6 figures stumbled, collapsing to the ground lifelessly. The remaining few had no time to look back. They were driven by sheer terror, racing away like madmen. Their path, however, led directly towards Su Shi's position. What? These individuals were being hunted like prey? Who could be so ruthlessly cruel? Su Shi's expression hardened as he cast his gaze toward the distance. Chapter 45. A bold rescue. At that moment, a figure clad in disciple robes, adorned with the emblem of Choyang Peak, came into view. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a hawkish nose and slanted eyes that suggested a menacing demeanor. The slight curl of his lips revealed a truly sinister countenance. His cultivation level was not low, standing at the 5th stage of chi refinement. At that moment, he wielded a dark green longbow, pursuing a few fleeing individuals ahead. Fixing his gaze on the remaining 5, he felt the surge of true essence within him, which he channeled into the longbow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bow shimmered with light as 5 arrows, forged from concentrated true essence, were released. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, Zhu Hanwei reacted swiftly, propelling himself off a nearby large tree. He lunged forward just as an arrow grazed his calf. Embedding itself in the tree beside him, gritting his teeth in pain, he landed not far from Su Shi. The others were less fortunate. Before they could react, they were pierced through by the arrows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With only one person left, the hawk-nosed man ceased firing and, with a sinister grin, slowly approached Zhu Hanwei. You're quite quick on your feet, but as prey, one must possess the awareness of being hunted. How should I dispose of you? The hawk-nosed man raised his hand to his chin, wearing an expression of amusement. Zhu Hanwei, with his injured leg, was unable to escape any longer. As he turned to see the approaching figure, terror gripped him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Senior brother, I have already handed over my storage bag to you. As a fellow disciple of the Yungu sect, I implore you, spare me. Summoning his remaining strength, Zhu Hanwei pleaded urgently. Oh, spare you, is it? You clever little fellow, you're quite cooperative. Yet, despite lacking talent, you venture into the realm of cultivation. Isn't that akin to courting death? Indeed, senior brother speaks the truth. I shall descend the mountain and never practice again. Zhu Hanwei knelt on the ground, repeatedly pleading for mercy. The brutality of the trial exceeded his wildest imaginings, casting a profound shadow upon him. At this moment, he harbored but a singular thought: to survive. Return? What a pity. I cannot find a reason to spare you. As hope flickered in Zhu Hanwei's eyes, the hawk-nosed man let out a cold laugh. His longbow shimmering ominously, the arrowhead aimed directly at Zhu Hanwei, ruthlessly shattering his glimmer of hope. Before joining the Yungu sect, he had been a notorious bandit, a murderer without remorse. During one robbery, he encountered a severely injured cultivator, which led him to become a rogue practitioner. Eventually, through a series of unfortunate events, he found himself within the Yungu sect, taking residence at the Choyang Peak. Over the years, while presenting a facade of amiability, he secretly eliminated numerous fellow disciples, amassing a wealth of treasures. For him, the thrill of killing lay in the sadistic pleasure of watching his prey perish in despair, which brought him a twisted sense of joy. You devil, what you are doing will inevitably bring you retribution. Zhu Hanwei screamed, his heart plummeting into the abyss as he sank to the ground, his voice hoarse with anguish. Scream. This is the essence of a hunted prey. Alas, even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. The hawk-nosed man grinned widely, his smile growing ever more radiant. Why, at the critical moment between life and death, a flash of sword light suddenly cut through the air, intercepting the incoming light arrow. Stop! A booming voice echoed as Su 12 burst forth from the thicket. The others had perished too swiftly for him to intervene, and he had not even contemplated doing so. However, Zhu Hanwei was different. They hailed from the same place, sharing both hometown and sect. Moreover, had he not obtained 2 martial arts manuals from Zhu Hanwei, he could hardly claim to have bested that menial disciple and the sword-wielding youth. Thus, both sentiment and reason compelled him to act. The unexpected turn of events startled both Zhu Hanwei and the hawk-nosed man. Upon hearing that someone was coming to assist, Zhu Hanwei was filled with elation and quickly turned to see the newcomer. Senior brother 12? Yet, upon realizing it was Su 12, his expression fell instantly. His face a mask of despair. The disappointment in his eyes was palpable. To him, Su 12 was merely a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement. He could not fathom any possibility of victory against the hawk-nosed man. The flicker of hope that had ignited within him was extinguished in an instant, plunging Zhu Hanwei into utter hopelessness. No, I surely cannot escape. Yet, Su 12 had acted with kindness to save him. He could not allow him to be embroiled in this peril. Gritting his teeth, he shouted urgently, Senior brother 12, you must flee. You are no match for him. Run. When you return to our hometown, please check on my father. He is the mayor of the town. Haha. A mere boy at the third level of chi refinement dares to stand up for someone? Do you not think it too late to turn back now? Since you have come, consider yourself my new prey. The hawk-nosed man scoffed upon seeing Su 12's cultivation level, his eyes igniting with an even more fervent desire, akin to that of a predator eyeing fresh quarry. Prey indeed. Su Shire let out a cold, indifferent laugh. As his words fell, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. With a swift step, he reappeared behind the hooked-nosed man. The white mist sword was raised in his hand, its light flashing as it mercilessly sliced toward his foe. The small circulatory technique he employed was imperceptible even to Shun Miaoyin, the master of Tianyin Peak, let alone this individual before him. He presented himself with the cultivation of merely the third level of chi refinement to lower the other's guard, all for this moment. However, a sudden sense of danger from behind jolted him, sending a shiver down his spine. In a critical moment, he hurled a black orb into the air. The orb spun rapidly, unleashing a chilling, ominous wind that enveloped him. Zhu Hanwei, seated on the ground, was astonished by Su Shire's speed and the swiftness of his strike. Seeing the hook-nosed man throw the black orb, he hastily shouted a warning. Su, be careful. That artifact can corrupt magical tools. An hour prior, it was this very treasure that had allowed him to ambush a senior brother at the 6th level of chi refinement. Corrupting magical tools? Ambushing someone at the 6th level? Su Shire's heart sank with alarm. Before he could process this revelation, he felt the weight of the white mist sword in his grasp as if it had sunk into a quagmire. With his attack thwarted, he realized that achieving a surprise kill was no longer feasible. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast a fireball and drew forth the white mist sword, swiftly distancing himself from the hooked-nosed man. As his gaze fell upon the white mist sword, he comprehended the true meaning of Zhu Hanwei's warning about the corrupting artifact. The sword, once pristine, was now marred with rust and pockmarked from the sinister wind. The sword's blade shimmered with a dim and obscure glow. With just a couple more strikes, it would undoubtedly be rendered useless. Chapter 46. The crucial matter is that you are dead. What a treacherous artifact. Caught off guard, I failed to gain an advantage. If this were truly a calculated ambush, it would indeed be plausible to eliminate someone at the 6th level of chi refinement. Su 12 sighed inwardly, casting a wary gaze at his opponent. You wish to launch a surprise attack on me. Young one, you are still far too inexperienced. Initially, I thought that a target at the 3rd level of chi refinement posed little challenge. To my surprise, you are actually at the 5th level. How intriguing. The hawk-nosed man sneered, shaking his head as he extended his tongue to lick his lips. As he spoke, the chilling winds surrounding him vanished. He abruptly turned and drew the longbow in his hand. 6 radiant arrows soared through the air, arriving in an instant. Su 12 narrowed his eyes, having anticipated this moment. As the arrows descended, he activated his ice shield, which expanded against the wind and positioned itself before him. Such an assault was insufficient to breach the ice shield's defenses. He also intended to seize this opportunity to counterattack. However, just as the attack was about to land, his pupils contracted slightly, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Something is amiss. In a swift mental shift, he summoned a powerful gust of wind, soaring upward. Boom. In the next moment, the arrows struck the ground, exploding with a thunderous roar, sending dirt flying and trees toppling. A massive crater formed at the site. What kind of bow is this, to possess such formidable power? Su 12 gasped in shock. Had he not noticed the cold smirk on his adversary's face and evaded in time, he would have sustained severe injuries, if not met his demise. The presence of superior offensive artifacts would be one matter, but to discover the existence of superior defensive artifacts is quite another. Young man, you possess quite an array of treasures. The hawk-nosed man furrowed his brow, verbally regarding Su 12 as his prey. Yet, when the time came to act, he unleashed his most formidable techniques. To his surprise, however, his intentions were detected by the opponent. This revelation sparked a flicker of annoyance within him. Yet upon glimpsing the ice-blue frost shield, a glint of avarice gleamed in his eyes. He possessed numerous treasures, yet only the Wind Pearl was of superior quality. The rest were merely inferior artifacts. Moreover, defensive artifacts were particularly coveted. Fixated on Su 12 hovering in midair, he decisively knocked an arrow and released 6 luminous projectiles. These arrows, devoid of any menacing aura, nevertheless elicited no complacency from Su 12. The man before him, though seemingly deranged, was insidiously cunning. Despite being airborne, he exhibited remarkable agility. Utilizing wind-calling techniques and employing the shadowless phantom steps in conjunction with the cloud stride boots, Su 12 moved like a wraith, darting both before and behind his adversary. Die! Suddenly, Su 12 shouted lowly, brandishing his sword in a fierce strike. The white mist sword, fueled by his true essence, radiated a resplendent beam of light. Do you truly believe such a ruse would be effective? The hawk-nosed man scoffed, once again channeling the wind pearl. This time, the malevolent winds surged towards Su-12 under his command. However, before the winds could engulf him, the man's expression shifted dramatically. With a series of soft thuds, 7 soul-piercing nails, manipulated silently by Su-12's telekinetic prowess, approached stealthily. At the moment, the adversary was wholly engrossed in controlling the winds. Su-12 seized the opportunity to strike, driving the nails into his back with sudden force. The soul-severing nail is an exquisite artifact, imbued with a potent venom. Even the formidable hook-nosed man, despite his prowess, found himself utterly incapacitated the moment he was struck by the nail, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The chilling winds dissipated, revealing a sinister black orb that fell to the earth. How is this possible? It is indeed a superior hidden weapon? Who exactly are you? The hook-nosed man hastily produced a soul-severing nail, holding it in his hand, his expression shifting dramatically in astonishment. The disciples participating in the trial are typically newcomers or menial workers, individuals of limited strength who seldom possess valuable items. To possess even a medium-grade artifact is remarkable, while having a superior artifact signifies great wealth. The fact that Su-12 owned 1 superior offensive and 1 defensive artifact nearly left him in disbelief. He could never have imagined the existence of superior hidden weapon artifacts. Had he known there were 3 superior artifacts involved, he would have fled without hesitation, avoiding entanglement with Su-12 entirely. Who I am is of no consequence. What truly matters is that you shall perish, Su-12 stated coldly, raising his sword. No, I. The hook-nosed man's eyes widened, his attempt to utter a response faltering. Just as he opened his mouth, a chill enveloped his neck, and the world began to spin. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appeared upon his through. He could scarcely believe that the nightmarish individual had perished, leaving nothing but a handful of ashes. What was most striking was that he had been slain by Su-12, a fellow disciple who had joined the Yungu sect alongside him. Moreover, Su-12's aptitude did not seem to surpass his own by any significant margin. Although he had long sensed that Su-12 was extraordinary, he had not anticipated such formidable strength. Was it possible that this individual had encountered some fortuitous event? What kind of serendipity could transform him into such a powerhouse? It was likely that even Han Yu, whom the peak master regarded with utmost esteem, could not match his prowess. Zhu Hanwei silently marveled, and upon hearing a sound, he hurriedly addressed Su-12 with utmost respect. Rest assured, Senior Brother 12, I am unharmed. He waved his hand dismissively, though the wound on his leg caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. Here, take this minor healing pill. With less than a month left in the trial, be cautious moving forward. Su-12 nodded indifferently and tossed him a low-grade healing pill, seemingly retrieved from the storage of some unfortunate soul. After completing this act, he turned to leave. Zhu Hanwei clutched the pill tightly and, without hesitation, swallowed it. With gratitude etched across his face, he gazed at Su-12's retreating figure, his eyes darting as he gritted his teeth and limped after him. Senior Brother 12, wait. Wait for me. Do you require something? Su-12 halted, regarding him with an inscrutable expression. Senior Brother, you have saved my life. Your kindness is akin to a rebirth for me. From this day forth, my life belongs to you, and I shall follow you unwaveringly, Zhu Hanwei proclaimed, thumping his chest with emotion. His cultivation was already lacking, and with his injuries, without anyone to protect him, he feared that in the remaining days, he would either be killed by others or perish at the claws of a beast. For him, the most prudent course of action was to seek out a powerful ally. He could no longer rely on Han Yu and Xiao Yu, so within the sect, the only person left to consider was the one before him. The fact that Su-12 had chosen to intervene and save him in a moment of crisis spoke volumes about his character. In that fleeting instant, clarity washed over him. Should he rely solely on Su-12? Absolutely not. Su-12 squinted, decisively shaking his head. He was not foolish. He understood that the other party merely sought a formidable backing to endure until the trial concluded. To this, he felt little interest. Chapter 47. The trial concludes. Brother, I am fully aware of my limited strength and my inability to contribute in battle. However, I excel in other areas. You appear to be solely focused on the path of cultivation and enhancing your abilities. There are numerous trivial matters within the sect that I can assist with, such as procuring items or gathering information. In response to Su-12's refusal, Zhu Hanwei did not relent. Instead, he smiled broadly and continued. He understood the concept of leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Gathering information? Just as Su-12 was about to hasten his departure, he suddenly reconsidered upon hearing this. The figure in black had a master behind him, the origins of whom remained a mystery. Seeking revenge required not only strength, but also a wealth of information. Relying solely on his own power to both enhance his abilities and investigate was a delicate balance that could not be fully maintained. Furthermore, the figure in black was aware of his name, exposing him to constant danger. Many matters were not suitable for him to confront directly. With this thought, Su 12 formed a resolve in his heart. Let us retreat to a secluded spot and await the conclusion of the trial. Very well. Zhu Hanwei's face brightened with joy as he eagerly nodded. He then added, Brother, I know of a hidden place. 30 miles to the west, there lies a cave. Su 12 nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed there. With your strength, managing to endure thus far demonstrates a commendable degree of skill. Zhu Hanwei quickly shook his head with a wry smile. Brother, I hardly possess such capability. During the trial, my low cultivation level renders me inconspicuous to others. When confronted by formidable opponents, I simply lower my head and allow them to inspect my storage pouch to make my exit. Su 12 pondered this and realized the truth in it. The disciples who came here sought rare treasures, and the likelihood of low-level cultivators discovering anything of value was exceedingly slim. But why were you pursued by that individual earlier? Su 12 inquired further. Zhu Hanwei grimaced. This matter is rather vexing. A few days prior, disciples from Tianhua Peak inexplicably went on a rampage, mercilessly hunting down disciples from other peaks. Regardless of their cultivation level, anyone they encountered was met with violence. Consequently, chaos erupted throughout the trial grounds. Various formidable beings emerged, and we low-level disciples found ourselves in dire straits, relentlessly pursued. I heard rumors that someone had stolen their belongings, but the perpetrator remains unknown. The more Zhu Hanwei spoke, the more disheartened he became. For him, this was a calamity without cause. Su 12 swiftly grasped the situation, his lips twitching slightly, and wisely chose not to delve deeper into the topic. An hour later, the two arrived at a concealed cave. Returning Zhu Hanwei's storage bag and tossing him 10 ordinary second-tier spiritual materials, Su 12 moved to a corner of the cave. Extracting a mat to sit cross-legged upon, he now possessed an abundance of spiritual materials, and with the intention of using Zhu Hanwei, his elevation to an official disciple would undoubtedly yield greater benefits for himself. This logic was not lost on Su 12. Not in haste to commence his cultivation, he sat upon the mat and meticulously counted the items from the hook-nosed man. The storage bag alone contained no fewer than 50 items. There were nearly 200 spiritual materials and a total of 11 various low-quality magical artifacts. However, the inferior quality of these artifacts rendered them unworthy of Su 12's attention. After organizing the assorted items, his gaze fell upon the final 3 possessions. The first was the longbow wielded by the hook-nosed man. A deep azure bow intricately carved with the words Tianlang Bao. Although merely a low-quality artifact, bows of this kind were relatively rare and thus held some value. This longbow could condense true essence to launch arrows of light, its power comparable to that of a fire control technique, albeit with slightly lower true essence consumption. Yet, this alone was insufficient to produce such astonishing might. Su 12 squinted, vividly recalling the remarkable arrow shot by the hook-nosed man, whose power was akin to a full-force strike from a top-tier artifact, perhaps even surpassing it by a margin. Shifting his gaze, he turned to the second item beside it, a quiver containing 3 glossy black arrows. The arrows gleamed with a deep black hue, inscribed with the words explosive arrow. Within them lay an astonishing surge of spiritual energy. Explosive arrows. The disposable, exquisite magical artifact is truly astonishing in its power. Su 12 took a deep breath, a look of delight gracing his features. With just a glance, he discerned that the source of that remarkable offensive capability was none other than this arrow shaft. He had witnessed the explosive power of the burst arrow firsthand. It was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. When paired with this longbow, its effectiveness in launching surprise attacks was undeniable. With this item in hand, he had gained another means of safeguarding his life. A slight smile graced Su 12's lips as he stored the 2 items within his storage ring. His gaze then shifted to the final object, a black orb. This orb was entirely dark, emanating an aura of chill. Upon grasping it, he felt a bone-chilling coldness. Su 12 attempted to infuse it with his true essence, and immediately sensed that within the orb resided a mass of sinister black sand. This black sand occupied only 1/3 of the orb's space, yet it became particularly animated under the influence of his true essence, seemingly eager to emerge at any moment. This black sand was no ordinary substance, though it appeared to be consumable. However, it mattered little. Its potential utility in critical moments was what truly counted. Contemplating this, Su 12 safely stored the ominous wind orb as well. He then retrieved a vermilion fruit, swallowed it, and resumed his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and over 30 days had elapsed. One early morning, Su-12 opened his eyes to discover that his spiritual energy had reached an impressive density. Having refined a vermilion fruit, coupled with over 20 days of rigorous training, his cultivation had finally ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement. Savoring the profound true essence within his dantian, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, unable to suppress a measure of joy. In just 5 short years, he had elevated his cultivation to such heights. Even the formidable geniuses within the sect pale in comparison. Yet he remains merely an insignificant individual possessing a mixed spiritual root. Senior brother, the teleportation talisman has been fully charged. We can depart now, exclaimed Zhu Hanwei, holding a teleportation talisman in hand as he noticed Su-12 open his eyes at the cave's entrance. No rush. I shall first organize the items on my person. Su-12 replied nonchalantly, sitting down to meticulously account for all his resources. He intended to consolidate the most precious and vital resources into the storage ring he possessed. This storage ring was indeed a remarkable item, offering greater convenience than a storage pouch and exhibiting a discrete nature, devoid of any perceptible aura fluctuations. Simultaneously, within the Yungu sect, more than a dozen figures soared through the air, arriving successively at the valley where the ancient teleportation array was arranged. The group exchanged glances, sparing no time for unnecessary words. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak, they each infused their true essence into the formation. The earth trembled as the colossal ancient array re-emerged before their eyes. Subsequently, the group gazed at the formation, their expressions tinged with anxiety. After all, they were venturing to an unfamiliar place, and the dispatched disciples were of relatively low strength. The extent of resources they could bring back remained uncertain. However, the quantity of resources retrieved was crucial for the future development of each peak, making them all direct beneficiaries. Moreover, considerable hidden assets had been expended for this trial by each peak. In that moment, everyone's thoughts varied. Chapter 48. Gradual return. Senior Brother Lu. You appear quite anxious. It seems you are aware that this wager is surely lost. The esteemed leader of Tianhua Peak, Fu Boren, cast a playful glance at Lu Mingshi, teasingly remarking, "What? You old rascal, without even stepping out, why the arrogance?" Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and shot a glare back at Fu Boren. As the latter had pointed out, he was feeling particularly tense. The stakes of this endeavor were pivotal for both himself and Tianhua Peak. Losing the cold jade was trivial, but if they were to falter entirely, it would be a significant embarrassment for the people of Luofu Peak. Just as Fu Boren was about to speak, an elder suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is emerging." No sooner had the elder's words left his lips than the ancient teleportation array ignited with brilliance. In a dazzling flash, 35 figures materialized within the array. Each individual bore a composed demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance, and upon their arrival, they gathered together as if united. Their appearances were marred. They were dust-laden, their garments tattered with gaping holes and stained with blood, unmistakably the aftermath of a fierce battle. Once they emerged, the 35 swiftly surveyed their surroundings before their gazes settled upon the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak. They approached with haste, respectfully bowing before the Grand Elder and then standing silently behind him. The Grand Elder gently stroked his beard, offering a slight nod to the group, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. Tianshu Peak had entered with 35 individuals and returned with the same number. The other peak leaders and elders exchanged astonished glances, their eyelids fluttering in surprise. Soon after, the teleportation array continued to radiate with light. Disciples from various peaks began to appear within the array in succession. Among them, only a few ventured alone, while the majority arrived in clusters of 3 to 5. Most bore wounds of varying severity, with some gravely injured, even suffering from lost limbs. A sight both harrowing and tragic. Upon their faces, a myriad of expressions unfolded. Some beamed with joy, unable to contain their smiles, while others hung their heads in dejection, their visages clouded with despair. A few bore expressions of relief, as if fortunate to have emerged unscathed. Once outside, these individuals hastily sought their respective peaks, only to return swiftly. The leaders and elders of each peak remained stoic, their countenances betraying no hint of emotion at the arrival of their disciples. After the passage of an hour, more than half of the disciples from each peak had returned, save for Luofu Peak. Behind Lu Mingshi trailed a mere 5 miscellaneous disciples, each one wearing a frown and exuding an air of anxiety, evidently having returned with little to show for their efforts. Witnessing this scene, Fu Boren chuckled and remarked, "Brother Lu, if I recall correctly, Luofu Peak had around 100 disciples participating in the trial, did you not? How is it that only so few have returned?" He continued, "Is the new trial truly this arduous?" Perhaps it would be wise for Luofu Peak to forego participation in the next trial altogether. Casting a glance at the sparse number of returnees behind him, his weathered face contorted into a grimace. Yet, upon hearing Fu Boren's words, Lu Mingshi snorted dismissively and retorted, "Umph. Not everyone has emerged yet. Why the haste? Brother, you ought to amend that stubborn disposition of yours. At this rate, even if all return, it seems unlikely that many from Luofu Peak will be among them," Fu Boren replied with a grin, his gaze sweeping across the formation in search of something. Lu Mingshi's expression darkened as he prepared to respond, when suddenly, more than 10 beams of light illuminated the formation once again. Lu Mingshi was visibly anxious as he observed the emerging figures, but his expression soured instantaneously upon recognizing them. A dozen weary silhouettes, led by a disciple clad in crimson, trudged towards the gathering at Tianhua Peak, their spirits evidently deflated. Yi Liangchuan, wielding the Zilei sword, led the procession, embodying a palpable sense of trepidation. Fu Boren, upon sighting Yi Liangchuan and the others returning alive, initially felt a surge of joy. However, as he noticed the disconcerted expressions on their faces, his heart sank. Had something gone awry? Just as he was about to summon Yi Liangchuan for an inquiry, the voice of Lu Mingshi pierced his thoughts. "Fu Boren, did you actually allow your disciple to participate in the trial with a low-grade spiritual weapon?" Fixated on the low-grade spiritual weapon in Yi Liangchuan's grasp, Lu Mingshi scarcely registered the expressions of the others. Upon his utterance, the leaders of the various peaks turned their gazes towards Fu Boren, astonishment flickering in their eyes. To bring such an artifact into the trial was tantamount to cheating. Hearing the reproach, Fu Boren, neglecting to clarify the circumstances, felt a sense of relief upon confirming the safety of the Zilei sword, and temporarily set aside his misgivings. Turning to Lu Mingshi, he replied cheerfully, "Elder brother, the trial regulations do not prohibit the use of spiritual weapons. You can still concede now to avoid a humiliating defeat later." "Bah. So what if I brought a spiritual weapon? Do you really believe victory is assured? One might mistake it for an immortal artifact." Lu Mingshi's countenance grew increasingly grim, his peripheral gaze anxiously fixated on the teleportation formation, yet his words remained unrelenting. As the conversation unfolded, 2 radiant beams of light flashed across the formation, revealing the striking figures of a man and a woman. Both appeared disoriented, their bodies marred by numerous injuries, and the once held purple and green swords had vanished, clearly indicating they had endured a fierce battle. Upon their emergence, their gazes swiftly turned towards Lu Mingshi as they hurried towards the location of Luofu Peak. Seeing them, Lu Mingshi visibly exhaled in relief, his previously anxious heart now at ease. What transpired? He inquired once Hanyu and Xiaoyu returned. Hanyu, covered in grime, opened his mouth but remained silent. The outlook was not particularly optimistic. Xiaoyu, with a wry smile, shook her head. "It's fine. Returning alive is more valuable than anything else." "You both have endured much," Lu Mingshi said, his expression stiffening, his mood growing increasingly somber. Yet, he soon mustered a fa of encouragement, patting their shoulders. Nearby, Fu Boren observed this exchange, his smile widening. "Brother, judging by the looks of it, your Luofu Peak hasn't fared too well. Are you certain you wish to continue this wager?" He remarked with a grin. "Humph, look at you gloating. The final moment has yet to arrive. Are you eager for an early departure?" Lu Mingshi retorted, rolling his eyes in irritation, though he held little hope. Conceding defeat was out of the question. Time gradually slipped away. Within the formation, the number of disciples appearing dwindled. At Tianhua Peak, 2 beautiful elders exchanged glances, their brows subtly betraying concern. Behind them, a considerable number of female disciples had emerged, their survival rate ranking second only to Tianshu Peak. However, the esteemed leader Shen Miaoyin did not emerge, which naturally caused concern among them. As the 2 women grew increasingly restless and anxious, several beams of light suddenly flashed across the formation. Among them, 2 striking figures appeared, instantly capturing the attention of many onlookers. One was the enchanting female cultivator of the Chu clan, Chu Hongyue, while the other was Shen Miaoyin, who had previously interacted with Su 12. Upon their emergence, the 2 quickly surveyed their surroundings, maintaining their composure as they made their way toward Tianhua Peak and Luoyan Peak, respectively. The sight of Shen Miaoyin prompted a noticeable sigh of relief from the elder leading the Tianhua Peak delegation, who promptly approached and grasped Shen Miaoyin's arm, inquiring with evident concern. This scene elicited waves of perplexity among the other peak leaders. Although Shen Miaoyin held the prestigious title of Peak Master, she rarely made public appearances, often shrouded in a treasure known as the washing silk miasma. Thus, despite being fellow disciples and having worked together for many years, The others failed to recognize that the stunningly beautiful woman before them was indeed the renowned master of Tianyin Peak. Chapter 49. A review of gains. Upon returning to the crowd at Tianyin Peak, Shen Miaoyin instinctively cast a glance toward the position of Luofu Peak. However, her gaze did not alight upon the familiar figure, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Over the years, the only man with whom she had shared intimate contact, and who had stolen her first kiss, was just one, though she understood that there could be no further connection between them. The absence of his presence stirred a tumult of emotions within her, flooding her heart with an indescribable sensation. Just then, several beams of light illuminated the formation once more. Shen Miaoyin instinctively glanced over, her pupils slightly constricting. However, upon realizing that the figures were merely disciples from other peaks, a wave of disappointment washed over her. After witnessing several beams of light flash by, the ancient formation began to dim, nearing its closing moment. Shen Miaoyin unconsciously bit her lip, an inexplicable tension enveloping her. What was the matter? Are you searching for someone? Observing Shen Miaoyin's unusual expression, the elder in palace attire leaned closer and whispered in her ear. No, I'm fine. A fleeting look of panic crossed Shen Miaoyin's eyes as she instinctively shook her head in denial. As soon as her words fell, two final silhouettes emerged within the formation. She secretly sighed in relief, her anxious emotions finally easing. This prompted the elder in palace attire to cast a glance at the formation. On the teleportation array, two youthful figures, one plump and one slender, materialized, Zhu Hanwei and Su Shire. It was unclear whether their location was too remote or if it was due to being within a cave. But after Su Shire finished organizing his belongings, he discovered that the teleportation talisman had remained unresponsive for an extended period. Only after much time had passed did he realize what had happened. Fortunately, they returned just in time. As soon as the two emerged, the brilliance of the formation completely dissipated, and with a rumbling sound, the array vanished into the ground, being the last to exit. All eyes in the gathering turned towards them. Noticing that one was merely at the second level of qi refining and the other at the third, the crowd expressed mild surprise at their survival before dismissively turning away, under the gaze of the onlookers. Su Shire and Zhu Hanwei instinctively shrank their necks and hastily moved to stand behind Lu Mingshi, taking their place at the rear of the crowd. Brother. The disciples of Luofu Peak truly possess remarkable capabilities, daring to participate in the trials even at the second and third levels of qi refinement. And managing to return alive is indeed a rare feat. Upon observing Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei, and then glancing at the 7 individuals behind Lu Mingshi, Fu Boring could not help but jest. With so few individuals from Luofu Peak, he found it hard to conceive a reason for his own defeat, even without any strategic arrangements. Lu Mingshi, visibly perturbed, suppressed a cold snort and refrained from responding. As his gaze swept over Su 12 and the others, a flicker of disdain and disappointment emerged in his eyes. He recalled these two disciples. One possessed a mixed spiritual root, while the other had none. Their survival was undoubtedly due to their choice to hide upon entry, waiting until now. Such disciples could hardly be expected to yield any significant gains. His already foul mood worsened upon seeing them, and if not for the many onlookers, he would have wished to expel them outright. With a beaming smile, Fu Boring seized the moment and continued, Brother, now that everyone has emerged, shall we promptly assess our gains? The sooner we conclude, the sooner I can return to cultivate with my 100-year-old cold jade. His remark was meant to initiate a collective appraisal of each peak as harvest. However, at that moment, the other 5 peaks were too preoccupied to tally their own gains. From the peak masters to the elders, along with the disciples, all eyes turned eagerly towards Tianhua and Luofu peaks, each exhibiting a keen interest, as if anticipating a spectacle. Based on the numbers alone, everyone had already surmised the outcome. No one believed that Luofu Peak stood a chance of victory. However, such a splendid spectacle is a rarity, and everyone is eager to witness the extent of the disparity between the two parties. Naturally, one individual stands apart. Shen Miaoyin cast a nonchalant glance at Su Shire. Feeling somewhat speechless, Su Shire lingered at the end of the crowd, his neck hunched, wearing a woeful expression. Those who were aware and those who were not could only surmise that he would undoubtedly gain nothing from this. Yet, she understood well that in this trial, apart from Su Shire, no one else would accumulate as much. Let us take stock. Lu Mingshi bore an awkward expression as he feebly called out. At this moment, he could not help but feel regret. Had he known, he would have simply conceded earlier. The disparity in numbers felt like a public execution to him. Yet, given the situation had already escalated to this point, conceding now would be even more humiliating. He had no choice but to soldier on. Let us from Tianhua Peak make our humble appearance first. Fu Baran laughed heartily, his face beaming with joy, turning to the crowd behind him and calling out loudly, "All right, everyone, bring forth your storage bags. Do not think of hiding anything. There is a spirit detection formation in this valley, and your storage bags have surely been marked with spiritual energy. After the spiritual materials are submitted, the sect will retain 50%, and the remaining half will be returned to you upon your return." As Fu Baran spoke, the disciples before him promptly sprang into action, each retrieving their own storage bags and lining up to approach him. It was then that Su Shire noticed that each storage bag glowed with a spirit energy symbol the size of a fingernail. His own storage bag was no exception. However, when his gaze fell upon the spirit ring on his finger, he felt a surge of delight. The storage ring appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any fluctuations in spiritual energy, let alone any signs of spiritual symbols. Could it be that this spirit-detecting array is incapable of perceiving the storage ring? How fortunate it is that I had the foresight to transfer all my valuable items into this storage ring beforehand. Su 12 silently rejoiced, having firmly resolved that unless the Peak Master discovered it, he would never voluntarily relinquish the storage ring. With this conviction in mind, he resumed his observation of the happenings at Tianhua Peak. He watched as each disciple retrieved items from their storage bags and placed them on the ground. Once Fu Boran nodded, they promptly collected their belongings again and ultimately handed their storage bags over to him. The disciples of Tianhua Peak were quite formidable, and their harvest was plentiful. Only a handful of disciples fell short, submitting merely 3 to 5 pieces of spiritual materials. The majority, however, managed to find a dozen or even several dozen. Among them, a small number astonishingly uncovered hundreds or even thousands of second-tier spiritual materials, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Fu Boran stood at the forefront, his smile broadening with delight. Upon seeing Yi Lianchuan approach, he was particularly invigorated. The spiritual materials from the spirit plantation were worth thousands. Yi Lianchuan, however, was far from elated. He had longed to speak with Fu Boran, but had never found the opportunity. When his turn arrived, he lowered his head and hastily laid out over 500 second-tier spiritual materials before him. 500? What is happening? Fu Boran's smile faltered, his expression stiffening as he cast a questioning glance at him. "Master, an unexpected incident occurred during our visit to the spirit plantation." Yi Lianchuan, dejected, hurriedly informed Fu Boran of the events that transpired in the spirit plantation. After recounting the tale, he also handed over the purple thunder sword. "The disciple has faltered in his duties. I implore the master to impose punishment." Chapter 50, The Gains of Su 12. Fu Boran wore a stern expression, and the temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees, yet he refrained from speaking immediately. It was utterly inconceivable to him that someone had intercepted the numerous spiritual plants in the spiritual garden. After taking a deep breath, he cast a glance at the other peak leaders. His gaze lingered momentarily on the elders of Tian Shu and Tianin peaks. In his estimation, these two peaks were the most likely culprits behind such an audacious act. However, the incident had transpired, and seeking trouble would be futile. After a brief contemplation, he took the purple thunder sword and spoke in a measured tone. "Very well. Unexpected occurrences such as this are not uncommon. You need not blame yourself. It is commendable that you managed to gather so many spiritual materials despite the setback. In the grand competition of the sect, which is to take place in 10 years, there will be not only various rare treasures, but also foundation establishment pills. At that time, you will need to rally your fellow disciples to strive together. Rest assured, Master, when the time comes, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." Yi Lianchuan exclaimed, visibly relieved, as he earnestly vowed. Fu Boran nodded, signaling the disciples behind him to continue. Tianhua Peak, with the largest number of disciples, sent over 1,000, returning with more than 500. It took nearly an hour to finalize the counts. Over 500 disciples had managed to gather more than 40,000 second-tier spiritual materials, averaging nearly 100 per individual. Although the spiritual garden faced an unexpected setback, Fu Boran was still quite satisfied with this outcome. As long as he could acquire that century-old cold jade, he remained confident in attaining the golden core stage, thus compensating for some of the losses incurred. Turning to Lu Mingshi, he laughed heartily. "Brother Lu, according to our previous agreement, you from the Luofu Peak must gather at least 4,000 spiritual materials to be considered victorious. What say you? Can you produce them?" As he spoke, the crowd turned their gazes towards the direction of Luofu Peak. Such a substantial amount was enough to make the heads of various peaks envious. This bounty of spiritual materials undoubtedly represented a significant harvest. Yet, it also implied that Luofu Peak's chances of success were increasingly dim. The members of Luofu Peak instinctively held their breath, not daring to utter a word, fearful that any sound might provoke the leader's ire. Lu Mingshi, too, appeared as grim as coal, momentarily at a loss for words. The harvest from Tianhua Peak had far exceeded his expectations. Over 3,000 spiritual materials? With the motley crew behind him, what a jest. Even gathering 300 would be commendable. The only one unperturbed was Su 12, who quietly stuffed all he could into his storage ring. If it fails, so be it. But should it succeed, the savings would be entirely his own. Exempt from the sect's 50% share. Brother, why the silence? Are you conceding defeat? However, at this juncture, should we take stock and allow everyone to witness the harvest of Luofu Peak? Otherwise, people might say you cannot bear the loss. Seeing Lu Mingshi remain silent, Fu Bo Ren's smile widened. He and Lu Mingshi had long been rivals, and he would never miss an opportunity to witness the other's embarrassment. Humph, you old fool, what are you so smug about? Lu Ming's expression was stern as he glared fiercely at Fu Boren, then turned his attention to the crowd behind him. All right, everyone, please present the materials you have collected. Whether we win or lose is inconsequential. Let us show everyone that we can take a loss gracefully. After speaking, Lu Ming's gaze fell upon Han Yu. Han Yu lifted his chin, casting a defiant glance over the members of Tianhua Peak, and with a flourish of his hand, a veritable mountain of spiritual materials appeared before their eyes. 1,203 spiritual plants. Remarkable. In terms of individual achievement, you have surpassed all others among the 7 peaks. Seeing this, Lu Ming reluctantly mustered some enthusiasm and patted Han Yu's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Such an impressive haul drew the admiration of the onlookers. Yet, they all understood that during this trial, each peak had its hidden cards. Having 1 or 2 disciples of this caliber was hardly surprising. When Han Yu stepped down, Xiao Yu also revealed her findings. Though hers were significantly less, only a little over 600 second-tier spiritual materials. The remaining disciples, those of the miscellaneous ranks, fared even worse, each reluctantly displaying their meager collections. The highest among them had found merely 30, while the least fortunate was a third-layer qi refining disciple, who had been paired with Zhu Hanwei at the outset and had found not a single material, even losing his storage bag. This infuriated Lu Ming, who fumed and glared, wishing he could swat the unfortunate disciple into oblivion. When it was Zhu Hanwei's turn, he swiftly produced 10 spiritual materials, earning a nod of approval from Lu Ming. After all, for a disciple without any spiritual roots to find so many materials was indeed quite astonishing. Soon, only Su Shire from Luofu Peak remained. Brother, there is only one trifling cultivator at the qi refinement stage left. Is it truly necessary to conduct a count? Before Su 12 could retrieve anything, Fu Boren suddenly interjected. This is our Luofu Feng's affair. Why should you meddle? Lu Mingshi retorted with irritation. I'm not meddling. Your current collection of spiritual materials barely amounts to 2,000. Such a considerable deficit. Do you expect this young lad to turn the tide for you? It would be wiser to cease wasting time and promptly hand over the 100-year-old cold jade. Fu Boren urged with a smile directed at Lu Mingshi. The outcome was met with no surprise from the assembly. They directed their gazes towards Fu Boren, and several elders could not help but express envy. After all, that was the 100-year-old cold jade. While its value may not rival that of low-grade spiritual artifacts, it remains an exceedingly rare Tier 3 spiritual material. A treasure hard to come by. Fu Boren, possessing the rare dual elemental roots of water and fire, would likely ascend to the golden core stage once he refined this jade. Success would be within reach. Humph! You old rascal, are you so eager to depart this life? Even if you desire the item, let us finish our inventory at Luofu Feng first, Lu Mingshi remarked, his lips curling in annoyance. Aware of his impending defeat, he sought to delay proceedings, unwilling to grant Fu Boren his desires. Very well, do as you wish. Fu Boren responded cheerfully, confident in his victory and unperturbed. Lu Mingshi's gaze shifted to Su 12, his expression hardly cordial, as he casually stated, Young man, present your findings. Su 12 stepped forward at that moment. All eyes were on Lu Mingshi, and no one paid heed to this insignificant character. Lu Mingshi shifted his gaze elsewhere, merely seeking to prolong the contest and make Fu Boren's victory less gratifying. However, Su Shire remained unfazed, promptly retrieving an array of storage bags he had meticulously prepared. He unleashed over 20 storage bags, channeling his true essence into each one, extracting the materials within. The limitations of the storage ring's capacity, compounded by the presence of a second-tier demon beast's corpse, had necessitated this grand display of resources. Otherwise, he would not have revealed such an abundance of spiritual materials. As a substantial quantity of spiritual materials cascaded to the ground, they quickly formed a vibrant and colorful mound. Ginseng aged a century, astragalus of the same age, and century-old reishi mushrooms, each type numbered in the hundreds. Chapter 51, A Stunning Revelation Heavens. Am I seeing things? So many spiritual materials. Surely there are not fewer than 7 or 8,000. How on earth did this young man manage it? This is unbelievable. Tianhua Peak has actually lost. Several sharp-eyed disciples observed this spectacle and immediately gasped in astonishment. In the next instant, the gaze of the entire assembly converged upon Su Shire. As they beheld the mountain-like accumulation of spiritual materials, their breaths caught in their throats, and they gasped in shock, rendered speechless. The leaders of each peak were similarly taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Fu Boren, the master of Tianhua Peak, and Lu Mingshi, the master of Luofu Peak. Both turned their attention to Su Shire, their faces etched with astonishment. Yet, upon recognizing the wealth of spiritual materials before Su Shire, Lu Mingshi was momentarily stunned, only to burst into boisterous laughter moments later. In that instant, he felt as though a pie had fallen from the heavens. His face lit up with joy as he laughed heartily, unabashedly expressing his delight. Turning his gaze towards Su Shire, he found that the individual before him appeared exceptionally pleasing to the eye. With a smile that crinkled his eyes, his expression transformed into one of remarkable warmth. In stark contrast, Fu Boren's demeanor was entirely different. His smile had frozen, replaced by an expression thick with embarrassment. It was hard to believe that a wager, which seemed almost certain to succeed, had suddenly been overturned. Yi Liangchuan stood amidst the crowd, his eyes fixed on the pile of spiritual materials, and suddenly, his pupils constricted, his body jolting with realization. A wave of emotions, astonishment, shock, washed over him. He quickly stepped forward, leaning close to Fu Boren and whispering, "Master, the materials from the spiritual plantation that this fellow has presented are predominantly spirit plants. He has stolen from the spiritual plantation. The Zhu fruit must be with him." Yi Liangchuan clenched his fists, his teeth gritted, his eyes filled with resentment. Fu Boren gave a slight nod. Without needing Yi Liangchuan's words, he had already grasped the situation. His face, once flushed, turned ashen, and his gaze became as sharp as a sword, directed straight at Su Shire. "What's the matter, old scoundrel? Can't you handle a loss and seek to trouble a junior?" Lu Mingshi immediately positioned himself protectively behind Su Shire, laughing heartily as he addressed Fu Boren. The more he observed Su Shire, the more he grew fond of him. In front of such a multitude, it was out of the question for Fu Boren to make things difficult for Su Shire. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to place his old face. "Trouble? Brother, your arrangement is indeed commendable. It has truly broadened my horizons. However, what about those few Zhu fruits? Aren't you going to present them for our appreciation?" Fu Boren remarked with a pout, his tone far from pleasant. He never expected that Luofu would intervene at such a crucial moment. At this instant, his heart seethed with rage. It is worth noting that while the other spiritual plants in the Lingji garden held little significance, the fruits of the Zhugua tree were exceptionally precious. If he could refine a couple of these fruits, combined with a century's worth of cold jade, he would possess a 30% certainty of achieving the most formidable golden elixir. What arrangements? What Zhugua? Old rascal, what are you babbling about? Lu Mingshi gazed at Fu Boren in sheer bewilderment. "Are you unaware? It seems your disciple is hiding something." Fu Boren cast a scrutinizing glance at Lu Mingshi, noticing he did not appear to be lying, which caused him to narrow his eyes. "Hiding something? What nonsense. He exudes no aura of any storage artifact. What could he possibly conceal?" Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and retorted without any restraint. His current regard for Su 12 was of utmost reverence. "Then it falls upon you to answer. Boy, do you dare claim that these spiritual materials were not sourced from the Lingji garden? Is not the Zhugua tree and its fruits in your possession?" Fu Boren's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention back to Su 12. "Lingji garden? Zhugua?" Lu Mingshi raised an eyebrow, immediately recalling some prior whispers of rumor. Goodness, could this lad have intercepted Tine Weifeng's resources? How on earth did he accomplish that? His mind was already filled with questions about how Su 12 managed to gather such an abundance of spiritual materials. At this moment, with Fu Boren's remarks, he realized the game was already decided, and his curiosity was piqued anew. With a sly grin, he approached Su 12 and patted him on the shoulder. "Su 12, fear not. Just speak the truth about what transpired. With me present, no one dares to lay a hand on you." Su 12, accompanied by Lu Mingshi's inquiry. Amidst the crowd of Tianyin Peak, Shen Miaoyin arched an eyebrow delicately, narrowing her eyes as she cast a glance at Su 12. "So his name is Su 12? Simultaneously, at the forefront of the crowd on Tianshu Peak, the elder with a long beard, who appeared to be relishing the spectacle, trembled slightly, a flicker of ruthless coldness flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing Lu Mingshi suddenly call out his name, Su 12, already somewhat anxious, felt a jolt of alarm. He could not forget that the figure in black was at Yun's sect, and even knew his name. If he were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. He narrowed his eyes, quickly surveying the surroundings, primarily focusing on the leaders of the various peaks. Noticing that, aside from Fu Boren, the others showed no change in expression. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After contemplating, he realized that if today's matter did not reach a resolution, it would be difficult to move forward. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and made some preparations. He hurriedly spoke, "Peak Master, the items indeed come from the spiritual herb garden, but as for the Zhu fruit, I am unaware. I inadvertently stumbled upon a passage token for the spiritual herb garden and ventured there to gather these medicinal materials. Midway through, I encountered a giant python beast and hastily made my exit. Su 12, feeling anxious, hastily spun a tale of a boy blessed with extraordinary fortune who serendipitously acquired treasures. His story was a blend of truth and fabrication, completely erasing his efforts and attributing everything to luck. Once he finished, Lu Mingshi, though still somewhat skeptical, believed most of it. After all, given Su 12's cultivation level, this explanation appeared to be the most reasonable. Lu Mingshi nodded, then turned to Su 12, his expression reflecting a certain incredulity. How fortunate this lad is. While others toil tirelessly in search of spiritual materials, he merely stumbled upon a passage token and reaped such rewards? Lu Mingshi was not alone in this sentiment. Numerous onlookers in the arena cast envious, resentful glances at Su 12. Who wouldn't he desire such fortune? Conversely, Han Yu scoffed disdainfully, tilting his head with evident contempt. In his eyes, Su 12 was nothing more than a timid soul, reliant solely on luck to reach this point. Such individuals, he believed, could never go far. Su 12 lowered his head, projecting an air of simplicity and ordinariness. He was reluctant to reveal too much brilliance. Realizing the situation, Lu Mingshi immediately shifted his gaze to Fu Boren, grinning broadly as he remarked, "Junior brother, you heard that, didn't you? Do you still need me to enumerate the quantity of these spiritual materials? Alas, I warned you not to be complacent, and now look who has been slapped in the face. Will you hand me the purple thundersword now, or do you plan to renege like last time?" Lu Mingshi beamed, shaking his head with an air of triumph. Chapter 52, The Grand Elder Seeks a Disciple? Fu Boren pouted, his countenance darkening to an extreme, his eyes nearly veined with blood. The purple thunder sword had barely warmed in his grasp. "Humph, rest assured. Senior brother, my word is my bond. This purple thunder sword is yours." Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and reluctantly flung the sword away, lamenting the loss. For if it were a private wager, he would have simply reneged. In the presence of so many witnesses, should he retract his words, his reputation would be utterly ruined. TSK. This purple thunder sword is truly remarkable. One can easily discern the effort his junior disciple has invested. Lu Mingshi toyed with the purple thunder sword in his hand, reveling in the might of the spiritual artifact, unable to part with it. Simultaneously, he did not forget to tease Fu Boren a few times. "Humph, you are merely fortunate to have encountered such a disciple. In my opinion, this spiritual artifact ought to be awarded to him instead." Fu Boren let out a muffled grunt, his eyes darting, and suddenly remarked, "This lad, I shall reward him generously once I return. As for you, it seems you are rather idle, meddling in others' family affairs." Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation, "Generous reward? With your Luofu peak, what treasures do you possess? Doesn't this spiritual artifact feel rather too hot in your hands?" Fu Boren grinned, cleverly turning the tables on Lu Mingshi. He relished the opportunity to vex Lu Mingshi, which he seldom missed. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingshi's expression immediately soured. Luofu Peak was indeed the weakest among the 7 peaks, lacking any noteworthy treasures. Fu Boren's public statement was decidedly insidious, placing him in a precarious position. At that moment, the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak raised an eyebrow and called out loudly, "A low-grade spiritual artifact is excessively lavish for a Qi refinement period disciple. It would not serve him well. I happen to possess an extra premium. Why not present it to this young man as a reward?" As he spoke, the Grand Elder approached Lu Mingshi, raising his hand, radiating a faint orange glow, measuring the length of an arm. Yuanyang, revered elder. What is the significance of this gesture?" Lu Mingshi inquired with palpable apprehension. The Yuanyang ruler is no ordinary artifact, beyond being a superior grade magical implement. It is crafted from the rare Yuanyang stone. As a treasure of utmost yang and unyielding strength, it inherently suppresses malevolent energies and demonic flames when activated for defense. With the addition of glazed gold and a secondary yang flame, it could potentially ascend to a low-grade spiritual artifact. To suggest that such a device is superfluous is utterly implausible to Lu Mingshi. At that moment, the collective gaze of the assembly converged upon the esteemed elder, each individual perplexed by his actions. Stroking his beard, The elder smiled serenely and elucidated, "Peak Master Lu, there is no cause for alarm. This Yuanyang ruler is a special commendation from the sect to this young man. Furthermore, I harbor a personal inclination, for the lad has captured my esteem, and I contemplate taking him as my disciple. I merely seek your consent, Peak Master Lu, to relinquish this disciple into my tutelage." "What? The elder intends to accept him as a disciple?" Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the entire assembly were immediately drawn to Su 12. Each person eager to discern what merits the boy possessed to have caught the elder's discerning eye. Yet, by all appearances, he was an ordinary disciple. A commonplace menial worker with unremarkable features and middling aptitude. Could it be solely due to his fortunate discovery of abundant spiritual materials? Such luck would be exceedingly fortuitous. A wave of envy washed over the crowd. The celestial peak, after all, is renowned as the abode of the most prodigious talents, where the finest treatment is afforded. The elder holds a position of paramount importance within the Yunji sect, second only to the sect master himself. While numerous elders preside over the various peaks, there is but one grand elder in the entire sect. To be inducted into the grand elder's discipline would be an unparalleled honor. Su 12's heart skipped a beat. He stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. The sudden action of the grand elder took him completely by surprise. Lu Mingshi's lips twitched, equally taken aback. This lad, with such astonishingly poor aptitude, had somehow captured the grand elder's attention? Could it be that the grand elder had misjudged? No, I must clarify this matter. With a shift in thought, Lu Mingshi hastily whispered, Grand elder, you may not be aware, but this lad's aptitude is rather lacking." The grand elder, however, remained unfazed and replied with utmost seriousness, "Master Lu, you jest. When I first entered the immortal sect, my aptitude was also the worst. Yet now, I have still achieved the foundation establishment stage, have I not? For cultivators, the pursuit of immortality is not solely determined by aptitude. Temperament and fortune are equally essential. In this lad, I see a reflection of my younger self." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingshi was genuinely speechless. This fellow had first stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune, unexpectedly discovering a wealth of spiritual materials, and now he had caught the grand elder's eye. Could it be that he truly was a harbinger of good luck? Blessed beyond measure? What a farce! Is there truly anyone in this world who can continuously bask in such fortune? Fortunately, the grand elder was merely interested in this lad and had no intentions regarding Hanyu, so there was no need to undermine his dignity. With a flicker of thought, Lu Mingshi nodded and said, "In that case, I have no objections. It all depends on his own desires." He then turned to Su 12 and added, "Su 12, you have heard, what are your thoughts? The treatment at Tianshu Peak is far superior to that of our Luofu Peak." Su 12 stood there, appearing dazed. Yet internally, he was silently lamenting his fate. The figure cloaked in black lurked in the shadows, compelled to remain ever vigilant, as if treading upon thin ice. The elder's remarks regarding fate were not entirely devoid of merit. However, the notion of fortune descending from the heavens seemed decidedly implausible. One might claim reliance on luck when conversing with others, yet deep within, he recognized the immense risks he had undertaken to acquire those ethereal materials. The elder's physique starkly contrasted with that of the cloaked figure, yet upon closer scrutiny, their voices bore a certain resemblance. At this moment, his heart was consumed by trepidation, leaving him hesitant to acquiesce to the elder's demands. Su 12, should you have any thoughts, do not hesitate to express them. The matter of accepting a disciple is one of mutual consent. The elder is not coercing you. Seeing Su 12 standing in a daze, failing to respond promptly, Lu Mingshi was taken aback and narrowed his eyes, uttering another remark. Su 12 trembled slightly, adopting an expression of feigned humility. With a retracted neck, he earnestly declared, "It is a privilege for a disciple to be acknowledged by the elder. However, since joining the Yunga sect, I have grown up on Mount Luofu, and the sect leader has shown profound affection and loyalty towards me. In my heart, I have long regarded Mount Luofu as my true home. While Tianshu Peak is indeed splendid, it cannot compare to my own abode. I fear I must regrettably decline the elder's generous offer today." Su 12 endeavored to present himself as harmless as possible. He understood that openly rejecting the elder's request would undoubtedly offend him. Yet, better to risk displeasure than to put one's life in jeopardy. After all, even a senior would not act against him overtly. However, should the elder truly be the cloaked figure with ulterior motives, venturing forth would be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. Chapter 53. The named disciple of the Grand Elder. To everyone's astonishment, this lad actually declined an opportunity that fell from the heavens. Undoubtedly, Su 12's reaction was entirely unforeseen by all present. Many disciples widened their eyes, wishing fervently that they could assume Su 12's position. Typically, when an ordinary disciple encounters such an opportunity, they would eagerly agree without hesitation. What is wrong with this fellow? How could he forsake such a splendid chance? Lu Mingshi squinted, feeling increasingly perplexed. While others were oblivious, he was acutely aware of the truth. Since entering the sect, Su 12 had been assigned to guard the dilapidated alchemy chamber. There was no deep bond to speak of. However, in front of such a large audience, he could not voice these thoughts. Instead, he wore a smile, nodding amicably. He even felt compelled to address the Grand Elder with feigned warmth, saying, "Grand Elder, it seems I must disappoint your kind intentions." The Grand Elder, momentarily taken aback by Su 12's refusal, allowed a fleeting glimmer of displeasure to flash in his eyes. Though he concealed it expertly, ensuring that none of the others noticed, he quickly restored his genial expression and continued, "No matter. The disciple's attachment to the peak indicates that Lu Feng manages well. Since that is the case, I shall not insist. However, while priceless treasures are easily obtained, finding a worthy successor is a rarity. Ultimately, I must find someone to inherit my legacy. Therefore, I shall take you as my named disciple while you remain a member of Luofu Peak. What say you?" As he spoke, the Grand Elder turned to gaze directly at Su 12, his tone suggesting an inquiry that brooked no argument. As Su 12's heart skipped a beat, he realized that while he had previously harbored doubts, at this moment, he could almost ascertain that the Grand Elder, regardless of any connection to the cloaked figure, certainly harbored ulterior motives. However, given the gravity of the situation, if he were to refuse any further, it would be exceedingly ungracious. With his thoughts racing, Su 12 quickly feigned a demeanor of unbridled joy, expressing his gratitude. "To receive the Grand Elder's esteem is a profound honor for me. Master, please allow me to pay my respects." With that, he actively bowed several times to the Grand Elder, performing the formal rite of apprenticeship. Regardless of the other's intentions, he could only navigate this immediate juncture before contemplating his next moves. The Grand Elder, stroking his beard, finally broke into a smile. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of Gutian Chuan. This exquisite Yuan Yang, a supreme magical artifact, is bestowed upon you as a reward from the sect. Additionally, this silver glimmering sword, a superior artifact, is a personal gift from me to you." As he spoke, the Grand Elder cheerfully assisted Su 12 to his feet, presenting him with the artifact radiating orange magical light and a silver flying sword. Su 12 received the treasures with both hands, promptly bowing again in respect. He then rose and feigned exuberance as he placed the treasures into his scabbard behind him. This scene ignited envy among all the disciples present, their eyes ablaze with desire. This young man had not only refused the offer, yet he was still accepted as a registered disciple of the Grand Elder and gifted 2 extraordinary treasures. The superior artifact was one thing, but a supreme artifact was a rarity even among foundational period masters. When did mediocrity become a stroke of fortune? What kind of serendipitous luck was this? At this very moment, everyone lamented why the chosen one was not themselves. Although Su 12 was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of others, he could discern their intentions from the gleaming eyes that surrounded him. This realization left him both amused and bemused. While these 2 treasures were indeed remarkable, he would have preferred if the esteemed elder had set his sights on someone else. With his qualifications and talents, attracting attention was hardly a blessing. He yearned for a life of modesty, to elevate his cultivation swiftly, and ultimately seek vengeance for his grandfather and the villagers against the figure clad in black. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation or within the sect in the future, feel free to seek me out at any time," the elder said with a smile before turning to return to Tianshu Peak. Next came the time for the other 5 peaks to tally their gains. Tianhua Peak, having lost face, felt too embarrassed to linger, and Fei Boren swiftly summoned his flying vessel to depart with his disciples. Lu Mingshi followed suit, releasing his flying sword. This trial had yielded far more for Luofu Peak than anticipated, and Lu Mingshi had even acquired a low-grade spiritual weapon in the form of a sword. Though pleased, he was mindful not to draw too much attention to himself, opting for a discreet departure. Su 12, having been taken under the wing of Elder Gutian Chuan as a registered disciple, found his status rising considerably. Lu Mingshi called him over to the flying sword, offering a few words of guidance. 12. It seemed you were not particularly eager to accept the elder as your master earlier? Lu Mingshi whispered, gently grasping Su 12's arm. He was not foolish. In his view, Su 12's previous statements were utterly unfounded. While he could not inquire at that moment, it was imperative to clarify now. Master, every word I spoke was the truth. Su 12 responded softly, firmly asserting that every word was true. Am I to be placed in the, and yet still be seen as deeply loyal? Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes. Su 12 quickly explained. When the peak master placed me in the, I initially felt a sense of resentment. However, I gained much experience there. Moreover, senior sister Xiaoyu took the time to check on me, showing genuine concern. She is your granddaughter, and I shall forever remember this kindness. While Su 12 held no particular affection for Lu Mingshi, he felt a deep gratitude toward Xiaoyu. Under the scrutiny of questions, he naturally attributed all his feelings of appreciation to her. I see. From now on, you shall remain at Roaming Peak. I shall not treat you poorly. Lu Mingshi smiled and nodded, alleviating his previous concerns. He did not place great importance on Su 12, yet his disdain had lessened compared to before. The two engaged in quiet conversation, their words a mystery to the surrounding disciples, who could only watch with envy. Hanyu stood aside, his head held high, feeling an unsettling sensation in his heart. Proud by nature and relatively young, he perceived this scene as an encroachment on the attention he desired. However, at that moment, their feelings went unnoticed by anyone. The unfortunate disciples who had perished in the trials were even less regarded. Upon returning to Roaming Peak, Su 12 and the other 5, under the witness of Lu Mingshi, officially became disciples of Roaming Peak. Each received a new identity token, adorned in splendid azure robes, along with a low-grade spatial artifact, a storage pouch. The remaining task was to visit the Pill Pavilion in a few days to claim their respective shares of resources. Certainly, at the time of collection, each disciple may opt to exchange resources for an equivalent amount of finished medicinal pills. For many disciples, second-grade spiritual herbs remain exceedingly precious. After arranging these matters and imparting a few final reminders, Lu Mingshi dismissed the assembly, departing with Hanyu and Xiaoyu. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Su 12 did not return to the waste pill chamber. Instead, he proceeded to the residential area designated for formal disciples on Mount Luofu. This area consists of over 100 individual courtyards, meticulously aligned in a square formation. Such is the privilege afforded to formal disciples, each possessing a private courtyard. In contrast, the auxiliary disciples are relegated to shared accommodations, with the opportunity to secure a single room only through financial means or connections. The disparity in treatment compared to formal disciples is stark. Su 12 was assigned a small courtyard of his own, and at his request, he continued to oversee the waste pill chamber. Chapter 54. The treasure pavilion selection. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Su 12 did not hasten to engage in cultivation. Rather, he took a moment to reflect on the recent events. The Grand Elder has taken me as his disciple and bestowed upon me treasures, an intention that seems far from ordinary. Fortunately, judging by his demeanor, it appears he will not make any immediate moves against me. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, I must refrain from returning to the waste pill chamber and must absolutely avoid tampering with the enigmatic pill furnace until I ascertain his true motives. Regardless of whether he is connected to the figures in black, the matters concerning them must be discreetly investigated by Zhu Hanwei. Although Zhu Hanwei's strength is rather mediocre, he should be able to glean some intelligence from the auxiliary disciples. Taking a deep breath, Su 12 grasped the Yuan Yang ruler and the silver light sword, activating his heavenly eye technique to scrutinize them closely. In his eyes, both treasures radiated with pure spiritual energy, gleaming brilliantly without a hint of flaw. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, placing the two items into his sword pouch and deliberately storing them in the adjacent room. He then retrieved the final vermilion fruit from his storage ring, consumed it, and settled into a meditative state to begin his cultivation. At this moment, his cultivation method had evolved from the foundational breathing technique of his sect to the lesser Zhou Tian Qi refinement. The 12 tiers of Qi refinement were etched in his memory, impossible to forget. However, the lesser Zhou Tian Qi refinement required significantly more true essence for each breakthrough compared to the sect's techniques. Yet, in pursuit of a greater probability of establishing his foundation, Su 12 could only grit his teeth and persevere. A month had swiftly passed since the conclusion of the trial. During this time, the Grand Elder had shown no inclination to seek him out. After refining the last vermilion fruit, Su 12's cultivation stabilized at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yet, given his inherently poor aptitude, any further advancement became exceedingly sluggish. Before the trial, he had exhausted all his gathering elixirs, and now, without the aid of the enigmatic alchemical furnace, he found himself deprived of his greatest support, forced to rely solely on the meditation cushion for gradual cultivation. Consequently, upon receiving the resources returned by the sect, he specifically traded 200-year-old ginseng roots for a vial of mid-grade gathering elixirs. Unfortunately, the efficacy of mid-grade pills paled in comparison to their superior counterparts, and with his cultivation progress stalling, their effects could only be described as marginally beneficial. This pace of cultivation was untenable. How could he hope to avenge his grandfather and the others? He needed to devise an alternative strategy. On this day, Su 12 ceased his cultivation, feeling a sense of inner urgency, his brow furrowed with conflicting emotions. Just as he hesitated over whether to utilize the mysterious elixir furnace, a sudden knock reverberated from outside the courtyard. With a frown, Su 12 hastily rose to open the door. To his surprise, he found Senior Sister Xiaoyu standing before him. Senior Sister, how have you been faring in the peak? Are you settling in well? Xiaoyu inquired with a warm smile. Su 12 promptly nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Senior Sister. Everything is splendid. Is there something you need from me? Xiaoyu replied. It's nothing of great importance. I've come to present you with a treasure token. The Peak Master previously mentioned that the top 5 in this trial would receive the opportunity to enter the treasure pavilion. As she spoke, she elegantly raised her hand, revealing a specially crafted token, roughly the size of half a palm, inscribed with the characters for treasure. Simply present this token to the elder of the treasure pavilion, and you shall be permitted to select a precious item. Thank you, Senior Sister. Might I ask where the treasure pavilion is located? Su 12 inquired, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a month of seclusion, he was unfamiliar with the layout of Mount Luofu. The treasure pavilion is that tower-like structure to the east. If you wish to go now, I can escort you. I, too, need to select a treasure, Xiaoyu smiled warmly. That would be most kind of you, Senior Sister. Su 12 replied gratefully, and without further ado, he followed Xiaoyu toward the treasure pavilion. In the span of a meal, the pair arrived before the towering 7-story edifice, which exuded an air of grandeur and antiquity. Such a structure could be found at each peak. The treasures within are predominantly discarded or inadvertently acquired items from the esteemed elders of various peaks. The elders exchange these artifacts for cultivation resources, while the disciples below seek out resources to trade for the treasures within the Pavilion of Curiosities, creating a perpetual cycle. Upon entering the pavilion, an elderly guardian with flowing white hair was diligently overseeing the area. Upon spotting Xiaoya, a warm smile illuminated the elder's face, exuding a benevolent demeanor. My dear Xiaoya, here to select some treasures? Indeed, it is a pleasure to see you, elder. Xiaoya replied with a cheerful greeting, promptly handing over her treasure token. Please, do enter. You may ascend to the 2nd level, where several newly arrived exquisite magical artifacts await your perusal, the elder responded with a smile. The 2nd level? Aren't disciples in the Qi refinement stage only permitted to select treasures from the 1st level? Xiaoya exclaimed, taken aback as she gazed at the elder in astonishment. That is not the case. You are the granddaughter of the Peak Master, so ascending to the 2nd level is perfectly acceptable, the elder stated calmly, maintaining his genial smile. Thank you, elder. Then, Xiaoya's face lit up with joy, yet she did not forget to glance back at Su 12. Since you have come together, you may both ascend. The elder cast a brief glance at Su 12 and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Thank you, elder. Su 12 quickly submitted his treasure token, expressing his gratitude with keen awareness of the situation. He understood that had he come alone, such privileges would have been unattainable. The opportunity to access the 2nd level was entirely a courtesy extended due to Xiaoya's presence. Then let us proceed. Xiaoya beamed as she eagerly took hold of Su 12 and ventured into the Pavilion of Curiosities. The 1st level of the pavilion was quite spacious, adorned with 50 to 60 shelves. Each shelf boasts 5 tiers, primarily adorned with an assortment of inferior and medium-grade magical artifacts. Occasionally, a few superior-grade artifacts make an appearance, albeit in scant numbers. The variety of magical instruments is vast, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, creating a veritable cornucopia of options. Moreover, a faint aura of spiritual energy envelopes each artifact, serving as a protective measure through an intricate array. Without the intervention of the supervising elder to dispel this energy, these artifacts remain unusable. The 2 individuals exchanged a cursory glance before ascending to the 2nd tier. This level featured nearly half the number of shelves compared to the 1st. Beyond the superior and exceptional artifacts, there lay several rare and enigmatic treasures, most radiating a dazzling magical light that illuminated the entire chamber with a resplendent glow. This truly reflects the profound heritage of the sect. Su 12 marveled inwardly, realizing that any single treasure here could incite fierce competition among countless disciples. At that moment, he deeply recognized the insignificance of the items he possessed, feeling akin to a pauper in comparison. It seems the elder was indeed correct. This level harbors many remarkable treasures. As they navigated between the shelves, having completed a circuit, Xiaoyu's eyes glimmered with anticipation as she gazed upon the artifacts displayed. I owe my presence in this layer to the favor of my senior sister, enabling me to select treasures. Su 12 nodded slowly, smiling as he expressed his thoughts. While conversing, he scrutinized each artifact he encountered. The distinction between the first and second tiers is not as rigid as one might think. There's no need to take it too seriously. Focus on selecting treasures first. What kind of artifact do you intend to choose? Xiaoyu inquired with a gentle smile, shaking her head slightly. Not yet decided. Do you have any preferences, senior sister? Su Shire replied with a smile. Chapter 55. A Glimpse of Splendor. The stunning rainbow sword indeed. I intend to select this flying sword. Xiaoyu halted her steps and pointed at a blue butterfly-like flying sword displayed on the shelf. Su Shire followed her gaze and beheld an exquisite flying sword, its brilliant azure hue shimmering with radiant magical light, resembling a butterfly, with the words "butterfly dance" elegantly inscribed on the hilt. Instinctively, he activated his heavenly eye technique, and a fleeting glimpse of rainbow light caught his attention, prompting him to turn towards another rainbow-hued flying sword nearby. This sword measured less than a foot in length and was also a remarkable flying sword, its hilt adorned with the inscription "Stunning Rainbow." Although its glow was rather dim and lacked the vibrant allure of the previous sword, he discerned a subtle essence of spirit emanating from it. This essence was something he had only observed previously on the inferior spiritual weapon, the Purple Thunder Sword, at Tianhua Peak. Although he lacked expertise in weapon forging, he understood that the primary distinction between spiritual weapons and magical artifacts lay in the presence of spiritual essence, which imbued them with extraordinary vitality. To him, a magical artifact possessing spiritual essence could not possibly be inferior. Moreover, this sword demonstrated a more restrained spiritual power, both in terms of its intensity and fluctuations, surpassing the butterfly dance sword significantly. Senior sister, if you seek a flying sword as a magical artifact, I suggest you consider this one. Su Shire indicated towards the rainbow-hued sword. Stunning rainbow. Does this sword possess any particular attributes? Xiaoyu directed her gaze towards the rainbow-hued sword, scrutinizing it for some time, but failing to discern any notable differences. It's a matter of feeling. I merely mentioned it casually. You need not dwell on it too much, senior sister. Su Shire chuckled and shook his head, refraining from further explanation. Casually mentioned? Your ability to uncover so many treasures during the trials indicates that you possess considerable fortune. Then let us go with this one. Xiaoyu blinked and swiftly cast a glance at Su Shire, then smiled as she grasped the Jinghong sword in her hand. After all, it was a top-tier magical artifact. Not much could be amiss. What about you? How are things looking? Almost there, Su Shire replied as he employed the heavenly eye technique to scan the entire room once more. Suddenly, his pupils contracted slightly, and he hurried over to a corner shelf, crouching down to extract a dusty tray from the very bottom corner. What is this? Xiaoyu followed him, her eyes widening at the sight of the grimy tray. I can't tell for now. We shall see, Su Shire said, diligently wiping away the dust. Soon, the true nature of the tray was revealed. It held 5 orbs, each varying in color and about the size of a child's fist, their radiance dim. These 5 orbs appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any remarkable features. They seemed hardly worthy of even being classified as medium-grade magical artifacts. Do you happen to know what their effects are? Xiaoyu inquired, her delicate brows furrowed. Su Shire shook his head decisively, admitting, I have no idea. This is the first time I've encountered them. Surely, you don't intend to choose this, do you? If I may suggest, a top-tier magical artifact would be far more prudent. Xiaoyu expressed her surprise at Su Shire's lack of hesitation, hesitating before offering her advice. No need, let us go with this. It could very well be a treasure. Su Shire smiled, cradling the 5 orbs in his hands as if they were precious gems. Through the heavenly eye technique, he could discern that each of these orbs contained a faint essence of spiritual energy. Though modest in quantity, it still surpassed the remarkable rainbow sword held by Xiaoyu by several folds. Even without knowledge of its utility, such a treasure was not to be overlooked. Very well. Let us proceed. Xiaoyu, puzzled yet seeing Su 12's unwavering determination, refrained from further discourse. The two walked side by side, swiftly returning to the entrance of the first level. Have you made your selection so quickly? Upon seeing the two descend, the elder guard greeted them with a smile. Indeed, Xiaoyu replied cheerfully. You seem to have had a fruitful harvest. Come, let me see what you have chosen, the elder guard said kindly. Here you go, grandfather elder. Xiaoyu beamed and eagerly handed over the flying sword she held. The elder guard's pupils constricted, and his eyes narrowed in surprise. You little girl. Your insight is truly keen, living up to your status as the Peak Master's granddaughter. Does this sword hold any significance? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unexpected thrill, and hurriedly inquired. Certainly, this sword is no ordinary top-tier magical artifact. It is a quasi-spiritual weapon. The elder guard replied nonchalantly. A quasi-spiritual weapon? Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment, her gaze immediately shifting to Su 12. The sword appeared rather unremarkable, had it not been for Su 12's suggestion. She would not have chosen it. Noticing Su 12 fixated on the elder guard with wide-eyed curiosity, she couldn't help but ponder, could it be that he truly possesses exceptional luck? Indeed, this sword is called the Rainbow of Surprise. Its crafting material is unique, and the process is equally extraordinary. It is forged from the extreme properties of second-tier spiritual material, yin-yang dual iron, and was created by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for 49 days in the realms of utmost yin and yang. The elder guard reined in his smile and spoke with utmost seriousness. Xiaoyu was taken aback once more and hurriedly inquired about the intricate forging process of this sword. Indeed, this sword was originally intended to be crafted as a spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, on the day of its completion, a thunderstorm occurred, causing it to miss its auspicious timing, resulting in its failure to reach its full potential and only becoming a superior magical tool. However, when fully activated, this sword can unleash 3 strikes comparable to the might of a spiritual weapon. After these 3 strikes, the sword will inevitably self-destruct due to its inability to withstand the immense energy akin to a fleeting glimpse of a shooting star. Thus, the swordsmith aptly named it Jinghong, the surging rainbow. The elder guard explained with a smile, gracefully gliding his hand across the sword's blade, unlocking the spiritual energy imprint upon Jinghong. Understanding dawned upon Xiaoyu as she marveled at the unexpected intricacies behind the sword. Nodding with a beaming smile, she felt a surge of joy. The prospect of 3 attacks rivaling that of a spiritual weapon was indeed astonishing. At a critical moment, such power could be life-saving. How could she not feel elated? With a glint of curiosity, her gaze shifted to the 5 orbs in Su 12's hands. Elder, what do you think these orbs he selected are for? Beside her, Su 12 promptly extended the orbs, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked at the elder. Elder, these are the treasures I have chosen. The origins of the Jinghong sword surprised him as well, particularly the notion of 3 strikes that were comparable to a spiritual weapon, which sparked a sense of envy within him. This realization also confirmed his belief that magical tools imbued with spiritual essence were indeed remarkable. At that moment, he became particularly intrigued by the function of the orbs. 5-element spiritual orbs. The elder guardian's gaze momentarily faltered, and he uttered the name of the treasure. With a casual yet slightly astonished glance, he swept his eyes over Su 12, remarking on the lad's fortunate circumstances. However, he continued, you may only select one of these 5 spiritual orbs. 1. Su 12's expression reflected his surprise. Xiaoyu quickly interjected, Grandfather Elder, what purpose do these 5-element spiritual orbs serve? Why can one only choose a single orb? Chapter 56. The 5-element spiritual orbs. The elder guardian replied with indifference. The 5-element spiritual orbs are rather unique magical artifacts. Each orb is a high-quality item that can be refined, capable of enhancing the user's corresponding elemental spiritual root limit. What? Elevating the spiritual root limit? Xiaoyu exclaimed, utterly astonished. Su 12 felt his mind buzz, his heart racing uncontrollably, and his breath momentarily caught in his throat. It is worth noting that his most significant weakness lay in his poor spiritual root. Do not be overly dramatic. These 5-element spiritual orbs are not as extraordinary as they seem. Firstly, they are only beneficial to chi refinement stage cultivators, and secondly, they can merely elevate one's spiritual root to a lower grade level. Even if all 5 orbs were refined, the result would only yield a lower grade 5-element spiritual root, roughly equivalent to a mid-grade spiritual root. Xiao girl, your spiritual root is hardly lacking. These orbs would hold no benefit for you. The elder guardian stated, his demeanor unwavering. With such numerous limitations, their efficacy is indeed restricted. However, for junior brother 12, this could be quite fortuitous. Xiaoyu nodded in understanding, her emotions beginning to stabilize, and then she swiftly turned her gaze towards Su 12, fully aware that his primary shortcoming lay in his spiritual root. Thus, I remark that this lad is indeed fortunate. Young man, have you decided which one you shall choose? The supervising elder smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze towards Su 12. At this moment, Su 12 remained enraptured by astonishment. The 5 elemental spirit pearls, even if only beneficial to those at the chi refinement stage, were treasures he could not afford to overlook. If possible, he would certainly wish to gather all the spirit pearls into his possession. However, this was evidently unrealistic. In response to the elder's inquiry, Su 12 hesitated for but a moment before resolutely declaring, then I shall choose this fire spirit pearl. The location of the Yungu sect is rich in fire attribute spiritual energy. Prioritizing the fire spirit pearl offers him the greatest value. Reluctantly leaving the other spirit pearls on the table before the elder, He took the fire spirit pearl in hand. Very well. The elder nodded lightly, his finger pointing to unseal the fire spirit pearl. Grandfather Elder, we shall take our leave now. Xiaoyu cast a glance at Su 12 and the 4 spirit pearls resting on the table, a flicker of contemplation evident in her eyes. Subsequently, she bid farewell to the supervising elder and departed alongside Su 12. As Su 12 walked along the path, his mind was consumed by thoughts of the remaining 4 spirit pearls. Gathering the 5 elemental spirit pearls would be akin to possessing a mid-tier spiritual root. The disparity between low-tier and mid-tier spiritual roots is indeed substantial. It appears that I must find a way to acquire more precious tokens. As for the matter of the 5 elemental spirit pearls being classified as second-tier treasures, Su 12 felt less apprehensive. During the selection of treasures, Xiaoyu had already indicated that the classifications of first and second tiers were not rigid. Even if direct exchanges were not feasible, providing some benefits should not pose a significant issue. As Su 12 furrowed his brows in deep contemplation, Xiaoyu leaned closer and remarked, Junior Brother 12, if you desire other spirit pearls, it is quite simple. Sister, do you have a solution? Su 12 initially appeared taken aback, quickly inquiring. Certainly. All treasures within the treasure pavilion can be exchanged using sect contribution points, Xiaoyu affirmed, nodding with a smile. Sect contribution points? A look of confusion crossed Su 12's face, as this term was unfamiliar to him. Within the sect, all formal disciples can obtain more cultivation resources and contribution points by completing tasks in the task hall. Those few spirit pearls are merely several upper-grade spiritual artifacts. And according to the exchange rules of the treasure pavilion, approximately 500 contribution points are required for each, Xiaoyu explained, her tone light and cheerful. This information was included in the formal disciple manual that you received in your storage bag when you became an official disciple. It seems you haven't perused it thoroughly. Oh. I indeed haven't had the chance to look. Su 12 chuckled, scratching his head, as his consciousness delved into the storage bag. To his surprise, he discovered a book nestled inside. Unaware of how precious 500 contribution points truly were, he felt that any opportunity was better than none. Thank you, sister. I shall visit the task hall. Expressing his gratitude, Su 12 hurriedly resolved to head to the task hall. Hold on. I, along with junior brother Hanyu, am just about to undertake a mission to eliminate a malevolent cultivator. You can join us. This task offers a total of 100 contribution points, and upon completion, each person can earn approximately 30 contribution points. Xiaoyu smiled as she extended an invitation to Su Shire. She had always held a favorable impression of Su Shire and was not like others who overly concerned themselves with her innate talents. Su Shire had excelled in the trials, leading Luofu to victory against Tian Weifeng. In her view, Su Shire deserved far more recognition and rewards. Unfortunately, the Peak Master and other elders remained indifferent towards Su Shire, and she was unable to alter their perceptions, opting instead to compensate in her own way. This might not be wise. With my limited abilities, accompanying you to eliminate an evil cultivator might only hinder you. Su Shire exclaimed, taken aback, and quickly shook her head in refusal. Xiaoyu, however, shook her head with unwavering confidence and replied, fear not. With the Jinghong sword in hand, dealing with an 8th-level evil cultivator poses no significant challenge. She lifted the Jinghong sword, radiating assurance. This very sword had been chosen with Su Shire's assistance, which provided her with ample reason to support him. Su Shire squinted, still hesitant. He understood that Xiaoyu was clearly intent on aiding him. If his cultivation were truly only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he would have undoubtedly accepted without a second thought. However, his actual cultivation was at the 7th level of qi refinement, which meant he could earn more contribution points by undertaking the task himself. With his thoughts racing, he quickly replied with a smile, thank you for your kind offer, senior sister. However, the refining of the fire spirit pearl will require some time. Besides, given my current cultivation, it would be wiser to focus on training within the sect. Ah, very well. It seems I have not considered this thoroughly. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Xiaoyu furrowed her brows, no longer insisting on her point. After speaking, she turned and left. At that moment, she felt a hint of displeasure. Su 12's timid demeanor was entirely unexpected. However, upon reflection, she acknowledged that Su 12's cultivation level was indeed too low, rendering his behavior somewhat understandable. Nevertheless, her impression of him had diminished slightly in her heart. As Xiaoyu departed, Su 12 paid no heed to her assessment of him. Instead, he secretly exhaled in relief. After leaving the treasure pavilion, he hurried back to his residence. Seated cross-legged on the bed in his room, Su 12 promptly took out the fire spirit pearl and examined it closely. The pearl radiated a brilliant red light, resembling a dancing flame. Yet it felt devoid of any warmth in his hand. The individual capable of crafting such a magical artifact must undoubtedly be a genius. Such a treasure, if refined through the heavenly furnace, would yield even more extraordinary results. However, the heavenly furnace was currently concealed within the abandoned pill chamber. If he attempted to retrieve it recklessly, he would undoubtedly alert the old fox, the Grand Elder. Thus, he decided to first refine the fire spirit pearl. In the future, should he acquire other spirit pearls, he would see if there was an opportunity to enhance them. With thoughts racing through his mind, Su-12 smiled broadly, casting aside his hesitation, and immediately channeled his true essence into the pearl. As the fire spirit pearl absorbed his true essence, its flames surged dramatically. Within the blaze, the physical form of the pearl vanished, transforming entirely into a blazing flame that floated in midair. Observing this, Su-12 took a deep breath. The fiery essence flowed into him through his mouth and nose, a torrent of heat racing down his throat to settle in his heart. Suddenly, Su-12's body trembled, and his complexion changed instantaneously. Chapter 57. The mission to investigate the 7 mysterious gates. At this moment, he felt as if his heart were being seared in a furnace. An exquisite torment that surpassed the agony he experienced upon first consuming the chi-gathering pill. How could this be? Gritting his teeth, Su-12's eyes widened. His face contorted in pain. He had no foreknowledge that integrating this spiritual orb into his body would bring such excruciating suffering. Yet, with matters having reached this juncture, no matter how intense the pain, he could only steel himself and persevere. He collapsed onto the bed, curling up, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This torment persisted relentlessly for 3 days and nights. After 3 days, as the excruciating pain within him began to subside, Su-12 cautiously sat up, his face still marked by lingering trepidation. That was perilous. He had not anticipated that merging with the fire spirit orb would be so agonizing. He wondered whether other spiritual orbs would inflict similar suffering, but with no turning back now, he could only continue down this path. Su-12 murmured softly, his physique having noticeably thinned. Such suffering was something only he among his peers could endure. Were it any other, they might have succumbed to the pain, abandoning all hope and perishing. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the 5-element spirit orbs was indeed remarkable. He now possessed a low-grade fire spiritual root, leading to a significant enhancement in his cultivation speed. Clearly, he must hasten to gather contribution points to exchange for the remaining spiritual orbs. After attempting to cultivate, Su-12's face lit up with a smile of satisfaction. After refining the fire spirit orb, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had markedly increased. Controlling his excitement, he then retrieved the formal disciple manual from his storage bag and began to peruse its contents. After perusing the material, I have gained a general understanding of the tasks that formal disciples can undertake. Sect missions serve as a significant avenue for formal disciples to acquire cultivation resources. As Xiaoyu mentioned, sect disciples can receive and complete tasks to earn resource rewards and contribution points based on the task conditions. Having organized the information, Su Shire wasted no further time and promptly made his way to the task hall. The task hall is situated in a quaint courtyard at the southwestern corner of Luofu Peak. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Shire noticed Zhu Han dejectedly exiting from within. "Senior Brother Shire, are you here to undertake a task as well?" Upon seeing Su Shire, Zhu Han instantly perked up and greeted him with respect. Observing Su Shire's nod, he continued, "If you plan to take on a task, I would recommend waiting a few days." "A few days? Is there a problem at present?" Su Shire inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Not exactly a problem. It's just that as the month comes to a close, all the simpler tasks have already been completed by the other disciples. What remains are mainly complex tasks with high demands, some of which may even pose a danger." Zhu Han explained, scratching his head. "Oh, no matter. I shall take a look anyway." Su Shire replied with a nod and proceeded into the courtyard, making his way to the room designated for task collection. Zhu Han hesitated for a moment before hastily following him inside. Inside the room, 2 auxiliary disciples in their early 20s, both at the second level of chi refinement, were busily engaged in their work. Upon noticing Su Shire's entrance, one of the more astute disciples with a square face promptly approached him. "Senior brother, are you here to collect a task? What tasks are still available?" Su Shire inquired directly. "This month, 3 tasks remain." The disciple with a square face swiftly handed Su-12 a circular magical artifact. Upon glancing down, Su-12 observed that the artifact shimmered with light, displaying information about the 3 tasks. The first task was to slay high-level demon beasts, requiring a journey to a place called Doffing Village to eliminate a group of advanced beasts known as wind wolves. The reward for this task was indeed generous, offering not only a bottle of chi-gathering pills, but also 150 contribution points. However, With just a fleeting glance, Su-12 decided to forego this task. High-level demon beasts, especially in groups, posed a challenge even for several disciples at the 7th level of Qi refinement. His gaze then shifted to the second task, to seek out demon silkworm silk. The submitter could earn 50 points of sect contribution for this task. While it appeared straightforward, the demon silkworm silk was entirely unfamiliar to him, making the task nearly impossible. With a resigned shake of his head, Su-12 felt a tinge of frustration as he found himself unable to undertake the first 2 tasks. Finally, he turned his attention to the last displayed task. It involved traveling to South City to collect offerings from the 7 mysterious sect and to investigate the reasons for their delayed submission. This task seemed relatively simple and surprisingly offered a reward of 100 contribution points. Su-12 was taken aback by the enticing reward, quickly realizing that the task might not be as uncomplicated as it appeared. After considering all 3 tasks, he concluded that the only viable option was this third one. With a moment's hesitation, Su-12 declared, "Please accept the task to investigate the 7 mysterious sect for me." Upon hearing this, the square-faced disciple trembled slightly, and a peculiar expression flickered in his eyes as he scrutinized Su-12. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Senior brother, this task is rather formidable. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to postpone until next month." "Oh, formidable? What exactly makes this task so daunting?" Su-12 pressed on, refusing to relent. This year alone, for groups of seniors, no fewer than 8 individuals had undertaken this assignment, yet all had mysteriously vanished without a trace. The most recent group included a disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement and another at the 7th. Of course, I do not mean to imply that you lack strength, senior brother. However, for the sake of caution, it would be wise to wait until next month when new tasks are assigned, the square-faced cultivator explained rapidly. Throughout his discourse, he maintained a respectful demeanor, yet the subtle condescension in his gaze was unmistakable. Su-12 concealed his true cultivation level and was no stranger to the complexities of human nature. He remained unfazed by the other's apparent disdain. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired further, "Given such occurrences, has the sect not dispatched any experts to investigate?" The square-faced cultivator shrugged, but before he could respond, Zhu Hanwei interjected, "Such trivial matters hardly warrant the attention of a Foundation establishment elder. As for the other seniors, they are likely aware of the complexity of this situation and would prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble." Su-12 cast a glance at Zhu Hanwei and, noting the absence of surprise on his face, inferred that he too possessed some knowledge regarding the task at hand. The task was so daunting that Su-12 couldn't help but hesitate. To speak candidly, he had no desire to wade through murky waters. However, the predicament was that he urgently needed to accrue contribution points. With 100 contribution points at stake, relinquishing them felt somewhat disheartening. Burdened by a profound vendetta, he could not afford to relax for even a moment. The Grand Elder of Tian Shufeng was likely the enigmatic figure in black, poised to act at any moment. He needed to swiftly elevate his strength and empower himself. The contribution points within the sect were tied to the 5 elements spiritual pearl, a treasure capable of temporarily enhancing one's spiritual root aptitude. Even if it entailed risk, he must secure it without delay. This task from the 7 Xian sect, though fraught with danger, demanded only 100 points, 50 points less than the hunt for demonic beasts. This indicated that the sect assessed the difficulty of this task as lower than that of hunting beasts. Although several disciples had gone missing previously, if one were cautious, there might still be a chance. With this thought, Su-12 took a deep breath, resolutely making up his mind. "Very well, I shall undertake this task." "Wah, what?" The square-faced cultivator and his companion, as well as Zhu Hanwei beside them, were all taken aback, mouths agape, staring incredulously at Su-12. "I shall take on this task. Is there an issue?" Su-12 retorted. The square-faced cultivator's smile faltered, shaking his head as he replied, "There is no problem per se, but this task requires at least 2 individuals to undertake it." "Must it be 2? Su-12 inquired, narrowing his eyes. "Indeed. Given the involvement of the 7 Xian sect's offerings, 2 individuals must simultaneously confirm and supervise each other to prevent any mishaps," the square-faced cultivator stated coldly. Feeling that his good intentions were unappreciated, he decided to take a different approach. "Very well, let us embark on this journey together," Su-12 said, nodding and gesturing towards Zhu Hanwei. "What? This?" Zhu Hanwei exclaimed, his mouth agape in alarm. Were it not for Su-12's previous kindness, he would have fled without a second thought. Sensing his apprehension, Su-12 quietly reassured him. "First, let us accept this task together. Once we reach the vicinity of South City, we shall assess the situation. If it proves too perilous, we will abandon it." Chapter 58. The enigmatic 7 Xian gate. "All right then." Zhu Hanwei relented, gritting his teeth in resolve. setting aside the fact that Su 12 had saved his life. He was acutely aware of Su 12's formidable abilities, which far exceeded the modest display he had shown. We shall take on this task. With that, Su 12 turned his attention to the square-faced disciple before them. May I kindly request you to present your identity tokens? The disciple regarded them with a cold demeanor, his gaze as lifeless as a corpse. To him, the prospect of Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei undertaking this task seemed akin to courting death. Having done all he could, he believed further discussion was futile. Upon verifying their tokens, he handed a numbered task token and a map to Su 12. Upon completion of your task, you may redeem this token for rewards. Thank you. Su 12 expressed his gratitude as he accepted the task token, then departed with Zhu Hanwei. The Zhanshan mountain range stands as the largest mountain range within the realm of the Zhao kingdom, surrounded by towering peaks that stretch for thousands of miles. Within this realm lie numerous cities, along with various sects and family factions dedicated to the art of cultivation. Each cultivation force claims its own territory, and the mortals residing within are vital sources of fresh power for these diverse sections. Under the protection of the cultivators, mortals, in turn, attach themselves to these beings in various forms, serving them in their endeavors. Among these cultivation forces, the Yungu sect, to which Su 12 and his companions belong, is merely a moderately ranked sect. Linan City, situated on the periphery of Yungu sect's territory, is jointly managed by the Yungu sect and its neighboring faction, the Blood Eagle sect. On the most prosperous street in the west of Linan City stands a grand estate, sprawling across several acres, with its vermilion gates firmly shut and a plaque inscribed with Lin residence hanging above. On this day, two figures, one stout and one slender, appeared before the gates. They were Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei, who had traveled from afar. Senior Brother 12, this is the residence of the sect master of the Seven Xian sect, Zhu Hanwei remarked, pointing at the imposing gates. The Seven Xian sect is one of the two major forces in Linan City that is under the protection of our Yungu sect. They are responsible for maintaining order in Linan City and gathering resources for cultivation on behalf of our sect. Indeed, let us knock and assess the situation. Su 12 replied, squinting slightly as he spoke. Zhu Hanwei, feeling somewhat anxious but having already come this far, nodded in agreement and stepped forward to rap firmly on the door. Before long, a narrow gap appeared in the gate, and a young attendant clad in a blue robe peered out. Who are you? Do you not recognize where you are? Knocking so forcefully, do you wish to court death? The young servant wore an expression of impatience, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he began to berate loudly. Humph! Open your eyes wide and behold. Is this how the Lin residence entertains guests? Zhu Hanwei furrowed his brow, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. This imposing presence startled the servant, who stammered, guests. You are the esteemed immortals of the Yungu sect. The servant hastily scrutinized Zhu Hanwei's attire, and as if struck by a realization, he quickly swung open the grand door. Subsequently, he trembled and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Immortal, forgive my ignorance. I am but a fool who failed to recognize greatness. Zhu Hanwei maintained a stern demeanor, intending to reprimand further, when he heard Su 12's soft cough behind him. Instantly, he snorted coldly, commanding, Go summon your sect leader and inform them that the patrons from the Yungu sect have arrived. 2 esteemed immortals, please enter. I shall fetch the sect leader at once. The servant scrambled to his feet and hurriedly led them into the residence. Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei did not decline and followed the servant into the Lin residence. The estate featured towering walls and azure tiles, winding corridors, and grand courtyards, all exquisite, spacious, and luxurious. At its center lay a broad stone pathway leading directly to the main hall. The air was permeated with a faint chill. Senior Brother 12, this place feels rather eerie. Upon entering, Zhu Hanwei could not suppress a shiver and leaned closer to Su 12, whispering, Oh, what do you mean? Su 12 inquired calmly. After all, this Lin residence is one of the 2 major powers near South City. The closed gates are one thing, but the eerie silence within is unsettling. As Zhu Hanwei spoke, he glanced around nervously, suddenly furrowing his brow and shuddering. Senior Brother, look over there. He tugged at Su 12's sleeve, his arm trembling as he pointed to a nearby garden. Following the direction of his gaze, Su 12's pupils contracted in alarm. Among the soil of the garden, a bare human skull was faintly visible. It was not just this garden. Along the sides of the road, fragments of bones could be discerned. Senior Brother, perhaps we should retreat, Zhu Hanwei whispered urgently. His cultivation level was merely at the 2nd stage of qi refinement, and he was hardly stronger than the martial artists among ordinary people. The very sight of such a place instilled fear within him, especially when considering the many seniors who had mysteriously disappeared. Do not be hasty. Since we have entered, we must first meet the sect master to assess the situation. Su 12 replied, his expression unyielding. As he spoke, he cast a glance at a towering pavilion in the distance. Seeing Su 12's resolute demeanor, Zhu Hanwei, despite his trepidation, could only nod in agreement, lowering his head and continuing deeper into the premises. Inside the grand hall, as soon as they entered, a servant adeptly prepared a cup of hot tea for the two and presented exquisite fruit and pastries. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. My master will arrive shortly. With that, the servant discreetly exited, leaving Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei in anticipation. Senior brother, this Lin residence is truly vast and opulently decorated, far surpassing my hometown's town, Zhu Hanwei remarked, cradling the warm tea. After a moment of hesitation, he set the cup down and turned to Su 12, speaking softly. The recent incident has left him with considerable psychological scars, and he now bears an expression tinged with lingering trepidation. His actions have become exceedingly cautious and meticulous. If you so desire, with your current cultivation level, indulging in worldly riches and glory would not pose a challenge, Su 12 remarked nonchalantly, reclining in his chair, his eyes glinting with a contemplative light. Let us refrain from that. I aspire to elevate my cultivation and extend my lifespan by several centuries. Zhu Hanwei responded, somewhat disgruntled. The lifespan of mortals rarely exceeds 80 or 90 years, with those reaching a century being exceedingly rare. However, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, even as a qi refining practitioner, one can attain a lifespan of over 120 years. Should one successfully break through to foundation establishment, a lifespan of 200 years is within reach. Yet, are we truly not leaving? This 7 mysterious sect exudes an eerie atmosphere. Remaining here is rather unsettling. Zhu Hanwei murmured, subtly surveying his surroundings. Rest assured, if they genuinely intended to act against us, they would have seized the opportunity long before we reached the city. Why wait until now? Su 12 replied coolly, his gaze also scanning the vicinity. Ever since approaching South City, he had sensed an unsettling feeling of being watched. Yet no matter how keenly he observed, he could not discern the identity of the observer. Chapter 59, The Enigmatic Lin Shower. I hope for a peaceful outcome. Zhu Hanwei whispered a quiet prayer, his thoughts racing towards the urgency of vacating this place fraught with peril. Noticing Su 12's silence, he too settled into patience, awaiting developments. They did not have to wait long. Within half a tea's worth of time, footsteps echoed from beyond the door. Even before the figure arrived, a voice, sultry to the extreme, drifted in. Venerable immortals, having journeyed from afar, I, Lin Shower of the Seven Wonders sect, extend my sincerest apologies for any lack of hospitality. The voice possessed an enchanting quality, sending a shiver down the spines of both Su Shire and Zhu Hanwei. A delicate fragrance permeated the air as a woman of graceful bearing, adorned in a simple silk dress, entered the room. Her hair was like dark clouds, her face a delicate blend of almond and peach, her eyebrows like the gentle slopes of spring mountains, and her eyes like the flowing waves of autumn. With a voluptuous bosom, slender waist, shapely hips, and elegant legs, she resembled a begonia basking in the sun or a pear blossom glistening with rain. Her appearance was captivating, exuding charm and allure. If foxes could become spirits, Su Shire mused, they would surely resemble her. The moment he beheld her face, his mind reeled, and he was momentarily lost in admiration. As he was captivated by her beauty, his mind a blank canvas, the Yuanyang ruler behind him trembled slightly, and a surge of warmth coursed through his body, instantly restoring his clarity. Beside him, Zhu Hanwei's eyes were wide with astonishment, his mouth agape, his thoughts lost in some distant reverie. If my memory serves me correctly, the sect master of the Seven Wonders sect should be Lin Jinan. May I inquire as to your relationship with him? Su Shire asked calmly, his gaze averted, careful not to meet the woman's eyes directly. Inwardly, he grew wary. The woman possessed no discernible spiritual energy, indicating that she was merely a mortal, yet her beauty had the power to disorient him. This was undoubtedly extraordinary. Lin Jinan was my father. He passed away 6 months ago. As Lin Shower spoke, her face clouded with sorrow, tears glistening in her eyes, dimming the splendor of the hall. I see. My condolences, madam. My junior brother and I have come to collect the tribute. May I inquire as to why the Seven Wonders sect has been so tardy in delivering it this year? Su Shire clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, while discreetly channeling his energy to hurl a small stone at Zhu Hanwei, who winced in pain and finally snapped back to reality, reluctantly diverting his gaze. Could it be that the immortal had made a mistake? The offerings from the Seven Xian sect had already been taken away by the esteemed elder from your sect 6 months ago. Lin Shower initially appeared taken aback, but soon donned a look of astonishment. Taken away already? Su Shire and Zhu Hanwei exchanged a swift glance, both eyes shimmering with surprise. Indeed, This was the token left behind by the two immortals at that time. Lin Xiao'er nodded, retrieving half of a token from her bosom. Su Xiao'er squinted, then inquired of Lin Xiao'er, "Has anyone else come to collect the offerings in the past 6 months?" "No." Lin Xiao'er resolutely shook her head in denial. "Senior brother, could it be that something happened to them on the way? Yet, west of South City lies Aryungu sect's territory. Who would dare act against them? Or perhaps they absconded with the resources themselves." Zhu Hanwei speculated quietly. Deep down, he understood that this matter was most likely tied to the Seven Xian sect. But he had no desire to linger in this place any longer. Indeed, both possibilities hold merit. It seems that in order to ascertain the whereabouts of the two individuals, we must first find those two senior brothers. Fortunately, there exists a secret technique within the sect that allows us to track the whereabouts of a bearer through items imbued with their essence. "Miss Lin, may we take this token with us?" Su Xiao'er said casually, then turned to Lin Xiao'er. In truth, he had no knowledge of any tracking technique. However, Lin Xiao'er spoke with a hint of skepticism, as she intended to test her counterpart. This is certainly permissible. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise immediately danced in Lin Xiao'er's eyes, which she swiftly masked, handing over the token to Su Xiao'er. Although her facade was well crafted, Su Xiao'er, ever perceptive, noticed the fleeting change in her expression. Indeed, the Seven Mystic sect was shrouded in intrigue. It seemed that the offering was no longer a feasible pursuit. Instead, he resolved to gather as much information as possible to report back. Even without the offering, any valuable intelligence could still yield a certain number of contribution points. Su Xiao'er pondered silently, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor as he continued. "In that case, we shall not impose further and will return to our sect to investigate the matter." With that, he prepared to take his leave. "Dear esteemed immortals, why the haste? The day has grown dark, and you have traveled a great distance. Why not rest at the Lin residence for the night? It would not be too late to depart come dawn," Lin Xiao'er proposed with an enchanting smile. Her demeanor respectful yet warmly inviting. Her smile seemed to possess an irresistible allure, and for Zhu Hanwei, who had only recently regained his senses, it was enough to leave him utterly spellbound once more. Just moments ago, he had resolved to exit this tumultuous place as swiftly as possible. Yet now that intention slipped from his mind entirely. With a look of infatuation, Zhu Hanwei turned to Su Xiao'er, saying, "Senior brother Xiao'er, it indeed seems unwise to travel through the night. What do you think? Should we not rest here for the evening?" "Very well then, we shall impose." Su Xiao'er hesitated momentarily before nodding, feigning reluctance to comply. He had no genuine intention of leaving. He awaited this very invitation to remain. Having arrived, he was determined to uncover the truth of the matter. As for any potential danger, he believed himself well equipped with numerous treasured artifacts, confident in his ability to extricate himself if peril arose. However, he had not anticipated that he was plotting against the other party, who, in turn, was not to be underestimated and was also scheming against him. "I shall arrange accommodations for the two esteemed guests at once," Lin Xiao'er declared with a bright smile, clapping her hands. Immediately, a beautiful maid in her 20s entered the room. "Please escort the two esteemed guests to the eastern wing for their stay," Lin Xiao'er instructed, and the maid promptly approached Su Xiao'er and his companion, smiling as she guided them away. Soon, the hall was left with Lin Xiao'er as its sole occupant. With a soft sigh, she cast a glance toward the rear of the hall, her brows knitting in concern. "What troubles you, junior sister?" a raspy voice inquired. As a burly man with a pallid complexion emerged, this man was enveloped in an ominous aura, clearly not of ordinary origin. Approaching Lin Xiao'er, he reached out to embrace her waist. "Senior brother, can that token truly trace the movements of others?" Lin Xiao'er turned to the newcomer, twisting her waist to maintain a subtle distance, her demeanor a delicate balance of reluctance and intrigue, as she inquired hastily. In the realm of cultivation, countless secret arts and mystical techniques existed. Such a method was not entirely astonishing. However, the caveat remained that both of them would first need to return. The man let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 60. Digging a pit for others to fall into. This marks the 5th group sent by the Yunga sect. Should they encounter misfortune as well, the next arrivals may very well be the elders of the sect. I was only considering this aspect, which is why I refrained from acting rashly, Lin Xiao'er exclaimed, her expression increasingly filled with concern. Rest assured, among the recent disciples, these two possess the weakest cultivation. One is merely at the 2nd level of qi refinement, and the other at the 3rd. In any cultivation sect, they are but menial workers, mere cannon fodder. The loss of such individuals is of no consequence to anyone. Furthermore, even if an elder were to arrive, what of it? Upon mentioning Su 12 and his companion, the man scoffed derisively. Mid-sentence, he seemed to recall something and quickly fell silent. Observing this, Lin Xiao's eyes momentarily reflected disappointment, followed by a hesitant expression as she inquired, "Very well. When does my senior brother plan to take action?" "Tomorrow morning, after they depart," the man casually replied, reaching to grasp Lin Xiao's wrist. "Junior sister, you previously mentioned you would observe mourning for your father for half a year. That time has now passed. It is time to give me what is due." As he spoke, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered with disdain, yet her countenance remained one of feigned cheerfulness. However, as he clasped her wrist, she sighed and remarked, "Of course. It's just that the slender fellow among those two struck me as rather peculiar. I fear that delaying action may lead to unforeseen complications." Forget it. I shall take care of them now. You stay in the room and wait for me. I shall return shortly." The pale-faced man hesitated for a moment, yet upon observing the woman's anxious expression, devoid of any finesse, he gritted his teeth, relinquished Lin Xiao, and turned to leave. In his eyes, dealing with two individuals in the early stages of qi refinement was merely a matter of ease. As the pale-faced man departed, Lin Xiao finally exhaled in relief, though a sense of trepidation lingered as she stepped outside. "Senior Brother 12, does our sect possess any tracking techniques?" In the private chamber, Zhu Hanwei gazed at the token casually tossed onto the table by Su 12, contemplating for a while before speaking. "I do not know." Su 12 replied with a casual shake of his head. "What? So you were deceiving Lin Xiao?" Zhu Hanwei shuddered, and upon grasping the situation, his expression shifted to one of alarm. "Indeed," Su 12 affirmed decisively. "But if that is the case, they will undoubtedly strike first. Last time, we faced a qi refinement level 6 and a level 7. Zhu Hanwei exclaimed in a flurry. Although he was aware of Su 12's formidable strength, he did not believe that their combined prowess could surpass that of a level 6 and a level 7 in qi refinement. At that moment, a hint of regret washed over him. He should not have so readily acquiesced to Su 12's proposition. "When you return to your room, hide beneath the bed and remain still. Leave the rest to me," Su 12 stated with an unwavering demeanor. In his view, compelling the adversary to reveal themselves would afford him a measure of preparedness. Otherwise, with the enemy lurking in the shadows, maintaining constant vigilance would indeed pose a genuine peril. However, he had no interest in explaining this to Zhu Hanwei. "This doesn't seem quite right. If a conflict were to arise, how could I stand idly by?" Zhu Hanwei shook his head vigorously, his gaze resolute. In truth, what he contemplated was that if he were alone in the adjacent room and the opponent struck first, he would undoubtedly be doomed. Conversely, remaining with Su 12 felt significantly safer. "Very well, you may meditate and recuperate in my room. I shall wait in the shadows." Su 12 grinned, fully aware of Zhu Hanwei's slight apprehensions, yet he remained unperturbed. With that, he produced an invisibility talisman, affixed it to himself, and vanished into the corner, suppressing his presence. Seeing Su 12 suddenly disappear, Zhu Hanwei felt a pang of unease. However, noticing that neither the doors nor windows bore signs of disturbance, he realized Su 12 was still within the room, which offered him some solace. He couldn't help but silently admire Su 12's formidable magical prowess. Taking a deep breath, he settled onto the bed and began his meditation. Yet, his mind was restless, preventing him from achieving tranquility. His eyes darted within their sockets as he discreetly retrieved two ordinary escape talismans, clutching them tightly in his palm. He resolved that if circumstances took a turn for the worse, he would make a swift exit. He felt grateful towards Su 12 for his assistance, which allowed for many possibilities, but that did not equate to risking his own life. As time passed slowly, merely the duration of a meal, Zhu Hanwei heard footsteps approaching in the distance. Su 12's ears perked up, and he immediately held his breath. The footsteps drew near, then abruptly ceased. Su 12 understood that the adversary was likely employing magic to mask their movements. He discreetly clutched 7 soul-piercing nails within his palm, his inner essence surging, poised to strike his adversary with lethal precision. For him, executing a surprise attack to eliminate his opponent was the most desirable outcome. Outside the chamber, a pallid-faced man was enshrouded in a swirling black mist, almost gliding to the threshold of the room occupied by Su 12 and his companions. Casting a swift glance through the window, he noted only one silhouette within, his brow furrowed slightly. Just one person? Very well, I shall deal with this lad first, then pursue the other." With a shift in thought, the pale-faced man resolutely summoned his inner essence, forming a spell with incantations, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the meditating Zhu Hanwei. In the corner of the room, Su 12 acutely sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and immediately hurled the soul-piercing nails. Thud, thud, thud. The nails pierced through the window, darting towards the pale-faced man. "This is bad. Ah, The pale-faced man felt a jolt of alarm, suddenly aware of the impending danger. But he was too late to react. His spell only half-formed. Caught off guard, he was struck directly by the soul-piercing nails, letting out a shriek as his body flew backward like a shattered sack, crashing heavily into the courtyard. Is it done? Inside the room, Zhu Hanwei, witnessing Su 12's swift action and the figure collapsing outside, promptly opened his eyes, his expression alight with excitement. Do not celebrate too soon. This fellow is formidable. He may possess some means of survival. Su 12 cautioned, and without stepping outside, he unleashed several fireball spells. Bang, bang. The fireballs soared through the window, seemingly destined to strike the ground. Suddenly, the pale-faced man sprang back to his feet. Humph, what a cunning and treacherous villain. Regrettably, the soul-breaking nail is utterly useless to me. The pallid-faced man spoke in a sinister tone, his countenance darkened. As he spoke, he struck his chest with his hand, producing the soul-breaking nail. Immediately, a stream of ominous energy coursed across his skin, coalescing upon his visage. He opened his mouth and exhaled, releasing a plume of inky green mist that effortlessly neutralized the venom of the soul-breaking nail. How is this possible? This fellow was struck by your soul-breaking nail, senior brother, yet remains unscathed. Zhu Hanwei gasped in surprise, his mouth agape. In the trial grounds, he had witnessed the formidable power of the soul-breaking nail firsthand. Chapter 61. The Bone Master. His technique is peculiar. Su 12 fixed his gaze upon the adversary, and the silver sword bestowed by the Grand Elder materialized in his grasp. With a powerful leap, he vaulted through the window, employing the shadowless step to launch an assault. He moved like a wraith, and in the dim night, only a flash of silver sword light was discernible. His inner essence surged, yet it remained restrained. The effect of the concealment technique was remarkable, but once his essence was unleashed, its efficacy would wane. This individual before him was also at the 7th level of chi refinement. If it came to a direct confrontation, while Su 12 was confident in his victory, it would nonetheless require considerable effort. He deliberately concealed his cultivation, intending to deliver a surprise strike. Humph. A mere 3rd level of chi refinement dares to act so audaciously before me. The pallid cultivator scoffed, a dull gray blade manifesting in his hand. He raised it, sending forth a flash of gray radiance to meet the oncoming Su 12. His expression was one of disdain, yet inwardly, he was on high alert. This brat is merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement and has the audacity to strike at me. It seems he has some hidden tricks up his sleeve. In the next moment, the two figures collided, engaging in close combat, producing a crisp clang. A surge of astonishing energy erupted forth. And upon sensing the aura emanating from Su 12, the pale-faced man was struck with astonishment. What? You are at the 7th level of chi refinement. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet he never anticipated that the individual before him was a cultivator of the same realm. Consequently, all the precautionary measures he had taken became futile. Alarmed, the pale-faced man made a swift decision to retreat, attempting to distance himself from Su 12. Is it not too late to flee now? Su 12 scoffed indifferently, a cold sound escaping his lips. With one hand gripping his sword and the other forming a hand seal, he swiftly employed the wind manipulation technique, channeling his true essence into a whirlwind that encircled the pale-faced man in a mere instant. A flash of silver light erupted as the silver sword, fueled by his true essence, unleashed a more resplendent beam of silver sword light, piercing through the man's back. Ugh! The pale-faced man emitted a groan, blood gushing from his chest. However, the thin layer of black mist surrounding him surged towards Su 12 as if it were a living entity. Unfazed, Su 12 raised a hand, invoking the fire control technique, enveloping his entire arm in flames. The black mist, upon encountering the fire, recoiled as if it had met its nemesis. Utilizing the 8th level Bagua, the pallid man had yet to fully unleash his formidable prowess before he was grievously vanquished. Who are you? Why have you attacked us? Su 12 demanded, fixing his gaze upon the fallen figure. You dare to harm me. My master will not let you go unpunished. The pallid man retorted through gritted teeth, casting a fierce glance back at Su 12. Humph. Su 12's eyes glinted with coldness as he raised his sword, unleashing a silver arc that severed the man's legs. Your response is irrelevant. With the next strike, I shall sever your head. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the pallid man's visage contorted, and he desperately wished to succumb to unconsciousness. Yet, upon seeing Su 12 lift his sword once more, he hastily exclaimed, I am a disciple of the White Bone Mountain, an apprentice of the White Bone Elder. I acted because my cultivation technique allows me to absorb the prowess of others, rapidly enhancing my own strength. White Bone Mountain, White Bone Elder. Su 12 mused silently, aware that his knowledge of other sects was rather limited. However, He was far more concerned about the situation regarding the Seven Mysteries sect and promptly inquired, "What is your connection to Lin Xiaoer of the Seven Mysteries sect?" "She is my junior sister, selected by my master, the White Bone Elder, as a furnace vessel." The pallid man, sprawled on the ground, answered every question posed to him. A furnace vessel? Su 12 was taken aback by this revelation. Though he lacked comprehensive understanding of the mechanics involved, he had encountered descriptions in various texts. He recognized it as a particularly base method of cultivation, wherein a woman is utilized to cultivate the essence of primal yin, subsequently allowing the absorption of yin to supplement yang, thus hastening one's own cultivation. Such practices render female cultivators as mere tools, a notion reviled by all practitioners. Considering these factors, Su 12's gaze turned frosty, and two beams of murderous intent emanated from his eyes. On the ground, the pale-faced man, noticing Su 12's silence and increasingly cold gaze, shuddered involuntarily and hastily exclaimed, "Boy, I advise you to release me immediately. Otherwise, when my master returns, you're doomed." "Threaten me? You've chosen the wrong target." Su 12 retorted with a cold snort, delivering another swift strike with his sword. Regardless of whether the man spoke or not, he had no intention of letting him leave alive. "You." The pale-faced man's eyes widened in terror. Before he could utter a word, he felt a chill at his neck, and his head was separated from his body, leaving him utterly lifeless. "Senior Brother 12, wait." At that moment, Zhu Hanwei's voice echoed from inside the room. However, upon emerging, he was met with the sight of the pale-faced man's dismembered corpse, instantly turning his face as pale as snow. "Is there a problem?" Su 12 asked, casting a nonchalant glance at Zhu Hanwei. "Senior Brother, if my memory serves me correctly, that white-bone old man is a notoriously formidable rogue cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment. He is known for his tyrannical temperament and complete lack of the demeanor expected of a senior cultivator. Any sect that incurs his wrath will find him targeting their younger disciples. He is virtually unrestrained within the Tsongshan mountain range. It is said that 2 years ago, our Yungu sect clashed with him. It took the combined efforts of the 7 peak masters to finally eliminate him. I never imagined that he was still alive." Zhu Hanwei hurriedly spoke, his face filled with fear that he could scarcely conceal or control. Su 12 was already prepared, realizing that this individual must possess some degree of notoriety. However, upon hearing Zhu Hanwei's words, a wave of astonishment washed over him, though he chose not to reveal his inner turmoil. Instead, he calmly replied, "Why are you so flustered? Since he has only reappeared after a year, it stands to reason that even if he survived that battle, he must have sustained significant injuries. Nevertheless, to be prudent, we should hasten our departure and report back to our sect." As he spoke, he deftly employed a technique to collect all usable treasures from the pale-faced man. With another swift incantation, he conjured a fireball, expertly erasing all traces of the corpse. Having completed these tasks, he turned and strode away without hesitation. Although they had not secured the offerings from the Seven Xian sect, the information they possessed was sufficient to report back to their sect and earn their due rewards. Zhu Hanwei nodded vigorously in agreement, his approval palpable. Just as they exited the courtyard, making their way towards the main gate, 3 streaks of light suddenly flashed through the air, approaching rapidly. "This is bad. The Bone Elder has returned," Zhu Hanwei exclaimed, his face draining of color. Chapter 62. Observing in the shadows quickly, we must hide. Su Shire reacted swiftly, grasping Zhu Hanwei and pulling him into a nearby garden, concealing themselves behind a rockery. He then quelled the energy within his body, completely suppressing his aura. Turning to Zhu Hanwei, he quietly urged, "Conceal your presence and remain silent. If we are discovered, use the escape talisman to flee." In a state of panic, Zhu Hanwei felt utterly lost until Su Shire's voice anchored him, prompting him to rein in his aura and clutch the escape talisman tightly in his hand. In the next moment, 3 figures descended in succession. The first to land was a hunchbacked elder, cloaked in a gray robe, exuding an ominous and malevolent energy. The elderly man possessed a cultivation level at the peak of the 8th stage of Qi refinement. With a slanted gaze and a crooked mouth, his appearance was grotesque, and his visage bore not a trace of color, rendering him exceedingly ominous. Both Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei were unfamiliar with this individual, yet from his pallid complexion, they could vaguely surmise he was the so-called Bone Elder. However, the 2 pursuers who soon arrived caused both Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei's pupils to constrict simultaneously. "Senior Sister Xiaoyu? Senior Brother Hanyu? How could it be them?" Though neither spoke, astonishment was evident on their faces. Soon after, Zhu Hanwei visibly breathed a sigh of relief. With their presence, he felt a significant increase in security. Su 12 narrowed his eyes, swiftly realizing that the task Senior Sister Xiaoyu had mentioned was indeed to eliminate this man. With this thought, the two exchanged a glance, refraining from hastily revealing their position, instead choosing to observe the unfolding situation. Han Yu wielded a golden long spear, his true essence surging around him, presenting an imposing and formidable demeanor. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at the hunchbacked elder, coldly snorting, "Humph. Bone Elder, today you shall find no escape. If you know what is good for you, surrender and accept your death. Otherwise, I shall ensure your annihilation, leaving you no chance of reincarnation. Escape? You two ignorant youngsters truly believe I am afraid of you?" The Bone Elder retorted, spinning around after landing and fixing his gaze on the approaching duo. A chilling light flickering in his eyes. With a sinister voice, he quickly formed seals with his hands, muttering incantations under his breath. "Oh, the chilling bones, heed my command." The bone sword emerges, weeping ghosts and alarming deities. With a single command, the earth trembles in response. Instantly, fragments of bone, large and small, rupture from the ground, soaring into the air, swiftly coalescing into 8 towering bone swords. Each sword comprises 204 pieces of bone, imbued with astonishing spiritual energy and lingering resentment. The 8 bone swords hover in the air, swirling around the skeletal figure, enveloping the entire forest estate in an overwhelming pressure. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu and Han Yu exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting dramatically. The extraordinary nature of these bone swords instilled a profound sense of danger within them. "Senior sister, this old man possesses far too many tricks. We must conclude this swiftly," Han Yu remarked, his brow furrowed. "Indeed, he must not escape this time," Xiao Yu replied, her face a mask of seriousness. Nodding gently, she grasped the sword of the astonishing rainbow, channeling her true essence into its blade. With a sweeping motion, arcs of radiant light akin to rainbows burst forth, emanating a fierce aura as they surged toward the skeletal figure. Skyward cloudward, Han Yu, unwilling to be outdone, brandished his spear and thrust it with determination. In an instant, a tempest arose, and a golden spear shadow raced toward the skeletal figure. "Foolish young ones, dare to flaunt such meager skills before me." The skeletal figure remained unfazed, fingers weaving intricate gestures as a torrent of formidable true essence surged from his being. In the air, the bone swords moved in accordance with his motions. With a swift whoosh, the sound of long swords slicing through the air resonated, as 8 skeletal swords soared toward Xiao Yu and Han Yu in unison. In the following moment, their attacks clashed mid-air, unleashing a tremendous explosion of energy. Following the surge of spiritual force, the 8 skeletal swords merely trembled slightly. "What?" Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Xiao Yu and Han Yu shifted dramatically. They recognized the formidable prowess of their opponent, yet were taken aback by the unexpected intensity of the confrontation. The glint of the swords continued to advance, enveloping the two in a chilling aura of murderous intent. Hidden in the shadows, Su 12 observed intently, his gaze fixated on Xiao Yu. Instinctively gripping his silver sword, he prepared to intervene and rescue her. Within the Yungu sect, Xiao Yu was the sole individual who had shown him considerable kindness. Indeed, Xiao Yu exhibited warmth and compassion towards every disciple, yet those gestures were of little consequence to him. As the skeletal swords drew nearer, Xiao Yu firmly grasped the Jinghong sword, poised for a decisive strike. Beside her, Han Yu ground his teeth and stamped his foot, his eyes locked on the luminous blades in the sky. Grasping his spear, he wielded it with an impressive ferocity. "Unleash the might of the universe," he bellowed, as he thrust the spear with a singular force, creating 8 fleeting afterimages. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding echoes followed, each thrust striking true against a flying skeletal sword, igniting a remarkable explosion of energy. As the crisp sounds faded, the skeletal swords were sent hurtling backward, swiftly returning to their master. Meanwhile, Han Yu staggered back several steps, his palms raw and trembling. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating the severity of his injuries. Simultaneously, a peculiar force coursed through his body, disrupting the normal flow of his true essence. Quickly stabilizing his stance, he immediately reminded Xiao Yu, "Senior sister, these skeletal swords possess an unusual quality. The surrounding malevolent energy impedes the flow of true essence." Xiao Yu nodded, her expression exceedingly grave, and whispered, "Indeed, this adversary is certainly formidable. It seems we must retreat and devise a new strategy to subdue him." Upon witnessing Han Yu sustain an injury from a single attack, she instantly recognized that, with her current strength, it was impossible to contend with the skeletal figure before them. At that moment, the thought of retreat took root in her mind. "Leave? Little girl, do you believe you still have a chance?" The skeletal figure sneered. "Both of you possess commendable spiritual roots. Should you manage to refine the skeletal swords, their power would be extraordinary." With that, he continued to weave his incantations. The skeletal sword, which had just returned to his side, immediately shot forth like a meteor, encircling Xiao Yu and Han Yu in an instant, effectively sealing their paths of advance and retreat. He had gone to great lengths to lure them here. There was no way he would allow them to escape. Humph! Xiao Yu scoffed, biting her silver teeth, and without hesitation, she urged the Jinghong sword, unleashing a strike that rivaled the might of a spiritual weapon. A resonant hum echoed as the Jinghong sword swept gracefully through the air, a dazzling arc of light bursting forth, accompanied by a faint, ominous buzzing. As the sound reverberated, the brilliance of the Jinghong sword dimmed slightly, revealing a slender crack along its blade. This is dire. How can this be? You possess a spiritual weapon. The skeletal figure's countenance shifted dramatically, exclaiming in shock as he hastily summoned his skeletal sword back to him. His skeletal sword was merely a refined artifact created through special means, incomparable to a true spiritual weapon. Yet he was still a step too slow. As the radiant light swept across, a sharp crack resounded twice, and two of the skeletal swords were struck by the shimmering glow, shattering instantaneously and scattering across the ground. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yu dared not squander any time. She hastily grasped Han Yu and sought to make her escape. In Chapter 63, Rescue the Beautiful Senior Sister. The Bone Elder cast a pained glance at the broken skeletal swords littering the ground, his teeth clenched in fury as he glared at Xiao Yu. His gaze fell upon the Jinghong sword, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Humph! You dare to damage my treasure, and think you can flee? If I do not refine you, wretched girl, into a furnace cauldron today, I shall not be worthy of the title Bone Elder. Bone, be my prison, go! With that, he bellowed once more. His hands swiftly formed seals, and with a surge of potent true essence, the earth quaked anew. From the ground erupted countless shattered bones, both human and beastly in origin. Compared to those that constituted the skeletal swords, these bones bore resentment but lacked significant spiritual essence. Yet, as the bones soared through the air, they instantly coalesced into a bowl-shaped prison, ensnaring a significant portion of the Lin residents within. A dense mass of bones obstructed her path, causing Xiao Yu to tremble with both fear and anger. So many bones, how many lives? How many beasts must have perished to accumulate such a gruesome collection? With the Jinghong sword held firmly in her grasp, she raised it high and swept it across, unleashing another brilliant arc of radiant light. Although her opponent's cultivation was 2 minor realms above her own, and the surroundings were rife with such formidable tactics, she yearned to vanquish the Bone Elder immediately, yet she understood that this was not the opportune moment. As the radiant light traversed the air, it reduced the bones in its path to mere dust. The seemingly impenetrable wall of bones was suddenly torn open, revealing a narrow crevice. Sister, be careful. Just as Xiao Yu was about to lead Han Yu away, she heard Han Yu's voice beside her. Upon turning her head, she saw the Bone Man manipulating the remaining 6 bone swords for a stealthy assault. Cunning and calculating. The Bone Man's attack was not only silent, but also executed with astonishing speed. Xiao Yu inwardly cursed her misfortune and hastily raised her sword to block the incoming strike. Meanwhile, Han Yu, acutely aware of the dire situation, summoned his true essence and wielded his golden spear once more as he shouted. However, the spear's movements were significantly slower than before. Both of them launched their attacks simultaneously, managing to fend off 1 or 2 swords, but unable to withstand the onslaught of 6 swords simultaneously, with 2 sharp sounds echoing as the swords pierced flesh. Xiao Yu and Han Yu each felt a bone sword penetrate their waists, causing them to collapse to the ground. A chilling malevolence coursed through their bodies, draining the color from their faces and rendering their true essence nearly immovable. Observing this, the Bone Man chuckled derisively and approached with a smug expression. His first act was to snatch the Jinghong sword from Xiao Yu's grasp. However, upon seeing the sword's dull blade and the 2 visible cracks, disappointment flickered in his eyes. Humph, so it is merely a top-tier magical weapon with a hint of spiritual essence. What a pity. For such a weapon suffers greatly from damage if one wishes to unleash its true power. It appears it can be used at most 1 more time. You 2 younglings dare to seek trouble with me. Alas, you are woefully unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. However, my dear girl, you are truly enchanting, and judging by your appearance, you must still be untouched. Just right. I shall use you as a vessel for my cultivation. The skeletal figure, with a crooked neck, fixated its gaze upon Xiao Yu, whose beauty captivated him instantly, causing his lips to curl into a grin. His eyes roamed lasciviously over her exquisite form, and his ghastly visage contorted into a grotesque snarl. Xiao Yu felt a surge of excruciating pain at her waist, contorting her face in anguish. The implications of his words sent a wave of terror through her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She was all too aware of what it meant to be a vessel. For female cultivators, it was the most brutal and tormenting fate. Hanyu, lying on the ground, shouted furiously, "You scoundrel! If you dare lay a finger on my senior sister, my master will surely avenge her." The skeletal figure snickered coldly, swiftly tossing the Jinghong sword, which pierced Hanyu's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. "Boy, it seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. But fret not. I shall first extract your senior sister's essence. Once your blood runs dry, I will turn your bones into a white bone sword." With one eye wide and the other narrowed, he leered at Xiaoyu on the ground, reaching out towards her with a sinister chuckle. "You, stay away. Do not come any closer." As he approached, Xiaoyu, disregarding her pain, pushed herself off the ground, retreating desperately. Ultimately, she was merely a young woman in her early 20s, with limited experience and a psyche not as fortified as those ancient beings. Upon contemplating the impending events, a profound sense of despair enveloped her. In this moment, a twinge of regret surged within her heart. Prior to her departure, her grandfather had repeatedly admonished her to exercise utmost caution when confronting the skeletal figure. If the opportunity arose to deliver a fatal blow, it must be taken. Should the adversary attempt to flee, pursuit was strictly forbidden. Yet, emboldened by the possession of the Jinghong sword, she had harbored the belief that no peril awaited her. It was only now that she grasped the depths of cunning and treachery. However, at this juncture, regret was of little consequence. As she beheld the grotesque visage drawing nearer, a tumult of fear and dread surged within her, tears shimmering in her eyes. Her vulnerable state elicited pity from any onlooker. The skeletal figure, driven by primal instincts, drooled in anticipation. Just as his hand reached out to make contact with Xiaoyu, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, concealed behind the artificial hill. Su 12 seized the moment, decisively launching the soul-severing nail. Under normal circumstances, Su 12 would have remained indifferent to the plight of others. However, with Xiaoyu in danger, he felt compelled to intervene. From the outset, he had foreseen that neither Xiaoyu nor Hanyu stood a chance against the skeletal adversary. Nevertheless, he refrained from acting at the first sign of Xiaoyu's peril, opting instead for the moment when the skeletal figure was most vulnerable. Are there allies? The skeletal figure's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the commotion behind him, though he had not anticipated this turn of events. Having once been a foundational practitioner with countless years of experience, his combat acumen was unparalleled. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed several agile rolls, swiftly distancing himself by several dozen meters. The soul-severing nail whizzed past him, barely grazing his form before vanishing into the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Su 12 felt no surprise, merely sighing inwardly at the undeniable prowess of the Bone Elder. Before the Bone Elder could regain his balance, Su 12 leaped gracefully. Landing upon the rock formation, his gaze fixed upon the Bone Elder as he pulled the celestial wolf bow to its full tension, infusing his true essence into the arrow. 6 radiant arrows of vibrant colors materialized in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow shot forth, accompanied by 3 explosive arrows of greater might than a premium magical artifact's full strike. The Bone Elder was indeed a formidable opponent, a realization Su 12 had long since grasped. Faced with such an adversary, he could not afford to lament the potential waste of the explosive arrows. With his first strike, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Even if he could not vanquish his foe, he aimed to inflict maximum damage. You think such an attack could possibly threaten me? You are gravely mistaken. Turning his head, the Bone Elder disdainfully scoffed as the arrows approached. Though the arrows appeared flamboyant, their actual power was rather limited. The explosive arrows concealed within emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy prior to detonation. Had Su 12 not noticed the glimmer of pride in the Bone Elder's hawkish gaze, he might have fallen prey to the trap. However, he would not repeat that mistake. After unleashing a volley of arrows, he swiftly grasped the silver light sword, employing the shadowless step to charge toward his opponent. Simultaneously, he summoned his true essence to manifest a more potent light sword. It gave the impression that the arrows were merely a feint, while the silver light sword was the true lethal weapon. Chapter 64. Scheming against the Bone Elder seeking death. Since you have come, I shall forge another bone sword. The Bone Elder's attention was wholly fixated on Su 12, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Tinged with an air of coldness, cunning and astute, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent, despite the youth's mere 17 or 18 years of age. With hands forming intricate seals, a surge of formidable true essence erupted forth. As the essence surged, the remnants of bones in the heavens seemed to respond to a call, swiftly converging before him to manifest as a colossal shield of bone. While establishing his defenses, he immediately directed a bone sword to charge towards Su 12. 6 beams of sword light raced through the air, yet before they could strike Su 12, he abruptly halted, executing a wind-calling technique that sent him hurtling backward. The 6 beams of light, outpacing even arrows of light, arrived first, detonating upon the ground and creating a vast, gaping crater. In that moment, Su 12's arrows of light finally struck the Bone Elder's shield. With a resounding explosion that seemed to shake the very heavens, a terrifying tempest of energy erupted forth, shattering the shield into countless fragments. The Bone Elder was sent sprawling, akin to a tattered sack, crashing to the ground and immediately expelling a mouthful of blood. Despite his precautions, he had not anticipated that the 6 arrows he had so casually dismissed would be the pivotal force, nor could he have imagined their overwhelming potency. This entire sequence owed the emergence of Su 12 here, possessing the cultivation of the 7th level of chi refinement, is simply unbelievable. The person before her was seen just a few days ago, and there is no possibility of mistake. Moreover, if it were not for Su 12 himself, he would not have come to her rescue. Was he not a mixed spirit root? How could his cultivation surpass both mine and Han Yu's? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, a violent explosion propelled the skeletal figure away. This left her gasping in astonishment. He is surprisingly formidable. Xiao Yu hastily scrambled to her feet, at a loss for words to describe her current feelings. Equally astonished was Han Yu, who was pinned to the ground beside her. He stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the individual he had never deemed worthy of consideration possessed such immense cultivation and power. What a clever boy, what a scheme. I have truly underestimated you. On the ground, the skeletal figure reacted swiftly, performing a nimble maneuver to regain his footing. He fixed his gaze on Su 12, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Having dominated the realm of cultivation for many years, he had never suffered such a significant loss at the hands of a junior. However, if this is all you have, then today marks your end. Suppressing his rage, the skeletal figure let out a cold snort. A surge of potent true essence erupted, emanating an OV years ago. He was besieged and nearly slain by the 7 Peaks master of the Yungu sect, leaving behind only a fragment of his residual soul to seize the body of this unsightly hunchback. Upon returning to the battlefield, he could only locate a single rib of his original form. Though the rib of a Foundation establishment cultivator, forged into this bone spike, may not rival a spiritual weapon, it certainly stands comparable to top-tier magical artifacts, its power remarkably formidable. His gaze fixated intently on Su 12's heart, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. The sword web shimmered with a chilling brilliance as tendrils of black mist erupted from the blade, causing the temperature in the air to plummet abruptly. The dark fog surged towards Su 12, enveloping him. Xiao Yu's expression shifted subtly, and she urgently called out, 12, be cautious. His sword web is exceedingly troublesome. The malevolent energy emanating from the sword could corrode one's meridians and impede the flow of true essence within the body. Su 12 nodded slightly, unperturbed as he focused on the assault before him, all the while remaining acutely aware of the white bone elder lurking within. He understood well that such an ancient and cunning adversary possessed a plethora of insidious techniques, and this initial onslaught could not possibly be all. True essence surged within him as he secretly summoned the ice shield, simultaneously raising his hand to conjure another treasure acquired from the hook-nosed figure, the Een Wind Pearl. The Een Wind Pearl hovered before Su 12, spinning rapidly, and in an instant, a chilling gale erupted. An equally frigid and malevolent energy surged forth, with myriad ominous black sands swirling within the wind. As the Een Wind swept through, the dense black mist was drawn back violently. In the tempest, the bone sword that should have pierced through to Su 12 trembled precariously. What? You possess Een erosion sand? The white bone elder's complexion paled dramatically upon witnessing the Een Wind, and, without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly invoked his spell to summon back his bone sword. As the white bone sword detached from the sinister winds, its blade became riddled with pockmarks, its magical aura significantly diminished. Witnessing this scene, the white bone elder felt a pang of sorrow. Fortunately, such damage was not irreparable for a supreme magical artifact. Taking a deep breath, he cast a wary glance at Su 12, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. This young man, possessing such formidable power at a tender age, must undoubtedly have extraordinary innate abilities. If he could refine the white bone sword, he might even forge a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Today he must not be allowed to live. This boy, each use of the shadow erosion sand diminishes its quantity. I shall see how long you can endure. With a chilling voice, the white bone elder's expression hardened as he bit down on his tongue, letting a drop of his essence blood splatter onto the white bone sword. Instantly, a potent scent of blood permeated the air. 6 white bone swords aligned before him, their blades swirling with black mist, coalescing into an immensely colossal vengeful spirit. Howling. The spirit, enveloped in a tempest of resentment, unleashed a piercing shriek, a sound so sharp it seemed capable of rupturing eardrums. On the ground, Xiaoyu, Hanyu, and Zhu Hanwei, who was hiding behind a rockery, all displayed expressions of agony. Su 12 was no exception. He felt the shadow erosion sand within the shadow pearl rapidly depleting, causing him distress. Suddenly, upon hearing this sound, he felt a stabbing pain in his eardrums, his mind swirling in dizziness. At that moment, the vengeful spirit, with claws bared, fixed its gaze on Su 12 as if he were an arch-nemesis, charging directly towards him. This is bad. Su 12 silently cursed his misfortune, gritting his teeth to withstand the discomfort brought on by the shriek. He raised his hand, unleashing a silver streak of sword light. Whoosh! The sword light descended upon the vengeful spirit, passing through its form without inflicting the slightest harm. What? This creature is immune to attacks. Chapter 65, A Deadly Trap. Su 12's pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of fireball talismans, transforming them into radiant orbs that soared toward the malevolent spirit. Simultaneously, he invoked the wind-calling technique, employing the shadowless phantom step to swiftly distance himself from the vengeful entity. As the fireballs approached, the spirit halted momentarily, then opened its mouth to release a chilling gust, extinguishing the flames and relentlessly pursuing Su 12. Humph! You think such trifles can challenge me? I shall first eliminate your companions and then deal with you. Let us see how long you can evade me today. The skeletal figure observed Su 12's decisive retreat, inwardly commending the youth for his remarkable combat experience at such a tender age. Alas, he had encountered the likes of me. With a flicker of intent, he unleashed a torrent of true essence upon the skeletal swords. 6 bone swords transformed into streaks of light, hurtling toward Xiaoyu and Hanyu. Uncertain of the extent of Su 12's shadow erosion sand, he hesitated to employ other treasures against him. With a cold smirk, he directed his focus toward Xiaoyu and Hanyu. In his view, Su 12 had arrived solely to rescue them, and he would undoubtedly come to their aid when they faced peril. As a practitioner of dark arts, his only concern was the attainment of his goals, indifferent to notions of righteousness or morality. A bone spike, measuring a finger's length, rested in his palm. Should Su 12 dare to intervene, he would strike without hesitation. After all, saving a life inevitably demands one's attention. Even when the adversary summoned the sinister sand of erosion, he remained confident in his ability to vanquish them. Upon witnessing Xiaoyu in peril once more, Su 12's pupils constricted, and he promptly unleashed several fireballs to obstruct the vengeful spirit. He immediately altered his course, racing towards Xiaoyu. Grasping the wind pearl in his hand, he infused it with his true essence, and even before his arrival, the chilling winds surged forth towards the bone sword. Simultaneously, from the sword pouch on his back, the Yuan Yang measuring stick approached the bone master stealthily under the control of his telekinesis. He understood all too well that the adversary's intentions were simply to compel him into a rescue. Their true objective was, after all, him. For Su 12, annihilating the bone master was the key to resolving the dilemma. A glimmer of insight flashed rapidly across his eyes, soon overshadowed by urgency. The bone master, noticing this, fixed his gaze on Su 12, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The bone spike in his hand, empowered by true essence, shimmered with a fierce, cold brilliance. Suddenly, with a resounding hum, the bone spike shot forth, hurtling towards Su 12 with astonishing speed. In an instant, the bone spike was upon him. Su 12 had anticipated this, activating the bloodlight shield, while simultaneously summoning the ice shield gifted by Shin Su sh, felt a sudden stagnation in his body, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen, as an ominous force surged within him, rampaging wildly. In an instant, the circulation of his true essence became exceedingly arduous. His complexion turned pale as snow, and his spirit waned. You foolish boy, you have fallen victim to my bone spike. Your demise is imminent. This time, I shall see what tricks you possess. Witnessing Su sh's plight, the bone elder grinned with malevolent delight. He raised a finger, and the vengeful spirit, freed from the fire control technique, howled as it lunged towards Su sh, its claws poised to rend him asunder. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Under Su sh's command, the Yuanyang ruler came crashing down upon the bone elder. Not bad, young one. You are more cunning than I anticipated. Alas, you remain too inexperienced before me. I shall graciously accept this exquisite artifact on your behalf. The bone elder, elated at the sight of the ruler, reached out to grasp it. Yet, in the very next instant, an unforeseen change transpired. The Yuanyang ruler, held firmly in his grasp, trembled violently, radiating a brilliant orange glow. As the orange light swirled, it blazed like a flame. The malevolent true essence within the Bone Elder's palm recoiled in horror upon contact with the orange flames, as if encountering its nemesis, contracting fiercely while emitting a sizzling sound. A sharp pain surged through his palm, and the Bone Elder's expression shifted dramatically. What? This ruler is a supreme Yang treasure, he exclaimed in disbelief, hastily releasing the Yuan Yang ruler. Yet, at the moment of relinquishment, a wisp of orange mist erupted from the ruler. The mist swirled, transforming into a golden flower. The radiance upon the flower flickered incandescently, reminiscent of dancing flames. The Yuan Yang golden flower. Curse be it. The Bone Elder found himself facing a formidable foe. Neglecting to control the distant bone sword or command the vengeful spirits into battle, he hastily retracted his inner essence, daring not to touch this golden blossom. Yet, despite his swift reaction, the proximity proved overwhelming. In the next moment, the flower descended upon him with a whoosh. The flames of the golden flower penetrated every pore, swiftly invading his meridians. His malevolent essence ignited upon contact with the golden flames, spreading like wildfire. In an instant, he was engulfed by a dazzling golden blaze. The Bone Elder's visage contorted in agony as he rolled upon the ground. Meanwhile, the uncontrolled vengeful spirits hesitated momentarily, then turned their gaze towards the writhing Bone Elder. As if struck by a sudden thought, their eyes ablaze with profound hatred. Subsequently, a chilling, cursed shriek erupted from the spirits as they lunged toward him. No. Stay away. As the spirits approached, the Bone Elder emitted a guttural, harrowing sound, desperately attempting to evade them. The Yuan Yang ruler, embodying the purest essence of the sun, naturally countered the malevolent flames. Yet, the vengeful spirits, undeterred, recklessly hurled themselves into the golden fire. The Bone Elder, already racked as the conflagration subsided. Only a carbonized cadaver remained recumbent on the ground, evidently deceased. Observing this spectacle, Su 12 narrowed his eyes and, with a wave of his hand, retrieved the Yuan Yang ruler. Clutching the Yuan Yang ruler, a surge of warmth coursed through him, permeating his limbs and expunging the malevolent aura within. With his true essence fully restored, Su 12 once more brandished the Yuan Yang ruler, unleashing a torrent of Yuan Yang golden flames upon the remains of the White Bone Reverend. Enveloped in the golden flames, the White Bone Reverend's body quivered slightly. A wisp of black mist coalesced from his form, morphing into a grotesquely aged visage. Vile youth, your heart knows no mercy. You shall surely meet a wretched end. The White Bone Reverend, reduced to a mere remnant of his former self, roared at Su 12 upon his emergence. He had not anticipated that even his last vestige would be discovered. Gazing at Su 12 with eyes ablaze with fury, his heart was consumed by despair. How could this youth be more cautious than an ancient monster like himself, who had lived for centuries? He could not withstand the Yuan Yang golden flames, even in life, let alone as a mere wisp of a soul. In that moment, he was overwhelmed by regret and resentment. Had he known of Su 12's treasure, had he known of the youth's insidious nature, he would never have been so careless as to expend all his resources. The White Bone sword and the vengeful spirits could have aided his defense. Alas, he had been outmaneuvered. As the flames engulfed him, the White Bone Reverend emitted a final, mournful cry before dissipating into oblivion. He would never have imagined, until his last breath, that Su 12 was entirely oblivious to his existence. She was merely more cautious than others, needing to ensure that he was utterly dead and reduced to ashes before she could feel at ease. A miserable death? Humph. If it meant avenging my grandfather and the villagers, what does it matter if I meet a grim fate? Su 12 let out a cold snort in his heart, maintaining an air of indifference. He was acutely aware that this was a ruthless world. To survive, one must remain perpetually vigilant. Only when the remains of the skeletal figure had disintegrated into fine ashes did he finally exhale in relief. With a wave of his hand, he collected the fallen storage bag and the 6 skeletal swords that had plummeted from the sky, securing them in his possession. It was uncertain how much the storage bag contained, but those 6 skeletal swords were undoubtedly extraordinary artifacts. As for their origins, he held no interest. Not rushing to inspect the storage bag, Su 12 swiftly turned his gaze towards Xiaoyu. Senior sister, how do you feel? At that moment, Xiaoyu was left speechless. Still reeling from the shock. 12 he actually annihilated that skeletal figure. It was hard to believe, yet the reality was undeniable. Upon hearing his voice, she snapped back to her senses. Don't worry. As she spoke, a dark aura enveloped her face, and she coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Senior sister, Su 12 called out, acutely aware of the sinister energy surrounding her. Raising an eyebrow, he delicately pointed the Yuan Yang ruler, releasing a beam of golden light that swiftly eradicated the malevolent energy within Xiaoyu. Suddenly feeling lighter, She quickly retrieved a small elixir and crushed it into powder, sprinkling it over the wound at her waist. 12. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, both Han Yu and I would undoubtedly have met our demise. Gazing at Su Shire, Xiao Yu expressed her profound gratitude. At this moment, her appreciation for Su Shire was immeasurable. Senior sister, we are but fellow disciples. There is no need for thanks, Su Shire replied with a gentle smile. In the face of Su Shire's smile, Xiao Yu felt an extraordinary sense of reassurance. Her gaze then fell upon Han Yu, and upon seeing him motionless, her pupils involuntarily contracted. Junior brother Han Yu? Rest assured, senior sister. He merely lost too much blood and has fainted, Su Shire reassured with a calm smile. With another gesture of the Yuan Yang ruler, he unleashed a stream of golden light. Enveloped in the golden radiance, the malevolent energy surrounding Han Yu swiftly dissipated. However, he remained unconscious on the ground. Observing this, Su Shire swiftly removed the Jinghong sword embedded in his body and performed a rudimentary treatment on his wounds. The skeletal adversary had been vanquished, thus, he did not mind offering a hand to save another life. After hastily tending to the injuries, he turned and handed the Jinghong sword to Xiao Yu, saying, his injuries are severe, he will likely require a period of rest upon our return. Indeed, as long as he is unharmed, that is all that matters. Xiao Yu sighed in relief, still incredulous that Su Shire had attained the 7th level of qi refinement. Han Yu was regarded as her grandfather's most valued disciple and a recognized hope for the entire Luofu Feng. Any misfortune befalling him would significantly impact the entire sect. As her emotions settled, she regarded Su Shire with an expression of sheer astonishment, overwhelmed by the immense spiritual power radiating from him, leaving her in a state of boundless admiration. How is it possible that this seemingly unpromising mixed spiritual root has unexpectedly flourished to such an extent? Her beautiful long eyelashes quivered slightly, and her captivating, large eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. At this moment, a multitude of questions flooded her mind. Taking a deep breath, she hastily inquired, 12. If I am not mistaken, you must have concealed your cultivation level earlier, correct? Su 12 immediately nodded, having anticipated this question. With a calm smile, he replied, during my time in the trial grounds, I inadvertently consumed a golden fruit. To my astonishment, my cultivation surged dramatically, elevating me to the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement by the end of the trial. However, as you are aware, my spiritual root aptitude is rather poor. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. Therefore, I have been intentionally suppressing my cultivation aura. In the days to come, I kindly ask you to keep this matter confidential, senior sister. As he concluded, Su 12 clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Xiao Yu. Her eyes widened in disbelief. A golden fruit? Could it be the legendary golden holy fruit? What extraordinary fortune! However, the question remained. How could such remarkable combat experience be explained merely by the consumption of rare spiritual fruits? With this thought in mind, Xiao Yu blinked, remaining somewhat skeptical of Su 12's explanation. Yet, she could discern that he was unwilling to elaborate further and chose not to press him for more information. In her estimation, Su 12's cultivation was still somewhat inferior to that of the skeletal figure, and his willingness to risk danger to rescue her spoke volumes of his character. With her thoughts racing, Xiao Yu nodded and remarked, I never anticipated that your fortune would be so profound to this extent. Rest assured, I shall keep this matter confidential for you. Oh, by the way, I haven't had the chance to inquire yet. How did you come to be here? Su Shi shrugged, smiling as he replied, I came here with Zhu Hanwei to undertake a mission, investigating the circumstances surrounding the 7 Mysteries sect. Unexpectedly, it turns out to be connected with the malevolent cultivators you intend to eliminate. Zhu Hanwei, he is here too? Xiao Yu expressed her surprise, recalling that Zhu Hanwei's abilities were rather unimpressive. Could it be that he has encountered some extraordinary fortune? Su Shi nodded with a grin, refraining from elaborating further, as he turned his gaze toward the distant artificial hill. Senior sister Xiao Yu, I am over here. From behind the hill, Zhu Hanwei vigorously shook his arms, emerging in a somewhat unsteady manner. Having witnessed Su Shi's injury earlier, he was genuinely frightened, his legs still trembling. Now, seeing that the skeletal figure had been utterly obliterated, he felt a renewed admiration for Su Shi. Noticing Zhu Hanwei's condition, Xiao Yu smiled slightly, quickly realizing he was merely tagging along. With a cheerful nod towards Zhu Hanwei, Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before producing a mission token and handing it to Su Shi. Shi, this is for you. A mission token for eliminating malevolent cultivators? Su Shi was momentarily taken aback. Within the Yungu sect, anyone bearing a mission token and a token of trust could submit tasks in exchange for rewards. Xiao Yu beamed, stating, since you defeated the skeletal figure, This task should rightfully be credited to you. Senior sister, we are both disciples and friends. There is no need for such formalities between us. Su 12 shook his head in refusal. The task of eliminating the malevolent cultivator offered a substantial reward of 100 contribution points from the sect. He felt a flicker of temptation. Had it been a less acquainted peer, he might have accepted without hesitation. However, given that Xiao Yu had shown him considerable kindness, he had no expectations of receiving anything in return from the onset. With a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes, Xiao Yu continued, since you mentioned friendship, this item should certainly be accepted. The 5-element spirit pearl is of great significance to you, and I know you are eager to exchange it. The contribution points for this task can be regarded as my sponsorship for you, or a loan, if you will. Isn't mutual assistance among friends a natural expectation? As she finished her words, Xiao Yu tilted her head, her bright eyes twinkling, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Very well, if that is the case. I shall accept it, Su 12 said, momentarily lost in thought. Xiao Yu's beauty was in stark contrast to that of Shun Miaoyin. While Shun Miaoyin exuded an icy, noble, and mysterious aura, Xiao Yu embodied the warmth and kindness of a friendly older sister, making one feel as if enveloped in the gentle embrace of spring. Nodding slightly, Su 12 chose not to persist in his refusal. It was settled, he would find a way to repay his senior sister later. With this thought, he took the task token. After a moment, he added with a smile, Senior sister, now that the task has reached a conclusion, I intend to return to the sect. Why not travel together? It would be nice to have someone to look out for each other on the way. Indeed, I was just thinking the same. Xiao Yu replied eagerly. She had intended to suggest the very notion to Su 12. The journey from Nan City to Yungu sect was long and arduous. Her injuries had yet to heal completely, compounded by the burden of carrying the severely wounded Hanyu, even without the threat of ill-intentioned cultivators. Encountering formidable beasts along the way would pose a significant challenge. With the companionship of Su 12, the circumstances would undoubtedly differ significantly. The prowess of Su 12 was something she had witnessed firsthand, and it could only be described as breathtaking. However, there was a subtle distinction between her initiative and Su 12's proactive approach. In this moment, she felt that Su 12's meticulous attention to detail greatly enhanced her admiration for him. Zhu Hanwei, procure 2 carriages in the city. At dawn, we shall depart for the Yungu sect. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's agreement, Su 12 wasted no time and promptly instructed Zhu Hanwei. After delivering his orders, he cast a deliberate glance towards the highest tower of the Lin residence. Within that tower, a graceful and enchanting figure gazed at him with eyes full of gratitude. Lin Shower, chosen by the Whitebone Master, was ostensibly accepted as a disciple, yet in reality, she was merely a selected vessel. Even without a deep understanding of cultivation, she sensed the other's ulterior motives. With the demise of the Whitebone Master, she felt a sense of liberation. When her gaze met Su 12's, she opened her mouth slightly, silently conveying her appreciation. Su 12, however, had no intention of engaging in further conversation. He merely sought to ascertain if any other latent dangers remained. He then settled onto the ground, assuming a meditative posture to recuperate, as his vital essence had been significantly depleted after the battle with the Whitebone Master. Zhu Hanwei, invigorated by a sudden surge of energy, hurriedly made his way outside the Lin residence. The following morning, the quartet embarked in carriages, leaving the Lin residence to make their way to the Yungu sect. Su 12 shared a carriage with Xiao Yu, who, due to her injuries and the previous overexertion of the shocking rainbow sword, found herself depleted in both vital essence and energy. With Su 12 by her side, she felt a profound sense of reassurance. Upon entering the vehicle, he reclined against the side and succumbed to a gentle slumber. In his dreams, Xiao Yu appeared tranquil, her eyelashes fluttering ever so slightly, while a faint, ethereal fragrance lingered in the air. Su 12, tilting his head, could not help but steal a few glances. At this moment, he was at the threshold of awakening emotions, navigating the tender intricacies of affection. He held no particular thoughts. Rather, he found her visually captivating and desired to gaze a little longer. For him, being in the company of Xiao Yu evoked a distinctly different sentiment compared to his interactions with Shen Miaoyin. After surveying her for a moment, he composed himself, retrieving the Yin Wind Pearl. At that moment, the Yin Wind Pearl appeared dull, with less than 1/10 of the black sand contained within. Yin erosion sand. From the earlier remarks of the skeletal figure, it seemed that this Yin erosion sand held significant importance. Regrettably, its quantity was alarmingly scarce, and each use diminished its amount. Given the current situation, it was likely that he could utilize it only once more before it was entirely depleted. Su 12 shook his head in dismay, then turned his attention to the ice shield, noting a small hole the size of a finger. Fortunately, The magical aura still emanated from it, although slightly flawed. It remained functional. He then began to inventory the possessions of the skeletal figure. The items on the skeletal figure were limited: 6 bone swords and a bone spike, alongside a collection of ordinary first-tier materials. This meager wealth paled in comparison to Su 12's own. Alas, he had not anticipated that the skeletal figure would turn out to be a pauper. Yet, it was plausible, having seized a new life. Any valuable treasures he might have possessed were likely usurped by the peak master of the 7 peaks. With a resigned sigh, Su 12 extracted the bone swords and the bone spike, examining them closely. These 6 bone swords, along with the bone spike, were indeed extraordinary. Although the bone sword is damaged, it is not a significant issue. With some time spent nurturing it with spiritual energy, it can indeed be restored. Forged from bones, it may embody malevolence. Yet this act was committed by the bone master and bears no relation to me. Furthermore, those vengeful spirits residing within the bones perished alongside the bone master in a final act of retribution. Such deeds are beyond my capability, however. Utilizing these artifacts as safeguards poses no dilemma. Thoughts swirling in his mind, Su 12 calmly placed these malevolent treasures into his storage ring. For cultivators, wielding sinister artifacts can easily lead to misunderstandings and may also harm one's own disposition. Yet, Su 12 remained indifferent to such concerns. Whether it be a treasure of pure yang or an artifact of dark cultivation, it mattered little to him. The sole requirement was the enhancement of his strength, and that sufficed. Although the Grand Elder had yet to take any further action, he felt as though a sharp sword hung precariously above him, instilling a profound sense of insecurity. Only by possessing formidable power could he dissipate the looming crisis and avenge his grandfather and the villagers. Gritting his teeth, Su 12's gaze turned resolutely steadfast. He then gently shook his head and proceeded to place the remaining materials from the Bone Master into his storage bag. While these materials may seem ordinary, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. What is this? As he prepared to withdraw from the storage ring, he suddenly noticed a gray leaf among the pile of materials. The leaf measured no more than an inch, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. It appeared rather dull, resembling a mundane object. Chapter 68, Bloodthirsty Devouring Demons, Forging Bone Swords. In the bone sword formation, however, Su 12 found it peculiar. If it were truly an ordinary object, why would it be collected by the Master of White Bones? With a fleeting thought, he hastily retrieved the leaf, holding it in his hand. It felt as light as a feather. After examining it for a moment, he discerned no signs of significance, so he attempted to infuse it with his true essence. Yet, upon contact, the leaf exhibited no response, showing no signs of absorption. Could it truly be just an ordinary leaf? Su 12 raised an eyebrow, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He summoned his true essence, activating the heavenly eye technique to observe anew. What is this? There are inscriptions? Upon closer inspection, he immediately discerned the clues. The leaf was covered in countless minuscule characters, smaller than ants. Su 12 diligently scrutinized the text, and upon completion, he gasped in astonishment, his expression one of utter shock. This leaf contained records of 3 sinister cultivation techniques: the bloodthirsty devouring demon scripture, the bone sword forging technique, and the bone sword formation. The bloodthirsty devouring demon scripture was a cultivation method, encompassing techniques from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. As the name implies, it involved devouring the essence and blood of living beings to rapidly enhance one's cultivation. The bone sword forging technique utilized the bones of living creatures as its primary material, employing special secret methods to forge white bone swords. The stronger the creature in life, the higher the quality of the resulting sword. If one were to use the bones of a foundation establishment practitioner or a foundation establishment beast, it could even yield the legendary spiritual weapons. Lastly, the bone sword formation employed white bone swords to establish formations for repelling enemies. The higher the quality and greater the number of the swords, the more potent the formation would be. Holding a gray leaf in his hand, Su 12 sat atop the carriage, his mind racing with fleeting thoughts about the information pertaining to these nefarious cultivation techniques, rendering him momentarily dazed. Is this what they refer to as the sinister arts? The practice of devouring blood and dismantling bones is utterly barbaric. According to the descriptions of this technique, the target of consumption could also be the essence of demonic beasts. Furthermore, the forging of sword bones could similarly utilize the bones of these creatures. Su 12 pondered deeply, and in that moment, his heart raced wildly, excitement coursing through him, causing his breath to quicken. It is worth noting that within his storage ring lies the corpse of a mid-second tier demonic beast, the fire cloud python. If he could consume the essence of that python using this technique, his cultivation would undoubtedly see significant enhancement. Moreover, should he forge a bone sword from the python's remains. Even if it did not reach the status of a spiritual artifact, it could attain the level of a pseudo-spiritual artifact. Such temptation is immense for Su 12. Yet, he understands that the risks are equally formidable. While this technique may promise rapid elevation of cultivation and strength, it exacts a severe toll on the practitioner's temperament. Particularly when targeting demonic beasts, one must endure tremendous suffering. Should one lose their composure, the consequences could range from madness to death. It is no wonder that those who practice these dark arts often exhibit erratic dispositions. As he silently contemplated the information about the technique, Su 12's emotions began to cool. No. This method is far too treacherous. It is prudent to refrain from practicing it lightly. Moreover, now is certainly not the right time. As for the sword bone forging technique, it poses little concern. However, my materials predominantly consist of spiritual plants. It appears I must seek out additional materials to proceed. Now, it is imperative to first master the sword bone formation. Resolute in his decision, Su 12 promptly closed his eyes, silently recalling all the information regarding the sword bone formation within his mind. The carriage thundered along, and the journey was remarkably uneventful. Occasionally, a careless beast would obstruct their path, but Su 12 effortlessly dispatched them. In the blink of an eye, the quartet returned to the vicinity of the Yungu sect. At this moment, Hanyu also regained consciousness. The first thing he did upon waking was to express his gratitude to Su 12. However, he felt an undeniable discomfort in Su 12's presence. Despite his outstanding talent and the esteem he garnered within the sect, he found himself surpassed by a disciple with a mixed spiritual root. This was almost laughable. Nevertheless, upon learning from Xiaoyu that Su 12 might have consumed the legendary golden sacred fruit, he felt somewhat reassured. After all, one might enjoy good fortune once or twice, but it could not be a constant occurrence. He prided himself on his superior spiritual root and character, believing that surpassing Su 12 would not take long. With this thought, he found solace. All of Han Yu's inner turmoil went unnoticed by Su 12, who remained indifferent. Aside from slaying the beasts, Su 12 devoted his time to practicing the small Zhou Tian breathing technique, diligently controlling his cultivation to the third level of qi refinement. Soon enough, the carriage barreled through the gates of the Yungu sect. Upon returning, Su 12 immediately separated from Xiaoyu and Han Yu, taking Zhu Hanwei to the mission hall to submit their task. As per usual, the task rewards from the Seven Xin sect would include a share for Zhu Hanwei. However, Zhu Hanwei, being astute, had already learned from Xiaoyu that Su 12 required contribution points. Upon completing the task, without waiting for Su Shire to speak, he declined to share the contribution points on the grounds of having exerted no effort. Su Shire, pleased by this turn of events, generously bestowed upon him a portion of medicinal pills. For Zhu Hanwei, the resources for cultivation held greater value than mere contribution points. In the days that followed, Su Shire devoted himself to cultivating, frequently visiting the task hall to undertake various assignments. Most of the time, he worked alone, though occasionally he would bring Zhu Hanwei along. The abandoned pill room was entirely entrusted to Zhu Hanwei's management. Since the conclusion of the trials, Su Shire had not once returned to the pill room, nor had he utilized the mysterious alchemical furnace hidden there. He maintained an exceedingly low profile, within and beyond the sect. Few would take notice of such an ordinary disciple. Even the initial acclaim from the Newcomer trials faded with the passage of time, gradually slipping from memory. One day, in a grove of red maple trees situated 100 miles north of the Yungu sect, Su Shire stood leaning on his sword, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Surrounding him lay the lifeless forms of 3 high-tier demonic beasts, the corpses of the Crimson Flame Wolves. Huff. With my current strength, confronting 3 high-tier demonic beasts simultaneously is indeed quite taxing. Fortunately, the reward for this task offers substantial sect contribution points. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Glancing down at the wounds bleeding on his body, Su Shire tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a gratified smile. Over the past 6 months, although his cultivation had scarcely improved, he had tirelessly completed tasks and accumulated a considerable amount of contribution points. Once this task was submitted, he would have enough to exchange for the remaining 4 spirit orbs. Su Shire murmured softly to himself, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the carcasses of the blazing wolves. And with a deep breath, he beckoned to gather all the beastly remains. After clearing the battlefield, he promptly made his way towards the direction of his sect. The thought of soon assembling the 5-element spirit orbs filled him with anticipation, for it would grant him a cultivation speed comparable to that of a mid-grade spiritual root. Unable to suppress his excitement, Su Shire activated the wind-calling technique, soaring through the air with a buoyant spirit. As he journeyed onward, a sudden gust of wind reached his ears, causing a jolt of alarm to surge through him. and an overwhelming sense of danger arose, sending shivers down his spine. In the next moment, his pupils dilated sharply. He beheld dozens of massive fireballs hurtling towards him from all directions. These fireballs approached with astonishing speed, appearing without warning, leaving him no time to react. This is bad, Su Shire thought to himself, recognizing the peril. Without hesitation, he summoned the winds, conjuring a swirling vortex that lifted him skyward. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion resounded, and an overwhelming tempest of spiritual energy erupted around him. Suspended in midair, Su Shire glanced down, and a wave of dread washed over him, his heart racing wildly. Such an assault, if it struck him, would undoubtedly spell his doom. Who could possibly lie in ambush in this place? Fortunately, my caution has spared me. Otherwise, I would have met my end without even understanding how. Thoughts raced through his mind, and without daring to waste a moment, he evaded the attack and swiftly descended from the sky. Without waiting to touch the ground, he landed upon the branches of the trees, sprinting away from the direction of the Yunga sect. He was acutely aware that such a multitude of assaults, coming from all directions, could not possibly be orchestrated by a single individual, regardless of the identity of his adversaries. The most prudent course of action at that moment was to execute the 36 stratagems and retreat. The ambush laid here by the opponents suggested that any ordinary disciple, faced with peril, would instinctively seek assistance from their sect. However, since these individuals approached him with a lethal determination, it was likely that they had arranged for additional support lurking in the shadows. The optimal strategy was to distance himself from the sect. As Su-12 made his escape, more than 10 figures emerged from the thicket. Leading them was a square-faced cultivator clad in blue, who exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Wasn't it said that this lad was merely a novice at the 3rd level of chi refinement? How is he at the 7th level? No wonder Brother Yi insisted we all come. He must have been aware of this fellow's formidable prowess." The square-faced cultivator muttered, gazing after Su-12's receding figure, seemingly unperturbed about giving chase. Beside him, a portly cultivator with a round face scoffed, "Humph. This lad has completed various tasks over the past 6 months, many of which are plainly beyond what a 3rd-level chi refinement cultivator could accomplish. Anyone can see that something is amiss here. Lu Tao, your reaction time is dreadfully slow. Fat fool, are you trying to provoke trouble?" The square-faced cultivator retorted, his eyes widening in annoyance. "Come now, I have no time for your bickering." The round-faced cultivator rolled his eyes, shrugged, and continued, "Is this lad perhaps a rabbit? How could he possibly run so fast? Uff, does he really think he can escape?" Brother Yi is exceptionally astute. He has long anticipated this, and is already waiting with Zhu Wenxi and others in the direction away from the sect. The square-faced monk in blue chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with confidence. Indeed, Brother Ye's cunning is formidable. He is truly worthy of being the disciple of the Peak Master. However, are you certain you do not wish to hasten and pursue? If we delay Brother Ye's affairs, there will be no good fortune for you." The round-faced, plump monk narrowed his eyes and spoke nonchalantly. Only then did the square-faced monk in blue respond, "You are right. We should not waste any more time. Let us quickly pursue, lest the situation changes." With that, the two walked side by side, leading their companions in pursuit of Su Shire. Unbeknownst to them, Su Shire was unaware of the events unfolding behind him. Faced with this sudden ambush, he did not dare to be careless. He expended nearly half of his true essence in a swift motion, propelling himself several hundred zhang away. He refrained from exhausting all of his true essence in one go, hastily landing and using the shadowless phantom steps to continue his journey. However, just as he touched the ground, a series of whooshing sounds echoed through the forest, as dozens of ice spikes hurtled towards him. This is bad. He realized with a jolt that his caution had indeed fallen into the enemy's trap. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung out a defensive talisman while simultaneously activating the ice shield to guard himself. Walls of earth, stone, and ice coalesced before him, only to be shattered in an instant. Nevertheless, this round of attack was noticeably less potent than the previous one. As the ice spikes collided with the ice shield, they dissipated in a burst of spiritual energy. Just then, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, and 13 disciples at the 6th and 7th levels of chi refinement emerged, swiftly encircling Su Shire. "It's him." Su Shire's pupils contracted as he immediately focused on a figure directly ahead, adorned in scarlet robes with profound, cloud-patterned sleeves. The individual's slender, phoenix-shaped eyes framed a pair of aloof, untamed lips. His haughty demeanor resembled a newly unsheathed sword, none other than Yi Liangchuan, the celestial talent of Tianhua Peak's inner sanctum. "Yi Liangchuan, what is the meaning of this?" Su Shire inquired, his gaze fixed upon the figure before him. With a callous mien, Yi Liangchuan emitted a dismissive grunt, retorting, "What meaning? You pilfered from Tianhua Peak, and yet you feign ignorance? Beside him, a man of statuesque stature and jade-like countenance scoffed, his gaze searing into Su Shire. Boy, surrender all the resources in your possession, and we may spare your life out of camaraderie. Otherwise, today marks your end. Despite his striking appearance, the man's checkered robe, rouged lips, and effeminate gesture lent him an aura of sinister allure. The overpowering fragrance emanating from him did not escape Su Shire's notice, who regarded him with heightened vigilance. Save for Yi Liangchuan, this individual posed the most palpable threat, akin to a venomous scorpion. Nevertheless, Su Shire remained undeterred, his focus unwavering on Yi Liangchuan. Pilfered from Tianhua Peak, the rookie trials are a matter of skill and fortune. Tianhua Peak, as the foremost peak of the Yungu sect, can't possibly be so sore a loser, can it? Su Shire retorted, his words laced with derision. As he spoke, his eyes darted about, seeking an opportune moment for escape. He would not believe the other's deceitful words. Even if he were to relinquish his resources, how could the other party, with so many followers, possibly let him go? Unable to afford defeat? Truly, he is a sharp-tongued individual, far more cunning than the genius Han Yu from your Luofu Feng, for he knows how to conceal his strength and maintain a low profile. However, this is a world governed by the survival of the fittest. No matter how much you say, it cannot alter your predicament today. Since you insist on courting death, I can only oblige. Yi Liangchuan's expression was impassive as he looked down upon Su Shire with a condescending gaze. With a mere gesture, a fiery red longsword materialized in his hand. The blade shimmered with golden light and radiated a brilliant aura, revealing itself to be a remarkably fine-grade magical artifact. Grasping the sword, its body vibrated with a continuous hum. In the air, an intangible sword intent was unleashed, enveloping Su Shire entirely. Chapter 70. Ultimate Move, Exploding Swordbone. How powerful. Is this the strength of a perfected 9th level in the chi refining stage? Feeling this aura, Su Shire's heart quaked. He felt as though he were mired in quicksand. Unable to move, and could not help but silently lament. He had never experienced such a sensation even when facing the White Bone Elder. With a 2-level gap in cultivation, he did not believe he stood any chance against such an opponent. Brother Yi, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This lad is merely at the 7th level of chi refining. I, Zhu Wenqi, alone am sufficient to deal with him. Before Yi Liangchuan could make a move, a man clad in bizarre attire and adorned with crimson lips suddenly spoke up, delicately gesturing with his fingers and revealing a sinister smile. This is not good. Almost simultaneously as the other party spoke, Su Shire felt a jolt in his heart, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately cast a wind-calling technique upon himself, shifting laterally half a zhang. Whoosh! At that precise moment, a sound of slicing air reached his ears, yet his vision remained void of any sight. What a clever lad! His reflexes are remarkably swift. Zhu Wenqi squinted, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Somewhat surprised that his ambush was detected. Let us see how long you can evade. With a muffled grunt, he flicked his fingers in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the atmosphere, streaks of chilling light flashed, and Su Shire then realized that it was 10 flying needles, manipulated by threads to weave a net. Although this magical artifact was not of high grade, merely a mid-tier instrument, it possessed a particularly insidious nature. If utilized effectively, it could yield results comparable to or even surpassing those of a superior artifact. Su Shire narrowed his eyes, and without a moment's thought, he activated the Bloodlight Shield, summoning an ice shield to protect his entire being. With the silver sword in hand, he continuously swung the longsword, unleashing waves of sword light to repel the airborne needles. However, these needles were nimble and swift, leaving him little room to breathe. Aware that prolonged combat would be disadvantageous, Su Shire felt a growing sense of urgency. Gritting his teeth, he decisively summoned the Een Wind Pearl, expelling the scant remaining Een Erosion Sand. Whoosh! A gust of chilling wind surged, encircling him. As the flying needles darted through, they collided with the Een Erosion Sand in the wind, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Damn! What on earth is this? Zhu Wenqi, who was manipulating the flying needle artifact, instantly paled, exclaiming in alarm as he hurriedly withdrew the needles. Gazing at the dim and lifeless flying needle in his hand, his countenance darkened, exuding an aura so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. Hm. Yi Liangchuan's eyes turned icy as he pivoted to the others with a low grunt. Humph. What are you standing there for? Let us move together. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd hastily summoned their respective swords. In an instant, dozens of beams of sword light crisscrossed the air, enveloping Su 12 with astonishing swiftness. This is dire. I must escape at once. Su 12's heart raced, pounding so fiercely it felt as though it might leap into his throat, his anxiety palpable. Just facing Yi Lianchuan alone made him feel as if he had a thorn in his back, compounded by the presence of so many formidable disciples. With such a multitude of powerful attacks, a single misstep could lead to his utter annihilation. With no time to ponder, he took a deep breath, his expression stern, and with a swift motion, he drew 6 bone swords. He hurled them forcefully, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of true essence upon them. In an instant, the bone swords radiated with brilliant light, levitating into the air. At that moment, Su 12 felt as if the true essence within him had burst forth like a floodgate, flowing at an alarming speed. Gritting his teeth, his eyes glinted with 1,000 cold lights. His hands danced wildly, leaving behind ethereal afterimages as he formed an incredibly intricate seal. The 6 bone swords began to spin rapidly, soaring around Su 12, shattering the incoming attacks with ease. Immediately, a chilling and sinister aura enveloped the entire scene. What? This fellow possesses 6 extraordinary flying swords? What sort of jest is this? What manner of artifact is this, radiating such a chilling and ominous energy? This individual cannot possibly be a nefarious cultivator, can he? Regardless of his malevolent cultivation, our collective strength ensures his demise today, provided he is not a foundation establishment cultivator. The palpable aura of wickedness evoked a dramatic shift in the complexions of the assembled cultivators. A primal trepidation towards such practitioners is common among many. At the epicenter, Yi Lianchuan's gaze hardened, and with a scornful snort, he channeled his true essence, causing the flying sword in his grasp to emit a dazzling radiance. A brilliant and intensely hot beam of sword light ascended skyward, surging towards Su 12 like a tempestuous wave. As Yi Lianchuan initiated his attack, the other cultivators in the arena unleashed their respective signature moves. A pervasive killing intent filled the air, threatening to engulf Su 12 like an inexorable tide. Su 12 remained unconcerned about the attacks from the others, but Yi Lianchuan's sword struck a chord of dread within him, causing his hackles to rise and his breath to hitch. I cannot withstand this blow. It would be fatal. A swift resolution is imperative for a prompt departure. Seized by an acute sense of impending doom, he made an instantaneous decision, biting the tip of his tongue and expelling a mouthful of blood onto the 6 bone swords. Empowered by the essence of his blood, the bone swords surged with an immediate and overwhelming force. With a resounding whoosh, they shot forth like arrows unleashed from a bow, hurtling towards Yi Lianchuan and his cohorts. Seeking a desperate gamble? I perceive you are courting death. Yi Lianchuan sneered, channeling his true essence into the flying sword. Instantly, more than 10 sword lights darted around him, coalescing into a formidable sword screen. Witnessing Su 12's desperate gambit, Yi Lianchuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. He exuded confidence in his calculations. After all, he possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refining and was a disciple of the Sky Blossom Peak's master. Dealing with a mere 7th level Qi refining cultivator was child's play. However, Su Shi was resolute in his desire to escape. Yet this maneuver was far from simple. Explode. Su Shi gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. With a single action, he unleashed the mightiest technique of the bone sword formation, exploding bone swords. This was a desperate measure, the essence of which lay in detonating all the bone swords to deliver a fatal blow to his adversary. Gazing at the 6 bone swords before him, Su Shi's heart ached. These were 6 exquisite magical artifacts. Yet, in his quest for a swift escape, he had no choice. The 6 bone swords trembled violently and then erupted with a deafening explosion. An unimaginably terrifying surge of spiritual energy swept toward Yi Lianchuan and the others. Not good. Retreat. Cursed Yi Lianchuan. What kind of attack is this? As the spiritual energy storm erupted, the expressions of the gathered cultivators changed dramatically. They scattered in every direction, each seeking to defend themselves. Yi Lianchuan, positioned directly in front, turned ashen. Damn, who is this person? How could he possess such many exquisite magical artifacts? Not to mention wield such a formidable attack. Even he felt the pressure of impending destruction. No, I cannot face this head-on. In an instant, Yi Lianchuan made his decision, his figure flickering as he attempted to evade. Yet, the formidable strike initiated by Su Shi, at the cost of 6 prized magical artifacts, was not so easily escaped. The terrifying spiritual energy storm roared like the onset of apocalypse. Yi Lianchuan barely had time to evade as he found himself on the brink of being engulfed by this annihilating force. In that critical moment, a chill ran through Yi Lianchuan's gaze, and he swiftly maneuvered behind Zhu Wenqi. Chapter 71. Trouble. Quick, lend me a hand, Brother Yi. A surge of true essence flowed into Zhu Wenqi's back, causing him to turn in astonishment towards Yi Liangchuan. Before he could finish his words, his own true essence was ignited, wildly dissipating around him, transforming him into a human shield. A piercing scream echoed, and in the next moment, he was engulfed by the astonishing tempest of spiritual energy. Under the onslaught of the spiritual storm, Zhu Wenqi felt as if 1,000 swords were piercing through him. In excruciating agony, his eyes widened in horror, filled with emotions of frustration, resentment, and regret, all swirling chaotically within him. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by remorse. It must be noted that his presence here was entirely voluntary. He believed that following Yi Liangchuan would provide him with an opportunity to achieve merit. Little did he anticipate that, at the brink of life and death, he would become the sacrificial pawn. He had never imagined that the specter of death would arrive so abruptly. Zhu Wenqi's body trembled violently, only to be torn apart by the overwhelming force, leaving nothing but fragments of bone and flesh. He was not the only one to perish. On either side, 3 other disciples fell victim to the impact of the spiritual force. The remaining few reacted swiftly, realizing the dire situation, and hastily sought refuge, standing at a distance in stunned silence. Yi Liangchuan was not faring much better. Blood trickled from the corner, gazing intently at Yi Liangchuan. He raised his hand and retrieved the shimmering silver sword, determined to eliminate the perpetrator before him without hesitation. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a shift behind him. More than 10 figures were pursuing him. Before they could reach him, they unleashed their attacks. This is bad. Retreat. Su 12's expression shifted dramatically as he resolutely abandoned his assault, leaping into the air and sprinting away with the wind at his back. Employing the shadowless phantom steps along with the wind-calling technique, he swiftly distanced himself from Yi Liangchuan and the others. Meanwhile, in the forest, the simultaneous detonation of 6 top-tier magical artifacts left the ground ravaged. Countless towering trees toppled, and the earth within a 100-meter radius stripped bare. Brother Yi, what? What is happening? The pursuing blue-clad cultivators, seeing the scene before them, were taken aback and momentarily stunned. Such an assault could only be the result of fully activating spirit artifacts, could it not? The blue-clad cultivator with a square face surveyed the area, noting the scattered fragments on the ground, murmuring in fear. It is worth noting that initially, Yi Liangchuan had intended to ambush here with him. Had he been in that position, he too would have faced certain death under such an onslaught. Yi Liangchuan's visage darkened to an almost dripping state. Teeth clenched as he seethed. Humph. That brat detonated 6 top-tier magical artifacts. A sharp intake of breath followed his words as the blue-clad cultivator and the round-faced chubby man gasped in astonishment. What? 6 top-tier magical artifacts? Is that brat truly so affluent? Brother Yi, shall we continue the pursuit? The round-faced, portly monk furrowed his brow, astonished, his speech faltering. It is worth noting that for ordinary disciples like them, possessing even a single top-tier magical artifact is considered quite an achievement. Yi Liangchuan narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flickering within them. Beneath that malevolence lay an unmistakable greed. Even he possessed merely 1 supreme magical artifact. Yet that young man had managed to trigger the explosion of 6 supreme artifacts in a single strike. That lad was undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be he had unearthed some ancient cultivator's relic? As Yi Liangchuan's mind raced with such conjectures, the thought took root and proliferated like ivy. If his earlier assault on Su 12 was merely driven by a desire for resources and a sense of grievance, now there existed an exceedingly significant motive. With a grunt, he coldly declared, "Humph, what is there to panic about? Supreme artifacts are not mere cabbages strewn on the ground. If he detonated 6 at once, that young man must be left with little more than the Yuanyang ruler bestowed by the Grand Elder. Such an attack is impossible for him to execute again. Continue the pursuit. Let us not forget, he possesses a wealth of spiritual plant resources." Yi Liangchuan's expression remained indifferent as he commanded sharply. Having uttered his words, he resolutely led his companions to continue the chase. 7 days later, in a secluded cave amidst the wilderness, Su 12 sat in meditation, exhaling deeply as he opened his eyes. He had acted with caution, fleeing for 2 whole days until he was certain he had shaken off Yi Liangchuan and his cohorts. Only then did he seek refuge in this cave to recuperate. He never anticipated that despite his efforts to remain discreet and vigilant, he would still attract unwanted attention. The loss of 6 supreme magical artifacts, along with my precious Wind Pearl, was a devastating blow. Yi Liangchuan, I, Su 12, have noted this grudge. Su 12 muttered to himself, filled with indignation, before rising and stepping outside the cave. Upon emerging, he instinctively gazed up at the sky, furrowing his brow. Ever since the trial concluded, He had been plagued by a sense of being watched whenever he departed from the Cloud Song sect. Consequently, he remained perpetually vigilant, regardless of the circumstances. Initially, he suspected it might be the people from the Seven Xian sect. However, the White Bone Elder had long since perished, reduced to dust, making that impossible. As for Yi Lianchuan and the others, while he did not entirely dismiss the possibility, he deemed it improbable. Could it be some malevolent presence is secretly following me? Yet, no matter how thoroughly I investigate, I fail to uncover even a hint of evidence. Never mind. The pressing matter is to enhance my cultivation swiftly. Yi Lianchuan and his companions are watching closely. Returning to the Cloud Song sect is not an immediate option. How then can I bolster my strength? Su 12 narrowed his eyes, traversing the desolate wilderness, his mind racing with thoughts of what to consider next. He was determined to return to the Cloud Song sect, for the 5-element spirit pearl could improve his spiritual root aptitude, and he could not afford to lose that opportunity. However, the threat posed by Yi Lianchuan was far more immediate than that of the Grand Elder. Lacking sufficient strength, he could only bide his time. At that moment, a hurried and heavy sound of footsteps approached, followed by a neutral voice calling out, "Hey, the fellow up ahead. Step aside." Huh? Someone. Su 12's heart raced with caution as he swiftly turned to look in the direction of the voice. Before him stood a diminutive figure clad in a flowing white robe, perched upon the back of a mid-tiered demonic beast known as the Wind-Pattern Pig. This monk, with a delicate visage and strikingly bright eyes, exuded an air of vitality despite his modest cultivation, being merely at the 3rd stage of chi refinement. His attire appeared remarkably loose-fitting, lending an eccentricity to his appearance. With a black gauntlet adorning his hand, he struck the beast with fervor, each punch unleashing waves of spiritual energy. The creature, racked with pain, darted chaotically across the wilderness, heading directly towards Su 12. Amidst his onslaught, the white-clad monk shouted a warning to Su 12. Upon assessing the situation, Su 12 merely raised an eyebrow, showing no inclination to intervene. He swiftly sidestepped, granting the beast passage. However, as it rushed past him, the beast abruptly halted, shaking itself violently. "Oh no! Quick, catch me!" the monk exclaimed in alarm, finding himself unexpectedly flung from the creature's back, landing precisely where Su 12 stood. A fleeting figure passed before Su 12, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. With narrowed eyes, he displayed no intention of assistance, instead taking a step back with an impassive demeanor. Thud! In the next moment, the monk crashed to the ground, grimacing in agony. His gaze swept over Su 12, and a fleeting glimmer of resentment flickered in his eyes. Who was this heartless individual? He mused, astonished that Su 12 had merely watched him descend without a hint of concern. Rubbing his sore backside, the cultivator hurriedly rose to his feet, cautiously fixing his gaze upon the wind-patterned pig demon beast that loomed not far away. The creature huffed and puffed, its fist-sized eyes glaring furiously at the cultivator. With a heavy stomp, it charged forth, rampaging with reckless abandon. "Hey, aren't you going to dodge? I am no match for it," the cultivator exclaimed, hesitating for a moment before glancing back at Su 12. He shouted loudly, aware that they were headed in the same direction. If he evaded, it would only spell misfortune for Su 12. In his eyes, Su 12 was merely another novice at the 3rd level of chi refinement, just like himself. This person is rather intriguing, Su 12 mused, raising an eyebrow at the cultivator's unexpected display. It appeared that not all cultivators were self-serving individuals. As thoughts whirled through his mind, Su 12 fixed his gaze upon the charging beast, employing the shadowless phantom step to meet it head-on. Just as the beast was about to collide with him, he swiftly sidestepped to its flank, combining the 8 trigrams and 8 extremes fist with the fire control technique. He unleashed a punch imbued with nearly 1,000 pounds of force. With a thunderous impact, the beast let out a whimper as its spine shattered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Given his strength, he could have dispatched such a creature with merely a single sword strike. However, he had no intention of revealing his true prowess, utilizing only a feeble amount of true essence that did not exceed the 3rd level of chi refinement. After vanquishing the beast, Su 12 casually stowed its corpse in his storage bag and turned to leave, showing no desire for further interaction. Wow, is he really that strong? Not far away, the cultivator cast a glance at the glove artifact adorning his hand, then at the lifeless beast sprawled on the ground, his breath momentarily caught. Rendered speechless, in his estimation, they were all at the 3rd stage of chi refinement, and he had the advantage of an artifact to assist him. Yet, the disparity was simply too vast. After a brief moment, regaining his composure, he hastened to catch up with Su 12. "Hey, wait a moment." Su 12 narrowed his eyes, betraying no hint of his wariness. The cultivator approached Su 12 and promptly introduced himself. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance. I am Jiang Feishua. Yun. Jiang Feishua. Su 12 raised an eyebrow. No, it is Jiang Feiyun. Jiang Feishua is my sister, Jiang Feishua corrected, his expression turning awkward as he quickly shook his head. Ah, Jiang Feiyun. I fear you are actually Jiang Feishua. Su 12 sniffed the faint fragrance in the air and immediately realized. Studying the other man, he inquired directly, do you require something from me? I am a craftsman from the Jiang family's refining shop in Qianshan Square. The bones of that wind pattern boar beast are a material I have long sought for my craft. Would you be willing to part with the beast's corpse? Rest assured. I would not ask for your possession without offering something in return, Jiang Feishua hurriedly stated, hesitating briefly as he glanced at the black iron gauntlet in his hand before resolutely removing it. As his gaze swept over the gauntlet, Su 12 was somewhat taken aback. Is this a mid-grade artifact? Is the wind pattern boar of such considerable worth? Qianshan Square? A craftsman? Could it be that there is a market nearby? Su 12 squinted, pondering these revelations in his mind. Regarding the market, he was not unfamiliar with it, as the sect manual contained relevant information. The market served as one of the locales in the realm of cultivation where practitioners could trade, exchange, and purchase materials and treasures. Among them were also artisans and alchemists who could forge magical artifacts and elixirs on behalf of others. The market varied in size. Some larger markets even housed auction houses, where the likelihood of encountering rare and exquisite treasures was significantly heightened. The trading square he had previously engaged in belonged to a micro-market within the sect's confines. As he reminisced about the information regarding the market, Su 12 quickly came to a realization. He currently possessed numerous spiritual plants, yet their direct consumption offered limited enhancement to his cultivation. Learning alchemy required pertinent texts and time for crafting artifacts, neither of which his circumstances permitted. Despite recognizing the rarity of these spiritual plants, he could only devise alternative plans. If he could exchange these materials for elixirs that would elevate his cultivation or for fine artifacts, it would undoubtedly aid his training and strength. Particularly, the carcass of the fire cloud python within his storage ring, if he could gather the other necessary materials, could be forged into a bone sword, which would at least qualify as a pseudo-spiritual weapon. The prospect of wielding a pseudo-spiritual grade bone sword rendered the previously exploded high-grade artifact bone swords rather inconsequential. With this thought in mind, Su 12 was immediately inspired. He raised his hand and tossed the carcass of the wind-patterned pig onto the ground before speaking. It was merely a trifling effort, my friend Jiang. There is no need for such formality. I am Zhu Hanwei, a wandering cultivator from Linan City. From your words, I gather there is indeed a market nearby. I wish to trade some materials at the marketplace. Could you kindly inform me of its location, Jiang Daoyu? As for this medium-grade magical artifact, it is far too precious for me to accept. With that, Su 12 fabricated a false name and identity, swiftly addressing the individual before him. The marketplace lies 50 miles to the northeast from here. I happen to be returning that way as well, and I can escort you there, Jiang Feishua promptly replied. In that case, I am deeply grateful to you, my friend. Su 12 bowed in thanks. Jiang Feishua collected the remains of the demon beast and led Su 12 toward the marketplace. Simultaneously, she shyly scratched her head and remarked, this is no trivial matter. There is no need for such formality. However, you saved my life, and I feel compelled to reciprocate in some way. Therefore, if you ever require assistance in crafting artifacts, you are welcome to visit our Jiang clan's forge, where I shall gladly forge a magical item for you free of charge. Let us befriend one another. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Su 12 nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline, and followed her as they made their way forward. Along the journey, he seized the opportunity to inquire about various matters, and Jiang Feishua, with her carefree demeanor, answered his questions without hesitation, even generously sharing additional information. Through her words, Su 12 gained a rudimentary understanding of the forthcoming marketplace. Although the Qianshan marketplace is merely a small establishment, it boasts considerable scale. Nestled deep within the Tsangshan mountain range, it is abundant in both the number of cultivators and the variety of resources available. Essentially, one can find all the necessary materials for cultivators below the golden core level here. An hour later, the two individuals arrived at a bamboo forest shrouded in dense mist. Jiang Feishua produced a guiding spirit talisman, leading Su Shire onward. Chapter 73. The Bazaar of Qianshan. Upon traversing the bamboo grove, Su Shire found himself in a breathtaking expanse. A sprawling complex, resembling a town and covering over 1,000 acres, emerged before his eyes. The entire settlement was enveloped beneath a translucent azure dome that resembled glass. At the entrance stood a magnificent archway, adorned with a plaque inscribed in elegant calligraphy, proclaiming the four characters, Qianshan Bazaar. Behind the archway, rows of buildings stood in neat succession, each structure housing a different shop. In the heart of the bazaar, a towering pavilion, intricately carved and embellished, rose majestically. Before the pavilion lay a vast square paved with blue stone slabs. Within the square, numerous cultivators, akin to small vendors, were arranged in a grid formation, setting up stalls of varying sizes. The scene was bustling with life. The bazaar was alive with a continuous flow of people, a cacophony of shouts and sales pitches resonating throughout. Had it not been for the palpable aura of potent spiritual energy radiating from each individual, one might have mistaken this vibrant gathering for a city of mortals. Witnessing such a spectacle, Su Shire shook his head in disbelief, his heart swelling with excitement. Was this merely a small bazaar? The multitude of cultivators, most of whom were at the 6th level of qi refinement, dwarfed both in number and strength anything he had encountered at the Yunga sect. Each person donned unique attire, exuding a fierce and formidable presence. Among them, a few formidable foundational cultivators could also be seen moving about. Su Shire's heart trembled slightly, prompting him to take a deep breath and calm himself. He inwardly reminded himself that perhaps this was the true encounter with the world of cultivation. Here, one must exercise utmost caution. A moment of negligence could easily lead to one's demise at the hands of a more formidable cultivator. Brother Zhu, behold, this is Qianshan Fangshi. What do you think? Isn't it breathtaking? You've arrived at a fortuitous time. The past 10 days mark the annual gathering period of the market, a time when cultivators abound. However, I must caution you, within this place, there are countless devious characters. You must remain vigilant, lest you fall victim to deceit and find yourself unwittingly aiding someone in counting their ill-gotten gains. Jiang Feishua beamed, revealing her small canine teeth, tilting her head as she cheerfully advised Su Shire. As they walked together, their camaraderie had grown, and they had become as close as brothers. Thank you for your warning, Brother Jiang. I shall be cautious. Su Shire clasped his hands and smiled gratefully in response, as he beheld the vast trading market. His confidence in acquiring the resources he sought surged. While conversing, he continued alongside Jiang Feishua as they made their way deeper into the market. With a light-hearted stride, she laughed, but you need not worry too much. With me, this young lady, this young master by your side, there won't be a single problem. Jiang Feishua held her head high, brimming with confidence as she patted her chest. Learning of Su Shire's intention to trade materials in the market, she had eagerly volunteered to assist him. Su Shire had not declined her offer. He found Jiang Feishua's innocent and enthusiastic nature endearing, and considered her a worthy friend. Moreover, Jiang Feishua seemed to possess an intimate familiarity with this locale. Having such an ally would undoubtedly alleviate many of his troubles. Brother Jiang, should I wish to exchange some spiritual materials and resources for cultivation elixirs, what course of action should I undertake? Su 12 inquired, walking alongside Jiang Feishua, his senses keenly attuned to his surroundings. Quite simple, Jiang Feishua replied, gesturing towards the shops lining both sides and the stalls further afield. Whatever catches your eye, feel free to purchase directly from them. Within the marketplace, the commonly utilized currency consisted of elixirs capable of enhancing one's cultivation, such as gathering qi pills, gathering essence pills, and condensing qi pills. Furthermore, certain individuals sought specific materials, necessitating a barter system. Jiang Feishua, hands clasped behind her back, tilted her head back, effortlessly sharing a wealth of information. Utilizing elixirs as currency and engaging in barter appeared to mirror the trading practices within the sect's marketplace. Su 12 nodded, a contemplative glint flickering in his eyes. He carried a considerable array of resources, all acquired through trials. These spiritual plants could be refined and absorbed directly. However, their efficacy paled in comparison to that of elixirs. To resort to such a method would be a sheer waste. The thought of purchasing and trading each item individually seemed a tedious endeavor. Thus, Su 12 continued, what if I require a more substantial quantity of resources? What then? A more substantial quantity. Jiang Feishua responded with a light hum, her gaze appraising Su 12 in surprise. She found it peculiar. After all, he was merely a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement, much like herself. How extensive could his resources truly be? Contemplating this, she smiled and began to explain. It is quite simple. One option is to head over to the attic, seek out the treasure pavilion or the elixir pavilion for direct transactions. However, the items there are rather unimpressive and exorbitantly priced. I wouldn't recommend going. The alternative is to set up a stall, display your goods, and clearly mark the prices, allowing others to trade the resources you require. Although it may take some effort, If the quality of your items is good, transactions can be completed swiftly. Su 12 squinted as he glanced towards the distant attic. That area was adorned with intricate pavilions, resplendent with vermilion and gold, exuding magnificence. Just by the appearance, one could surmise that the items within could hardly be affordable. Although Su 12 possessed a modest fortune, he was reluctant to squander even a fraction of it. Yet, the thought of setting up a stall brought a tinge of apprehension. Would it attract unwanted attention? He understood the principle of concealing one's wealth. Brother Zhu is commendable in many aspects, yet his caution in dealings seems overly meticulous. How much could he possibly have to attract attention? Jiang Feishue's eyes twitched slightly, and she quickly reassured him. Rest assured, the Qianshan market is protected by seasoned cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, with a dedicated enforcement team patrolling. No one dares to cause trouble recklessly. If you are still concerned, this item can assist us in altering our appearances. As she spoke, Jiang Feishue produced 2 waxy yellow human masks from her belongings. The masks emitted a faint glow, clearly crafted from the leather of some special mystical beast, serving as an extraordinary artifact. This is excellent. Let us proceed to set up our stall. Su 12 felt reassured and eagerly took the mask, placing it over his face. As the words fell, he transformed into a pale-faced figure resembling a cultivator in his 30s. Very well, I shall go and rent a stall. Jiang Feishue donned her mask artifact, assuming the appearance of a youthful cultivator with a similarly pallid complexion, and cheerfully remarked. She was vivacious and inquisitive about everything around her. The thought of setting up a stall intrigued her even more than Su Shire. Within less than half an hour, the two secured a stall of moderate size in a corner of the square. Brother Zhu, from here on, you merely need to place the resources on the stall and inscribe the desired resources or elixirs on this wooden sign. Jiang Feishue indicated the stall and a small wooden sign beside it, placing her hands on her hips with a smile. Chapter 74. Extorting by Pretense? Then let us start with 1,000 plants. Su Shire nodded, sweeping his hand across the stall, and instantly, over 1,000 spirit plants emerged, releasing a rich, aromatic fragrance. Initially, upon hearing 1,000 plants, Jiang Feishue did not think much of it, assuming they would be merely ordinary resources. 1,000 common spiritual materials, while considerable, were not particularly rare. She had witnessed grand spectacles before. However, upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in disbelief. What? 1,000 second-tier spirit plants? Brother Zhu, you are a spirit plant master? Jiang Feishue turned to Su Shire, her voice trembling. 1,000 second-tier spirit plants might not be deemed excessive for sects or clans, but for solitary practitioners or individuals, it was an extraordinarily remarkable figure. Even among the elite disciples of major sects, few could boast such an abundance of resources. A spirit plant master? I am not. I merely stumbled upon these spiritual plants by chance, Su Shire remarked with a smile, shaking his head. He inwardly felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. Just 1,000 plants had astonished Jiang Feishue so, and he was relieved he hadn't revealed them all at once. This, Brother Zhu, your fortune truly is remarkable, Jiang Feishue exclaimed with a smile, her curiosity about Su Shire piqued. Could it be that such an abundance of spiritual plants was merely a coincidence? It seems this Brother Zhu has an intriguing background. Yet, despite his cool demeanor, he should not be a villain. Though innocent and naive, she was far from foolish. Su Shire grinned, about to speak when he was interrupted. Boss, how much for this century-old ginseng? I have a piece of mysterious iron stone. Would you trade it for this century-old astragalus? And for this shuching ice lotus? I can offer 50 chi condensation pills. Are you willing to sell? Voices echoed as the fragrant aroma of the 1,000 spiritual plants drew a multitude of cultivators. In an instant, hundreds of figures surrounded Su Shire's stall, each clamoring loudly. Everyone, please remain calm. Come one at a time. These spiritual materials will be traded preferentially for blood amber stones, ghost iron, blood fiend vines, and fierce tooth bones. Next, I'll accept pills for enhancing cultivation, but they must be of at least high quality. Additionally, high-grade and exquisite magical artifacts are also welcome. Upon seeing the overwhelming response, Su Shire promptly declared his desired resources: blood amber stones, ghost iron, blood fiend vines, and fierce tooth bones. These were all secondary spiritual materials of the Yin attribute, essential for forging the spiritual grade white bone sword. Beside him, Jiang Feishue was not idle either, swiftly listing the resources required by Su 12 on a small wooden board. Boss, this blood amber stone can be exchanged for 2-century-old Ganoderma. As soon as Su 12's words fell, a pallid-faced man in the crowd raised a fist-sized, blood-red stone and shouted loudly. Certainly. Su 12 glanced at it and readily agreed. I possess ghost steel. I shall trade it for a loquat fruit. I have blood spirit vine. I will exchange. One figure after another approached, and a variety of resources were swiftly acquired by Su 12. In a short span, over 1,000 spiritual materials were exchanged. Not only did Su 12 gather the necessary materials for forging the bone sword, but he also acquired a substantial amount of elixirs for cultivation. This exquisite defensive artifact can be exchanged for your remaining spiritual plants. Will you trade? At that moment, a resounding voice echoed. Following this, a burly man with a pockmarked face, a peak 7th layer chi refining cultivator, squeezed his way into the crowd, accompanied by 2 others. Upon their arrival, many cultivators in the crowd cast glances at them, seemingly recalling something, and in the next moment, they adopted a curious demeanor. As soon as they reached the stall, the pockmarked-faced cultivator swiftly produced a 1-foot-long box. Upon opening it, there lay an umbrella-like artifact radiating with an orange glow. The entire artifact shimmered with divine light, exuding an aura of pure yang energy. Su 12's gaze swept across it, and he felt a surge of excitement. An exquisite defensive artifact, indeed, was exceedingly precious. He had not harbored much hope, yet unexpectedly, someone was willing to present it for trade. With an impassive demeanor, he took a deep breath and employed the heavenly eye technique to confirm that the magical artifact was indeed flawless. He promptly nodded in agreement. Very well. A flicker of joy swiftly passed through the eyes of the pockmarked-faced man, and with a glance, his 2 underlings immediately began to gather the spiritual plants from the stall. Simultaneously, the pockmarked-faced cultivator smiled as he resealed the box and tossed it to Su 12 before turning to leave. Wait. At that moment, Jiang Feishui suddenly called out, irritation evident in her voice. Hey, are you trying to fool us by bringing a low-grade artifact and pretending it's a top-tier one? A low-grade artifact? Su 12 exclaimed in shock, hastily reopening the box. Inside lay indeed a parasol-like artifact, but it was far from being a top-tier item. It was clearly a damaged low-grade artifact. What does this mean? Su 12's expression darkened as he glared at the 3 individuals before him. He was certain that he had just seen a top-tier artifact, yet he had no idea when the switch had occurred. Had it not been for Jiang Feishui's reminder, he would have suffered a significant loss. Curse it. No wonder Jiang Feishui specifically warned me upon arrival. This marketplace is filled with tricksters. Su 12's thoughts raced as his gaze turned increasingly frigid. He had exercised ample caution, yet he had nearly fallen victim to deception. What do you mean by a low-grade spiritual artifact? Are you 2 out of your minds? I just handed you a top-tier artifact. Everyone present can attest to that. So what? Are you trying to swindle me by replacing it with a low-grade artifact? The scarred-faced cultivator curled his lips, donning a fierce and menacing countenance, and immediately retaliated with accusations. Upon hearing his words, the others hastily retreated, wary of attracting trouble. Extortion? So, are the 3 of you intentionally seeking conflict? Su 12 narrowed his eyes, a glint of icy resolve flickering within. His inner energy began to stir restlessly. Though these 3 possessed considerable strength, he was not intimidated should a confrontation arise. He acted with caution and prudence, yet he was no coward. Such an insult would not go unchallenged. Brother Zhu, do not act impulsively. Let the enforcement team handle this matter, Jiang Feishui urged, noticing Su 12's readiness for action. Haha, brother, did I hear you correctly? This brat actually intends to summon the enforcement team? A long-faced cultivator beside the scarred man shot a glance at Jiang Feishui, bursting into laughter. The scarred-faced cultivator shrugged, joining in the mirth as if the situation were ludicrous. He then declared, very well, let us call them. Bring my second uncle here. These 2 dare to slander me, and this matter cannot simply be overlooked. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate swiftly turned and approached a figure in a blue robe within the crowd, a cultivator with a goatee, boasting a cultivation level of the 8th stage of chi refinement, belonging to the enforcement team. Chapter 75. Jiang Feishui's background. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads, casting sympathetic glances at Su 12 and Jiang Feishui. This scarred man, known as Chen San, was quite a notable figure in the Qianshan Square market. Relying on an uncle in the enforcement team, he routinely engages in deception and bullying, particularly targeting novice cultivators of lower rank. For years, countless individuals have fallen victim to this group. At this moment, onlookers perceived Su 12 and Jiang Feishui as exceedingly youthful. Such matters are often brushed aside after a silent grievance, yet they had the audacity to summon the enforcement team. In response to this provocation, a faint, enigmatic smile graced Jiang Feishui's lips, her demeanor dismissive of the crowd's reactions. An uncle? This fellow is in cahoots with the enforcement team? Su 12's heart sank, his expression darkening further. He paid little heed to Jiang Feishui's response, instead fixating on the pockmarked-faced cultivator before him, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He had no desire to instigate trouble, yet he would not shy away from confrontation if provoked. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, to swiftly eliminate this individual and make his escape from the market. Or perhaps to bide his time and seek revenge once this person had departed. As Su-12's thoughts wrestled with one another, a blue-clad cultivator sporting a goat's beard from the enforcement team approached. "What is going on here? What has happened?" he inquired, his expression stern. "Uncle, this brat is extorting people." The pockmarked-faced man grinned maliciously, pointing an accusing finger at Su-12. "Extorting? To dare cause a ruckus in Qieshan market? You must truly be tired of living." The goat-bearded man glared, turning his attention to Su-12 and Jiang Feishua, his eyes glinting with hostility. However, as his gaze swept over Jiang Feishua, he noticed the white jade token at her waist. The man with the goat beard narrowed his eyes, then suddenly turned around and, with a resounding slap, struck the pockmarked-faced cultivator fiercely across the face. The unexpected blow left the pockmarked one bewildered, and the surrounding cultivators were equally astonished. What on earth was happening? Could it be that these two individuals possessed some remarkable background? In the next moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Su Shire and Jiang Feishua shifted entirely. The pockmarked-faced cultivator, holding his face in confusion, looked at the goat-bearded cultivator. "Uncle you. What are you doing?" "Do not call me uncle. I have no nephew like you. How many times have I told you that deceit and trickery are absolutely forbidden in this Qieshan market? Have my words fallen on deaf ears?" Before the pockmarked cultivator could finish his sentence, the goat-bearded man began to reprimand him with an air of righteousness. What do you mean by I? Enough of that. Hurry up and produce the item." Faced with the goat-bearded man's stern gaze, the pockmarked cultivator shrank back, no longer daring to utter another word. He raised his hand, and the resplendent, umbrella-shaped magical artifact appeared in his grasp. The goat-bearded man grimaced, clearly pained, yet in the next instant, he snatched the artifact away and turned to hand it to Jiang Feishua. "Esteemed friends, this is the treasure you traded for. This scoundrel harbors ill intentions and has been engaging in deceitful practices. I shall ensure he is punished according to the regulations of the enforcement team. Rest assured, you may set up your stall without worry. The enforcement team patrols throughout Qieshan market and will not allow such miscreants to cause trouble." As Jiang Feishua accepted the treasure, the goat-bearded man fervently added a few more reassurances. Immediately, they turned and left with the three individuals bearing pockmarked faces. "Brother Zhu, this is your magical artifact. The Yuan Yang umbrella is a formidable defensive tool, boasting astonishing protective capabilities. You have certainly stumbled upon a great fortune this time," Jiang Feishua said, cheerfully handing the umbrella-shaped artifact to Su-12. "Thank you," Su-12 replied with a smile as he accepted the treasure. He was not foolish. The sudden shift in the goat-bearded man's demeanor was clearly linked to Jiang Feishua. However, since she chose not to divulge anything, he refrained from inquiring further. It seemed that Jiang Feishua's identity was even more enigmatic than he had initially presumed. "Brother Zhu, why are we still being polite? I have already mentioned that the security in Qieshan market is rather commendable," Jiang Feishua said with a beaming smile. Glancing at the empty stalls, she continued, "Brother Zhu, now that all the spiritual plants have been traded, do you intend to keep your stall open? No more of that. Let's go for a stroll instead. If you happen upon any treasures you fancy, I would be delighted to gift you a couple," Su-12 said, waving his hand and chuckling. He still possessed a considerable amount of spiritual plants, but after this incident, even though he recognized Jiang Feishua's extraordinary status, he resolved to exercise greater discretion. Should he attract the attention of more formidable cultivators, it could spell trouble. "All right, I shall not hold back then," Jiang Feishua replied with a playful smile. She believed that Su-12 had already reached his limit in terms of offering such a bounty of spiritual plants. Having finished speaking, he rose and strolled through the market with Su-12. Meanwhile, in a quaint chamber within the market's loft, a man with a goatee sat drinking tea with a pockmarked-faced cultivator. "Second uncle, that is an exquisite defensive artifact. How could you simply give it to those two individuals?" the pockmarked cultivator exclaimed. "You understand nothing. I am saving your life," the goateed man retorted sharply. "Saving my life? Who are those two?" the pockmarked cultivator inquired, his face betraying anxiety. "The middle-aged man is inconspicuous, but the youth is undoubtedly from the Divine Forge Manor," the goateed man said, narrowing his eyes. "What? Divine Forge Manor? Second uncle, are you certain?" the pockmarked cultivator gasped in shock, drawing in a breath. "Humph, I am not so senile as to miss the details. That man wore the Divine Forge insignia at his waist," the goateed man grunted. No wonder he could immediately tell that I had swapped the artifact." The pockmarked cultivator's face turned pale, panic evident as he thought of some dreadful consequence. "Do not worry. Since I have brought you away, you should be safe. However, during this gathering, keep a low profile. At such times, one cannot rule out the possibility of other major sects or prominent families sending their disciples in disguise. If you provoke anyone, I cannot promise to save you, the goateed man remarked, his words revealing a hint of concern for his nephew. Rest assured, second uncle. I understand what to do. The pockmarked cultivator responded eagerly, nodding vigorously, appearing composed. Chapter 76. News of the Golden Holy Spirit Spring within the bustling market. Su 12 and Zhang Feishua walked side by side, leisurely exploring their surroundings. As they meandered, they encountered an array of peculiar items. Particularly intriguing books and some unique yet low-grade elixirs, which Su 12 readily exchanged for without hesitation. The enigmatic alchemical furnace was not something he could utilize just yet. Therefore, he sought only high-quality elixirs for his cultivation. He felt no urgency to consume the lesser ones, even going so far as to not dismiss the inferior elixirs, as their cost was virtually negligible. Moreover, he was more than willing to acquire them, for once his cultivation advanced and he evaded danger, he could refine these into top-tier elixirs using the mysterious furnace. At that time, a fortune would surely be within his grasp. While wandering, Su 12 also purchased a set of high-grade circular magical artifacts for Zhang Feishua. Although these artifacts were not inexpensive, they paled in comparison to the value of supreme defensive artifacts. As hours swiftly passed, the duo explored nearly every corner of the market. Throughout their journey, Su 12 continuously produced various second-tier spiritual plants to trade with different vendors. By the end of the day, he had exchanged over 1,000 spiritual plants, if not 2,000. Zhang Feishua was left utterly astonished. She had initially thought the previous 1,000 spiritual materials were the limit, yet she was taken aback to discover Su 12 possessed such an abundance of resources. Who exactly was this individual? Such wealth could rival that of a small cultivating family. Arriving at a more secluded area, Zhang Feishua could not help but inquire, Brother Zhu, are you certain you are merely a wandering cultivator? Even the top disciples from esteemed families and major sects might not possess your level of affluence. Ahem, it seems I have merely been fortunate to acquire these items. There is nothing left, just a scant few. Su 12 grinned, scratching his head as he spoke. Really? Zhang Feishua tilted her head, her expression one of disbelief. Why would I deceive you? Su 12 maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he replied. In truth, he would never divulge such a wealth of resources in front of anyone else but Zhang Feishua. Very well. What do you intend to do next? Zhang Feishua, still skeptical, inquired further. Just as Su 12 was about to respond, he noticed a figure approaching and squinted at the newcomer. The individual was a scruffy-looking old man with shifty eyes and disheveled hair, appearing somewhat lecherous, likely in his 60s, clad in tattered clothing and stooped in posture. This man possessed little power, merely at the first level of chi refinement. Su 12 initially assumed the man was just passing by, but as he drew closer, he approached with a smile, revealing a set of yellowed, decayed teeth. Fellow cultivators, I have a treasure here. Would you be interested? I do not ask for much. Just 20 spirit plants will suffice. As he spoke, the old man tucked his hands into his robe. You have been following us. Su 12 narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. The man's immediate request for an exchange of spirit plants indicated he had been observing them for quite some time. And yet Su 12 had remained utterly unaware. Please do not misunderstand. I merely happened to witness your transaction of resources. This treasure is something you will surely need. The old man chuckled awkwardly, hastening to explain. Oh, what treasure do you speak of? Show it to us. Curiosity ignited within Zhang Feishua, prompting her to speak up. Su Shire remained vigilant, observing the other party's silence, waiting for the next move. The old man, upon hearing her words, promptly retrieved a crumpled sheepskin map from his bosom, clutching it as if it were a treasured possession. What is this? Merely a tattered sheepskin map. I expected something truly remarkable. Zhang Feishua scoffed, her interest waning instantly. My friend, one cannot dismiss it so casually. The value of this artifact depends on the information it contains, does it not? The old man, undeterred, chuckled mysteriously. Oh, what does it reveal? Su Shire inquired, raising an eyebrow. This is a treasure map, or one might say, a route map. It details the location of the golden sacred spring. The old man replied swiftly, clutching the treasure map tightly. What? The golden sacred spring? Are you certain? Su Shire was still processing the information when Zhang Feishua gasped in astonishment. She quickly turned to Su Shire, eager to elucidate. The golden sacred spring is a divine water nurtured by the heavens and earth. A single spring can yield no more than 3 bowls of water. Consuming even 1 bowl can significantly enhance a cultivator's prowess. Particularly for us chi refinement stage practitioners, It is equivalent to a lifetime of arduous cultivation. Upon finishing, Jiang Feishue fixed her fervent gaze upon the old man, her excitement barely contained. Su Shire, too, was taken aback, his heart racing intensely. Possessing a poor spiritual root, he found that arduous training was futile for his swift advancement in cultivation. The prospect of acquiring such a miraculous elixir, capable of swiftly enhancing one's cultivation, was undeniably alluring to him. A single bowl of the golden sacred spring could rival an entire century of arduous training. If this were indeed the case, it would undoubtedly be an invaluable treasure. However, despite his excitement, Su 12 remained clear-headed. Squinting slightly, he replied nonchalantly, "Such a magnificent treasure as the golden sacred spring. If there is a map, why do you not venture forth to collect it yourself?" Indeed, Jiang Feishue quickly regained her composure. To speak candidly, the location of the golden sacred spring lies 100 miles north, within the perilous Yunming Marsh. That area is fraught with danger and lethal threats. With my current strength, to go there would be tantamount to seeking death. It would be far better to exchange for a few spiritual herbs, concoct a superior elixir, and strive to elevate my cultivation further, content to linger a few more years. In contrast, the two of you possess considerable strength and travel and companionship, both still in your youth. Armed with the map, even if you do not venture there immediately, you could always embark on that journey once your cultivation has progressed. The old man sighed, first reflecting with a sense of nostalgia before, with a tone brimming with persuasion, he addressed Su 12 and Jiang Feishue. It seemed somewhat reasonable. Jiang Feishue nodded, her expression revealing a stir of desire, turning to seek Su 12's counsel. Uninterested, I shall not make an exchange. Su 12, unperturbed, remained as composed as a monk in meditation, decisively declining. The old man's words were indeed logical and compelling. Yet, Su 12, being prudent by nature, sensed an underlying disquiet, an inexplicable unease despite the temptation presented by the treasure that promised to enhance one's cultivation. However, this old man was of unknown origin, and he feared that a moment's inattention could lead to his demise without him even realizing it. The old man, displaying a hint of determination, gritted his teeth as if he had resolved to take action. "Gentlemen, I possess a rare treasure that I acquired by chance. How about I exchange it for 50 spirit plants, in addition to the treasure map?" As he spoke, the old man reached deep into his robe, rummaging for a while before reluctantly producing an object. Chapter 77, the pseudo-spiritual artifact, the Eye of Illusion. Su 12 squinted at the item he had drawn forth. It was a white object, scarcely an inch long, resembling an eye. Strangely, while it appeared to be an eye, it lacked a pupil. Moreover, its surface was marred with fine cracks, and its luster was dim, akin to a soon-to-be discarded inferior magical artifact. Su 12 furrowed his brow, his initial reaction suggesting that the old man was attempting to mock him. He felt a surge of indignation and was about to refuse when he caught a subtle signal from Jiang Feishue. This unexpected gesture astonished him, prompting him to employ his heavenly eye technique for further inspection. Upon closer examination, his pupils constricted. He discerned a profound essence of spiritual energy emanating from the object. The richness of this energy rivaled that which he had observed in the 5 elements spiritual pearl. This item was indeed extraordinary. After a fleeting glance, Su 12 quickly diverted his gaze and inquired nonchalantly, "What exactly is this?" The old man's eyes flickered with surprise. This young man was quite remarkable. Despite his tender age, he displayed an uncommon level of maturity and astuteness. However, the old man remained resolute. He was confident that, regardless of the young man's cleverness, he could not resist the allure of the treasure. With a shift in thought, the old man solemnly stated, "My friend, since you possess the skill of the heavenly eye, you should be able to discern that this object harbors the spiritual essence characteristic of a spiritual artifact. To be precise, it cannot be classified merely as a magical tool. It is a pseudo-spiritual artifact, situated between magical tools and true spiritual artifacts. This is indeed a valuable item. Were it not for my need to seek someone to refine elixirs from spiritual plants to enhance my cultivation, I would never dream of trading it." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Jiang Feishue scoffed, "Hey, old man. To call it a pseudo-spiritual artifact seems a bit excessive. This thing has lost much of its spiritual essence and is, at best, a low-grade magical tool. Moreover, what on earth is this broken item supposed to do?" Coughing lightly at Jiang Feishue's remarks, the old man's face flushed with embarrassment, revealing his discomfort at being seen through. Even he was uncertain about the purpose of this treasure. He could only retract his neck and awkwardly respond, "While that may be true, the spiritual essence contained within is undeniably genuine, even if its function is unknown." It would still provide considerable benefits when used to nourish other magical tools, wouldn't it? How about this? I will exchange this item along with my treasure map for 20 spiritual plants from you. What do you say? As he concluded, the old man furrowed his brow, adopting a pitiable expression. Jiang Feishue pondered for a moment before turning to Su 12. Brother Zhu, this old man appears rather pitiable. Perhaps we should grant him this exchange? Upon hearing Jiang Feishue's words, Su 12 immediately sensed that she recognized the item. Thus, he feigned a look of reluctance and nodded. Very well, we shall make the exchange. Which spiritual plants do you desire? I possess a century-old ginseng, a century-old astragalus, and a century-old rasher. Su 12 began to enumerate a dozen varieties of spiritual herbs. Let us have 4 of each. Ginseng, astragalus, rasher, and turmeric, the old man declared, his face beaming with delight. Su 12, maintaining a calm demeanor, swiftly extracted the spiritual herbs and handed them over, simultaneously retrieving the eye artifact and the sheepskin map. Throughout the entire process, he employed the heavenly eye technique, wary of any deceit from the old man. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Upon receiving the herbs, the old man hurriedly departed. As the old man's figure faded from view, Su 12 turned to Jiang Feishue beside him. Brother Jiang, do you happen to know the purpose of this item? Jiang Feishue replied with a self-satisfied smile. Naturally, I am a top-tier artifact refiner, while others may be oblivious. This does not pose a challenge for me. I humbly seek your guidance, Su 12 said, a smile gracing his lips. Guidance is too grand a term. If I am not mistaken, this item is known as the Eye of Illusion Shattering, an exceedingly rare eye-type pseudo-spiritual artifact. When activated, it can emit a beam of spiritual consciousness that directly assaults the opponent's awareness. Brother Zhu, you have stumbled upon a treasure this time, Jiang Feishue exclaimed. Her arms crossed over her chest, radiating joy. Although the item rightfully belonged to Su 12, her happiness surpassed that of someone who had acquired a treasure for themselves. What? Spiritual consciousness beam? Su 12 gasped in astonishment. He was no longer a novice in the realm of cultivation. Spiritual consciousness was a skill attainable only by foundation-building cultivators, the very essence that enabled sword flight. To project one's consciousness externally and launch an attack was a feat reserved solely for the legendary golden core cultivators. Brother Jiang, are you certain? Isn't a mental attack something even foundation establishment cultivators cannot counter? Jiang Feishue smiled as she continued to elucidate. Brother Zhu, it's not quite so exaggerated. The power of this mental dazzling light is limited. It can at most cause some minor inconveniences to foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, this pseudo-spiritual artifact is severely damaged. After repair, it can be used no more than 3 times. 3 times? It can pose some trouble for foundation establishment cultivators? Su Shire's heart trembled, and he hastily inquired further. Then how can this item be repaired? Jiang Feishue replied with a gentle smile. It's quite simple. Do you see this broken eye of delusion? Doesn't it resemble a socket devoid of an eye? All one needs to do is find an eye orb from a demon beast and refine it within. The stronger the demon beast was in life, the greater the power of the mental dazzling light after refinement. If one could obtain an eye orb from a demon beast comparable to a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, it could indeed inflict considerable harm on foundation establishment cultivators. In the realm of artifact forging, Jiang Feishue clearly possessed extensive knowledge, effortlessly sharing various information. However, while the speaker may be unintentional, the listener was highly attentive. Upon hearing the last statement, Su Shire's heart quivered once more, and his heartbeat quickened. In that moment, he felt as though this item was tailor-made for him. He recalled that within his storage ring lay the corpse of a fire cloud python, comparable to a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. He had already devised plans for its bones. And now he realized that even its eyes could prove useful. Brother Jiang, you have aided me once again. Su Shire smiled, quickly clasping his hands in gratitude towards Jiang Feishue. Hee, Brother Zhu, your words seem rather distant, she replied. You have saved my life. It is only fitting that I assist you in return, is it not? As brothers, should we even concern ourselves with such matters? Now, do hasten and present the treasure map. If it reveals the location of the golden holy spring, it would indeed be worth a visit. Jiang Feishue chuckled, rising on her toes to wrap her arms around Su Shire's neck, playfully patting his shoulder like brothers do. However, as she emanated a faint fragrance, Su Shire found himself at a loss as to whether to regard her as a brother or a sister, resulting in a peculiar sensation. He quickly regained his composure and unfurled the sheepskin map. The routes were distinctly marked, with the location of the golden holy spring indicated deep within a foul marsh in the Yunmings. A filthy pit. That old man surely harbors ill intentions. How could such a sacred entity reside in such a place? Jiang Feishue craned her neck to glance at the map, immediately reacting with a displeased pout. Chapter 78. The Gray-Clad Man in the Filthy Pit. Are you familiar with this place? Su Shire inquired eagerly. Jiang Feishue nodded. The Filthy Pit is a place of utmost darkness and malevolence in the Yunmengs. It is perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma and evil aura. Typically, when cultivators approach, they instinctively steer clear, fearing to venture deeper. So that is the case. I had my doubts, but now I find myself somewhat convinced. Su Shire squinted, speaking with a calm demeanor as his thoughts began to race. How so? Jiang Feishue was taken aback, staring at Su Shire in astonishment. Unable to comprehend how he had arrived at such a conclusion, Su Shire smiled gently and remarked, the scriptures state, purity emerges from filth, and light is born from darkness. The holy golden spirit spring, a sacred birthplace, thrives precisely in the most wretched conditions. As he spoke, a resolute determination formed within him. He understood full well that, given his innate spiritual roots and qualities, the path of arduous cultivation to enhance his prowess would be a protracted endeavor. A single bowl of the holy golden spirit spring could equate to a lifetime of relentless training. Such treasures are indeed rare in this world. Without a doubt, he recognized the treacherous nature of that filthy pit. If circumstances permitted, he would prefer to cultivate gradually and safely. However, the vendetta against his grandfather and the villagers awaited his reckoning, and the great elder's watchful gaze, along with Yi Lianchuan from Tianhua Peak, sought his demise. He truly had no alternatives. Failing to enhance his abilities swiftly would lead him to a dead end. Indeed, how could I have overlooked the principle that extremes lead to reversal? Brother Zhu, let us hasten and explore together. If we truly uncover the holy golden spirit spring, it would be a monumental fortune. A single bowl could elevate my cultivation by several levels. Then, I shall see who among my family dares to claim I lack diligence in my training. With that, Jiang Feishue's face lit up with excitement as she grasped Su Shire's arm and headed toward the market's exit. You wish to accompany me? That place is likely fraught with peril. If you trust me, I shall venture forth alone. Should I be fortunate enough to discover the holy golden spirit spring, I will surely bring back a share for you, Su Shire said, raising an eyebrow and addressing Jiang Feishue earnestly. Although the acquaintance with Jiang Feishue has been brief, he has already regarded her as a friend. With his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refining, he would be safer venturing alone. Bringing Jiang Feishue along would undoubtedly be akin to carrying extra burdens. Rest assured, Brother Zhu, I possess a treasure of utmost purity and vitality. I cannot speak for other places, but within the filthy pit, ensuring your safety will be no issue. Jiang Feishue glanced around, patted her chest, and assured Su Shire in a hushed tone. Very well. If that is the case, let us proceed. Upon hearing her words and recognizing her protective measures, Su Shire ceased to voice any further concerns. Taking a deep breath, the two of them hastened forward, side by side, swiftly traversing the path towards Yunmeng's. Meanwhile, within the market, an unscrupulous-looking old man with shifty eyes slipped into a secluded corner. Ensuring the surroundings were clear, he quickly donned a Taoist robe, transforming himself into a disheveled-looking priest. His cultivation also shifted from the 1st to the 2nd level of qi refining. His furtive gaze swept across the area before he clutched a sheepskin map and approached a young woman at the 5th level of qi refining in another corner. Fellow Taoist, I possess a treasure here. Would you be interested? To the north of Qianshan Market, a vast expanse of dense forest lies 100 miles away, perpetually shrouded in thick fog. This forest is rife with swamps and demonic beasts, alongside naturally growing spiritual mushrooms and other mineral resources. Consequently, many cultivators frequently venture into Yunmengs to collect various spiritual materials. Deep within Yunmengs, a vast basin is situated, perpetually enveloped in dark green mist, which is tainted with foul air, emanating a repugnant stench. Within the basin, a series of hills undulate gracefully, resembling a miniature landscape of mountains and rivers. This is the notorious and dreaded Foul Pit, a place that sends shivers down the spines of countless cultivators. On a narrow, winding path within this dismal location, 3 figures cloaked in gray robes, their forms shrouded by gray capes, huddled together. Surrounding them lay several corpses of recently deceased cultivators, scattered in disarray. One of the slightly plump gray-cloaked individuals remarked disdainfully, "These fellows are rather clever, attempting to take a shortcut." Another, lean and gaunt, replied with indifference, "What of it? They have merely hastened their demise. Enough talk. Let us quickly dispose of these bodies. Many plump sheep have arrived this time, by refining their souls. I shall finally forge my soul banner into a low-grade spiritual artifact." In the center, a short gray-cloaked figure expressed his impatience. The plump man immediately moved towards the corpses, But the lean one suddenly interjected, "Hold on, let me refine them into corpse puppets. When others come by, I guarantee they will not return." As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and expelled a grayish-green bead, akin to a broad bean in size. With a surge of true essence, the bead transformed into a swirling mist of eerie grayish-green, which began to seep into the nostrils of the corpses lying on the ground. "Goodness, you are using up all the precious corpse beads you painstakingly refined," exclaimed the plump, gray-cloaked man in surprise. The lean man merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "What is there to panic about? The bone abyss is replete with corpse energy. Once my brother's soul banner is completed, I can easily refine another corpse bead." "Indeed. Well done, number 3. Let us depart. The culmination of this grand endeavor has arrived." The diminutive monk nodded, offering a word of commendation before vanishing into the dense, viridescent fog. A portly and a gaunt figure, both clad in gray, exchanged glances and hastily followed suit. A day later, Su Shire and Jiang Feishue halted at the periphery of the vile pit, their gaze fixed upon the basin enshrouded in the murky, viridescent mist. Neither of them rushed to enter. In their view, groups of cultivators, numbering 3 to 5, braved the stench and ventured into the depths. Why are there so many people here?" Jiang Feishue was taken aback, then clenched her fists in indignation, revealing her small tiger teeth. That wretched old man. He was up to no good after all. He sold the map to so many people, utterly deceitful. If I ever encounter him again, I will pummel his dog head to oblivion. It matters not. With the ocular artifact, we are already at no loss. Should fortune favor us, and we discover the golden sacred spring, it would be an immense boon." Su Shire remarked calmly with a smile. He was not at all surprised by the situation. If it were only the two of them, he would have been more cautious. With so many cultivators present, he felt that it would be easier to make a getaway should any danger arise. "Yes, then let us hasten inside." Jiang Feishue nodded, rubbing her palms together in anticipation, and immediately took the lead, stepping into the vile pit. Su Shire followed closely behind, and the moment he entered, he felt a chilling, malevolent aura wash over him. The onslaught of this sinister energy caused his hair to stand on end, leaving him with a deeply unsettling sensation. "Brother Zhu, within this malevolent aura lies a considerable amount of murky and sinister energy, which, upon entering the body, taints the cultivator's true essence. You may unfurl the Yuan Yang umbrella, a treasure of utmost sunlight, as it serves as the nemesis to such foul energies." At the moment Jiang Feishue's voice echoed, Su 12 decisively produced the Yuan Yang umbrella. Infusing it with his true essence, the umbrella quivered slightly before expanding magnificently. A surge of Yuan Yang power enveloped both him and Jiang Feishue, and he immediately felt a lightness, as if a great weight had been lifted from him. "Brother Jiang, let us proceed." Just as he was about to delve deeper alongside Jiang Feishue, a series of footsteps resonated from behind. Instinctively, the two turned to look. A contingent of 20 individuals was hastily approaching. Clad in white robes, each member exhibited an imposing demeanor, exuding extraordinary presence. Leading them was a robust middle-aged man. His skin bronzed, his features sharply defined as if sculpted by a chisel. With thick brows and large eyes, his gaze was profound and austere, embodying the strength of a 9th-level chi refining cultivator, as formidable as a mountain. Upon entering the filthy pit, he casually tossed out a circular, crimson canopy. The canopy soared into the air, radiating a vibrant red light that enveloped the 20 individuals. What faction do these people belong to, possessing such an exquisite defensive treasure? Su 12's eyelids flickered with surprise. He instantly recognized the crimson canopy as a highly commendable defensive artifact, even if it were not a pseudo-spiritual item. It certainly ranked among the finest of magical implements. In comparison to his Yuan Yang umbrella, it was on par, if not slightly superior. Meanwhile, Jiang Feishue, upon seeing these individuals, shuddered slightly, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. In a flurry of motion, he reached out and tugged at Su Shire's arm, exclaiming urgently, "Brother Zhu, we must depart swiftly." With that, he grasped Su Shire's arm and ventured down a secluded, narrow path devoid of any onlookers. Behind them, a bronze-skinned middle-aged man had also taken note of their presence, his gaze fixating on Jiang Feishue's retreating figure, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. "Young master, do those two pose any trouble?" inquired a long-faced cultivator in his 50s, hastily approaching the man. "Nothing of concern. Is there still no news of Schwer?" The man responded, shaking his head before countering the question. The long-faced cultivator promptly replied, "According to the artisans at the market's weapon shop, Miss Schwer did indeed visit. A few days ago, she mentioned her intention to forge weapons and set out in search of materials, but she is yet to return. I have dispatched individuals to locate her." We should receive news in the coming days. Miss Shui is astute and resourceful. She will certainly be safe. Humph. When we find her this time, she shall face the consequences. The man nodded solemnly, then added, let us proceed. If we can indeed locate the golden sacred spring, we can expedite the enhancement of that young girl's abilities. With that, the man hurriedly led the group deeper into the treacherous pit. Su Shire chose not to speak further, trailing closely behind Jiang Feishui as they pressed onward. Once they had reached a deserted area, he squinted and turned to Jiang Feishui, inquiring, Brother Jiang, do you recognize those individuals from earlier? And no, I do not. They were simply numerous, and if we wish to uncover the treasure, we must seek a shortcut to arrive there ahead of the rest. Jiang Feishui replied, pulling her neck in nervously and shaking her head, yet her expression radiated confidence. Indeed. Su 12 nodded, refraining from further inquiries. However, he was acutely aware that Jiang Feishui must have some connection with these individuals. The two proceeded along the narrow, winding path. As they advanced, they stumbled upon several lifeless bodies strewn haphazardly across the road. Su 12 halted abruptly, his steps arrested. Oh, is that the corpse of a cultivator? Jiang Feishui exclaimed softly, also pausing in her tracks. It appeared that these individuals had perished some time ago. Su 12 narrowed his eyes, activating his heavenly eye technique to scrutinize the scene before him. Under the influence of this ability, he discerned that the corpses were imbued with an astonishing amount of dark attribute spiritual energy, causing his heart to race with alarm. His internal essence began to accumulate discreetly, prepared for a hasty retreat at any moment. How peculiar! In such a remote location, how could there be so many deceased? Moreover, there were no visible signs of injury on them. Jiang Feishui, her expression one of disbelief, advanced cautiously to investigate further. The bodies exuded no signs of life. Yet there were no apparent fatal wounds, which astonished her greatly. Resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance. Just as Jiang Feishui leaned closer to one of the corpses, Su 12 keenly observed a violent fluctuation of dark attribute spiritual energy within it. Not good. Be careful, Jiang. Su 12's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out. Jiang Feishui was taken aback, having no time to react. Suddenly, the corpses sprang to life, erupting with malevolent black energy from their mouths. The cadaver nearest to Jiang Feishui had its fingers contorted into claws, its nails gleaming with a macabre, viridescent light. With astonishing alacrity, it viciously raked Jiang Feishui's shoulder. Thud. A stifled cry escaped Jiang Feishui as her body convulsed. Her shoulder became a gruesome mess, marred by a bloody gash. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching shriek, draining the color from her face and causing beads of perspiration to accumulate on her brow. Not content with the single strike, the corpse bared its fangs and lunged for Jiang Feishui's delicate, alabaster neck. Damn it! Su 12's eyes flashed with anger. Employing the elusive shadowless phantom step, he swiftly appeared beside Jiang Feishui. Before the corpse could launch another assault, Su 12's silver sword flashed. A surge of sword energy sent the corpse flying. Simultaneously, Jiang Feishui's body went limp, and she began to fall. With quick reflexes, Su 12 steadied her, urgently inquiring, Brother Jiang, how do you feel? Before Jiang Feishui could respond, the corpse, seemingly unharmed, rebounded from the ground and darted towards Su 12. Its eyes glowed with an eerie azure light. Behind it, a dozen more corpses fixed their ghastly gaze upon Su 12. Roar! The corpses emitted guttural growls, revealing their fangs and extending their clawed hands. As they charged, a chilling wind swept through the area. Su 12's expression hardened as he keenly felt the increased drain on his true essence from the Yuan Yang umbrella. Brother Zhu, retreat. These are, their strength rivals that of high-level demonic beasts. You are no match for them. At that juncture, Jiang Feishui abruptly raised her head, feebly calling out to Su 12. With those words, her body went limp, collapsing entirely against Su 12, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 80. Jiang Feishui's feminine identity. Su 12's eyes twitched as he immediately noticed that the wound on her shoulder had turned a dark, putrid green, the flesh decaying to the point where bone was visible. This is bad. The attacks of these actually carry poison? He thought to himself. I must quickly find a place to dispel the poison for her. Su 12's expression shifted once more. With his strength, he was confident in his ability to exterminate these if he truly engaged them. However, with Jiang Feishui in this condition, he had no time to waste. He hoisted Jiang Feishui onto his back, unleashed another sword beam, and turned to flee with Jiang Feishui. Behind them, the dozen or so, catching the scent of blood, were driven into a frenzy. Each one erupted with malevolent energy, relentlessly pursuing them. The situation was critical, and Su 12 couldn't afford to discern directions. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he carried Jiang Feishui to a mountain hollow. spotting a cave within the hollow. He decisively rushed inside with Jiang Feishuo. The instant they entered, he flung out several talismans, shattering the earth and rocks at the cave entrance, temporarily sealing it off. Subsequently, he retrieved a fist-sized luminous pearl, illuminating the entire cave. The cave was clearly naturally formed, neither too large nor too small, sufficient for him and Jiang Feishuo to take refuge. The malevolent energy within the cave was particularly dense, but Su 12 was protected by the primordial Yang umbrella and was not afraid. He placed Jiang Feishuo in the very center, removing the mask from her face. At this moment, her complexion had turned from white to black, covered in poisonous fumes. Su 12 hastily administered an antidote pill to her. The detoxification elixir entered her body, its potency unfurling, merely serving to temporarily suppress the toxins within her, restoring her complexion to a semblance of normalcy. Fixated upon the decayed wound upon her shoulder, Su 12 grasped the healing pill, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The venom's potency was formidable in such a brief span. It had already begun to invade her heart and lungs. It was evident that the rotting wound must be treated before any healing could commence. Muttering softly to himself, Su 12 dared not squander a moment. He seized the fabric covering her wound and tore it asunder. In the next instant, a pristine white rabbit leaped into view, causing Su 12's heart to flutter. She was indeed a woman. Though he had anticipated this revelation, the confirmation sent a jolt of electricity coursing through him. As he lowered his gaze to Jiang Feishuo, her exquisite features, enchanting eyes, and pearly smile revealed a beauty that could rival the grace of a falling fish or a flying swan. For a brief moment, Su 12 was entranced, feeling a surge of warmth flood through him, a current that seemed to reach for the heavens. Jiang Feishuo's skin was alabaster and delicate, radiating a remarkable elasticity. Even an inadvertent touch felt like a feather, stirring his heart. Yet, he understood that to save a life was akin to extinguishing a blaze. This was not the time for distraction. Drawing a deep breath, he deftly wielded his silver sword. A sharp pang reverberated through Su 12, causing a subtle twitch at the corner of his lips, though his countenance remained largely unperturbed. After a quarter of an hour, a section of flesh had vanished from Jiang Feishuo's shoulder, nearly exposing the blackened bone beneath. Su 12, his heart aching at the sight, crushed an exquisite lesser resurrection pill, scattering the powder over the wound before carefully bandaging it. Subsequently, he gingerly pinched her cheeks and administered a detoxifying pill. With these actions completed, Su 12 exhaled deeply, settling into a meditative posture to recuperate. An hour later, Jiang Feishuo stirred with a soft moan, her delicate eyelashes fluttering as she awoke. Brother Zhu, where are we? Have we perished? It's all my fault. I've dragged you down with me. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Su 12, her eyes immediately welled with tears, her expression tinged with sorrow. Su 12's lips twitched slightly as he hastened to reassure her. Rest assured, we are unharmed. You were injured and poisoned, but I have already attended to it. Unharmed? That's wonderful. Wait, attended? Upon hearing the initial reassurance, joy flickered across Jiang Feishuo's face. However, her expression then stiffened. And disregarding the pain from her wound, she hastily glanced down. The wound on her shoulder had been bandaged, but upon noticing her exquisite figure draped in a clean azure robe, a blush crept onto her cheeks, suffusing her face all the way down to her neck. Brother Zhu, you saw everything? Jiang Feishuo murmured, her head bowed, barely audible above a whisper. The revelation of her gender was one matter, but to be seen in such a vulnerable state left her feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Please do not misunderstand me. I have no intention of causing offense. I merely wish to aid in your recovery. It is beyond my control. Su 12 hastily interjected, his thoughts inevitably drifting back to the alluring sight he had just witnessed. As a young man full of vigor, even with the strongest resolve, he could not remain unaffected by matters of intimacy, especially when faced with such a whimsical and breathtaking beauty. I understand. Actually, my name is Jiang Feishuo. She nodded, offering her name once more. Indeed. Su 12 responded with a gentle nod. Brother Zhu, could you please turn around? I would like to change my clothes first. Jiang Feishuo lowered her head, her voice soft and delicate. In such a situation, no matter how open-minded she might be, it was impossible for her to act as if nothing were amiss in front of Su 12. Of course. Su 12 quickly agreed, turning away to face the opposite direction. As he listened to the rustling sounds behind him, his heart raced with a mixture of excitement and anxiety, feeling parched and breathless. A slight flush crept onto his cheeks, but fortunately, the mask he wore concealed any signs of his embarrassment. All right, Brother Zhu, you may turn around now. Soon, her voice emerged from behind him. The moment he turned, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Jiang Feishue was now clad in his azure robe, but had restored her feminine appearance. Her hair, once tied back, now cascaded down like a flowing black waterfall behind her, adorned with 2 delicate white earrings. Her face was graced with a rosy hue reminiscent of the evening sky, rendering her exceptionally captivating. "Are you all right?" Observing Su Shire lost in thought, Jiang Feishue broke into a radiant smile, revealing 2 faint dimples. "No, I'm fine. How does your injury feel?" Su Shire hastily shook his head, regaining his composure. "Aside from some lingering pain at the wound, I am otherwise well. Brother Zhu, you have saved my life once again." Jiang Feishue responded with a warm smile. "We came together to assist one another. It is not a matter of saving each other." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Su Shire replied nonchalantly, "Since you are all right, let us prepare to depart." As he spoke, he tossed a talisman, which detonated the loose stones at the entrance. Dim light flooded in, revealing that the pursuing corpse cultivators had long since vanished. Just as Su Shire was about to lead Jiang Feishue away, suddenly, her ears perked up, and she spoke. "Wait. Do you hear the sound of water?" As she approached the cave's inner wall, she gently tapped it. Thud, thud. A hollow sound resonated. Empty. Su Shire was momentarily taken aback. Then he too perked up his ears, holding his breath in concentration. After focusing, he immediately discerned faint dripping sounds emanating from deeper within the cave. Could the golden sacred spring be behind this? Su Shire squinted, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Given the dense malevolent energy in this place, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Shall we break through this stone wall to investigate? Elated, Jiang Feishue swiftly changed the subject, her eyes gleaming with renewed fervor as she eagerly proposed. "Allow me to unveil what lies beyond." Su Shire nodded in agreement, gently drawing her back to shield her. "Step aside, let me breach the opening." With a flick of his wrist, he cast another talisman. Bang! The talisman ignited into a blazing inferno, sending fragments of earth and stone scattering across the cavern. A fissure, easily accommodating a person, materialized, releasing an overwhelming torrent of cadaverous miasma. "Beware. The miasma is remarkably potent, Judage. Hold your breath." Jiang Feishue's countenance shifted instantly as she swiftly cautioned, simultaneously ceasing to breathe. As she spoke, Su Shire had already taken the precaution of holding his breath. Shielding Jiang Feishue, he vigilantly observed the newly formed aperture, his senses on high alert. Fortunately, with the cavern's entrance now breached, the gushing miasma dissipated rapidly. Perceiving no immediate peril, Su Shire cautiously directed the beam of his luminous pearl into the depths. What he beheld was a vast subterranean chamber, densely packed with bones and skulls amassed into mountainous heaps. A viscous, putrid fluid trickled between the bones, lending an eerie ambience to the scene. Evidently, the sound of flowing water they had detected earlier was the sound of this cadaverous fluid. What manner of place is this? How could so many mortal remains be found here? The sheer quantity of corpses implies that at least 10,000 souls perished in this location. No wonder the Yin Qi is so concentrated. Su Shire's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and his scalp tingled with unease. It was not that he had never taken a life before, but the sheer magnitude of the accumulated corpses was appalling. With a sharp intake of breath, Jiang Feishue instinctively clutched the collar of Su Shire, her petite face etched with panic. What had transpired in this vile pit? Why were there corpses and the practice of corpse refinement again? The situation suggested the presence of a formidable, malevolent cultivator. "Brother Zhu, I believe we should retreat. This place feels ominous." As she spoke, Jiang Feishue's mind began to race with conjectures, pulling on Su Shire's arm, eager to flee. Though her curiosity was piqued, she valued her life above all. At that moment, Su Shire had already activated the heavenly eye technique, peering deeper into the abyss. His heart began to race with excitement upon this revelation. Wait, there is an abundance of pure yang spiritual energy within. His heart thudded uncontrollably. The golden sacred spring was a treasure of the utmost purity and radiance. Pure yang energy? Could it be that the golden sacred spring truly lies here? Let us venture forth quickly, Jiang Feishue urged, her fear momentarily forgotten. Su Shire nodded, cautiously guiding Jiang Feishue deeper into the vast cavern. Their feet crunched upon a ground littered with bones, producing eerie creaking sounds. Jiang Feishue clung almost entirely to Su Shire, her arms wrapped around one of his. As she felt the comforting embrace of his arm, her anxiousness began to dissipate. Soon, they arrived at the summit of the mountain of corpses, the very source of the emanating pure yang energy. However, what lay before them was not the golden sacred spring, but a pulsating, fist-sized flame of vivid red. The sight before them was not the golden sacred spring, and Su Shire furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, Jiang Feishue gasped in astonishment, Yunyang's spiritual fire. You are familiar with this? Su Shire turned to Jiang Feishue, who nodded eagerly. This is known as Yunyang's spiritual fire, a rare celestial flame. It can be used for crafting artifacts and alchemy, and can even be infused into magical tools to enhance their power. This fire is a nemesis to malevolent spirits and demons. Although it may not rival the golden sacred spring, it is still a precious and seldom seen treasure. Brother Zhu, quickly collect this spiritual fire, Jiang Feishue urged, her face alight with joy, as though the treasure were hers alone. Su Shire felt a stir of excitement, but refrained from acting, instead smiling at Jiang Feishue. In that case, why don't we each take half? In his heart, he had already come to regard Jiang Feishue as a friend, although he had saved her twice. Their relationship was one of mutual assistance. Her extensive knowledge had greatly enriched his own. Such information was invaluable to him. Furthermore, he believed that among friends, there should be no concern over trivial gains and losses. That won't do. If it weren't for Brother Zhu, I would have perished beneath those corpse-refining claws. Jiang Feishue shook her head vigorously. It cannot be said that way. We travel together, making us kin. Moreover, if you hadn't guided me down this path, we would never have encountered the Yunyang's spiritual fire. Su Shire smiled broadly. Kin? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Feishue's expression brightened unexpectedly, and with a hint of shyness. She nodded slightly, saying, very well. As she spoke, a bead the size of a walnut, adorned with numerous tiny holes, materialized in her hand. This bead radiated a potent essence of pure yang energy, and, under Jiang Feishue's guidance, began to hover gracefully in the air. A wave of pure yang power emanated from it, enveloping the entire Yuyang spirit fire. Subsequently, tendrils of flame surged forth, drawn into the bead by this force. After absorbing less than a third of the flames, Jiang Feishue retracted the bead. Having consumed the fire, the bead now emanated an even more resplendent crimson glow. Observing the treasure in her hand, a beaming smile adorned Jiang Feishue's face. She then turned to Su Shire with a cheerful demeanor and said, Brother Zhu, you can utilize the Yuan Yang umbrella to absorb this fire. The Yuan Yang treasure will yield even greater enhancements. Su Shire nodded, but chose not to employ the Yuan Yang umbrella. Instead, he retrieved the Yuan Yang ruler from the sword pouch at his back. Channeling his true essence into it, he mimicked Jiang Feishue's earlier action, drawing the flames into the Yuan Yang ruler. As he infused the spirit fire, the ruler trembled slightly in his grasp, shimmering with radiant golden light, exuding an immensely powerful aura. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye technique, he could distinctly perceive that the spiritual essence within the Yuan Yang ruler was steadily ascending, transforming it into a formidable spiritual artifact in no time. Is this advancing towards a pseudo-spiritual artifact? A look of delight emerged on Su Shire's face, brimming with joy. It was not merely progressing towards a pseudo-spiritual artifact. It had already reached the status of a rudimentary pseudo-spiritual artifact. Brother Zhu, I had no idea you possessed so many treasures. This Yuan Yang ruler is quite remarkable. Crafted from the finest materials, if one could locate the elusive Lioli gold for reforging, it is likely to transform into a low-grade spiritual weapon. However, Lioli gold is quite rare and would require considerable effort to procure. Jiang Feishue gazed in wonder at the Yuan Yang ruler. Chapter 82. Observing the battle from afar, Su 12 was already in high spirits, and upon hearing this, he became even more exhilarated, his heart racing uncontrollably. As for Jiang Feishue's final remark, he paid little heed to it, for he happened to know the whereabouts of a piece of Lioli gold. The female cultivator, surnamed Chu, who had sold him the talismans, had used a piece of Lioli gold to lure and slay other cultivators during the trials. Indeed, I shall make an effort to keep an eye out, he declared. This foul pit is capable of producing such pure yang spiritual fire. It seems there is a considerable likelihood of the presence of the golden sacred spring. Let us hurry. With this pseudo-spiritual weapon, we may be able to face any dangers that arise, Su 12 said with a smile, nodding in agreement. Emerging from the cave, the two did not squander any time. Following the route indicated on the map to continue their journey towards the location marked for the golden sacred spring. The terrain of this foul pit was uneven, and after considerable exertion, they finally arrived near a secluded valley. Their current position was the highest point, and peering down, they could see the valley strewn with scattered stones. Close to 1,000 figures, grouped in clusters, were engaged in various skirmishes. In the midst of the crowd, 3 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, a man and a woman, were embroiled in a battle. One of them, a tall and robust figure with a resolute countenance, was none other than the leader of the 20-person team that Su 12 and his companions had encountered upon entering the foul pit. 2 additional figures emerged. One donned a deep azure robe and wielded a dust whisk, a Taoist of approximately 50 years. The other was a woman in her 40s, modestly dressed, yet possessing striking beauty. The trio engaged in a fluid exchange of blows, their forms intertwining as they launched their assaults upon one another. Waves of astonishing energy erupted in succession, prompting other cultivators to retreat to a safe distance, wary of becoming unintended casualties. Beside them stood a towering boulder, roughly the height of a person. Atop this stone, a depression the size of a human head pulsated with a golden liquid. A rich essence of pure yang energy emanated from this liquid. Was that the golden sacred spring? Su 12's gaze fixated, her heartbeat quickening in realization. It was unmistakable, just as the legends had described. Yet, with so many eyes coveting the golden sacred spring, the task of seizing it would prove daunting. Jiang Feishue also felt a surge of excitement. However, she propped her chin on her hand, deep in contemplation. There was no need to rush. It was prudent to assess the situation first. If it proved unfeasible, they would have no choice but to abandon their pursuit. Su 12 shook her head and beckoned Jiang Feishue to crouch down from their elevated position. To their astonishment, even the renowned Qingyang Zhenren Lin Qingyang and the formidable Taoshou Xinggu Tao Ting had arrived. They were notorious figures within a 100-mile radius, and it seemed the prospect of success was dim indeed. Cursed be that insufferable old man, who sought to reap all the rewards for himself. How infuriating! Jiang Feishue pondered for a considerable time, but could not conceive a viable strategy. In her estimation, the combined prowess of herself and Su 12 failed to present even the slightest chance of victory. This realization left her feeling quite disheartened, prompting her to mutter under her breath, once again cursing that old man in her heart. Su Shire shook his head in disappointment, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the tumultuous scene in the valley. Deep down, he harbored little hope. Among the multitude of cultivators, there were even formidable experts at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Given his current strength, he had no chance of success. For him, taking risks was one thing, but courting death was entirely another. The three engaged in a fierce battle, their dazzling techniques and attacks swirling chaotically in the air. While they appeared formidable, each was holding back to some extent. With a thunderous crash, the three figures separated. The robust middle-aged man, with a stern expression, suddenly proposed. Lin Qingyang, Tao Ting, both of you are renowned Qi refinement masters. Continuing this way benefits none of us. Why not divide the golden sacred spirit spring into 3 portions, each taking one? I have no objections, replied the Taoist clad in deep blue, resting his dust whisk on his forearm as he turned to glance at the beautiful woman not far away. But I wonder what the esteemed Taoist friend, the fiery-handed fairy Tao, thinks? Since both of you have agreed, why bother asking me? Tao Ting squinted, pouting slightly as she spoke. In her eyes, a flash of brilliance flickered, her gaze swiftly sweeping over the Taoist named Lin Qingyang. Very well, let us move forward together and each take a share. The middle-aged man continued, oblivious to the subtle shift in the woman's demeanor. With that, the trio advanced toward the massive stone at the center. Observing this, the other cultivators around them shook their heads in despair, abandoning any flicker of hope. 3 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners had reached a consensus. There was no chance for them to prevail. On the high slope beside the valley, Su 12 observed the scene before him, squinting as he remarked, "That man is in for misfortune." Who? Jiang Feishue was taken aback by his words. The middle-aged man in white attire. The Taoist and that woman are clearly in cahoots, Su 12 stated with an air of indifference. Impossible. Taoist Qingyang and the Lady of the Fiery Hands are notoriously at odds in this region. They bicker fiercely whenever they meet, practically wishing each other dead. Jiang Feishue immediately interjected, her first instinct being disbelief. These 2 individuals were quite renowned around the Qinshan market, and as a well-informed person, she was well aware of their reputation. Su 12 merely smiled faintly, refraining from elaboration, as he continued to observe the unfolding events with narrowed eyes. Among those present, these 3 possessed the greatest strength. Should they engage in conflict to the point of mutual destruction, it would indeed be advantageous for him. Could it be that these 2 truly harbor ulterior motives? Jiang Feishue glanced sideways at Su 12, hesitating for a moment before placing her hand on her waist and gently rattling a small bell. The bell stirred, yet emitted no sound whatsoever. In the valley, the man in white paused momentarily, then feigned nonchalance as he approached the boulder alongside the other 2. Just as the trio reached for the golden sacred spring, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Kill. Taoist Qingyang and the Lady of the Fiery Hands suddenly narrowed their gazes, unleashing a torrent of formidable true essence. One wielded a whisk-like artifact while the other expelled a pink orb. The 2 assaults hurtled towards the man in white with astonishing swiftness. Seeking death. The man in white exclaimed in fury, letting slip a red circular canopy as he emitted a muffled grunt. The magnificent canopy radiated a resplendent crimson light, enveloping his form in protection. In an instant, the feather duster transformed into 3,000 long tendrils, striking the canopy alongside the delicate pink orbs. A tremendous roar erupted. The man clad in white staggered, retreating more than 10 paces. Even with prior preparation, confronting two opponents of equal prowess proved to be somewhat overwhelming. Young master. A short distance away, the more than 20 individuals accompanying the man in white turned pale, each drawing forth their magical artifacts. Their gazes fixated upon Taoist Qingyang and the ruthless fairy. The white-clad man steadied himself and hastily produced a black broadsword. Lin Qingyang. Tao Ting. I cannot believe you are in cahoots. Do you truly comprehend the repercussions of opposing our divine forging manner? Chapter 83. The mantis stalks the cicada with a cold stare fixed upon the two before him. The man in white summoned his true essence, causing his broadsword to radiate a brilliant and weighty light. Just as he was about to strike, a cloud of pink mist surged toward him. This mist infiltrated every pore, swiftly invading his meridians and assaulting his inner essence. Not good. It's poisonous, he exclaimed in alarm, hastily swallowing an antidote pill and commencing to channel his energy to resist it. His complexion darkened significantly in that moment. The duo's combined strength had already made it exceedingly challenging for him to contend, and now, being poisoned, his chances of victory had all but evaporated. The ruthless fairy let out a derisive laugh, disdainfully remarking, "Repercussions? Huh, young Master Jiang, you surely overestimate your divine forging manner. The two of us have already attained the 9th level of qi refinement. As long as we can refine this golden sacred spring, even without the foundation establishment pill, we will undoubtedly ascend to the foundation establishment stage. At that time, with the vastness of the world at our disposal, where could we not venture? Although your divine casting mountain manner possesses formidable strength, facing two foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously surely requires some careful consideration, does it not?" The lady of the fiery hands smirked coldly, clearly having prepared in advance. "Are you not afraid that Lin Qingyang might slay you and seize the treasures for himself?" The man in white narrowed his eyes and replied icily, "Is this an attempt to sow discord? Alas, you have miscalculated. The bond between me and my friend, he is not something you can fathom. It is impossible for your mere words to sway us." Taoist Qingyang retorted coolly, narrowing his eyes as he exchanged a knowing glance with the lady of the fiery hands, both slightly nodding at one another. They were, in truth, old friends. Yet the perilous nature of the cultivation world compelled them to feign enmity for survival, secretly aiding each other in eliminating numerous foes. Enough of this chatter. What purpose does it serve? We must quickly obtain the golden sacred spring and depart. I have an unsettling feeling about this place. The lady of the fiery hands pouted, urging Taoist Qingyang. With that, the two cautiously approached the massive rock, ever vigilant, preparing to extract the golden sacred spring within. Upon witnessing this, the man in white's expression darkened, growing increasingly grim. He realized that today, the golden sacred spring was likely beyond his reach. Very well. It seems I must seek out other rare materials. However, the recent stirring of the heart-linked bell, could it be that my sister is nearby? With a mere shift in thought, the man in white retreated to his comrade's side, subtly surveying the entire scene. Concurrently, as the venerable Qingyang Taoist and the formidable spicy fairy were in the midst of channeling their energies to seize the spiritual spring, a fresh twist unfolded within the arena. Swoosh, swoosh. Abruptly, two glimmers of cold light pierced through, as a portly and a gaunt figure, both clad in gray, materialized behind the duo. In the blink of an eye, each brandished a sharp blade, aiming directly for their unsuspecting target's posterior hearts. Despite their vigilance, Qingyang Taoist and Spicy Fairy were primarily focused on guarding against the man in white, never anticipating another assailant. Caught off guard, Qingyang Taoist was impaled by the blade, his body collapsing as he instantly perished. Spicy Fairy, however, possessed swifter reflexes. In a moment of life or death, she contorted her body, narrowly evading the full blow. Thwack! A flash of cold light severed one of her jade-like arms. An excruciating pain surged from her shoulder, rendering her complexion deathly pale. Yet, she knew this was no time for weakness. The moment she was wounded, she spun around, gathering her true essence, and spat out a pearlescent, rose-tinted orb. Poof! With a muffled sound, the orb plunged directly into the gaunt man's forehead, detonating with a resounding explosion, obliterating his head into fragments. Third brother, you vile wench. Almencio. Nearby, the portly man, having just finished off Qingyang Taoist, witnessed this scene and his eyes flared with rage. With a furious roar, he raised his blade, lunging towards Spicy Fairy. Spicy Fairy, aware of her injured state, dared not engage in a prolonged battle. With a gentle tap of her jade feet on the boulder, her body soared into the air, darting towards the man in white not far away. She was acutely aware that in such dire circumstances, the only chance for survival lay in drawing the attention of the malevolent forces, dragging the denizens of the divine casting manor into the fray. However, her optimistic musings clashed harshly with the brutal reality. Just as she leapt into the air, a streak of black arc descended like a meteor, leaving a long tail in its wake. In an instant, the ruthless sorceress had no time to evade and was pierced through the midsection by the arc, pinning her firmly to the ground. Agonizing pain surged through her, blurring her consciousness, and all she could see was a black banner. Atop the flagpole stood a diminutive figure cloaked in gray, squinting, with eyes glinting a chilling gaze. "Those who dare to slay my brother shall perish," the gray-clad figure bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura that utterly obliterated the ruthless sorceress. Everything transpired with alarming rapidity. In the blink of an eye, both Qingyang and the ruthless sorceress met their demise. This scene sent a shiver down Su 12's spine, who was concealed in the shadows. He silently admonished himself that the realm of cultivation remained a perilous world fraught with dangers at every turn, where one could never afford to let their guard down. The two gray-clad figures appeared formidable. He squinted and turned to glance at Jiang Feishue beside him, wary not to draw too much attention lest he alert them. One of the gray figures was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while the other was at the 8th level. Their strength was undeniable, and they exuded an aura reminiscent of a venomous scorpion. His instincts warned him that the earlier encounter in the cave filled with bones was inextricably linked to these two. Although uncertain, their appearance unmistakably suggested they were practitioners of dark arts. That banner seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen it before. Jiang Feishue furrowed her brow, her expression laden with gravity as she fell into contemplation. In the valley, the person clad in white cast a fleeting glance at the black flag planted in the ground, his countenance shifting dramatically, filled with trepidation. "This is the banner of 10,000 souls. Who is the crimson-eyed boy to you? Truly, they are individuals from the divine forging mountain manor, capable not only of recognizing my banner of 10,000 souls, but also knowing my name," the gray-clad figure exclaimed, abruptly discarding his cloak to reveal a youthful visage adorned with silvery hair and fiery red eyes. "Cursed be it, everyone retreat quickly." The white-clad man uttered a muffled groan, gritting his teeth as he immediately urged the others to withdraw. Witnessing the white-clad man's reaction, the surrounding cultivators were left in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Some among them, seemingly recalling something, turned pale, their expressions stiffening as they hastily retreated. "The crimson-eyed boy? This individual appears to carry significant weight." On the hillside, Su Shire crouched in the shadows, murmuring softly as he turned to Jiang Feishue. He knew little about this person. Yet the reaction of the white-clad man hinted at something extraordinary. Moments ago, he had contemplated the prospect of benefiting from the conflict between the clam and the heron. But now it was evident that this was beyond his involvement. At this juncture, he was already inclined to leave. First, there was Taoist Qingyang and the fiery-handed fairy. And now these gray-robed figures. It was nothing short of a celestial battle. Who knows what further dangers might lurk ahead? No matter how precious the golden sacred spring may be, he dared not entertain any extravagant thoughts. However, when his gaze fell upon Jiang Feishue, he noticed her pallid complexion. Fixated on the white-clad man, her eyes shimmering with concern. The man in white also bears the surname Jiang. Could it be that they are related? Su 12's mind raced with thoughts. Realizing that his current position would not be affected for the time being, he hesitated to depart, silently retracting his Yuan-Yang umbrella while continuing to observe the unfolding events below. Chapter 84. The Might of the 10,000 Souls Banner. It appears you are aware of what I intend to do. Is it not rather too late to consider fleeing now? The crimson-eyed youth's face contorted with malice, his voice rasping and jarring. Having meticulously orchestrated this gathering, he would never allow them to leave in such a dejected manner. Mid-sentence, he abruptly shifted his form and landed beside the 10,000 Souls banner. With his feet planted in the blood-soaked earth, he grasped the flagpole, channeling all his vital essence into a powerful throw. Whoosh! The 10,000 Souls banner soared into the air, unleashing a tempest. In an instant, the entire valley was engulfed by a chilling wind, sweeping through the scene. Amidst the gales, phantoms of countless souls emerged. What manner of artifact is this? Why are there so many vengeful spirits? How many lives have perished? No, stop. At that moment, the entire valley was shrouded in an ominous wind. Tens of thousands of vengeful spirits roamed within, shrieking, howling, and clawing at the assembled cultivators. In the blink of an eye, The valley transformed into a hellish nightmare. Cries of agony echoed incessantly as figures collapsed one after another. Faced with the tidal wave of vengeful spirits, most cultivators found themselves utterly powerless to retaliate. Everyone, gather here. We must all exert our strength to sustain this fire cloud shield. If we can break free from this valley, there lies a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we shall all perish. The man in white, disregarding his internal injuries, decisively shouted. Following his command, he and those behind him channeled their true essence into the fire cloud barrier. The crimson canopy, empowered by their energy, spun vigorously, emitting a strikingly brilliant red light that countered the malevolent aura and vengeful spirits. Under the protection of the radiant glow, the group hastily surged towards the outskirts of the mountain hollow. Accompanied by the man's commanding voice, nearby cultivators rushed to join him, collectively urging the fire cloud barrier into action. In a brief moment, nearly 1,000 cultivators had dwindled to fewer than 100. The survivors rallied around the man in white, desperately striving to sustain the barrier's operation. All understood that this was their sole hope. Truly, the craftsmanship of the divine forging mountain banner was remarkable. Regrettably, my soul banner is merely a step away from becoming a spiritual artifact. I shall not allow your escape. The red-eyed youth emitted a chilling laugh, swiftly forming seals with his hands. A mark of true essence soared into the soul banner. Suddenly, the soul banner trembled violently, its brilliance intensifying as a dense, dark, malevolent energy erupted forth. This sinister force resembled a long serpent, violently crashing against the fire cloud barrier. With a thunderous boom, the entire barrier quaked violently, its light dimming instantly. Nearly half of the cultivators shielded by the red glow had their true essence drained in an instant, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground. Soon after, countless malevolent spirits surged forth, engulfing them like a relentless tide. Though the remaining cultivators narrowly escaped death, they were left in a state of utter panic, drenched in cold sweat. In the midst of the crowd, the man in white gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Before the fiery cloud shield could be breached, he abruptly disgorged a mouthful of vital essence onto it. The fiery cloud shield flared with renewed intensity, barely repelling the encroaching black mist. However, the white-robed man, already weakened by poison and injury, exacerbated his condition, his complexion paling as he teetered on the verge of collapse. A white-haired elder beside him, fixated on the crimson-eyed child, immediately exclaimed, "Crimson-eyed child, dare you harm our young master? The divine forging manor will never forgive you. You old codger, do you presume to threaten me?" The crimson-eyed child retorted, "No matter how formidable the divine forging manor may be, what can they do? At worst, I shall slay you all and depart from this azure mountain range." The crimson-eyed child's gaze turned frigid as he once more formed hand seals. As soon as the words left his lips, a needle of condensed energy shot through the air, piercing the fiery cloud shield and lodging itself in the white-haired elder's brow. The white-haired elder's eyes widened in death, and before he could utter another word, he fell lifelessly to the ground. "Uncle Zhao, crimson-eyed child, you are damned." A resolute glint flashed in the white-robed man's eyes. Overcome with fury, he disregarded his own injuries, raised his broadsword, and allowed the aura around him to become violent and chaotic. Blood streamed from his orifices, yet his power continued to surge uncontrollably. The formidable aura that emanated from him silenced the entire hollow in an instant. The crimson-eyed child's gaze also turned grave as he braced himself. A soul-retaining sword strike? This is ill-advised. Only a foundation establishment cultivator can unleash such a strike. Brother, you mustn't. Upon witnessing this scene from the hillside, Zhang Feishua's expression underwent a drastic transformation. With an exclamation of alarm, he was about to rush into the hollow. A soul-retaining sword strike? A sword technique that only a foundation establishment stage cultivator can unleash? Su Shire could not help but sigh, acknowledging the formidable prowess of the core disciples from these great powers, who were capable of wielding such tactics. His astonishment was fleeting. Upon witnessing Zhang Feishua's reckless demeanor, he was quick to act, grasping her firmly. "Do not act impulsively. With your current strength, descending would be tantamount to courting death. Your elder brother would certainly not wish for you to take such risks. We must retreat at once," Su Shire urged, resolutely pulling Zhang Feishua away. He had no intention of engaging in combat. Setting aside the immense power of the red-eyed youth, the Wanhun banner alone possessed formidable might. With his own cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, his chances of victory were negligible. Zhang Feishua was his friend, and saving her was his obligation. As for the others, he felt no particular connection. He did not consider himself a cold-hearted individual. Had he been sufficiently powerful, he could have effortlessly rescued that man in white with but a flick of his finger. For Jiang Feishua's sake, he would have gladly taken action. Yet, the reality was starkly different. He was acutely aware of the burdens he bore and the imperative to safeguard his own well-being. Moreover, there was a portly figure in gray nearby, further complicating matters. At the thought of the gray-clad man, Su Shire cast a swift glance around, his pupils narrowing in alarm. It dawned on him that amidst the chaos, the gray figure had vanished. This was ominous. A shiver ran through him, and he became fully alert. In that moment, an unsettling premonition gripped his heart, though he maintained an outward facade of ease, betraying no hint of his inner turmoil. Yet, I cannot. Jiang Feishua struggled against Su Shire's grip, preparing to break free. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a chilling voice echoed ominously. "Tisase, I never expected that two little ones were hiding here. You truly know how to conceal yourselves. Regrettably, such limited prowess has led one to seek treasures like a fool." The portly figure clad in gray had stealthily approached the two, wielding a sharp blade, his eyes glinting with a malevolent gleam. What do you intend to do?" Jiang Feishua turned around, her heart leaping to her throat in sheer terror. "What am I to do? Naturally, I shall send you two to the netherworld." He sneered. "Ah, you little girl are quite the sight. It would be delightful to have you as a furnace for my alchemy." The gray-clad man, emboldened, gazed at Jiang Feishua with wicked intent, his eyes glimmering with lustful desire as he fixated on her exquisite features and graceful form, making an unsettling slurping sound. Chapter 85. In once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you dare to harbor such delusions. I am a member of the divine forging manor. If you lay a finger on me, my father will not let you go unpunished. Jiang Feishua gritted her teeth, clutching the Yuanyang pearl tightly, her body trembling in fear. "Brother Zhu, we must retreat," she whispered urgently to Su Shire, instinctively grasping his hand as they began to back away. Su Shire narrowed his eyes, feigning terror and refraining from revealing his true capabilities, while secretly accumulating his true essence within. What of the divine forging manor? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to come today, he could not save you too. Today, I shall claim your essence before your beloved and then dispose of him." The portly figure clad in gray glared menacingly, tearing away his cloak to reveal an ugly, bloated face adorned with a cruel, mocking grin as he advanced step by step towards Su Shire and Jiang Feishua. You shall perish," Jiang Feishua cried out, trembling with fear, as she desperately channeled her internal energy into the Yuanyang pearl, hurling it with all her might at the menacing figure before her. The energy within the Yuanyang pearl surged, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual power that surged towards the gray-clad brute. Just in time. Truly, you are indeed from the divine casting manor, as you wield a top-tier artifact right from the outset. Alas, is this feeble assault merely intended to tickle me? The portly man laughed heartily, dismissing the attack with a wave of his hand as he effortlessly seized the Yuanyang pearl. Although the Yuanyang pearl and the Yunyang's spiritual fire possessed an innate counter to his malevolent nature, Jiang Feishua's inadequate strength rendered her incapable of unleashing even a fraction of their true power. "Little beauty, if you possess any other treasures, do unveil them swiftly. If not, I shall demonstrate my own treasures to you." The rotund man twisted his neck, cracking his knuckles, and continued his charge towards Jiang Feishua, completely disregarding Su Shire, who stood by. Enraged by his vile taunts, Jiang Feishua felt her face flush with anger, tears streaming down her cheeks in despair. Just then, Su Shire, who had remained silent until now, suddenly flickered, disappearing from sight. Brother Zhu, be cautious. You are not him." Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Feishua hurriedly exclaimed a warning, but before her words could fully escape her lips, her eyes widened in horror. "What?" The rotund figure in gray felt a tremor in his heart, sensing that something was amiss. Yet, his attention remained fixated on Jiang Feishua, and despite his quick reflexes, he was a moment too late in the face of Su 12's full-force strike. All he caught was a fleeting glimmer of silver. How could you possibly be at the 7th level of chi refinement? He barely managed to emit a cry of astonishment before a crimson line encircled his neck. In an instant, his world turned upside down, and he beheld his own body standing motionless, yet devoid of a head. In those final moments, an infinite sense of regret enveloped his heart. Had it not been for his infatuation with beauty, he would have struck the moment he laid eyes on her. In that case, even if he were not a match for his opponent, he would not have met such a tragic fate. Alas, before the specter of death, no amount of remorse could alter his fate. Witnessing the gray-clad man's head severed by Su 12's sword, Jiang Feishua stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a large duck egg. "Brother Zhu, you are indeed a chi refiner at the 7th level? Indeed, one must tread carefully when traversing the world. I beg your understanding, Su 12 replied with an air of calm, nodding slightly as he adeptly collected the storage pouch from the rotund man. He then conjured a fireball spell to incinerate the remains. Grasping Jiang Feishua's arm, he urged her to leave. Given the perilous circumstances, we must depart from here at once. No, I cannot leave. My brother is still here. I cannot bear to watch him perish. Brother Zhu, I implore you, please save my elder brother. Jiang Feishua urgently shook her head and pleaded with Su Shire. Su Shire's expression darkened, and he did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the valley. At that moment, the battle in the valley was nearing its end. A man in white stood leaning on his sword, blood flowing continuously from his mouth, his aura disordered and weak. Behind him stood fewer than 10 cultivators, each one utterly exhausted and on the brink of despair. In stark contrast, the crimson-eyed boy bore several sword wounds as well, his momentum significantly diminished compared to the beginning. Yet, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of satisfaction. The people from the divine forging manor were indeed formidable. With the strength of a chi refining practitioner, they could invoke sword techniques that only foundation establishment cultivators could master. However, alas, the old man would ultimately have the last laugh. Once I refine your souls, the soul-collecting banner shall ascend to the status of a spiritual weapon. Haraha. The crimson-eyed boy laughed heartily, his eyes betraying an eager delight. He felt a flicker of secret elation in his heart. He had covertly lured the cultivators to their demise. But he had not anticipated that 3 ninth-layer chi refining practitioners would come, one of whom was the young master of the divine forging manor. Their capabilities were not to be underestimated. Had it not been for the treacherous terrain of this filthy pit, it would have been uncertain who would emerge victorious. Nonetheless, this situation provided him with greater assurance in refining the soul-collecting banner into a spiritual weapon. The souls of ninth-layer chi refining practitioners were bound to be far more pure and powerful. With a wave of his hand, he grasped the soul-collecting banner and shook it vigorously. A chilling wind rose abruptly as countless vengeful spirits and malevolent apparitions loomed in the air, fixating on the man in white and the remaining cultivators. Elder brother. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Feishua's pupils dilated in horror, her face etched with profound sorrow. In an instant, she turned and fell to her knees before Su 12 with a thud. Jiang sister, what are you doing? Su 12 hurriedly supported her. With a voice laced with anguish, Jiang Feishua pleaded, that red-eyed boy has been gravely injured. Given Brother Zhu's strength, it would be no trouble for him to rescue my elder brother. Brother Zhu, I am aware that this request places you in peril. But he is my only elder brother. She understood all too well that, with her own capabilities, she would only meet her demise if she ventured forth. At this critical juncture, her sole hope rested with Su 12. Su 12 narrowed his eyes, refraining from an immediate agreement. Even if the red-eyed boy was wounded, he did not dare to claim he possessed the means to surpass him. He was not a mere child who would recklessly endanger himself based on a few words. Observing Su 12's hesitation, Jiang Feishue bit her lip and pressed on. As long as Brother Zhu aids me in rescuing my elder brother from this day forth, I shall be yours. Jiang brother, there is no need for further words. I shall assist you in rescuing him. Su 12 interjected abruptly, cutting off her plea. With that, he swiftly retrieved the Yuanyang pearl and handed it back to Jiang Feishua, cautioning her, you must remain hidden and silent. Immediately after, he leaped forward, propelled by the wind towards the valley. He fully understood the anguish of losing a loved one. In his heart, he had already regarded Jiang Feishua as a friend and did not wish for her to endure the same heart-wrenching loss. Certainly, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that by eliminating this individual, one can acquire the extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth, the golden sacred spirit spring, which enhances one's cultivation. Previously, he seemed the most hopeless of all. However, the circumstances have now changed. The current crimson-eyed youth possesses only 50% of his former strength. Even against a cultivator at the 9th level of chi refinement, he believes he still stands a chance. Such an opportunity is truly rare and invaluable. Jiang Feishua merely hopes he will act to save others, yet his own desires extend far beyond that. Chapter 86. The flames of spirit ignite the demons, a desperate struggle. With thoughts racing, before Su 12 could arrive, he had already cast the Yuanyang umbrella ahead of him. Simultaneously, he grasped his sword in one hand while the other held a dozen or so high-quality talismans procured from the market. A streak of orange light flashed, descending before the vengeful spirits could devour the man in white, safeguarding those present. Zzz. A sound akin to electric currents crackled through the air. Upon contact with the Yuanyang umbrella, the vengeful spirits displayed expressions of excruciating agony. This umbrella is a superior magical artifact. Although it may fall slightly short compared to the man in white fire cloud shield, it excels in its absolute rigidity and yang properties, proving particularly effective against these malevolent entities. Who dares? Observing his attack thwarted, the crimson-eyed youth's expression shifted once more as he swiftly turned to face the direction from which the Yuan-Yang umbrella had come. Upon turning, he beheld a figure clad in azure, wielding a silver flying sword aimed directly at him. Humph! A mere 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator dares to confront me, seeking death. Upon discerning the intruder's cultivation level, the crimson-eyed youth felt a surge of confidence. He formed hand seals, causing a wave of dark energy to surge around him, coalescing into a long serpent that lunged fiercely towards Su 12. With the sword in hand, Su Shire felt the surge of true energy within him, directing the blade towards the encroaching dark energy. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, crack. In an instant, under the assault of the malevolent force, the shimmering silver sword shattered into fragments. Su Shire's heart sank, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly summoned the ice shield and activated the bloodlight barrier. Crash! The dark energy collided violently with the ice shield, leaving it riddled with cracks before dissipating. Su Shire felt a pang of regret, having just engaged in battle. He had already lost 2 precious artifacts, a significant blow to his resources. Yet, in the heat of the conflict, regrets were futile, and he could not afford to dwell on his losses. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a dozen prepared talismans, which transformed into a flock of fiery crows, each spewing flames as they dove towards his opponent. The crimson-eyed boy remained unfazed, clearly having anticipated this move. With a swift motion, he brandished the soul-gathering banner, summoning an even more tumultuous wind of dark energy that scattered the aerial assault entirely. Humph! You possess quite a few tricks, young one, but alas, you are still inexperienced before me. As the crimson-eyed boy spoke, 7 glimmers of cold light manifested before him. He had not expected Su Shire to be so treacherous, launching 3 waves of attacks in quick succession. Caught off guard, he could only watch helplessly as 7 soul-piercing nails shot towards his chest. Cling! Cling, cling. A series of sparks erupted as the nails were deflected. Su Shire's pupils contracted as he realized that his opponent was clad in defensive armor. Recognizing his miscalculation, he wasted no time and swiftly retreated on the winds. Was it too late to escape now? You, my good fellow, may lack in cultivation, yet possess numerous cunning tricks. Alas, such trifling skills dare to display themselves before me. I am eager to see what further tactics you have at your disposal. The crimson-eyed youth's lips curled into a faint smirk, imbued with subtle derision. A chill coursed down Su 12's spine, awakening an ominous premonition. He turned sharply, only to behold countless vengeful spirits wailing, surging towards him like a relentless tide. Before him, the crimson-eyed youth was once again forming seals and chanting incantations, conjuring an astonishing force. Cursed be it, I have fallen into the machinations of this old wretch. Su 12's lips twitched as he swiftly grasped the situation. He was plotting against his opponent, who was equally ensnaring him. These ancient beings, indeed, are as cunning as foxes. Taking a deep breath, he dared not exhibit any carelessness. With a wave of his hand, the Yuan-Yang ruler materialized in his grasp. As he infused his true essence into it, a brilliant orange light erupted, manifesting as a protective barrier around Su 12. Upon sensing the aura exuding from the Yuan-Yang ruler, the surrounding vengeful spirits momentarily halted, revealing their palpable trepidation. What? A pseudo-spiritual artifact of the Yuan-Yang treasure? Humph! You possess quite an array of treasures, young one. It is exceedingly rare for an ordinary cultivator to acquire even a single artifact, yet you possess so many. Moreover, you have 2 Yuan-Yang treasures. Today, I shall not allow you to escape. Charge forth. In this accursed pit, where the yin prevails and the yang wanes, what does it matter if you possess Yuan-Yang treasures? The crimson-eyed youth's gaze bore into Su 12, his heart quivering, as a palpable killing intent flickered in his eyes. Su 12's skillful strikes and his collection of treasures filled the youth with profound apprehension. In possession of a pseudo-legendary artifact of the Yuan-Yang, he was at a distinct advantage against such wicked adversaries. He could not allow such a foe to flourish unchecked. As he spoke, the crimson-eyed boy executed a spell, intoning an incantation. With the resonance of his voice, the previously timid, vengeful spirits surged forth, emboldened as if invigorated by some elixir, charging towards Su 12. The Yuan-Yang's orange radiance enveloped Su 12, causing those malevolent spirits to perish upon approach, yet they exhibited no fear. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of these wretched beings had vanished. The protective aura emanating from the Yuan-Yang showed no signs of waning. In fact, it intensified. Within the Yuan-Yang, A vibrant cloud of yang spirit fire danced joyously, expanding from the size of 2/3 of a fist to that of an entire fist. This unexpected turn of events left Su-12 taken aback. What? This yang spirit fire can utilize these vengeful spirits as fuel to gradually grow stronger? Su-12 was secretly astonished, yet he felt no joy in his heart. Under different circumstances, this would indeed be a fortuitous occurrence for him. However, at present, the amplified yang spirit fire demanded an even greater expenditure of his true essence. In that moment, Su-12 couldn't help but inwardly lament his predicament. Not far away, the crimson-eyed boy was equally startled by this sudden spectacle. What? Is that truly the supreme yang fire? Who is this boy? And how does he possess such an array of treasures? The crimson-eyed boy murmured to himself, beginning to suspect that this individual might be a scion of some powerful faction. With such wealth of artifacts, even he felt somewhat outmatched. Regardless of your origin, the die is cast. You shall not escape with your life. I shall observe whether you can maintain control as this spirit fire burgeons. At worst, I shall endure the loss of these malevolent spirits and seek elsewhere to refine souls. With a suppressed groan, the crimson-eyed boy's gaze was venomous, discerning Su Shire's predicament at a glance. With a sneer, the speed of his incantation accelerated. City. Countless wronged souls and malevolent spirits plunged into the sea of fire. In an instant, the cloud yang spirit fire swelled to the size of a sandbag. The flames danced wildly, on the verge of breaking free from Su Shire's grasp. To sustain the Yuan Yang ruler and the cloud yang spirit fire, Su Shire's inner essence had been depleted by more than half in a short span. This will not do. This is not a viable course of action. Should the spirit fire spiral out of control, even if he were not slain by this old monster, he would be drained or incinerated by the very flames. Su Shire's brow furrowed, his heart filled with silent lamentation. At this juncture, he could already perceive the scorching temperature emanating from the spirit fire. While the cloud yang spirit fire possessed a restraining effect on evil spirits and demons, it was, at its core, fire, capable of inflicting harm on others and objects alike. Taking a deep breath, Su Shire knew he could not afford to remain idle and await his doom. Steel in his heart, he forcefully urged his inner essence, flung his hand, and cast the Yuan Yang ruler into the air. Chapter 87. The stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, whoosh. The Yuan Yang ruler hovered in the air, its orange glow intensified, obliterating all wronged souls and malevolent spirits within a radius of several feet. Immediately, the Yuan Yang ruler spun swiftly, ejecting a Yuan Yang golden blossom, aimed directly at the crimson-eyed boy. The Yuan Yang golden blossom, now fused with the cloud yang spirit fire, possessed an astonishing potency. Wherever he goes, the malevolent spirits in the air are swiftly vanquished. Such a bold youth. Are you prepared to fight with all your might? Unfortunately, old man, I shall not grant you that opportunity. The crimson-eyed boy smirks coldly, forming hand seals as he recites an incantation. Beside him, the wandering soul's banner surges forth, emanating a dark radiance that clashes with the primordial yang golden flower in the air. This wandering soul's banner is a pseudo-spiritual artifact, and Su-12's primordial yang ruler is also of the same ilk. Both are of equal rank, yet the wandering soul's banner quivers, evidently straining under pressure. Nevertheless, even in its weakened state, overcoming it would not be an easy feat. The crimson-eyed boy remains undaunted, a faint smile gracing his lips. In stark contrast, Su-12 is drenched in sweat, his lips pale, and his body trembles slightly. This is a clear indication that his true essence is waning. He practices the small Zhou Tian Qi refinement technique, and his true essence is considerably more robust than that of ordinary cultivators, yet it cannot withstand such depletion indefinitely. Young man, your true essence surpasses what I had anticipated. Alas, judging by your current state, you may only endure for 10 more breaths at most. To dare pluck fur from a tiger's back, one must be prepared for death. As the crimson-eyed boy speaks, he exerts his energy, unleashing a torrent of true essence from his mouth. He is cautious in his actions, unwilling to squander even 10 breaths of time unnecessarily. He intends to exhaust his true essence to eliminate his opponent on the spot. What a cunning old wretch. Su-12's pupils constrict, feeling an overwhelming pressure, as if he is being drained of vitality. Yet in his eyes, a flicker of resolute determination shines through. Humph. Who will meet their demise remains uncertain. With a muffled grunt, Su-12 raised his hand, and a flash of white cold light shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, aimed directly at the red-eyed youth. Another concealed weapon? This same trick. Do you believe it will still prove effective? The red-eyed youth scoffed, confident in his soft armor for protection, feeling no fear. Yet, his cautious nature compelled him to remain vigilant. He quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a surge of sinister energy erupted from the ground, enveloping him in thick black fog. Humph, even if you possess another primordial sun treasure, I what? An evil weapon. The red-eyed youth, brimming with confidence, had barely uttered half his thought when he witnessed the cold light piercing through the black fog, embedding itself in his heart. His soft armor, a fine-grade magical artifact, crumbled before the cold light as if it were mere paper. A piercing pain surged through his mind, causing his aura to spiral into chaos. Looking down at the blood-soaked wound on his chest, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? You actually possess an evil weapon of the highest grade. He relied on his soft armor for defense, which typically rendered ordinary magical artifacts ineffective. Coupled with the defensive fog formed from sinister energy, it would be nearly impossible for both primordial sun treasures and ordinary artifacts to breach. Such dual defenses could withstand even the assaults of cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement. Yet, no matter how he calculated, he never anticipated Su-12's final strike would be an evil weapon of supreme quality. After all, Su-12's previous attacks had all employed various primordial sun treasures. Such a class of evil weapon could not be forged by anyone but the most elite of malevolent cultivators. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the red-eyed youth's mind raced, flooded with confusion and astonishment, tinged with a hint of regret. He had been sufficiently cautious, and had he exercised even greater prudence, he might have avoided such a fate. However, Su-12 showed no inclination to respond. The power of the bone spike was formidable, yet it was, after all, a wicked weapon. Acting rashly could lead to unforeseen consequences. From the very beginning, he had engaged the opponent using various ordinary artifacts and the primordial yang treasures. Even the 7 soul-piercing nails were merely venomous, concealed weapons. This was all in preparation for the final strike. To prevent the adversary from seeing through his intentions, he even enveloped the surface of the bone spike with a layer of cloud yang spirit fire, which could inflict irremediable damage on the artifact. Seeing his ambush succeed, Su-12 wasted no time and forcefully injected the last trace of true essence into the primordial yang ruler. The ruler trembled slightly, and the aura of the primordial yang flower in the air surged by threefold. The 10,000 souls banner, now devoid of support, trembled violently and fell to the ground. In the valley, countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts instantaneously transformed into a chilling wind, returning to the 10,000 souls banner. With a sudden burst, the primordial yang flower descended upon the crimson-eyed youth. A swirling mass of black-green flames erupted. The crimson-eyed youth let out a heart-wrenching scream, writhing in agony. Yet, it was of no avail. His entire body, steeped in wicked power, was akin to an oil barrel meeting flame. In a matter of moments, the crimson-eyed youth was utterly consumed, reduced to ashes that scattered across the heavens and earth. On the ground, only a storage bag and a dark red soft armor remained. Su-12 employed his telekinesis to swiftly gather the items into his hands. He then approached the massive stone and promptly collected the golden sacred spirit spring from its surface. With the golden sacred spirit spring in hand, he let out a profound sigh of relief. Suppressing the excitement within, he retracted the Yuan Yang umbrella to shield himself and then settled onto the ground in a meditative posture. He swiftly consumed several elixirs, focusing on his recovery. At this moment, his true essence was severely depleted. Without a prompt restoration, he would be ill-prepared to confront any further danger. On the hillside, Jiang Feishuez stared in astonishment. Rendered speechless, her intention had merely been to have Su-12 rescue her elder brother, yet she never anticipated that he would directly slay the crimson-eyed youth. Her brother Zhu. Was he truly that formidable? With wide, glistening eyes, Jiang Feishue quickly regained her senses and hurried towards the valley. In the valley, the white-clad man and others were equally taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the brazen crimson-eyed youth, who wielded the wand of 10,000 souls and had just slaughtered nearly 1,000 cultivators upon his arrival, had been vanquished in such a manner. The one who had slain him was merely a 7th-tier chi refinement cultivator. Gazing at Su-12, the white-clad man's expression grew increasingly grave. Struggling to swallow a handful of elixirs, he endeavored to mend his injuries. To him, it was evident that this individual was akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, while he himself was the unsuspecting sparrow. Once Su-12 completed his recuperation, the fates of those present remained uncertain. Unfortunately, despite his desperate attempts to harness his vitality, his meridians were severely damaged, rendering the elixirs utterly ineffective. At that moment, a figure emerged within his line of sight, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. "Little sister? Big brother, how are you feeling?" Jiang Feishue rushed to the side of the white-clad man, her concern evident in her voice. The man in white smiled wryly and shook his head before saying, "You arrived just in time. Please help me leave." Otherwise, once this person finishes his meditation, it will become quite a troublesome matter. My dear brother, you need not worry. This is my friend, Zhu Hanwei, a wandering cultivator I specifically invited to assist you. Jiang Feishua beamed, revealing two delightful dimples. How did you come to know each other? The man in white nodded gently, his gaze sweeping over Su Shire, filled with profound meaning, yet his mind harbored a different thought. Assist us? Surely he intends to wait until we are locked in a fierce battle with the crimson-eyed boy before making his move. This fellow possesses a formidable cunning. Snower is wonderful in every regard, yet she is far too trusting of others. Chapter 88. An Inaccessible Existence? Jiang Feishue remained oblivious to her brother's thoughts. Seeing him in such a state of apparent injury, she quickly retrieved the Yuanyang pearl and summoned a small cluster of Yuanyang spirit fire. Upon witnessing the spirit fire, the man in white was greatly astonished. As a refiner, he was well acquainted with the heavenly spirit fires. Yuanyang spirit fire? You possess it as well. My brother, do not dwell on that. Quickly refine this spirit fire to restore your injuries, Jiang Feishua urged promptly. The man in white ceased further discussion, nodded, and inhaled deeply, drawing the spirit fire into his mouth. He was the strongest refiner among the younger generation of the divine casting manner, cultivating the most formidable top-tier technique, the fiery weapon forging method. This technique harnesses fire to attain the Tao, forming within him the most suitable spirit flame for refining weapons, the divine casting flame. The heavenly spirit fire was, for him, a tremendous boon. The ethereal fire of Yuanyang, instead of inflicting harm upon him, transformed into delicate strands that permeated his limbs and bones, swiftly mending his internal injuries under the enhancement of spiritual energy. After an hour, flickers of flame subtly glimmered in the eyes of the man clad in white as he rose from the ground. At this moment, his wounds had healed somewhat. And with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, he had acquired a modicum of self-defense capability. Once upright, the man in white cast a glance at the desolate boulder before advancing towards Su 12 with his sword drawn. Young man, surrender the golden sacred spring. Su 12, in the midst of recuperating, furrowed his brow and promptly grasped the Yuanyang. He was not the least bit surprised by the other's actions. However, should it come to a confrontation, he harbored no fear. The hour spent in meditation had significantly replenished his true essence. Brother, what are you doing? Jiang Feishue exclaimed in astonishment, hastily stepping forward to obstruct the man in white. That golden sacred spring was discovered by us first. The man in white replied indifferently. Had it been any other treasure, I would not have cared. However, the golden sacred spring is different. Wealth stirs the hearts of men, and for cultivators, any item that enhances one's power possesses immense allure. What do you mean you discovered it first? My brother Zhu and I also purchased a map, specifically to seek the golden sacred spring. Do not forget, had it not been for brother Zhu's timely intervention to save you, you and the others would have perished long ago. Jiang Feishue retorted loudly, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Save you? His motives were merely for the treasure. There is no need to speak so grandiloquently, the man in white replied coolly, his expression one of indifference. You are utterly unreasonable. Jiang Feiyun, regardless of your thoughts, if you wish to lay a hand on brother Zhu, you must first tread over my corpse. Jiang Feishue spread her arms wide, shielding Su Shire behind her, and called out the name of the man in white with a resounding voice. Had I known, I would not have given you the Yuanyang spirit fire. It was a gift from brother Zhu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feiyun halted, narrowing his eyes as a grave expression settled upon his face. He did not cease his advance because of Jiang Feishue's words, but instead felt a faint undercurrent of threat emanating from Su Shire. Furthermore, Su Shire remained composed, meditating calmly, which only heightened Jiang Feiyun's suspicion that this individual likely possessed hidden capabilities. His own injuries were merely suppressed. If a confrontation were to arise, victory was far from assured. Thoughts raced through his mind, and with a muffled groan, Jiang Feiyun sheathed his broadsword. Very well, I shall not engage him. You will return with me now. No, you should return with your own people. Brother Zhu saved you, and you failed to show gratitude. I am not as heartless as you. Jiang Feishue shook her head, her immediate response one of refusal. Jiang Feishue, your unreasonable antics must have their limits. Your unauthorized outings have already displeased Father immensely. If he were to learn that you are mingling with this unknown rogue cultivator, do you comprehend the consequences? Jiang Feiyun said coldly, hands clasped behind his back. I. Jiang Feishue trembled, lowering her head, resembling a wilted eggplant, utterly dejected. In her eyes, a flicker of fear passed by. In the realm of cultivation, rogue cultivators often had murky backgrounds, many of whom were of inferior talent. Nature does not resemble the sects or families where alliances foster greater access to resources. Consequently, the majority of solitary cultivators, in their quest for cultivation resources, often engage in fierce, life-and-death struggles. Their actions tend to be impulsive and frequently devoid of moral boundaries. Such a group is naturally disdained by those possessing substantial influence, particularly the more powerful factions. The Divine Forge Manor, one of the three great powers in the Tsongshan mountain range, upholds strict rules and a rigorous code of conduct. Humph. Noticing that Jiang Feishui remained silent, Jiang Feiyun let out a dissatisfied grunt, turning his gaze towards Su Shire, who was meditating in quietude, his expression particularly unfriendly. Young man, if you possess any self-awareness, it would be wise to cease your pursuit of Shuer. She hails from the Divine Forge Manor. Her status is exalted. You are fundamentally from different worlds. In this realm, some individuals are destined to remain beyond your reach. Jiang Feishui's demeanor only intensified his belief in the influence of the person before him. Thus, he held an unfavorable impression of Su Shire. Brother, you are being unreasonable. Jiang Feishui exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Jiang Feiyun. However, before she could finish her protest, Jiang Feiyun seized her and strode away. The other cultivators in the valley glanced at Su Shire, shaking their heads, and hurriedly followed suit. In an instant, the entire valley was left with Su Shire alone. Is there truly anyone in this world born inherently superior to others? Su Shire opened his eyes and offered a nonchalant smile. His resolve was unwavering, and his vision for the future was exceptionally clear. Jiang Feiyun's words would have no impact on him whatsoever. Jin Xing Lingquan has been secured, and it is prudent to refrain from lingering here, for others may soon arrive. The time has come to seek a suitable location to commence my cultivation. Murmuring softly, Su 12 wasted no time. He swiftly gathered the scattered storage bags from the ground and leapt into the air, making his way quickly out of the foul pit. With nearly 1,000 cultivators perished here, there were at least 100 storage bags to collect. Even if each contained but a single item, it would still amount to a considerable fortune. Su 12, ever meticulous, would not let such an opportunity slip by. A day later, Su 12 arrived at a desolate mountain within the Yunmings, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was notably abundant. Armed with the white mist sword, he swiftly carved out a cave, sealing the entrance behind him. Sitting cross-legged within this refuge, he refrained from immediate cultivation and instead began to inventory his belongings. This battle had been the most perilous of his entire cultivation journey. The silver light sword lay shattered, the ice shield was breached, and both the soul-breaking nail and the bone spike had suffered significant damage. Moreover, his true essence had been severely depleted, inflicting considerable harm to his foundation. A moment's lapse during the confrontation could have cost him his life. Even now, reflecting upon it sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, the thought of his gains brought a faint smile to his face. The mere handful of Jinsheng Lingquan was worth all his losses combined. The first items he scrutinized were those belonging to the fallen scattered cultivators. Among the nearly 1,000 cultivators, only a scant few possessed magical artifacts. The majority relied on spells and talismans for their assaults. Chapter 89, Treasure Acquired. In the realm of cultivation, Su 12 could only uncover a mere collection of several low-grade magical artifacts, alongside an assortment of diverse materials, talismans, and elixirs. After meticulously categorizing and organizing these resources, he emptied one storage pouch and placed it within another. Typically, in the world of cultivation, spatial artifacts cannot be endlessly nested. Only by vacating space can they be treated as ordinary artifacts to be stored within other spatial tools. Upon completing this task, Su 12 proceeded to examine the storage pouch belonging to the rotund figure clad in gray. Within this pouch, he discovered materials and elixirs of evidently superior grade. Notably, there was a blade in the figure's possession. This weapon, with its rustic and unadorned appearance, defied categorization as either a knife or a sword. Measuring no more than 2 feet, it emanated a subdued brilliance and was entirely obsidian in hue. Inscribed upon the hilt were the characters for Hate Iron. Such a distinctive name. The quality of this weapon was commendable, although classified as a top-grade artifact. It imparted an impression of being on par with even the finest of artifacts. With his silver-glinting sword shattered, this blade could serve as a temporary means of defense. Speaking softly to himself, Su 12 sheathed the blade in his back scabbard, alongside the Yuan Yang. He then proceeded to inventory the storage pouch belonging to the red-eyed child. From this pouch, he unearthed 2 additional top-grade artifacts, a whisk and 5 pink beads. These were indeed treasures belonging to the Qingyang Taoist and the fierce-handed fairy. While the whisk's utility was uncertain, the pink beads held great potential for ambush. Upon detonation, they would release toxic powder, an excellent asset for overcoming adversaries. It is no wonder that records suggest that robbery and arson yield the swiftest fortune. Su-12 gazed at the treasures with a fervent desire, his spirits buoyed instantly. He then picked up the exquisite crimson soft armor, a superior defensive artifact that adorned the body of the red-eyed boy. It felt surprisingly light in his hands, yet it radiated an aura of magical energy, indicative of its formidable protective capabilities. Alas, the area over the heart was pierced by a skeletal spike, surely diminishing its efficacy. Nevertheless, when paired with the bloodlight shield, it would serve him adequately. With this thought in mind, Su-12 nodded in agreement, dismissing any reservations, and donned the soft armor as a lining beneath his garments. In the realm of cultivation, the ruthless acquisition of treasures often involved the spoils of the deceased. As long as it ensured his survival, he bore no qualms about the means employed. Next, his gaze shifted to the banner of 10,000 souls. It was a modest flag, no taller than a foot. Upon grasping it, he sensed an immense weight, as if it bore the heft of 1,000 pounds. The flagpole emanated a chilling aura, imbued with malevolence, fury, and resentment. Instantly, Su-12 felt an overwhelming agitation, and the animosity towards the cloaked figure surged within him like a tidal wave. This was perilous. Realizing the danger, he swiftly retrieved the Yuan-Yang ruler. As the clouds of Yang spirit fire flickered to life, the banner of 10,000 souls trembled slightly, finally settling down. Su-12 exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped suffocation. Lowering his gaze upon the banner, his eyes gleamed with fervor. No wonder the red-eyed boy had expended such effort to forge this banner using the souls of countless cultivators. The potent spiritual essence contained within was but a step away from being a true spiritual instrument. However, its sinister nature was undeniable. The influence of the bone sword wielded by the bone man upon the human heart is eclipsed by this. In the future, one must exercise utmost caution when employing it. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could invite the peril of backlash. With this thought in mind, Su-12 was reluctant to maintain excessive contact with the banner of 10,000 souls. With a flick of his hand, he secured it within his storage ring. After safely stowing the treasure, Su-12 began to meticulously categorize and organize the resources within the storage bag of the crimson-eyed boy. The crimson-eyed boy, being the most formidable, possessed a wealth of resources in his bag, far surpassing the combined total of nearly 1,000 cultivators, whether in spiritual materials or elixirs. How many souls did that old fiend actually refine? The sheer volume of resources is truly terrifying. Fortunately, all of this has come into my possession. Suddenly, Su-12 furrowed his brow, his expression turning peculiar. Within the storage bag, he discovered something strikingly familiar, a gray leaf identical to that found in the storage bag of the bone man. Could it be that this individual has some connection to the bone man? Grasping the leaf in his hand, he squinted, engaging in quiet speculation. Next, he deftly activated his heavenly eye technique, focusing intently on the gray leaf before him. A myriad of tiny characters emerged upon the leaf's surface. The first half contained the bloodthirsty devouring demon sutra, while the latter half revealed entirely different content. Inscribed upon this gray leaf from the crimson-eyed boy's storage bag were the methods for the refinement and manipulation of the banner of 10,000 souls. The process of crafting this banner is exceedingly sinister, requiring the third vertebrae of 999 infants, each less than 100 days old, along with the scalp of their crown to serve as materials for the flagpole and the banner itself. Once the soul banner is refined, it can only be regarded as an ordinary object, yet it requires the essence of living beings with cultivated spirits for continuous sacrificial refinement. Within the soul banner, the greater the number of spiritual essences, the stronger their life force. Consequently, the grade of the soul banner is elevated, and its power becomes increasingly formidable. After absorbing this information, even Su-12, with his steadfast nature, was left pale as snow, momentarily rendered speechless. The process of refining the soul banner seemed exceedingly cruel. Is it truly necessary to sacrifice 999 infants, each less than 100 days old, along with thousands of refined spirits, to create a spiritual artifact? Moreover, a minimum of 3 banners is required to form the most potent soul array. This is not merely a spiritual tool, it is, in essence, a demonic device. It is no wonder that upon merely touching the soul banner, I was nearly ensnared by its malevolent aura and vengeful thoughts, teetering on the brink of losing myself. Su-12's heart raced uncontrollably, and for a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to obliterate the soul banner. However, this thought was but a brief flicker. He understood that such an action would be utterly futile. The spiritual essences were imprisoned within the soul banner. Destroying it would merely cause them to dissipate, robbing them of even the chance to reincarnate. No, my current strength is insufficient, The soul banner is but a step away from becoming a true spiritual artifact. Its immense power could, at the right moment, be a lifesaver. Furthermore, it is the practitioners who are at fault for creating such a nefarious device, not the artifact itself. Yet, the plight of those spiritual essences held captive by the soul banner is indeed lamentable. It is said that within the realm of cultivation, there exists a type of practitioner known as the Buddhist cultivator, who attains enlightenment through Buddhism and is adept in the art of salvation. If there comes a day when I have the chance to meet again, I shall seek out the method of transcending for these ethereal souls. Su-12's thoughts turned rapidly. Upon reaching this conclusion, clarity washed over him, and his entire being felt remarkably light. Yet, he understood well that the appearance of two nearly identical gray leaves was no mere coincidence. Such insidious tactics could very likely indicate that someone was covertly stirring trouble. However, this was of no concern to him. Chapter 90. Consuming the golden sacred spirit spring. Ambush. Taking a deep breath, Su-12 retrieved the corpse of the fire cloud python, meticulously extracting its flesh and leaving only the skeletal remains. Subsequently, he buried the skeletal remains along with other materials in accordance with the recorded technique of sword forging. The white bone sword forged from the fire cloud python's bones would undoubtedly be, at least, a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Such an opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. Fortunately, the crafting of the white bone sword required only periodic ritualistic offerings using a special seal, which did not conflict with his forthcoming training plans. Su-12 murmured to himself, and after tidying up his tasks and calming his mind, he finally took out his greatest acquisition from this expedition, the golden sacred spirit spring. This precious spring was contained within a blue-green bowl, holding exactly the right amount of water, 2 bowls worth. The spring water resembled a golden liquid, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to reflect sunlight in shimmering waves. The inherent spiritual energy within it, pulsating with each breath, enveloped Su-12 in a sensation of refreshing clarity, uplifting his spirit. Indeed, the golden sacred spirit spring was extraordinary. Even its aroma had already begun to stir the depths of his cultivation. Su-12 sighed in wonder, his heart racing with excitement, unable to conceal his exhilaration. The quantity of 2 bowls of water symbolizes 2 cycles of arduous cultivation. Suppressing his excitement, Su-12 hesitated no longer. He dared not squander the opportunity and swiftly consumed the entirety of the golden sacred spring. As the elixir coursed through him, he felt a gentle force permeate his heart and lungs, flowing into the elixir sea of his dantian. Once this energy entered his dantian, it surged forth like a mighty river. The overwhelming and astonishing energy imbued Su-12 with an unprecedented sense of strength. However, this power eluded his control, continuously transforming into his own cultivation at an exceedingly gradual pace. Such remarkable energy, merely this natural transmutation, had already equaled the effects he experienced while consuming chi-gathering pills. It appeared that if he devoted himself completely to refining this energy, his cultivation would undoubtedly skyrocket. Sensing his progress visibly accelerating, Su-12 felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. He murmured softly to himself and then focused intently, exerting all his efforts to refine the energy. Meanwhile, within the secluded courtyard at the summit of Tianshu Peak in the Cloud Song sect, the Grand Elder gazed at a silver-eyed hawk descending from the heavens, his brow furrowing deeply and his expression darkening considerably. Damn it, the tracking mark I left has vanished. Has he discovered it? Or has that silver light sword been destroyed? The silver-eyed hawk had followed for so long without witnessing that young man utilize the celestial furnace. Was he unaware of its function, or did he truly not possess it? Clenching his fists in frustration, the Grand Elder seethed with indignation. Upon discovering Su-12, his immediate instinct was to capture him and interrogate him about the whereabouts of the celestial furnace. Upon reflection, considering the situation in Little Stone Village, one cannot help but worry that Su-12 may exhibit an unwavering resolve unto death. When it comes to torment, he possesses myriad methods at his disposal. However formidable his tactics may be, there inevitably exist lips that cannot be pried open, for there is no soul-searching technique as the legends suggest. Moreover, at that time, Su-12 had just submitted a substantial volume of materials, basking in the limelight. Should one act recklessly, it could arouse the attention of the sect master of Yungu sect and the various peak masters, potentially leaking the existence of the heavenly furnace, which would yield disastrous consequences. The sect master and peak masters of Yungu sect, having founded the sect and nurtured its growth, are all astute individuals. Furthermore, he has another mission within Yungu sect, and revealing his identity is out of the question. Thus, he resolved to observe discreetly. However, to his utter dismay, after half a year of observation, not only did he fail to witness Su-12 utilizing the heavenly furnace, but he also lost track of him entirely. This left him infuriated. The Yuan Yang and the Silver Light sword were treasures of considerable value to him. Had it not been for the intent to lure the snake from its burrow, he would never have bestowed them upon Su 12. Alas, for the time being, he had no choice but to allow the silver-eyed hawk to continue its search along the route. He also needed to devise another method to provide an account to the esteemed master. With a sigh, the Grand Elder casually tossed out a spirit pill. The silver-eyed hawk seized the spirit pill in its beak and immediately soared into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. Time flows unceasingly in the mountains, and the chill of winter does not reveal the passage of years. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have elapsed since Su 12 ventured into Yunming Marsh. The bustling marketplace of Qianshan is alive with a constant ebb and flow of people. The news of the golden sacred spirit spring, located in the foul pit, being extracted has long since spread far and wide. Upon learning this news, many cultivators expressed their frustration and envy, lamenting their missed opportunities. Each believed that had they entered the filthy pit, they would undoubtedly have emerged as the one to acquire the treasures. Yet, the true number of cultivators who perished within that wretched pit remains a mystery to all. On this day, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a blue robe, with a sallow complexion and a mere 5th level of chi refinement, mingled among the crowd as he entered the market. After perusing the stalls, he exchanged numerous spiritual materials for a considerable quantity of elixirs and talismans before hastily departing. Upon leaving the market, the middle-aged cultivator set forth on a journey southward, making his way toward the Yungu sect. This man was Su 12, who had recently returned from secluded cultivation in the Yunming Marsh. After 2 years of arduous training, Su 12 had finally fully refined the golden sacred spirit spring. Moreover, he had consumed nearly all the elixirs that could enhance his cultivation. The resources he utilized would suffice for an ordinary cultivator to endure 200 years of relentless effort, potentially allowing a disciple of decent aptitude to establish their foundation, or at the very least, reach the threshold of foundation establishment. Yet, his cultivation had only increased by 3 levels, from the 7th to the 10th level of chi refinement. Although he had refined a fire spirit pearl, the enhancement to his spiritual roots was minimal, and his originally mixed spiritual root remained unchanged. Moreover, with the alteration to the minor Zhou Tian Qi refinement technique, advancing through the levels of Qi refinement now required an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy, at least several times more than what other cultivators needed. Thus, to elevate his cultivation by 3 levels with such ample resources was no small feat given my current level of cultivation. Should I encounter Yi Liangchuan and his associates again, I could effortlessly dispatch them with a single strike. In his heart, Su 12 pondered quietly, feeling little sense of loss. Instead, he quickened his pace, hastening toward the direction of the Yungu sect. His urgency to return was not merely due to the enigmatic alchemical furnace, but primarily because of the 5-element spirit orbs housed within the treasure pavilion. If he could not enhance his spiritual root aptitude, reaching the final 2 levels of the chi refining stage would seem an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, before his departure, he had entrusted Zhu Hanwei to discreetly investigate the matter concerning the figure in black, so he was eager to ascertain the situation upon his return. Thoughts raced through Su 12's mind like lightning, and in 2 days, he found himself near the Yungu sect. However, before he could arrive, 3 figures suddenly appeared, encircling him in a triangular formation. One of them, clad in a crimson robe, with hawk-like eyes and a prominent nose, was Yu Liangchuan, a talented disciple from Tianhua Peak. Another, with a square face and dressed in blue, was Lu Tao, also from Tianhua Peak. The third, a round-faced figure in black, portly in build, was Zhang Ruiyang, who had been involved in the scheme to ambush Su 12 2 years prior. "Brothers, what is the meaning of this?" Su 12 inquired, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. At that moment, his face was concealed by a magical artifact, and coupled with his breath-concealing technique, he should have been unrecognizable. Nevertheless, regardless of whether they recognized him or not, he felt the surging energy within him, prepared to strike at any moment. Lu Tao, the blue-clad disciple, scoffed derisively. "You really think that by changing your appearance, you can deceive our discerning eyes? How naive. Indeed, you've shown remarkable patience, allowing us to wait for you for over 2 years." Zhang Ruiyang, the round-faced fat man, chimed in with a cold chuckle. Su 12's brows slightly twitched, and he immediately noticed that the round-faced plump man was holding a small, snow-white mouse demon beast. The creature's beady eyes darted around, squeaking excitedly at him. Chapter 91. Is it going to be eradicated just like that? Damn it. So this mouse demon beast has seen through the disguise? Su 12 let out a muffled grunt, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the 3 individuals. At that moment, Yi Liangchuan exuded a profound aura, clearly indicating a significant advancement in his cultivation. The energies of the three present fluctuated rhythmically. No, something is amiss with these individuals. A sense of foreboding washed over Su-12 as he raised the blade of hatred in his hand, channeling a surge of vital energy into it. Buzz. Immediately, the blade of hatred blazed with brilliance, shooting forth as a streak of dark light towards Yi Liangchuan. Having ascended to the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage, not only had Su-12's internal essence surged, but his spirit also underwent a qualitative transformation. Although he had yet to develop a conscious awareness, he had subtly grazed the threshold of such a state. With the essence activated and combined with the technique of object manipulation, he was now capable of controlling the magical artifact to move within a radius of 10 feet around him. The 9th level of Qi refinement. You, young man, are indeed fortunate to elevate your cultivation to the 9th level in a mere 2 years. Yi Liangchuan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise glimmering in his eyes. In the realm of cultivation, the universally acknowledged pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage is the 9th level. He remained unaware that Su-12 practiced an ancient Qi refinement technique, which should rightfully place him at the 10th level. With a muffled grunt, Yi Liangchuan displayed no hint of fear. Instead, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, emanating a sense of mockery. Beside him, the square-faced Lu Tao in a blue robe scoffed disdainfully and exclaimed, "What of being at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Brother Yi, you are now but a step away from foundation establishment. Coupled with the triad formation of heaven and earth, this lad today stands no chance of escape." Upon finishing his words, the three simultaneously launched their attacks. 3 swords of varying shapes hovered before them, spinning rapidly, before hurtling towards Su-12. Long before the blades reached him, the air became thick with intertwining spiritual energy, manifesting into intricate formation seals. Su-12 suddenly felt an invisible force enveloping him, akin to being mired in quicksand. Bang! In an instant, a flash of red light surged forth. Yi Liangchuan's fire cloud sword was the first to collide with Su-12's formidable blade. Sparks erupted in the air as the 2 swords, empowered by their wielder's true essence, found themselves locked in a stalemate. Despite his significant increase in strength, Su-12 dared not underestimate Yi Liangchuan. He could distinctly sense that this individual had greatly enhanced his prowess since 2 years prior. The pressure emanating from the blade alone left him astounded. At that moment, the attacks from the other 2 also approached. 2 beams of sword light, one green and one white, shimmered with a sharp, chilling brilliance. The speed of these 2 strikes took Su-12 by surprise. Such rapid assaults. It seems these fellows have indeed improved considerably over the past 2 years. Su-12's eyelids flickered, a surge of alarm washing over him. Had he retained his strength from 2 years ago, he would have undoubtedly faced death under such an onslaught. Yet now, his abilities had transformed drastically. At the 10th level of Qi refinement, he stood a full realm above Yi Liangchuan, not to mention the other 2. Perfect. It shall serve as an opportunity to test the mettle of my current strength. With a sudden shift in thought, Su-12's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Before the 2 attacks could reach him, a surge of profound, true essence erupted, instantly shattering the restraints of the formation that bound him. Behind him, the Yuan Yang soared into the air with a swift motion. A fierce wind, centered around Su-12, swept outwards in all directions. As soon as the Yuan Yang made its appearance, it unleashed a blossom of Yuan Yang golden flowers alongside a swirl of Yuan Yang spirit fire, targeting the round-faced rotund man and the square-faced cultivator in blue. What is this? This is bad. As they sensed the formidable spiritual power approaching, both men paled in horror. Without a moment's hesitation, they summoned their defensive artifacts, casting forth a flurry of over 10 defensive talismans. The talismans transformed into streams of light, coalescing into various protective shields. Utilizing such an abundance of defensive talismans was particularly painful for the 2, as resources were not easily acquired. Yet, in the face of imminent peril, their concern for their resources quickly faded. However, against Su-12's assault, these defenses crumbled as if made of paper. The Yuan Yang spirit fire and Yuan Yang golden flowers advanced relentlessly, striking the 2 with overwhelming force. Ugh! The round-faced man and the square-faced cultivator barely had time to let out a scream before they were consumed by the flames, turning to ashes. How is this possible? Witnessing this, Yi Liangchuan, who was engaged in a contest of artifacts with Su-12, felt his eyelids twitch violently. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Without a moment's hesitation, he infused his fire cloud sword with a surge of true essence. He then decisively turned and fled, racing swiftly towards the sect. Damn it! How has this guy become so powerful? Is his strength truly at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Yi Liangchuan was utterly terrified. His heart suddenly inundated with countless perplexing thoughts. What? Have they been eliminated just like that? Witnessing the demise of the two individuals, Su-12 also felt a profound astonishment. He had thought that, given their strength, they should have been able to withstand a little longer. Fixing his gaze on Yi Liangchuan's retreating figure, Su-12 squinted, his form flickering as he approached the confrontation between the iron blade of hatred and the fiery red flying sword, his palm brimming with true essence. He seized the fire cloud sword, while simultaneously striking down upon the iron blade of hatred. Whoosh! The iron blade soared forth once more, hurtling towards Yi Liangchuan at an even swifter pace. This is bad. As Yi Liangchuan fled for his life, a chill crept up his back, and he inwardly lamented the dire situation. Hastily, he retrieved two pale blue, first-grade talismans. The talismans shimmered with a radiant glow, unmistakably of exceptional quality. Upon activation, they transformed into two azure protective barriers, enveloping Yi Liangchuan securely. Bang! The iron blade of hatred struck the azure barrier, shattering only one layer, while the other merely bore a single crack. Feeling a powerful force surging through his defenses, Yi Liangchuan was not dismayed but rather elated, channeling his true essence to accelerate his speed further. In that moment, he feared not injury, but rather the possibility of not fleeing swiftly enough. As long as he could reach the Yungu sect, he had no fear of anyone. The sect had rules. No one dared to act recklessly or commit murder openly within its confines. Yi Liangchuan sprinted with great haste, his true essence depleting rapidly, as he activated one talisman after another. At this moment, he was racing against death itself. Behind Yi Liangchuan, Su Shire squinted his eyes and, with a flick of his hand, conjured two fireballs to incinerate the bodies of the round-faced fat man and the square-faced blue-clad cultivator, then pursued with utmost determination. Following Yi Liangchuan, he bore both fresh grievances and old grudges, unwilling to let his adversary escape. In the span of a mere incense stick, the indistinct silhouette of the Yungu sect materialized before Yi Liangchuan. From a distance, he maintained his speed, yet felt a subtle relief within. However, in the next breath, his pupils constricted as he beheld an unexpected figure before him, his eyes widening in disbelief, and he came to an abrupt halt. Su Shire, his eyes narrowed and face as cold as frost, wielded a blade that radiated a chilling, sinister glimmer. He donned cloud-treading boots and possessed the elusive footwork of mundane martial arts, moving through the air with a speed that surpassed Yi Liangchuan's. In terms of the quantity and quality of talismans, he was equally formidable. Chapter 92. The Invitation of Xiao Yu. Brother Yi, you have meticulously sought me out. How is it that upon finding me, you choose to flee? What reasoning lies behind this? Su Shire's lips curled upward as he advanced step by step towards Yi Liangchuan. You, what is your true origin? How can it be that your strength has surged so rapidly? Yi Liangchuan's eyes widened in shock, the arrogance he once exuded having vanished entirely. In this moment, he retreated repeatedly, appearing exceedingly disheveled. As he spoke, he concealed his hand behind him, grasping a brilliant azure orb that shimmered with a smooth luster. Within the orb, faint flashes of lightning flickered, harboring an astonishing destructive power. His gaze remained fixed upon Su Shire's approach, refraining from making any hasty moves. This was his last hope for a comeback, so he had to ensure that everything was foolproof. Do you think I would answer your question? You'd better think carefully about what kind of death you want. Su-12's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Is that so? It doesn't matter if you don't answer. Then just die. Seeing Su-12 approach within 10 feet of him, a determined look flashed across Yi Liangchuan's eyes, and he was about to throw the bead in his hand. Puff. But before he could finish his words, a ray of black light streaked across the sky, splitting his body in two. Yi Liangchuan's eyes widened, and he only felt the world being torn apart in his vision, but he couldn't say another word. Su-12 remained calm. He casually tossed out two balls of fire, skillfully destroying the corpse and erasing all traces, and his face showed no trace of joy or anger. His goal was clear, to kill his enemies from beginning to end, and he would never waste time torturing them. All those words were just to prevent the other party from having any tricks up their sleeve, and to make the other party relax their vigilance. Caution was the most valuable experience that life had given him since he began cultivating. After picking up Yi Liangchuan's storage bag, he didn't waste any more time. He took off the human skin artifact from his face and carefully continued on his way to Yungu sect. The place where he killed Yi Liangchuan and the others was too close to the sect, so he had to be extremely careful. If this matter were discovered, it would be a huge trouble. After entering the sect, Su-12 went straight to Mount Luofu. Along the way, he also saw many new faces. They were all children around the age of 10, some holding books and reading earnestly, and others playing and frolicking. The number of individuals present now far exceeds that of the time when he first embarked on this path. This realization stirred a profound sense of nostalgia within Su 12. As he recalled his own youthful days, unbeknownst to him, he had traversed the journey of cultivation for 8 long years. Su 12 murmured to himself, an overwhelming sense of solitude and bitterness welling up from the depths of his heart. Reflecting on the path of life, he felt a tumult of emotions. In this vast universe, he found himself utterly alone. The grandfather who once chased after him, calling him a little rascal and urging him to study, had vanished. Those companions with whom he had climbed mountains and waded rivers, who had played and frolicked alongside him, were nowhere to be found. Even Uncle Ergo, who had a penchant for mischief, stealing chickens and peeking at widows bathing, had disappeared. Visions of fleeting figures danced in his mind, and Su 12, with a slumped posture, appeared somewhat desolate and forlorn. Suddenly, a melodious voice jolted him from his reverie. Junior brother 12. It was senior sister Xiaoyu. Upon seeing the exquisite figure approaching, Su 12 quickly greeted her. After 3 years apart, Xiaoyu had blossomed into an even more enchanting and mature beauty, her every gesture imbued with grace. Her cultivation had also progressed significantly, rising from the 6th to the pinnacle of the 7th level of qi refinement. Where have you been these past 3 years? I almost feared something had happened to you, Xiaoyu said with a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I am well. I have merely been honing my skills outside for a few years, Su 12 replied, warmth spreading through his heart. Although he understood that Xiaoyu's kindness was simply a reflection of her nature, the feeling of being cared for alleviated much of his loneliness and bitterness. Indeed, trials and experiences are beneficial, he added. In the realm of cultivation, while innate qualities and talents are undeniably significant, fortune and opportunity are equally indispensable. Observing you, it seems your strength has undoubtedly improved. With a contemplative smile, Xiaoyu's gaze swept over Su 12. 3 years prior, Su 12 had already reached the 7th level of qi refinement, though he had feigned a status of merely the 3rd level. Now, astonishingly, he had elevated his fraught to the 5th level of qi refinement. To her, this implied that Su 12's true cultivation must be even higher. I must apologize to my senior sister. I have made little progress in these 3 years and remain much the same. The only reason for this elevation in my fraught is my hope to soon enter the library pavilion to select formal cultivation techniques. Su 12 scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. He had not anticipated encountering Xiaoyu, yet this excuse had been prepared from the very beginning. Although Yunga sect is not a top-tier power within the Tsongshan mountain range, its strength, with the assembly of 7 peaks, is commendable, placing it among the mid-tier sections. The sect boasts a long and storied history, and within the library pavilion, there are indeed numerous formidable techniques and secret arts. Su 12 had long been yearning for such treasures. I see, but there is no need for you to go through such trouble. If you wish to visit the library pavilion, I can simply inform my grandfather. After all, your cultivation level has long been sufficient. Xiaoyu nodded, though she regarded Su 12's words with a degree of skepticism. 3 years ago, it was inconceivable that Su 12 could reach the 7th level of qi refinement with his mixed spiritual roots solely through fortune. Thus, the notion of having made no advancements in 3 years seemed utterly implausible. It seems that Su 12 has maintained an exceedingly low profile. Had she not encountered peril in the past, one could hardly fathom the extent of her formidable prowess. Perhaps it is best not to alert the peak master regarding this matter. With diligent cultivation over the next 3 to 5 years, I shall surely meet the prerequisites for entering the library pavilion. Su 12 promptly shook her head in refusal. The peak master is a formidable expert in the foundation establishment stage, while his minor circulatory breath-concealing technique is impressive. Constantly lingering near foundation establishment masters poses an undeniable risk of detection. For someone in the 5th or 7th tier of the qi refinement stage, one might concoct an excuse. But how to justify being at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage? This young fellow seems quite apprehensive about facing his grandfather. Evidently, he harbors numerous secrets. Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes, her heart as clear as a mirror, and then smiled as she spoke. This is not merely a matter of whether you wish to keep it discreet. Ah, what do you mean, senior sister? Su 12 inquired, her expression one of confusion. With a smile, Xiaoyu elaborated. In 7 years, the 7 Peaks Grand Competition will take place. An event held every 20 years. To enhance the combat capabilities of the disciples, the Peak Master has established a wager with the Falling Geese Peak. In 2 years, both sides will send 3 disciples with a cultivation level above the 7th tier of the Qi refinement stage for a contest. Within the Luofu Peak, it would be myself and Hanyu. The third participant that immediately came to mind is you. For the past 6 months, I have been troubled by how to locate you. Yet here you are, returned at last. Upon concluding her words, Xiaoyu beamed at Su 12. I appreciate your recognition, senior sister. However, my sole focus is on cultivation. Engaging in contests is not suited to me. I implore you to seek another candidate. Su 12's lips twitched slightly as she resolutely declined. He held no interest in any sect competitions or sparring matches. His sole purpose for returning this time was to acquire the 5-element spirit pearl and then devote himself to secluded cultivation until he reached the foundation establishment stage. Su 12 was commendable in many ways, yet his overly cautious demeanor was rather excessive. Xiaoyu silently critiqued him and continued, "Do not hastily decline. For this competition is not merely about laboring for others. It bears significant advantages. By participating, one would receive a bottle of qi condensing pills, which are exponentially more effective than gathering qi pills. Should you emerge victorious in the sparring, you would also gain the opportunity to choose a technique from the library pavilion, along with a second-tier spiritual material." The prospect of selecting a technique from the library pavilion piqued Su 12's interest as he raised an eyebrow. However, the thought of revealing his true capabilities extinguished the fervor that had ignited within him. "Senior sister, I truly do not fit this role." Su 12 retreated, displaying a bitter expression before turning to leave. Xiaoyu maintained her smile, though a hint of frustration simmered within her. She held a favorable impression of Su 12 and understood his nature. She had no desire to pressure him unduly. Yet, with the recent upheaval in the Sunset Forest, the disciples available for use within the sect were either dispatched or engaged in external training. Finding a disciple at the 7th level of qi refinement in such a short time proved to be a daunting task. Just as she contemplated giving up, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, recalling a saying from her grandfather. She quickly turned to Su 12 and said, "Junior brother 12. Among the spiritual materials wagered at Luoyan Peak, there is a piece of lioli gold. If I recall correctly, my grandfather once mentioned that the Grand Elders Yuan Yang, if combined with lioli gold and the heavenly spirit fire, holds the potential to ascend to a spiritual artifact. Such artifacts are rare. Within the entire Yun Gu sect, there are hardly a handful of elders who possess them. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider?" "What? Lioli gold?" Upon hearing this, Su 12 abruptly halted his steps. His Yuan Yang had already been paired with the heavenly spirit fire, specifically the purest and most vigorous Yun Yang spirit fire. Now, he was merely a step away from acquiring the precious material, lioli gold. Should he succeed in refining the Yuan Yang into a spiritual artifact and subsequently temper it in that enigmatic alchemical furnace, his heart raced at the mere thought. A medium grade, or perhaps even a superior grade spiritual artifact, would undoubtedly amplify his strength tremendously. This would serve as his greatest trump card in the face of peril. If it were merely a single opportunity to visit the library, he might be indifferent. However, with this added incentive, it became an irresistible bargaining chip. Taking a deep breath, Su 12 slowly turned around, feigning surprise. "Oh, is that truly the case? If so, it warrants a try, though I fear my abilities may fall short, and I might lose in the contest, thereby disgracing the Peak Master." Observing Su 12's change of heart, Xiaoyu grinned. "Fear not, should you truly falter. As long as Han Yu and I emerge victorious, I will endeavor to procure that lioli gold for you. Then it is settled. We shall convene at the Luofu Peak Great Hall in 2 years. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. I shall return to rest now and will reach out to you when the time comes." Su 12 expressed his gratitude hurriedly and then parted ways with Xiaoyu, making his way back to his abode. The young man, with his demeanor, seems to harbor numerous hidden strategies. Xiaoyu squinted, her gaze fixed upon Su 12's retreating figure, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Not a single word of Su 12's claims did she believe. She could sense that Su 12 possessed an unwavering resolve to obtain the glazed gold, reinforcing her conviction that his true strength had undoubtedly seen significant advancement. This only deepened her intrigue towards him. Upon returning to his quarters, Su 12 did not hasten to submit his task or exchange for the 5-element spirit orbs. Yi Lianchuan and his companions were well-known formal disciples of Tianhua Peak. The disappearance of these three would certainly elicit a response from Tianhua Peak. Moreover, 2 years prior, Yi Lianchuan had led an ambush against Su 12, an event witnessed by numerous disciples within Tianhua Peak. Su 12 was acutely aware that revealing himself at this juncture would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The previous rookie trial, where the stakes were gambled between Luofu Peak and Tianhua Peak due to his influence, had already instilled a profound resentment in the Peak Master, Fu Boren, towards him. Should another reason arise, it was difficult to fathom what reckless actions they might take despite their status. Cautious by nature, Su 12 would not willingly place himself in such perilous circumstances. For the time being, it was prudent not to venture out. Remaining low-key until the tumult subsided seemed the wisest course of action. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Su-12 swiftly organized the belongings from the storage bags of Yi Liangchuan and his companions. They possessed a considerable amount of items, yet none piqued his interest. The sole exception was Yi Liangchuan's fire cloud flying sword, which held a commendable quality, comparable to that of a top-tier magic weapon, rivaling the renowned iron blade. However, at this moment, as the situation is quite precarious, Su Shire wisely refrains from employing the opposing sword, instead choosing to stow it away in his storage pouch for future arrangements. Once he has organized his belongings, his gaze shifts to another spatial artifact he discovered on the round-faced rotund individual. This artifact, a completely black pouch, bears some resemblance to a storage bag. Yet it exudes a distinctly different aura, one that cannot be contained within a conventional storage pouch. Could this be, as recorded in the texts, a spirit beast bag? Narrowing his eyes, Su Shire's mind instantly conjures up information gleaned from his reference materials. Spatial artifacts come in various forms, with the storage pouch being merely the most rudimentary type, limited to the storage of inanimate objects and incapable of housing other spatial artifacts that contain items. Additionally, there exists a spirit beast bag, specifically designed for the containment of tamed demon beasts, known as spirit beasts. These spirit beasts vary widely, some serving as auxiliary attackers, while others are adept at treasure hunting or tracking. The mouse demon beast wielded by the round-faced individual was evidently a tracking spirit beast. With this thought in mind, Su Shire extends his consciousness into the pouch. Almost immediately, a space no larger than a square appears in his mind's eye. Within it, a mouse spirit beast, no bigger than the palm of his hand, is curled up in a corner, soundly asleep. With a mere thought, this mouse spirit beast materializes in his palm. As the environment shifts, the mouse spirit beast awakens abruptly, baring its teeth at Su Shire and squeaking in alarm. Su Shire furrows his brow, directing a fierce glare at the creature. Instantly, the mouse spirit beast shudders, trembling in his grasp, exuding an unmistakable aura of fear. Oh, no wonder it is often said that mice are timid by nature. The spirit beast possesses an astonishingly timid disposition. Su-12 chuckled mockingly as he scrutinized the creature before him. This spirit beast, cloaked in pure white fur, had eyes the size of apricot pits, exuding an aura of remarkable intelligence. Its diminutive form, no larger than a palm, was alarmingly gaunt, appearing as though it were merely skin stretched over bone. Chapter 94. The Spirit Beast. Devouring spirit mouse. Those creatures truly exhibit a parsimony that is hard to fathom. After enduring the arduous process of taming, they are reluctant to provide sustenance. Su-12 was uncertain of this beast's name, yet he was convinced it possessed abilities for tracking or discerning disguises, thus sparing it from demise. He murmured to himself, and upon hearing his words, the mouse spirit beast eagerly prodded the ground with its forepaws, nodding fervently, adopting a seemingly obedient demeanor. However, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in its eyes as it furtively surveyed its surroundings. Su-12 was taken aback by the creature's unexpected intelligence, and with a broad smile, he returned the spirit beast to his pouch. Though he wished to keep it, he lacked the knowledge to command it and was oblivious to its origins. Hence, he could not afford to release it solely based on its seemingly docile behavior. Not feeling compelled to practice his cultivation immediately, Su-12 settled into his chamber, retrieving the books he had exchanged for at the Qinshan market, and began to peruse them one by one. His memory had always been commendable, and since becoming a cultivator, his vigor had only intensified. He swiftly flipped through the volumes filled with travelogues and essays, content deemed frivolous by most practitioners, yet to Su-12, it was not without value. To him, the adage rang true: to read a myriad of tomes is to traverse countless miles. This serves as a warning left by his grandfather, as well as his personal life motto. Only in this manner can he swiftly enhance his experiences and broaden his horizons. Before long, the myriad of books piled within Su Shire's room has accumulated to fill half the space. Meanwhile, the news of Yi Liangchuan and his companion's disappearance has already stirred a great uproar throughout the Yungu sect. Some speculate that they ventured out in search of treasures. Others believe they may have encountered misfortune. This commotion has even alerted the sect leader of Tianhua Peak, Fu Boren. However, after a week of inquiries, Fu Boren found no substantial leads. For an extended period, numerous disciples from Tianhua Peak lingered around the vicinity of Luofu Peak, either intentionally or inadvertently, on the lookout for a familiar figure. Some have even linked this incident to the long-absent Su Shire. Yet, since his return, Su Shire has remained secluded, with only Xiao Yu being privy to his news. As the months passed, this matter gradually faded from public discourse. One morning, Su Shire, holding a scroll of text, excitedly retrieved a mouse spirit beast from his spirit beast pouch. At that moment, The spirit beast appeared even thinner than before, looking rather listless. However, upon closer inspection, a radiant smile graced Sue Shire's face. Unexpectedly, this unassuming little mouse spirit beast turned out to be a soul-devouring mouse. This creature feeds on the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, possessing spirit eyes that can see through disguises and track scents. In ancient times, it was tamed by cultivators specifically for treasure hunting. Nevertheless, with the significant decline of spiritual energy in the world, such spirit beasts have become exceedingly rare. I was quite surprised that the round-faced, portly man was able to discover such a mystical creature. With a grin, Sue Shire muttered to himself quietly. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, a grade 2 spiritual herb materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing this herb, the spirit-devouring rat was immediately invigorated. Its eyes widened, and it struggled with all its might, eager to pounce on the spiritual plant in Sue Shire's hand. Sue Shire grinned, refraining from teasing it further, and handed over the herb. The spirit-devouring rat embraced the herb, gnawing at it voraciously. Witnessing this, Sue Shire swiftly formed a hand seal, conjuring a magic art, and then pointed a finger at the spirit-devouring rat's head. A wisp of true essence entered the spirit-devouring rat's body from his fingertip. In the next moment, Sue Shire felt a faint connection between himself and the spirit-devouring rat. There are numerous methods for cultivators to control spirit beasts, including using magical beast-controlling rings as intermediaries, cultivating relationships through long-term contact, and establishing contracts through magical imprints. Sue Shire employed the last method, a remarkably simple one he had learned from a miscellaneous book. This type of magical imprint does not impose significant restrictions on the spirit beast, it merely helps track its location. However, this was sufficient for Sue Shire. If this spirit beast dared to escape, he would not hesitate to eliminate it directly. Raising such a spirit beast requires considerable consumption of spiritual materials, which would be a substantial expense for the round-faced man. It is likely that he did not recognize the spirit beast and treated it as an ordinary tracking spirit beast, which explains why the spirit-devouring rat was so emaciated. However, for Sue Shire, this was not a significant issue. This spirit-devouring rat is undoubtedly a skilled treasure hunter. The celestial eye technique of Sue 12 merely allows for the observation of the flow of spiritual energy in the world, relying heavily on his own analysis, which presents considerable limitations. After successfully dealing with the spirit-eating mouse, Sue 12 left his dwelling and made his way to the mission hall. His ongoing mission involved slaying demonic beasts, a long-term task that required only the submission of a mission token and the carcass of the beast to earn contribution points for his sect. With the rewards for the mission distributed, his contribution points officially surpassed 2,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Sue 12 hurriedly proceeded to the treasure pavilion. Esteemed Elder, I wish to exchange for the remaining 4 spirit orbs on the second floor. Upon arriving before the supervising elder, Sue 12 promptly spoke, handing over his identity token as he did so. Within the sect, a disciple's contribution points are linked to their identity token. It's you, young lad. The supervising elder's gaze swiftly scanned Sue 12, and after a moment of contemplation, recognition dawned. He then smirked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. It took you 3 years to accumulate 2,000 contribution points? My aptitude is lacking, and my strength is feeble, hence the extended time required. Sue 12 replied with an awkward smile, unfazed by the elder's condescension. In fact, he preferred that everyone regarded him as an ineffectual underachiever. Having perused numerous texts and undergone various experiences, Sue 12 increasingly understood the wisdom of silently amassing wealth. Those 5-element spirit orbs are treasures of the second floor. And you, a mere 5th level of chi refinement, lack the qualifications to exchange for them. The supervising elder grunted dismissively. However, before he could finish, Sue 12 expressionlessly presented a second-tier spiritual plant. Might I implore the elder to show leniency, considering the esteemed Xiaoyu? What favor is to be considered? The treasures on the second floor of the treasure pavilion are not subject to any favors. The supervising elder, upon noticing the spiritual plant, abruptly shifted his gaze, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Yet he quickly adopted a stern expression and reprimanded. Is it deemed insufficient? Or shall I summon Sister Xiaoyu for assistance? A shiver coursed through Sue 12 as he pondered his predicament. At that moment, the elder seized the spiritual plant from his grasp, swiftly stowing it away in his storage pouch. However, with one of the 5-element spirit pearls missing, it could merely be regarded as 4 ordinary high-grade magical artifacts, no longer worthy of placement on the second floor. You may exchange normally, he concluded, turning to retreat into the treasure pavilion. It was then that Sue 12 noticed other disciples selecting treasures within. This old man truly seeks both reputation and profit. Su-12's lips twitched. Yet he paid it no mind. Chapter 95. Refining the 5 elements spirit pearls and sacrificing the bone sword before long. The supervising elder descended from the second floor, deducting points from the sect contribution using his identity token before releasing the remaining 4 spirit pearls from their seals. Thank you, elder. Su-12 expressed his gratitude with a smile, hastily departing with the spirit pearls, eager to return to his dwelling. By simultaneously refining the 5 element spirit pearls, he would attain a qualification comparable to that of a medium-grade spiritual root during the chi refinement stage. This was of utmost significance to him. Sitting cross-legged upon the mat, Su-12 gazed at the 4 resplendent spirit pearls of varying hues in his hands, his heart brimming with excitement. Nevertheless, as he recalled the torment endured during the refinement of the fire spirit pearl, a shiver ran down his spine, accompanied by an unsettling sense of trepidation. How peculiar it was! Despite being unafraid of pain when it was upon him, the mere thought of impending suffering filled him with dread. Su-12 pursed his lips, inhaled deeply, and swiftly adjusted his mood. He casually picked up a water spirit pearl and infused it with his true essence. The water spirit pearl, empowered by his essence, instantly transformed into a misty vapor that, in harmony with Su-12's breath, permeated his being. He sensed an unusual force coursing through his body, and for a fleeting moment, every cell felt as though it were submerged in water, as if he were on the brink of drowning. Frowning deeply, he remained silent, allowing this energy to circulate within him. As time passed, this force ultimately converged in his renal region. In an instant, Su-12's body quivered, and he felt an unceasing surge of innate vitality streaming from his kidneys throughout his entire form. In the blink of an eye, his spirit surged, and his senses sharpened. Initially startled, Su-12 quickly grasped the significance of this experience. No wonder traditional medicine asserts that the kidneys govern water, harbor essence, and are the foundation of innate vitality. Witnessing it firsthand today, he found it undeniably true. It became apparent why these 5-element spirit pearls could temporarily enhance one's spiritual root quality. Recognizing the benefits derived from refining the water spirit pearl, Su-12 hastily seized the other spirit pearls and meticulously refined each into his being. 7 days later, Su-12 sat cross-legged on a mat, diligently cultivating to capture the essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, his internal organs were fortified, and he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. The spiritual energy entered his body and, almost instantaneously, traversed his meridians, transforming into true essence and converging within his elixir field. The pace of cultivation has accelerated for Su-12, surpassing tenfold compared to his previous endeavors. In the past, such a speed would have been beyond his wildest dreams. Merely possessing a mid-grade spirit root grants him such rapid progress. One can only imagine the extraordinary advancements of those with superior or even extraordinary spirit roots. However, pondering such matters serves little purpose. At this rate, within a mere 20 years, he could elevate his cultivation to the 12th level of chi refinement. Su-12 sighed, his fists clenched in excitement, a slight tremor coursing through his body. Attaining the 12th level of chi refinement is a realm reminiscent of ancient times. According to Shin Miaoying, his spirit root quality is lamentably poor, making the barrier from chi refinement to foundation establishment akin to an insurmountable chasm. Only by reaching the 12th level might there be a glimmer of hope. If Su-12 had harbored any doubts about this assertion, they vanished entirely after he progressed to the 10th level of chi refinement. A chi refiner at the 9th level can already sense the constraints of the foundation establishment phase. While he cannot speak to the experiences of others, Su-12 can only describe his own feelings as despair, solid as a rock, impenetrable as a fortress. Regardless of how he mobilizes the true essence within him, he finds himself utterly unable to make a dent in his predicament. As he reflects on the information regarding foundation establishment, his excitement gradually subsides. With a flick of his hand, a vial of elixirs materializes, and he swiftly consumes one before channeling all his energy into refining the potion. With the addition of the 5 elements spirit pearl and the elixir, his cultivation speed has indeed doubled. Day by day, time passes. Since acquiring the 5 elements spirit pearl, Su-12 has adopted a more low-key demeanor, devoting nearly all his time to cultivation. Despite returning, he exchanged a considerable number of cultivation elixirs at the market. However, after temporarily enhancing his spiritual roots and aptitude, his rate of refining these elixirs significantly accelerated. In less than a year, he had exhausted all the cultivation elixirs on his person. In the days that followed, Su-12 could only continue his cultivation by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Strangely, during this year since his return, he had not encountered Zhu Hanwei. He had merely asked him to inquire about the circumstances of the elders from various peaks during their apprenticeship. Such information should have been easily obtainable by consulting some of the miscellaneous disciples. On this particular day, Su 12 paused his cultivation, resting his chin on his hand. Lost in thought. Could it be that fellow encountered some misfortune? A fleeting thought raced through Su 12's mind. Without being able to locate him, he could only temporarily suppress his concerns. Calculating the time, it should not be long before the day Sister Xiaoyu mentioned for the sparring session at Luoyan Peak. This period was just right for him to complete the unfinished aspects of the white bone sword. After 4 years, the time had come for this sword to be fully realized. With a sweep of his hand across the table, Su 12 retrieved a white bone sword, placing it before him. Immediately, a chill wind swept through the room, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. The entire bone sword, after years of his refinement, had diminished to less than 3 feet in length. The blade was forged from the spine of a fire cloud python, and at the junction between the blade and the hilt, it was connected by sharp ribs. The hilt extended from the spine, culminating in a petite skull resembling that of the fire cloud python. The sword appeared dull and lifeless, yet between the bones, a faint black mist swirled ominously. Merely gazing at it, Su 12 could sense a palpable aura of curse and resentment emanating from the skeletal blade. Suppressing the discomfort within, he swiftly began to form intricate seals with both hands, conjuring a series of arcane symbols. As each seal floated through the air and landed upon the sword's body, the black mist thickened with each descent. Su 12 meticulously executed 99 seals in one breath. By this point, the sword was completely enveloped in the dense black mist, which surged and roiled, harboring a trace of spiritual essence, causing the entire blade to vibrate with a low hum. Channeling his true essence into his eyes, Su 12 fixated unwaveringly on the sword. He had done all that was within his power. Whether it could be refined into a spiritual weapon now depended on fate. As time trickled by, the spiritual essence of the blade escalated, becoming increasingly potent, and Su 12's breathing began to slow. However, just as the essence reached its zenith, on the brink of manifesting the sentience of a spiritual weapon, the sword suddenly jolted and fell onto the table, causing the spiritual essence to dissipate in a blink. How could this happen? It was so close to becoming a spiritual weapon. Su 12's expression stiffened, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing his face. It was a spiritual weapon, just a small step away from possession, yet it faltered at the final moment. The tumult of emotions left him momentarily unsettled. After several breaths, Su 12 finally shook his head, regaining his composure. Chapter 96, Cloudbone Sword, Eye of Deception. It matters not. Although it did not become a spiritual weapon, it is still a pseudo-spiritual weapon, which is not insignificant. This sword, forged from the bones of the fire cloud python, shall henceforth be named the Cloudbone Sword. Whispering to himself, Su 12 placed a finger upon the bone sword. As he infused it with his inner essence, the sword trembled slightly, and the character's cloud bone emerged upon the hilt. Simultaneously, the black mist enveloping the blade was swiftly absorbed into its form. At that moment, the sword appeared rather unremarkable. Being an evil weapon, Su 12 was wary of wielding it openly. He sheathed the Cloudbone sword and subsequently retrieved the broken illusion eye, a relic he had acquired from an old man at the Qianshan Bazaar years ago. This silver eye, devoid of a pupil and marred by cracks, was placed upon the table, next to an eye he had extracted from the fire cloud python, which was as large as a human head. Su 12 narrowed his eyes, channeling his essence into the silver eye. It quivered slightly, and, under the infusion of his essence, began to levitate gently. Recalling the refining techniques imparted by Jiang Feishuo during their journey, Su 12 swiftly performed a series of hand seals. Suddenly, the silver eye radiated a brilliant glow, and a beam of silver light erupted from its socket to envelop the eye. Within this luminous embrace, countless silver threads emerged from the eye, intertwining to emanate an enigmatic power. Remarkably, the eye began to shrink at a visible pace. In mere moments, it became slightly smaller than the silver eye. With a flash of light, it merged into the silver eye. Soon after, a magical artifact resembling an eye with a silver orb and crimson pupil appeared before Su 12. The artifact still bore its cracks, yet it seemed to pulsate with a newfound vitality, brimming with spiritual essence. Su 12 endeavored to infuse his true essence into the eye of dispelling illusions, which quivered slightly, transforming into a silver beam that shot towards his forehead. In an instant, a faint silver line adorned his brow. Through this eye, Su 12 could distinctly perceive that by channeling more true essence into it, he could unleash a profound energy. Remarkably, this eye of dispelling illusions could conceal itself like an invisible eye nestled within his forehead. This revelation was splendid, It rendered his attacks against foes utterly imperceptible. Understanding the function of the eye, Su 12 narrowed his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. One could not merely say he was satisfied. Rather, he was exceedingly pleased. With the addition of the Yuan Yang ruler and the 10,000 souls banner, he now possessed 4 pseudo-spiritual artifacts. Such a status, one might venture to say, rivaled that of many Foundation establishment practitioners. Perhaps it was indeed prudent to take the risk of retrieving the enigmatic alchemical furnace and attempting to refine it. Even if it did not transform into a true spiritual artifact, its power would undoubtedly advance significantly. As Su 12 squinted and gathered his treasures, his mind involuntarily drifted to the concealed, mysterious alchemical furnace. The potential enhancement of his 4 pseudo-spiritual artifacts would immensely bolster his strength. Yet, this thought flickered only briefly. The elder's motives remained unclear, and he was likely an adversary cloaked in black. Following this line of reasoning, the delay in action from the opponent suggested they were biding their time for the alchemical furnace to emerge, no matter how formidable his chi refining stage cultivation was. Facing a Foundation establishment powerhouse would offer no semblance of victory. This risk was one Su 12 could not afford to take. Calming his emotions, Su 12 closed his eyes and began to meticulously contemplate the intricacies of the small Zhou Tian breath-holding technique. Ahead lay a confrontation with the disciples of Falling Goose Peak. He could not afford to reveal his true cultivation level. Thus, he was constrained to exert no more than the 7th level of chi refinement. This presented a considerable challenge for him. Fortunately, he had greatly expanded his understanding and, among the books he had perused, he had encountered several medical texts that provided him with a more profound comprehension of human anatomy. The small Zhou Tian breath-holding technique was inherently versatile, and combined with his newfound knowledge of the human body, Su 12 felt a measure of confidence. Before long, the days slipped by, and the appointed day to meet with Xiao Yu arrived. On that morning, Su 12 departed his abode early, making his way to the grand hall of Mount Luofu. At that moment, he appeared increasingly unremarkable, and as he walked along the path, the disciples he passed paid him little heed. It was as if he possessed no presence at all, a quality that Su 12 deliberately sought to achieve. After further refining the small Zhou Tian breath-holding technique, he had mastered it to an exceptional degree, significantly enhancing its efficacy. Junior Brother 12, over here. In the distance, Su 12 heard Xiao Yu's voice. A quick glance revealed 3 figures standing at the foot of the hall: Lu Mingshi, the peak master of Mount Luofu, Xiao Yu, and Han Yu. Lu Mingshi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a flowing blue robe, his rosy complexion and white hair contrasting against his thick, silvery beard that danced in the breeze. Years had passed since their last encounter, and Lu Mingshi's spiritual energy surged, becoming even more robust and powerful. Beside him, Han Yu stood proudly, a long spear slung across his back, his gaze directed upward at a 45-degree angle, as if he were a spear poised to pierce the heavens. At this moment, Han Yu had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi refinement, which explained his haughty demeanor and sense of triumph. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had made further progress, advancing from the 7th level of chi refinement 2 years ago to the 8th level now. Upon spotting Su 12 in her line of sight, Xiao Yu immediately waved her hand with a smile. Beside her, Lu Mingshi narrowed his eyes, swiftly scanning Su 12 with an expression of surprise. He was well aware of Su 12's innate spiritual roots. It was utterly absurd that he had managed to cultivate to the 5th level of chi refinement in such a short time. What kind of fortuitous luck had this lad encountered? Nevertheless, it was merely the 5th level of chi refinement. Why had Wei called him over? Furrowing his brow, he turned to inquire of Xiao Yu. Is this lad the surprise you mentioned, my dear? Grandfather, do not underestimate Junior Brother 12. His strength is far more complex than it appears. Xiao Yu's smile radiated warmth, akin to a blooming flower. Lu Mingshi stared in disbelief, quickly casting a glance at Su 12, his eyes flickering with an unusual light, followed by a countenance filled with incredulity. Not as simple as he looks. Are you certain? What is this? Grandfather, can you not discern Junior Brother 12's true prowess? Xiao Yu replied, taken aback and slightly surprised. To her, it seemed implausible that, despite the effectiveness of Su 12's concealing techniques, her grandfather, with his formidable strength, would struggle to see through them. What true prowess? This lad appears to be merely at the 5th level of chi refinement. Lu Mingshi pursed his lips, yet as he spoke, he unconsciously squinted his eyes, continuing to scrutinize Su 12. He knew his granddaughter well. She would not make such claims without reason. Could it be that this young man has mastered an extraordinary technique of concealing his presence, one so profound that even I cannot perceive it? Chapter 97. The Astonished Peak Master. That is absolutely impossible. 5 years ago, I embarked on a mission to South Lee City with senior brother Hanyu, during which we nearly fell victim to the Bone Elder. It was only thanks to the timely intervention of our 12th junior brother that we were saved. At that time, he had already reached the 7th level of chi refinement. Given the passage of time, his strength can only have increased, Xiaoyu declared with unwavering conviction, turning her gaze to Hanyu. Hanyu, however, stared blankly into the sky, choosing to disregard both Xiaoyu's scrutiny and Su 12's arrival. With his unparalleled spiritual root talent, he felt destined to ascend the ranks and attain greatness. Yet, the fact that he had been saved by Su 12 5 years prior remained a thorn in his heart. Now, witnessing Su 12 approach, discomfort stirred within him. Chi refinement. 7th level. Him. 5 years ago? How could this be possible? Lu Mingshi gaped in astonishment, his expression a vivid display of incredulity. To him, Su 12 achieving the 5th level of chi refinement at such a young age was already absurd. Now, his granddaughter claimed that this young man was at the 7th level 5 years ago. How long had it been since he began his cultivation? Even a top-tier spiritual root could hardly account for such progress. Why speculate? You can simply ask him directly, Xiaoyu remarked with a shrug and a smile. Just as she spoke with Lu Mingshi, Su 12 had already begun to stride toward them. Approaching the trio, Su 12 bore a bashful countenance and adopted a humble demeanor, promptly greeting them. Disciple Su 12 pays respects to the peak master. Greetings to senior sister Xiaoya and senior brother Hanyu. Lu Ming, with a stern expression, uttered a prolonged instantly. Two piercing gazes erupted from his eyes, fixating intently on Su 12. What is your current cultivation level? Esteemed peak master, I dare not conceal the truth. I am currently at the 7th level of chi refinement. Under Lu Ming's penetrating stare, Su 12 felt an overwhelming sensation of vulnerability, as though he were stripped bare. Anxiety gnawed at him, yet he feigned trepidation on his visage. As he spoke, the small circulatory technique within him began to shift, and his cultivation level swiftly ascended, effortlessly reaching the 7th level of chi refinement. You mentioned you were at the 7th level of chi refinement 5 years ago. How is it that you remain at the same level now? Lu Ming inquired coldly, an unusual glint in his eyes intensifying. Unfortunately, the technique Su 12 practiced was an ancient art, and no matter how closely Lu Ming scrutinized, he could discern nothing amiss. Disciple is fearful. These past years of wandering have squandered much time, and my cultivation has made little progress. Su 12 feigned panic, yet inwardly he sighed in relief, nearly convinced that Lu Ming had not unraveled the truth of his actual prowess. How did you manage to elevate your cultivation? Lu Ming pressed further. During the Newcomer trials, I fortuitously discovered a golden fruit. After consuming it, my cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of chi refinement. Shortly after the trials concluded, I ascended to the 7th level. Su 12 responded swiftly. This set of remarks was merely a repetition of what he had previously conveyed to Xiaoyu. Grandfather, I suspect that he has consumed the legendary golden sacred fruit, which is said to enhance one's cultivation. Xiaoyu interjected eagerly. Golden sacred fruit. A flicker of envy crossed Lu Mingshi's eyes, quickly replaced by a composed demeanor as he continued. Then what is the nature of your breath concealment technique? The breath concealment technique, the golden sacred fruit, and the path to enter the spirit plant garden were all discovered by the disciples together, Su 12 explained hastily. Humph. You truly are quite fortunate, Lu Mingshi grunted, refraining from further inquiries. Bowing his head, he fell into contemplation, although numerous doubts lingered in his mind. Su 12's sparse words were largely coherent. Moreover, given that they had all been in the ancient forbidden zone at that time, the truth of the matter was beyond verification. This lad is indeed blessed with fortune. He managed to pry open the spirit plant garden of Tianhua Peak and obtain such a celestial treasure as the golden sacred fruit. That old coot, the Grand Elder, was wholly devoted to taking him on as a disciple back then. Could it be that he had already discerned his true cultivation level? At his age, reaching the 7th level of chi refinement is impressive. If he continues to train diligently, while foundational cultivation may be challenging, achieving the 9th level of chi refinement is not beyond the realm of possibility. Such a disciple could indeed serve as an asset to Luofu Peak. As his thoughts raced, he finally spoke. Very well, consider this your opportunity to spar with the falling goose peak. Come, it would not bode well to keep them waiting. With that, Lu Mingshi muttered under his breath, raising his hand as a violet lightning sword soared forth. The flying sword surged forward, rapidly elongating to several zhang in length. Lu Mingshi leaped gracefully onto the tip of the sword, closely followed by Su 12. Suddenly, the sword trembled violently, propelling the group into the sky. Heading straight for Luoyan Peak. Towering into the clouds, the mountain was enveloped in a sea of mist, creating an ethereal landscape reminiscent of a celestial realm. One could truly say that the sun seemed almost within reach, while the clouds appeared to be just beneath their feet. At the summit, a sheer cliff bore inscriptions of various talismans, a dazzling array that captivated the eye. Lu Mingshi guided the sword to land atop that highest precipice. In the center of the cliff stood 4 figures, 2 men and 2 women. The leading woman, an elderly crone with a pale visage and white hair, appeared frail and haggard, her complexion shadowed. With a stooped back and a black cane in hand, she seemed as if a mere gust of wind could sweep her away. Yet, she exuded an aura of formidable strength, her presence rivaling that of Lu Mingshi. Behind her stood 3 disciples, each possessing considerable prowess, 2 at the 8th level of chi refinement, and 1 at the pinnacle of the 9th. Among them, the disciple at the 9th level was a scholarly young man clad in a pale white robe, wearing a scholar's cap, exuding an air of refined elegance. The other 2 were distinctly different. One was a burly man with a bushy beard, while the other was a woman in a flowing pale yellow gown, standing gracefully amidst the sea of clouds, her attire billowing, adding an ethereal quality to her presence. As the flying sword touched down, both parties scrutinized one another. Is it him? The woman in the pale yellow dress raised an eyebrow upon seeing Su 12, her gaze sharpening, revealing a hint of hostility. Is it her? Su 12, too, recognized her instantly. It was indeed the vendor who had initially deceived him in the trading square, and later, during the trials. He had also been outsmarted twice by that female cultivator, Chu Hongwei. The 2 had long-standing grievances, and their gazes met in the air, igniting sparks of animosity. At that moment, Su 12 suddenly felt a shiver run through him, as if a penetrating gaze swept over him. Is it the master of Luoyan Peak? How could she notice me? Could it be that she has discerned my true cultivation level? Su 12 hastily reined in his thoughts and discreetly cast a glance at the master of Luoyan Peak. She was slightly bent over, her expression unchanged, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile that was both enigmatic and mirthful. Yet, her eyes, clear as water, sent a tremor through Su 12's heart. Chapter 98. The familiar master of Luoyan Peak. At that moment, the old woman fixed her gaze on Lu Mingshi, her voice rasping as she spoke. Junior brother Lu, why have you brought 2 newcomers this year? Oh, and a little fellow at the 7th level of chi refinement. Is it that there truly are no capable disciples at Rufufeng, or have you come to surrender? As she began, the old woman playfully teased Lu Mingshi. The corners of Lu Mingshi's mouth twitched, forcing a smile as he retorted, Senior Sister Shin certainly has a way with words. However, I must say, the disciples of Luoyan Peak do not seem particularly formidable either. 1 at the 9th level of chi refinement, and 2 at the 8th level. Hardly impressive. If I recall correctly, Luoyan Peak has languished at the second to last position among the 7 peaks for several centuries now, has it not? Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes, countering with a tone that dripped with sarcasm. In his view, the strength of the disciples from both peaks could only be described as a case of equal measures. Su Shire may have little hope, but Han Yu and Xiao Yu are both his prot-gs. In terms of cultivation and strength, they are undoubtedly formidable. This time, he is filled with confidence regarding the wager. Shun, she bears the same surname? Su Shire shuddered slightly, yet the visage and laughter of Shun Miaoyin, the master of Tianyin Peak, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Second to last? Humph, that certainly surpasses your Luofu Peak, which holds the last position. Your words suggest that you possess considerable confidence for this competition. The old woman rolled her eyes and retorted with irritation, casting a glance at Han Yu and Xiao Yu, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. As for Su Shire, aside from a fleeting glance at the beginning, she paid no further attention, leaving her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Not at all. I have even sent someone from the 7th level of chi refining. This time, defeat is inevitable. Lu Mingshi pouted, feigning modesty, and swiftly changed the subject. Han Yu and Xiao Yu are indeed the key to his assured victory, and he does not wish for others to focus too much on them. From the outset, he held no hopes for the third individual beyond the 2. Otherwise, after years of betting, he wouldn't have entirely left the matter to Xiao Yu to handle. Enough of this charade. Do not waste my time. How do you intend to conduct this wager? The master of Luoyan Peak rolled her eyes and said with annoyance. The 7 peak masters, having worked together for many years, are quite familiar with each other. She certainly would not believe Lu Mingshi's fabrications. However, while Lu Mingshi had his plans, she too had her own strategies in mind. According to the rules of the 7 peaks grand competition, the duels shall be conducted in pairs, with the aim of determining victory through a decisive outcome, culminating in a best-of-5 format. How does that sound? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he spoke swiftly. A best-of-5? It appears that you, old fellow, have meticulously plotted this out. Very well. I shall comply. The elderly woman murmured softly, glancing back at her three disciples before pausing in contemplation and ultimately consenting. Upon hearing her words, Lu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, the Seven Peaks Grand Competition encompasses another rule, the relay match. Each peak dispatches an equal number of disciples. The defeated withdraw while the victors continue to battle until they face defeat. Fixing his gaze upon the master of Falling Goose Peak, Lu Ming rubbed his hands together eagerly. Now, my esteemed senior, regarding the stakes of this wager. Just moments ago, you claimed to have no confidence in victory. The elderly woman huffed in annoyance. Lu Ming merely chuckled, a smile adorning his face without uttering a word. If he truly lacked confidence, he would not have foolishly come to engage in a wager. The master of Falling Goose Peak shook her head, raising her hand as a multitude of radiant lights flickered past, landing upon a stone table not far away. Soon after, the table was adorned with a myriad of mineral spirit materials and two gleaming golden talismans. The talismans hovered an inch above the surface, their crimson designs intricately outlining the image of a flying sword. The spiritual power within them surged, harboring astonishing destructive energy. Leoly gold. And those talismans, could they possibly be second-tier premium spirit talismans? Su 12's peripheral vision caught sight of a golden stone among the small pile of mineral spirit materials. Unmistakably, Leoly gold. It goes without saying that Leoly gold is the very material he currently requires most urgently. The second-tier superior talismans are comparable to the full-force strikes of late-stage foundation-building cultivators. If one could procure some of these second-tier talismans, it would greatly enhance their chances of survival. Su 12 felt a stir of excitement, yet he was acutely aware that second-tier talismans, unlike their first-tier counterparts, are significantly more challenging to forge, and for foundation-building cultivators, they are often treasures beyond reach. Lu Mingshi's eyes brightened upon seeing the two golden talismans, revealing his delight. The two second-tier superior talismans were worth their weight in gold, and even he was particularly tempted. Have you finished gaping? Hurry up and place your bets. The old woman shot Lu Mingshi a sideways glance, urging him impatiently. Patience, senior sister, everything is right here. Taking a deep breath, Lu Mingshi flicked his wrist, casting forth an equal number of second-tier spiritual materials along with a palm-sized piece of century-old cold jade. The jade gleamed with a lustrous sheen, being an exceedingly rare third-tier spiritual material. Otherwise, Fengbo Ren from Tianhua Peak would not have wagered this cold jade against Lu Mingshi with the purple thunder sword years ago. The master of Luoyan Peak glanced at the cold jade, clearly intrigued. Nodding, he turned to the disciple clad in scholarly attire, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. Jiang Feng, you shall take the first match. Understood. The disciple named Jiang Feng nodded and promptly stepped forward, observing that the opponent had dispatched their most formidable disciple for the initial duel. Lu Mingshi's gaze shifted to Su 12, whom he considered the weakest on his side. Should Su 12 engage in a contest against the opponent, the remaining two, Han Yu and Xiao Yu, would undoubtedly possess an assured victory. With this thought, Lu Mingshi was about to speak up. At that moment, the old woman let out a derisive laugh and spoke directly. Junior brother Lu, although this sparring involves a wager, its primary purpose is to prepare the disciples for the Seven Peaks competition in 5 years. If you resort to such a tiresome trick of pitting the weakest against the strongest, then this sparring is hardly worth engaging in. Her countenance was as cold as ice, for she was astute enough to discern Lu Ming's thoughts at a glance. Ahem. Senior sister Shin, you misunderstand. I am not the cunning villain Fu Boren. I am an honest person. How could I possibly resort to such trivial antics? Lu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment as he forced a smile, quickly turning to the side to address Han Yu. You err, you shall take the lead in this first round. Indeed. Han Yu nodded slightly, approaching with an air of composure, her narrowed eyes casting a disdainful glance at her opponent. You may begin. The sparring contest is confined to this designated area. Surrendering or stepping out of bounds will be considered a loss. The master of Luoyan Peak spoke impassively, casually tossing a blue talisman into the air. The talisman shimmered and transformed into a translucent blue circular barrier, encompassing an area with a radius of 10 zhang. Chapter 99, Spectacular Techniques at Luoyan Peak, Jiang Feng greeted. Greetings, senior brother. Within the designated area, Jiang Feng clasped his hands and bowed first to Han Yu. Luofu Peak, Han Yu. You seek death. Han Yu declared with haughty confidence. No sooner had the words left her lips than a colossal fireball, towering to a man's height, shot towards her with a swift whoosh. Han Yu's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes as she grasped her spear, raising it to unleash a sweeping strike. Bang! A brilliant flash of gunfire surged forth, striking the fiery mass with tremendous force, shattering it into countless fragments. In an instant, the sky was lit with a rain of flames. Han Yu, gun in hand, infused it with an overwhelming surge of true essence, radiating an aura of formidable power, preparing to launch another assault. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A smile graced Jiang Feng's lips, his demeanor calm and collected, as his nimble fingers deftly performed intricate gestures and incantations. The cascading flames did not dissipate. Instead, just before touching the ground, they transformed into countless tiny fire wasps. These densely packed fire wasps converged, forming an overwhelming tide that surged toward Han Yu. Humph, a mere parlor trick. Universe encompasses all. Annihilate. Han Yu grunted, his spear whirling in his grasp, transforming into a tempest that engulfed the swarm of fire wasps. Following this, a surge of immense power surged forth, obliterating all the fire wasps into nothingness. My senior brother certainly possesses remarkable skills. Let me show you my technique. Fire Serpent Dance. Jiang Feng remained unperturbed, his true essence flowing steadily within him, manifesting into serpentine flames several meters long, soaring through the air, winding their way directly toward Han Yu. As the fire serpents approached, each opened its gaping maw, unleashing torrents of flames and enveloping the entire arena in a sea of fire. The inferno blazed fiercely, causing the temperature in the arena to surge dramatically. Waves of heat rolled toward Han Yu like a relentless tide. Humph! Crimson Sphere. Han Yu's expression remained unchanged as he grunted, summoning a translucent barrier engulfed in flames that encased him. If these are your only tactics, you are destined to lose today. Heavenly Command, Cloud Ascend. Han Yu roared, abruptly hurling his spear into the air. The spear spun gracefully, and in an instant, a formidable force enveloped the entire arena. Shadows of the spear, imbued with boundless might, surged towards Jiang Feng. The technique Han Yu practiced was a high-level martial art known as the Canglong Feng Yunjin, capable of shattering myriad laws with sheer strength. This art not only endowed him with profound true essence, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, but also endowed him with a ferocious and unyielding offensive prowess. He was resolute. Since the contest was merely a matter of victory and defeat, he would employ this thunderous tactic to propel his opponent out of the arena. Under the overwhelming pressure of the spear's shadows, the protective shield set by the master of Luoyan Peak trembled. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Yu's face lit up with joy. Excellent. It seemed the first round was secure. However, she failed to notice the furrowed brow of Lu Mingshi beside her. Su Shire, standing behind them, narrowed his eyes as well. Jiang Feng displayed remarkable strength. Throughout the contest, relying solely on his fire control technique, he managed to contend with Han Yu to such an extent. While Han Yu's cultivation was commendable and his offensive was indeed powerful, it was evident that his combat experience was lacking, and he was likely to face defeat. Yet, he never anticipated that such a simple fire control technique could exhibit such myriad transformations. Su Shire marveled, as if a new world had opened before him. Ever since the advent of various magical artifacts, he had ceased to focus on the study of techniques. In this moment, he suddenly realized that when utilized effectively, techniques could wield immense power. Captivated, Su Shire could not take his eyes off the scene, feeling immensely enriched. Meanwhile, beneath the pale blue light shield, Jiang Feng appeared on the verge of being shattered by the onslaught of spear shadows. At that moment, he suddenly changed his hand seals. Subsequently, the folding fan in his grasp unfurled with great force, thrusting forward. A chilling wind swept through the arena, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the oppressive heat transformed into an extreme cold. The fierce flames vanished, replaced by a landscape of ice and snow. The biting wind froze the myriad shadows of weapons in an instant. The crimson aura surrounding Han Yu, radiating with fiery light, shattered with a cracking sound under the onslaught of the frigid air. What? Han Yu's expression shifted dramatically before he could summon any further defenses. A colossal snowball hurtled toward him with astonishing speed. Thud! With a resounding crash, the snowball collided with Han Yu, sending him hurtling away. As he hit the ground, he executed a perfect somersault, springing back to his feet. Glaring at Jiang Feng in the distance, his face was ashen, his fists clenched in a posture of indignation. He had yet to fully unleash his prowess, and to lose in such a manner was utterly unacceptable to him. Brother Han Yu, I concede. Jiang Feng smiled, clasping his hands in respect, before returning to stand behind the master of Luoyan Peak. Upon hearing these words, Han Yu's expression darkened considerably. The title of brother felt like a resounding slap across his face. Yet, the outcome was irrevocable. No amount of resentment could change it. Had that final blow been a sword or an ice spike instead of a snowball, he feared he might not have survived. Turning to the side, he looked at Lu Mingshi, his face filled with remorse. Master, your disciple is inept and has shamed you. At this moment, Lu Mingshi's expression was as solemn as still water, his mood suddenly heavy with weight. In his inaugural battle, Han Yu faced an unexpected defeat, a turn of events he could hardly have anticipated. Regardless of perspective, it was evident that Han Yu's cultivation and strength were slightly superior to his opponent's. He felt a desire to admonish, yet the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, elusive and unformed. Lu Mingshi understood well that Han Yu's loss stemmed from a lack of experience and inadequate adaptability in the heat of the moment. Alas, it seemed that my years of nurturing and guidance had inadvertently stifled his growth. Nevertheless, it was merely a sparring match. He should reflect on the reasons for his defeat. In the coming 5 years, prior to the commencement of the Seven Peaks Grand Tournament, you shall venture into the Sunset Forest for training. With a shift in tone, Lu Mingshi spoke calmly. The thought of soon losing 3 precious spiritual materials, along with the invaluable century-cold jade, tightened his heart as if gripped by an unseen hand, causing him profound anguish. Yet, as the master of a peak, he must maintain an air of nonchalance before his disciples and outsiders alike. Indeed, Han Yu bowed respectfully, lowering his once proud head. Your humility is commendable, senior brother. Your disciple possesses commendable cultivation and strength. Indeed, he requires further practical experience. However, you seem to have lost your most formidable trump card. It appears that the century-cold jade may soon find its way into my possession. The elder opposite him grinned widely, not missing the opportunity to tease. With that, she turned her gaze toward the century-cold jade on the stone table, which, to her, was a treasure, valuable for both cultivation and the crafting of legendary talismans. Chapter 100, New Techniques in Talisman Pairing. Laughing it off. Senior sister, it is but one spar. The outcome remains uncertain. Why do you have such a temperament? Resembling that old rascal Fuborin? Lu Mingshi remarked, his lips curling in discontent. It has always been said that one should never concede defeat in spirit. Even when aware of the slim chances of victory, he would not yield an inch in words. Very well, there is no need for me to argue with you. Let us proceed. If you lose this round, our friendly contest will come to an early conclusion. The elderly woman spoke with an air of indifference, her gaze settling upon the bearded figure behind her. Lin Yu, you shall take the stage for this second match. Understood. The burly man with the curled beard bowed respectfully, then stepped into the soft blue glow of the protective barrier. Observing this, Lu Mingshi swiftly turned to Xiao Yu and said, You must take the stage for this match. You must win, no matter what. Otherwise, I shan't be able to face the world with this old face of mine. Narrowing his eyes, he whispered his instructions. He could clearly see that although the bearded man was at the 8th level of qi refinement, his strength was slightly inferior to that of the other woman in the competition. Given Xiao Yu's abilities, her chances against the woman would be evenly matched. But against this man, she stood a better chance. Rest assured, Grandpa, I know what to do. Xiao Yu nodded gently, her expression becoming serious as she stepped forward. The failure of Han Yu, coupled with her grandfather's words, intensified her pressure. No, this battle must not be lost. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu endeavored to adjust her state of mind. As the match commenced, the burly Lin Yu raised his hand, unleashing 5 talismans toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stood resolutely with her sword, confronting the oncoming assault. In a swift motion, she vanished from her original position, launching a series of rapid attacks against her opponent. Both combatants were evenly matched, each possessing the formidable cultivation of the 8th level of qi refinement, and the battle escalated into a fervent clash from the very outset. Su 12 observed from the periphery, his eyes fixed intently on the fray. He keenly noted that the attack talismans wielded by Lin Yu were of relatively low grade. Yet, upon detonation, they unleashed a surprisingly potent force. How curious. This fellow's talismans, though not of high caliber, exhibited such power. Wait a moment. Could it be due to the attributes of the talismans? It is astonishing how the interplay of the 5 elements, when adeptly applied to talismans, can yield such remarkable effects. As Su 12 watched, he engaged in analysis and contemplation. With these observations, he felt his journey was well worth the effort. The battle raged on for a full hour. Lin Yu proved himself formidable. In addition to his talismans, his spells and magical instruments were also commendable. In contrast, Xiao Yu's offensive techniques appeared rather singular. However, she excelled in her solid foundation and, coupled with her audacity and meticulousness, she utilized the combat to learn from her opponent's application of spells. After an hour, Xiao Yu feigned an attack, momentarily disappearing, only to invoke the rain summoning technique, conjuring a massive water bird that struck Lin Yu with great force. With a thud, Lin Yu fell heavily to the ground, taking a moment to regain his composure. Rising, he promptly addressed Xiao Yu with sincerity. Senior sister Xiao Yu, your prowess is truly remarkable. I am outmatched and humbly concede. Do not be so modest, junior brother. I merely relied on a stroke of luck. Xiao Yu replied graciously before retreating to stand beside Lu Mingshi, who stroked his beard with a satisfied nod. In this contest, Xiao Yu's performance was commendable, particularly in her final move, which clearly demonstrated her understanding of the opponent's techniques. This innate talent is truly rare. Although her natural aptitude may be considered merely above average, her perseverance and character will surely lead her to achievements that surpass mine in the future. Lu Mingshi reflected, his gaze fixed on the old woman, a broad smile illuminating his face. Senior sister Shun, what did I tell you? Until the last moment, victory remains uncertain. Senior sister, you ought to learn less from that old rascal Fu Bo Run and instead embrace the integrity and sincerity that I, your junior, embody. Isn't that preferable? Lu Mingshi's heart swelled with pride at Xiao Yu's triumph, filling him with a sense of vindication. The old woman, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed, responding with a nonchalant tone. Indeed, Xiao Yu possesses commendable strength. However, Junior Lu, as it stands, our two peaks are merely even, each claiming one victory and one defeat. No matter how you slice it, we have not yet reached the final moment, have we? Your words suggest that your Luofu peak has achieved a resounding victory. But in this last battle, I wonder what your chances of success truly are. If I am not mistaken, your remaining contender is merely a novice at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Given his age, how much experience could he possibly possess? The old woman tilted her head, arching an eyebrow as she posed her rhetorical question. This seemingly light-hearted remark struck Lu Mingshi like a heavy blow, sending a jolt through him. He glanced at Su Shire and then at the young woman clad in a pale yellow gown across from him. Gradually, the smile on his face faded, leaving him looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. With one at the 7th level of Qi refinement and another at the 8th, what hope remained for victory? Cursed be it. Had I known, I should have sought a more formidable disciple. This Su 12, could it be that he was born to unsettle my composure? Lu Mingshi's good spirits evaporated in an instant, yet after a moment of rigidity, he resumed his usual demeanor, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, whether there is a chance of victory remains to be seen only through competition. How? Does senior sister Shin dare to assert that you from Luoyan Peak are bound to triumph? It must be said, this bout is primarily about uncovering the issues in the disciple's daily cultivation. The outcome, whether win or lose, is truly of little consequence. Lu Mingshi held his head high, yet as he spoke, his tone gradually weakened, revealing a distinct lack of confidence. Were it not for the fact that conceding at this moment would seem utterly undignified, he would have preferred to leave with his companions. What more is there to say? Let us begin. The old woman smiled broadly, ceasing her debate with Lu Mingshi, and turned to face the poised Chu Hongyue. Without waiting for her to speak, Chu Hongyue, wearing a smile, stepped into the arena. Observing this, Lu Mingshi, with a stoic expression, turned to Su 12 and said nonchalantly, Su 12, it is your turn. Su 12 nodded lightly and proceeded into the soft blue barrier. Luoyan Peak. Chu Hongyue. Luofu Peak. Su 12. In the arena, Su 12 and Chu Hongyue locked eyes, their mutual gaze igniting an intense rivalry. Su 12 maintained a semblance of calm, for he had previously been ensnared by her, losing a first-tier premium defensive talisman and a chi-gathering pill. Yet, from her hands, he had acquired a set of superior-grade concealed weaponry and had even evaded a calamity through her intervention. All things considered, he had profited considerably. Chu Hongyue's chest rose and fell violently as she recalled her previous encounters with Su 12, a surge of anger bubbling within her. Humph. This scoundrel has crossed me this time. I must teach him a profound lesson to assuage my resentment. Narrowing her eyes, she struggled to control her furious emotions, two fierce glints flashing in her gaze. She was confident in her abilities. In the presence of the two peak masters, she would naturally refrain from excessive actions. Yet she believed she could still inflict injuries, breaking bones if necessary. Chapter 101. Contest of Magic, Butterfly Love Humph. This wretched woman's gaze is off. She must be concocting some nefarious scheme. I must tread carefully. Should my strength be revealed, it would spell great trouble. Su 12 narrowed his eyes, his thoughts swirling beneath the surface. Their gazes met in the air, each reflecting a glimmer of cunning. Firecrows go. You audacious brat. Daring to seize what belongs to me. This time I shall ensure you pay dearly. In the next moment, Chu Hongyue acted first, performing a hand gesture and chanting a spell, summoning more than a dozen fire crows, each over a foot long, spewing flames as they dove towards Su 12. Humph. Stealing your belongings? I wonder which shameless one pilfered mine first. These fire crows are returning to you. Su 12 let out a low grunt, muttering under his breath, refusing to yield to her accusations. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed a hand gesture. Wind arise. A surge of true essence erupted, transforming into a fierce gale that swept up the fire crows, sending them hurtling back towards her. As he cast the wind summoning technique, he shifted his form, employing the shadowless phantom step to vanish in the breeze. Summon the rain. Chu Hongwei squinted, clearly having anticipated this maneuver. With a deft gesture, a sudden downpour cascaded from the heavens, extinguishing the fiery crows above. Su 12's lips curled into a subtle smile as he stealthily approached her from behind while she was occupied with her incantation. Grasping the Yuanyang ruler, he aimed a swift strike at her back with breathtaking speed. Like Chu Hongwei, Su 12 had no intention of taking her life. Rather, he sought to inflict severe injury as retribution for past grievances. However, just as the Yuanyang ruler was about to descend, a jolt of apprehension surged through Su 12. His expression shifting dramatically. "This is bad," he silently lamented. Before he could react, the triumphant voice of Chu Hongwei rang in his ears. "Little rascal, do you think you can ambush me? You still have a long way to go. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Now, relish your fear." With a smug smile, she unleashed a blue talisman that transformed into a streak of light. In an instant, she vanished, reappearing 10 yards away. In contrast, Su 12, caught off guard, focused intently, and found himself surrounded by dozens of talismans radiating with spiritual energy. The multitude of talismans, numbering no fewer than 70 or 80, was truly overwhelming. Dear heavens! Outside the arena, Xiao Yu's eyelids twitched at the sight, and her first instinct was to glance toward Lu Mingshi. "What a fuss over mere inferior talismans. They'll only cause a few injuries. No one will die." Lu Mingshi waved dismissively, unconcerned. "This brat lacks the ability to launch a sneak attack. Let him learn his lesson." Though Xiao Yu felt a twinge of worry, she could not contest her grandfather's nonchalance. In the arena, Su Shire wore a cold expression, promptly activating the bloodlight shield and swiftly channeling his true essence into the Yuanyang ruler to conjure a defensive barrier. Having witnessed the attack methods of the scholar Jiang Feng, he discerned that although these talismans appeared rather mundane, their combined elemental properties undoubtedly rendered them extraordinary in potency. To confront such formidable talismans with mere ordinary first-tier low-grade talismans would certainly lead to a significant setback. With a thunderous roar, as Su Shire maneuvered the Yuanyang ruler, an explosion erupted, shattering the protective barrier enveloping the competition ground. A powerful surge of spiritual energy swept across the surroundings, startling the onlookers, particularly Xiao Yu, who could not suppress her astonishment at the sheer might of the assault. "So powerful," 12 she began, but before she could finish, a figure emerged from the energy explosion. Su Shire, wielding the Yuanyang ruler, charged directly towards Chu Hongwei. With the Yuanyang ruler, the bloodlight shield, and beneath his garments, a superior-grade defensive armor. He stood protected against the astonishing power of the talismans, which did not significantly hinder him. The Yuanyang ruler was bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder, well known throughout the sect. The armor concealed beneath his attire was difficult to detect. As for the Yuanyang umbrella, the iron hate blade, and other treasures, he had no intention of revealing them in public to avoid drawing attention. Even the Cloud Yang spiritual fire within the Yuanyang ruler had been temporarily stored away in the Yuanyang umbrella. Before he even arrived, the Yuanyang ruler, under Su Shire's control, unleashed a burst of Yuanyang golden flowers, hurtling towards Chu Hongwei. "What a clever lad. Your reactions are indeed swift. However, top-tier artifacts are not exclusive to you alone." Chu Hongyu remained composed, taken aback only by Su Shire's swift reaction, yet her surprise was fleeting. With a serene smile, she raised her hand, conjuring a 3-inch blue butterfly-shaped flying sword into her palm. She tossed it into the air, releasing a surge of profound, true essence upon the sword. Instantly, the sword shuddered violently, emanating a brilliant radiance. Within that brilliance, the sword light transformed into hundreds of palm-sized blue butterflies, darting towards the Yuanyang golden flower. As the butterflies met the flower in midair, they painted a picturesque scene of butterflies gathering nectar. The golden flower, known for its invincibility, was rendered ephemeral before the swarm. What an impressive magical artifact! Su Shire's eyelids flickered as he beheld the overwhelming multitude of butterflies approaching him, his heart racing with trepidation. Though he hadn't anticipated such a method of attack, he was nonetheless prepared. "Control the fire. Go." He gestured with his hands, chanting an incantation, and a fireball the size of a fist materialized in his palm. Su Shire hurled it forward, infusing the fireball with a torrent of energy. In an instant, the fireball swelled in the wind. As the swarm charged towards him, the fireball suddenly trembled, transforming into a fire serpent over 10 feet long that soared into the sky. The serpent twisted and coiled, resembling a genuine python. Humph. Your Yuanyang ruler is ineffective, and you think a mere fire control technique can thwart my assault? Chu Hongyu's eyes flickered with disdain at the sight of the fire serpent. While she voiced her skepticism, she discreetly clutched several defensive talismans in her palm, her true essence surging forth, and a dark turtle shell at her waist poised to detach at any moment. She acted with caution, knowing victory was assured, yet never allowing herself to be complacent. In response to Chu Hongyu's mockery, Su Shire chose to remain unfazed. Fixating on the swarm of butterflies in the air, the fire python suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled, devouring the entire cluster. What? Chu Hongyue was taken aback, not anticipating that such a rudimentary fire control technique could be wielded with such finesse by Su 12. However, she quickly regained her composure. Her gaze turned icy as she unleashed a pure essence of true energy onto her flying sword. Buzz! The sword trembled slightly, emitting a resonant hum. In the sky, the sword light of the butterfly swarm, consumed by the fire python, responded in kind, shuddering in unison. Boom! In the next moment, the butterfly swarm's sword light surged dramatically, erupting forth and scattering the fire python into disarray, transforming into a cascade of fiery sparks. Young man, I never would have imagined your mastery of the arcane arts to reach such heights. Yet, regrettably, before me, you still fall short. Chu Hongyue gazed intently at Su 12, her words unfinished as her expression shifted abruptly. The fiery sparks cascading from the sky morphed into numerous thumb-sized fire bees. Chapter 102, The Great Savior. A timely rain, the swarm rapidly flapped their wings, producing a buzzing sound, resembling a fiery cloud as they surged toward Chu Hongyue. This technique was reminiscent of the one employed by Jiang Feng during the first contest at Luoyan Peak. However, unlike before, the fire bees summoned by Su 12 exuded a distinctly higher level of sentience. Growing up in the mountains, Su 12 was well versed in the ways of nature, frequently foraging for birds, fishing, and stealing honey, thus possessing an intimate understanding of bee behavior. Each fire bee bore a glimmer of golden light upon its brow, a manifestation of the Yuanyang Qi from the Yuanyang. This is not good. Seeing this spectacle, Chu Hongyue silently cursed her misfortune. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung the defensive talisman from her hand, while the turtle shell amulet at her waist instantly activated, transforming into a grand shield to protect her. Bang! 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 At the same time, a swarm of bees descended upon her like a torrential hailstorm, crashing against her protective barrier. The defense conjured by the talisman shattered under the relentless assault. However, when faced with the turtle shell, the swarm abruptly dispersed, scattering like countless stars, circumventing the amulet, and heading straight for Chu Hongyue. Thud! In an instant, flames erupted around Chu Hongyue. Caught off guard, she was sent flying. Upon hitting the ground, her pale yellow gown was riddled with holes, her body marred by a multitude of fiery burns. Her overall appearance could only be described as utterly tragic. Chu's senior sister. I concede. In the arena, Su 12 clasped his hands in salute, smiling as he dissipated his spell. Not only had he exhaled a breath of relief, but he had also combined spells with artifacts, acquiring a new technique. At that moment, his spirits soared. Humph! Chu Hongyue rose from the ground, quickly retrieving a feather cloak to drape over herself, glaring at Su 12 with fury that could boil the seas. Meanwhile, the others turned their gaze towards Su 12, momentarily stunned. How could this be? This lad actually won. Before the contest commenced, no one believed Su 12 stood a chance. After all, he was unremarkable in appearance, hardly resembling a formidable opponent. Jiang Feng and Lin Yu from Falling Goose Peak widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before them. In the realm of Qi refining, facing an opponent of the 8th level while being at the 7th level does not entirely preclude the possibility of victory. However, it largely depends on the individual. Chu Hongyue is not a stranger to them, being a notorious figure from Falling Goose Peak, seasoned and cunning. Her formidable strength and sly demeanor have caused distress among disciples of varying cultivation levels within the peak. Yet, it is astonishing that such a formidable Chu Hongyue would suffer defeat at the hands of someone of lesser cultivation. The 12th junior brother, he actually won? Xiao Yu murmured softly. She had long anticipated Su 12's capabilities and was mentally prepared for this outcome. Nevertheless, witnessing Su 12's decisive triumph over his adversary left her in a state of awe. Particularly impressive was his adept application of techniques, which rendered her speechless. During the battle, he gleaned much from his opponent, yet it was evident that he had comprehended far more than she had. As Xiao Yu remained transfixed, Her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su 12. Han Yu felt a tightening in his chest, and his expression grew increasingly grim. His emotions were tumultuous, akin to a toppled spice rack, tumultuous and unpleasant. He was the most favored disciple of Luofu Peak, yet he had unexpectedly lost. While Xiao Yu's victory seemed reasonable, how could this seemingly least talented individual triumph over a superior opponent? Furthermore, he had captured the admiration of junior sister Xiao Yu. What a farcical situation. In this moment, Han Yu wished he could vanish into the earth. Meanwhile, Lu Mingshi paid no heed to Han Yu's feelings. After observing Su 12 for a few moments, he was overtaken by elation, his face beaming with joy. In his eyes, this was not merely an audacious young man. Rather, he was a savior, a timely deliverer. Humph. This young man is truly remarkable. Let us not speak of cultivation. The combat experience is remarkably mature and astute, infused with a certain spiritual essence. Could it be that this is the true reason why the Grand Elder has taken a liking to this individual? Damn, this fellow evidently possesses abysmal talent. How could I have misjudged him so gravely? Lu Mingshi's thoughts raced, and he then turned with a smile towards the master of Luoyan Peak, not far off. Haha. Senior Sister Shan, if my eyes do not deceive me, this time, the contest should lead to our victory at Luofu Peak, correct? The old woman scrutinized Su 12, her eyes clearly reflecting astonishment. This lad, with his mediocre talent, had surprisingly displayed such remarkable wisdom. Simply by observing Jiang Feng's moves, he had gained such profound understanding of the techniques. Upon hearing Lu Mingshi's voice, the old woman's expression darkened, and she retorted with a hint of bitterness, "Indeed. You have triumphed. Congratulations, junior brother Lu. Your Luofu Peak has certainly produced a fine talent." Haha, receiving a compliment from senior sister Shun is indeed a rare feat. Lu Mingshi chuckled, swiftly collecting the spiritual materials and treasures from the table. In truth, the disciples of Luoyan Peak are not lacking either. They are merely a shade inferior to us at Luofu Peak. The old woman shot him a glare, her face flushed with indignation, and replied, "Humph. Do you dare to boast? Winning against my Luoyan Peak is hardly an achievement. If you have the capability, prove yourself in the 7 Peaks competition 5 years hence, and contend with Tian Shu, Tian Hua, and Tianyin Peaks." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingshi instantly fell silent, his smile frozen. He then cleared his throat and hastily remarked, Ahem, who can say what will transpire in 5 years? With nothing pressing at hand, they decided to return. Upon finishing his words, he waved his sleeve and summoned the purple lightning sword, leading the group back to Mount Luofu. The flying sword descended gracefully onto the plaza before the grand hall of Mount Luofu. As soon as they landed, Lu Mingshi, beaming with delight, eagerly addressed Su 12, saying, 12, you performed exceptionally well this time. Do not hesitate to voice your desires for a reward. Respectfully, Peak Master, I do not wish to ask for much. I merely desire that piece of Lioli gold and an opportunity to select a cultivation technique from the library. Su 12 dismounted from the flying sword and deliberately maintained a certain distance from Lu Mingshi, responding to his inquiry with a humble gesture of respect. Lu Mingshi, of course, was merely expressing his sentiments. Had Su 12 made extravagant demands, he would not have acquiesced. Observing Su 12's prudence, Lu Mingshi found him increasingly agreeable. Lioli gold? It appears you are already aware. If your Yuanyang ruler can be refined with Lioli gold and the heavenly spirit fire, it could indeed elevate to the level of a spiritual weapon. However, the heavenly spirit fire is elusive and exceedingly rare. Among the materials I possess, there exists a superior piece of crescent stone, also a precious resource for crafting. In high spirits, Lu Mingshi elaborated further with a smile. Thank you for your kind offer. Peak Master, I am eager to give it a try. Su 12 replied hastily. He had long acquired the heavenly spirit fire, and with Lioli gold so near at hand, he was indifferent to whether Lu Mingshi's intentions were benevolent or otherwise. Securing the materials was his priority. Chapter 103, Lioli Gold, An Introduction to Alchemy, and the Comprehensive Arts of the 5 Elements. Very well, Lu Mingshi nodded, refraining from further elaboration. He flipped his palm to reveal a golden stone the size of a pigeon egg, along with 2 wooden tokens and 3 porcelain vials containing elixirs. These 2 wooden tokens served as passes to the library pavilion, and now that you have reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, coupled with your victory in the recent competition, you are awarded 2 tokens. Present these passes at the library pavilion, and you may select one technique of your choice from the available offerings. Additionally, here are 3 vials of Qi condensing pills. Typically, each participant in this contest would receive 1 vial, but due to your commendable performance, I have decided to grant you an extra 3 vials. Lu Mingshi spoke in a calm manner as he handed over the items to Su 12. Su 12 accepted the items with utmost reverence, bowing deeply before expressing. Disciple is profoundly grateful to the peak master. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Very well. You may go. Lu Mingshi acknowledged with a nod, choosing not to say more. His attitude towards Su 12 had softened considerably, yet it remained limited to this context. The fact that Su 12, with a mixed spiritual root, had cultivated to such a level in just over a decade was indeed remarkable. However, Lu Mingshi was acutely aware of the formidable challenges that awaited a mixed spiritual root in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Treating Su 12 as an ordinary disciple and bestowing minor favors was inconsequential. However, the notion of prioritizing his cultivation had never crossed Lu Mingshi's mind. Master, I am lacking. Han Yu stood aside, watching with envy as Lu Mingshi presented Su 12 with a plethora of gifts, feeling a deep sense of discontent within. There is no need for self-deprecation, nor to compare yourself with anyone else. Your talents are extraordinary, and your future achievements will be unparalleled. Su Shire possesses a commendable temperament. Yet, regrettably, his innate spiritual roots are rather inferior, limiting him to minor achievements. With mixed spiritual roots, ascending to the foundational stage is akin to scaling the heavens. Even if he encounters extraordinary fortunes to reach his current standing, he is destined to remain confined to the chi refinement stage. However, you are different. At your tender age, you have already attained the 9th level of chi refinement. Within a decade, breaking into the foundational stage will pose no challenge for you. What you currently lack is merely some experience and training, Lu Mingshi remarked, turning to Han Yu with a smile. In his heart, he always held Han Yu, this prodigious disciple, in the highest regard. Stagnating at the chi refinement stage? Han Yu's brow furrowed. He had initially viewed Su Shire as a rival, but now he exhaled a sigh of relief. I shall heed Master S teachings. Xiao Yu, standing nearby, had been elated by Su Shire's accomplishments. However, upon hearing Lu Mingshi's words, her smile gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a silent sigh. She held her grandfather's words in unwavering belief, feeling a deep sense of regret for Su Shire. After parting ways with Lu Mingshi and the others, Su Shire did not hasten to return, but instead, with a passage permit in hand, made his way directly to the library pavilion. Zhu Hanwei had searched in vain, and the Grand Elder remained silent. His most pressing concern was to enter seclusion for cultivation, striving to reach the 12th level of chi refinement and break through to the foundational stage. Before that, he needed to select a cultivation method and refine the Yuan Yang into a spiritual artifact. The library pavilion, located not far from the treasure pavilion, is a 5-story wooden tower housing a multitude of tomes, cultivation methods, secret arts, weapon refining, alchemy, talismans, and formations, truly a cornucopia of knowledge. It cannot be said to be overly profound, yet such a plethora of varieties is something only sects and families engaged in cultivation possess. Similar to the treasures found in the treasure pavilion, every tome within the library is sealed with magical incantations. All disciples are permitted to select works solely based on their titles and brief descriptions. With limited cultivation, Su 12 could only explore the first level of the library. After wandering about, he ultimately chose a book on the fundamentals of alchemy and a comprehensive compendium of elemental techniques. He possessed a considerable number of spiritual plants, as well as the extraordinary and enigmatic alchemical furnace. If he could refine the spiritual plants into elixirs, regardless of their quality, he could seize the opportunity to enhance them into superior elixirs using the mysterious furnace. In this way, even if his alchemical skills were mediocre, he would be comparable to a top-tier alchemist, if not more formidable. Superior elixirs could be utilized for personal cultivation or exchange with others, making them far more advantageous than merely trading the spiritual plants directly. Su 12 grasped this crucial insight. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity to access texts related to alchemy, but this time he would not let it slip away. As for the compendium of elemental techniques, it contained a wealth of commonly practiced methods. After comprehending the innovative applications of these techniques, he would certainly seize the moment. In contrast, other cultivation methods held little significance for him, as even the most exceptional techniques could only be cultivated to the 9th level of chi refinement, while he had already reached the 10th. Upon returning to his dwelling, Su 12 engaged in a ritual of incense and cleansing before retrieving the Yuan Yang, the Yun Yang spiritual fire, and the Liuli gold. According to Zhang Feishua, the first step in refining the Yuan Yang into a spiritual artifact was merely to procure the Liuli gold and the Yun Yang spiritual fire. Subsequently, the refinement process alone would necessitate a period of 3 to 5 years before completion. regardless of the duration. The acquisition of a spiritual artifact would undoubtedly augment my strength immensely. His gaze swept over the 3 items in succession, and Su 12 inhaled deeply, exhaling a breath of true essence onto the cloud yang spiritual fire. The spiritual fire quivered abruptly, followed by a surge of radiant light. Sensing the escalating temperature within the chamber, Su 12 seized the glazed gold and cast it into the flames. The glazed gold, being exceedingly robust, exhibited no alteration whatsoever under the scorching heat of the cloud yang spiritual fire. Undeterred, Su 12 assumed a cross-legged posture to the side, cultivating while patiently awaiting the outcome. This waiting period extended to 7 days. During this time, news of the sparring match and wager between Luofu Peak and Luoyan Peak spread like wildfire. Accompanying this dissemination was the name of Su 12. Chu Hongyue possessed a modicum of renown among the sect's disciples. Numerous disciples who had interacted with Chu Hongyue held her in dread, akin to venomous serpents. Yet, this very disciple had been vanquished by an obscure individual, defying the conventional order. How could this not astound everyone? In that moment, throughout the sect, numerous disciples were intrigued, wondering just who this Su 12 was. Among them, some disciples swiftly recalled the circumstances of the sect's trial from years past. And this lad, within days, was brought to the attention of the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak. What? That boy has actually returned, and I was unaware? Humph, this time. I must acquire that heaven and earth furnace. The Grand Elder, initially startled, then overjoyed, stroked his beard, his eyes immediately darting about. The internal affairs of the sect remained unknown to Su 12. At this very moment, he was in his dwelling, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the ethereal cloud yang spirit fire. Under the relentless forging of the cloud yang spirit fire, the Lioli gold began to soften. First, it yielded to a pliable state, then transformed into a puddle of molten gold. Observing this, Su 12 exhaled a surge of pure essence. The molten gold, now imbued with essence, instantaneously vaporized, merging with the cloud yang spirit fire and vanishing from sight. Seizing the opportune moment, Su 12 grasped the yuan yang in his hand, channeling a vast surge of energy and pointing it towards the cloud yang spirit fire. In an instant, an invisible pull emanated from the tip of the yuan yang, drawing in both the spirit fire and the vaporized Lioli gold. Subsequently, the yuan yang radiated an intense brilliance, becoming exceedingly hot. At its apex, a droplet of golden liquid, about the size of a fingernail, writhed in motion. Before this droplet, a faint golden thread was discernible, extending at an agonizingly slow pace toward the opposite end of the yuan yang. This pace was so sluggish that it would make even a tortoise appear swift. Were it not for Su 12's perceptive essence, he would scarcely have noticed the subtle changes occurring. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, a broad smile illuminated Su 12's face. Splendid. He had finally accomplished the most challenging step, infusing the essence into the. Now, he merely needed to wait for the Lioli gold to permeate throughout the yuan yang, and it would be transformed into a spiritual weapon. Gazing intently at the yuan yang in his grasp, he scarcely felt the searing pain emanating from it. His heart thudded powerfully, filled with an exhilarating anticipation. This was a spiritual weapon, after all, something that even many Foundation establishment experts might lack. With each increment of cultivation and strength, he drew closer to avenging himself. Unexcited? How could that be possible? After a full incense stick had passed, the yuan yang in his hand had already returned to its original temperature. Only then did Su 12 put away the treasured item and take out the introductory alchemy book along with the comprehensive tome on the 5 elemental techniques to peruse. After memorizing the information, he intended to enter seclusion for intensive cultivation, vowing not to emerge until he had reached the Foundation establishment stage. Bang, bang, bang. Just at that moment, a powerful knocking echoed from outside the door. Who could be seeking me at this hour? Su 12, startled by the sound, hastily stowed his belongings, rose, and made his way to the courtyard to open the door. Who are you? At the sight of a youth, around 14 or 15 years old, clad in flowing white robes with a skyward ponytail, Su 12 squinted, quickly assessing the visitor. Senior brother. I am a disciple from Tianshu Peak, serving under the Grand Elder. My name is Zhao Huai. The Grand Elder has matters to discuss, and has specifically sent me to invite you for a conversation. The young disciple, though youthful, displayed a remarkable maturity, bowing respectfully and speaking with composure. The Grand Elder wishes to speak with me? Did he mention what the matter pertains to? Su 12's body trembled slightly as he inquired, his heart racing to his throat. He had mentally prepared for this situation, even anticipating that the Grand Elder's invitation would arrive later than expected. Yet, confronted with the reality, he could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety. No, we, as disciples, would not dare to pry into the Grand Elder's affairs. The youth decisively shook his head in response. Very well, I understand. You may return for now. I shall come by later. Su 12 nodded, replying with an air of nonchalance. The young boy displayed a hint of concern. What? Is there a problem? Su 12 narrowed his eyes and spoke indifferently. No problem. I shall return to report to the Grand Elder. The boy shook his head, hastily replying. He was merely an insignificant child. He could not afford to provoke even Su 12, let alone the Grand Elder. Although the Grand Elder had instructed him to invite Su 12, now that Su 12 had expressed his intention to go on his own, he thought for a moment and decided to return alone to deliver the message. Humph, is that fellow finally planning to take action against me? As he watched the boy depart, Su 12 took a deep breath, striving to control his emotions. Upon returning to the courtyard, his immediate instinct was to flee. The Grand Elder's intentions were dubious. This so-called invitation likely boded ill. But upon further reflection, the Grand Elder was a formidable cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. Within the Yungu sect, the Grand Elder might still have reservations. Without the sect's protection, he would become nothing more than meat on the chopping block. Vulnerable to anyone's whims. Damn it, my strength is still far too weak. Su 12 clenched his fists, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had never yearned for power as intensely as he did today. After contemplating for a considerable time, Su 12 took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and set off towards Tianshu Peak. Ultimately, he resolved to venture forth and seek the truth. After all, he had not yet severed ties with the Grand Elder. Nominally, he remained the Grand Elder's registered disciple. To refuse an invitation from his master would clearly provide others with leverage against him. Moreover, he was heading to Tianshu Peak, the principal peak of the Yungu sect. Even if the Grand Elder truly intended to harm him, he would surely not dare to act openly against him. Moreover, even if a conflict were to arise, one could simply execute the swordbone formation, causing the cloudbone sword to explode. The force generated by an explosion of a pseudo-spiritual artifact is nothing short of cataclysmic, sufficient to afford him an opportunity to flee. As long as he can rouse the other elders or the peak master of Cloud Song Peak, his temporary safety would be assured. Furthermore, with his eye of disillusionment and the dazzling brilliance of his spiritual awareness, he possesses formidable means of self-preservation. Contemplating these strategies, Su 12's anxious heart calmed significantly. Although Tianshu Peak is not far from Luofu Peak, Su 12 traversed the path at a leisurely pace. Along the way, he meticulously organized his thoughts until every detail was clarified before finally setting foot on Tianshu Peak. Tianshu Peak, one of the 7 main peaks, rises majestically into the clouds, adorned with palatial structures and resplendent with jade and gold, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Amidst the sea of clouds, celestial cranes soar freely, their calls resonating melodiously. The residence of the Grand Elder is a beautifully crafted courtyard, complete with exquisite railings and a vintage charm. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su 12 noticed the gate wide open, revealing 6 disciples in their training garb, each at the 8th level of chi refinement, standing within. Observing this scene, Su 12 instinctively felt a measure of reassurance. With these disciples present, the likelihood of the Grand Elder taking hostile action against him diminished significantly. He pondered his next move. Just as he was about to knock on the courtyard door, a disciple with a square face, thick brows, and large eyes turned and spoke in a calm tone. You must be Su 12, the Grand Elder's named disciple. He has instructed that you may enter at your leisure. He is currently in seclusion and will not emerge for another quarter of an hour. As the man with a square face spoke, the rest of the individuals in the courtyard turned their attention to Su 12. Their expressions varied. Some displayed envy, others nodded in acknowledgement with a smile, while a few tilted their heads in disdain. Su 12 cast a discerning glance over them, fully aware that such reactions stemmed from his status as a named disciple of the Grand Elder. With a slight nod, he smiled and returned their gestures before cautiously stepping into the courtyard. Approaching the square-faced man, Su 12 inquired, "Brother, have you also been summoned by the Grand Elder?" The square-faced disciple clasped his fists and, with narrowed eyes, replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Do you happen to know the purpose of the Grand Elder's summons?" Su 12 pressed on. The disciple shook his head, adopting a demeanor that suggested he wished to remain unapproached. "I do not know. Thank you." Su 12 expressed his gratitude. Recognizing the disciple's reluctance to elaborate, he then discreetly surveyed the surroundings. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, instantly raising his alertness. Suddenly, Su 12's pupils constricted as he noticed the lifeless bodies of 2 demonic beasts hanging upside down from a large tree in the courtyard. Were those soul-devouring mice? Although the 2 beasts had been skinned and dismembered, he could still discern their identity. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the soul-devouring mice in his spiritual beast pouch. The only distinction was their significantly larger size. As Su-12 became aware of the two demonic beasts, he sensed that the spirit rodent he had nurtured within his spirit beast pouch was growing increasingly agitated, seemingly attuned to the deathly aura of its kind. Could it be that the Grand Elder had attempted to employ the spirit rodent to locate that enigmatic alchemical furnace? Su-12 squinted his eyes and silently tossed a spirit herb into the pouch to soothe the creature's unrest. Meanwhile, his mind was engaged in a discreet analysis of the situation. He felt no particular anxiety, although the spirit rodent was formidable. The mysterious alchemical furnace was evidently far more extraordinary. During the time he had raised the spirit rodent, he had attempted to have it sense the location where the alchemical furnace was concealed, but to no avail. The rodent had shown no response whatsoever. It seemed that during my absence over the years, the Grand Elder must have tried various methods in his quest to find that elusive furnace. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to find an opportunity to relocate the furnace or carry it with me. With his head lowered, a thought flashed swiftly through Su-12's mind. Just then, accompanied by a creaking sound, the door of the building in the courtyard swung open, revealing a figure clad in a flowing white robe, with hair styled in a topknot, a face adorned with wrinkles, and a long white beard measuring a foot in length. The newcomer was none other than the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak, Gu Tianchuan. Grand Elder, Master. Upon seeing the Grand Elder, Su-12 and the others straightened their expressions, greeting him with utmost respect. Gu Tianchuan, stroking his beard, wore a beaming smile, exuding an air of great delight. Yet his gaze remained as profound as ever, swiftly scanning the crowd before settling upon Su-12. 12, it must be 3 to 5 years since you entered my tutelage. In all this time, you've never thought to visit your master? Gu Tianchuan squinted, seemingly critical, yet his lips were curved in a genial smile, his tone exceedingly gentle and caring. Inwardly, Su-12 mused, to come would be akin to walking into the lion's den. Despite his thoughts, his face bore a respectful expression as he said, "Your disciple is humbled by Master's high regard. Knowing my mediocre spiritual roots, I dared not disgrace Master's name, and thus have been diligently cultivating all these years, hoping to one day advance my cultivation before visiting Master." Su-12 cupped his hands in a bow, feigning sincerity and trepidation. It gladdens me to see you harbor such intentions. With your spiritual aptitude, to have elevated your cultivation to such a level in so short a time. It's evident that you've not idled these past years. These 2 vials of superior grade 3 yuan pills, each capable of substituting 10 days of arduous cultivation, are yours to accept. Gu Tianchuan nodded with a smile, appearing quite pleased. With a flick of his hand, he tossed 2 vials of pills to Su-12. What scheme is this old fellow concocting? Su-12 knew that the elder was not as benevolent as he seemed, yet he couldn't decipher the man's true aim. He could only express his gratitude and accept the pills with a smile. This scene evoked envy among the other disciples in the courtyard, who felt that Su-12 had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, that despite his unremarkable spiritual roots, he was held in such esteem by the Grand Elder. The usually stern and unsmiling elder had never shown such concern for a junior disciple. Most notably, this individual had been apprenticed for 5 years, yet had not even visited his master, and still, he was bestowed with elixirs. Had it been myself in such a situation, I would undoubtedly have maintained a vigil at the master's door day and night. Now that personal matters are settled, it is time to address the pressing issues at hand. As Su-12 accepted the elixirs, the elder cleared his throat, and his expression transformed once more into one of gravity. The purpose of summoning you all here is to assign a crucial task. Our sect possesses a medicinal field in the enigmatic gorge, where a plethora of herbs are cultivated. Recently, numerous ferocious beasts have appeared in the gorge, resulting in significant casualties among the auxiliary disciples. Venture into the enigmatic gorge. To eliminate these beasts? Upon hearing Gu Tianchuan's words, the disciples exchanged glances, their faces reflecting apprehension. They perceived this as an arduous undertaking. One must understand that in merely 5 years, the 7 Peaks Grand Competition will commence. Disciples at the 8th level of Qi refinement, like themselves, were in the final stages of preparation for the competition. At such a time, no one wished to venture forth to hunt beasts. Yet, the elder held a position of great prestige within the sect, and his words commanded respect. Among the crowd, a disciple with a square face cautiously inquired, "We shall undoubtedly obey the elder's command. However, may I ask about the strength of these beasts?" Gu Tianchuan regarded the assembly with a stoic demeanor, fully aware of their concerns. With a tranquil smile, he continued, "Rest assured, the intruders are merely high-tier beasts. Given your cultivation levels, it will not be a daunting task to eradicate them. It should be accomplished within a month at most. This matter should have been resolved by me personally. However, I am preoccupied with pressing affairs and cannot depart. Thus, every disciple participating in this endeavor shall receive 500 contribution points. What? 500 contribution points? Upon hearing Gu Tianquan's final words, the spirits of those present in the courtyard were instantly uplifted. 500 contribution points is no trifling sum. It is ample enough to exchange for a fine upper-grade magical artifact at the treasure pavilion. The cost? Merely a month of time. This is hardly a burdensome task. It is evidently a fortuitous windfall. Su 12, like the others, wore a beaming smile, yet inwardly he lamented. In his eyes, this was far from a blessing. It was likely to be a harbinger of calamity. This old fellow is bringing me out of the Yungu sect at this juncture. Could it be? He intends to take action against me ahead of schedule? Or does he harbor other designs? Thoughts raced through Su 12's mind, though he dared not reveal them upon his countenance. Rest assured, Elder, we shall handle this matter with utmost care. Before Gu Tianquan could utter another word, the crowd eagerly responded with laughter. Very well, I entrust this to you, and naturally, I am at ease. Yang Shaolin, you shall lead this expedition, while Su 12 will assist. That is all. You may take your leave. Gu Tianquan wore a faint smile, nodded, cast a glance at the disciple with a square face, and offered a few more instructions before waving his hand to dismiss the assembly. His eyes held a profound gaze, shimmering with inscrutable thoughts. The disciples hurriedly bowed in respect, and then made their exit. Su 12 also respectfully bid farewell and departed alongside several others. Chapter 106. The Elders Scheme. Congratulations, junior brother. As a few individuals emerged, a disciple with a square face approached Su 12, his previous aloof demeanor replaced by a cheerful smile. What do you mean? Senior brother? Su 12 looked at him in bewilderment, feeling somewhat flustered. No need for formalities, just call me Shaolin. I am Yang Shaolin, a disciple of the Tianshu Peak. He continued, his tone warm and inviting. With your arrival, Master has shown great concern, sending you elixirs, and even going to great lengths to assign you this task. Junior brother, your future is indeed promising. What does this task have to do with me? Su 12 pouted, still astonished. Isn't it obvious? It's merely a task to exorcise demonic beasts. Why would it require such a large number of people? Yang Shaolin replied, jealousy creeping into his tone. At that moment, a round-faced cultivator, wearing a fawning smile, joined the conversation. Exactly. The most crucial part is that each person receives 500 contribution points. The elder has made such a significant investment. It is clear he is nurturing you as a core disciple. Although the others remained silent, their eyes were fixed on Su 12, exuding a hint of envy. The manner in which Gu Tianquan treated Su 12 left them hesitant to disregard him. Please, don't misunderstand, senior brothers. The elder is always fair in his actions. How could he show favoritism simply because I am his disciple? Su 12 hastily interjected, hoping to divert the spotlight from himself. Indeed, the elder is truly one of the fairest within our Yungu sect, came the agreement. The round-faced disciple smiled and spoke, while several others nodded eagerly, exchanging knowing glances with Su 12. The round-faced disciple leaned closer to Su 12, lowering his voice and speaking with an air of mystery. Junior brother 12. I am not speaking in jest. This time, you are undoubtedly destined for greatness. Do you know what the Grand Elder has been doing during his recent seclusion? Before Su 12 could respond, Yang Shaolin raised an eyebrow and inquired, what is he doing? The other registered disciples held their breath. Their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to the round-faced disciple. Su 12's ears perked up, fully alert. I heard this by chance. You may listen, but do not let it spread further. I have come to learn that the Grand Elder has been concocting a talisman known as the treasure-seeking talisman. It is said that this talisman can locate any treasure in the world. The Grand Elder's recent departure must certainly be for the purpose of treasure hunting. Given the Grand Elder's regard for junior brother 12, if there were truly something valuable, would he not look after you? As the round-faced disciple spoke, his gaze returned to Su 12, his smile growing ever more obsequious. What? A treasure-seeking talisman? One that can find any treasure in the world? Could it be that the old fellow took me to the medicinal fields to seize the opportunity to use the talisman to track down the elusive Dan Furnace? No, that doesn't make sense. If the talisman were truly effective, why would he go through such lengths? He could simply seek the Dan Furnace directly, couldn't he? Is this a scheme? But what if it is true? The spirit-eating rat possesses treasure-seeking abilities. If we were to craft a talisman using its hide, it might yield remarkable results. The round-faced disciple spoke with conviction, yet upon observing his demeanor, it did not appear as though he was colluding with the Grand Elder. Upon hearing these words, Su 12 felt as if struck by lightning, his heart instantly thrown into disarray. Countless thoughts flickered in his mind, leaving him utterly uncertain of the Grand Elder's true intentions. At that moment, A cacophony of voices resonated in his ears. Indeed, no wonder the Grand Elder had been so secretive lately. It appears there is more to this than meets the eye. Senior Brother 12. We shall rely on your guidance in the Yun Gu sect from now on. As soon as the round-faced disciple finished speaking, the others chimed in, attempting to ingratiate themselves with Su 12. Even the two disciples who had initially displayed disdain now wore beaming smiles. Although Su 12 was merely a nominal disciple, the Grand Elder's regard for him was evident to all. Should the Grand Elder truly acquire more treasures and enhance his power, Su 12's status would undoubtedly rise in tandem. All present, having cultivated to their current level, possessed exceptional roots and talents. They were also shrewd in matters of human relations. Enough, you lot. You're making Junior Brother 12 blush, a voice interjected. Junior Brother 12, how do you propose we arrange our expedition to the enigmatic gorge? Yang Shaolin reprimanded lightly, then leaned closer to Su 12, smiling warmly. I recall the Grand Elder mentioning that Senior Brother would be in charge of the team, right? Su 12 momentarily quelled his tumultuous thoughts and shook his head. Oh, come now. We're all comrades here. Besides, the Grand Elder did say you would assist me. Yang Shaolin replied with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. As I observe the evening sky, it has grown late, and given the unexpected nature of the situation, none of us are adequately prepared. Perhaps it would be best to return and rest for the night, and embark towards the Canyon of Wonders at dawn tomorrow? Su Shire hesitated momentarily, lacking the desire to linger on the matter, and tentatively suggested. Indeed, it is no surprise that the esteemed elder holds you in high regard. Your consideration is commendable, Junior Brother Shire, Yang Shaolin responded decisively, without a moment's hesitation. The others chimed in enthusiastically, nodding with cheerful agreement. Very well then. I shall return to make the necessary preparations. Let us convene at the mountain gate tomorrow at the first watch, Su Shire said, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture before hastily turning to depart. TCH, this fellow truly knows how to take advantage of the situation. Shaolin, you merely extended a polite invitation, and he took it upon himself to arrange everything? Enough. You are overly concerned. I find Junior Brother Shire to be quite amiable. Amiable. A waste of a mixed spiritual root is hardly deserving of standing alongside us. I truly do not comprehend what the elder sees in him. As Su Shire's figure faded from view, 3 of the 6 disciples exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with disdain. The round-faced disciple maintained his cheerful demeanor, while Yang Shaolin and another disciple, though not openly contemptuous, exhibited hints of indignation in their eyes. In Su Shire's presence, they all wore masks of flattery. Knowing well the weight of the elder's backing, none wished to offend. Yet, deep down, they all felt a sense of injustice. After all, in terms of cultivation and innate talent, who among them could not surpass Su Shire? The 6 gathered together, venting their grievances as they stormed away in discontent. In the courtyard, Gu Tianchuan stood beneath a towering tree, his gaze fixed upon the 2 corpses of spirit-devouring rats hanging from its branches. Master, will this scheme truly succeed? A sinister voice emanated from the boy standing behind Gu Tianchuan, the one who had previously invited Su 12. Gu Tianchuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, revealed a wicked smile. I specifically sought out these 2 spirit-devouring rats and deliberately instructed you to spread false rumors of crafting a treasure-seeking talisman. Though that lad is young, he is cunning and treacherous. Given his cautious nature, it's unlikely he wouldn't discover this. If that boy wishes to retain the heaven and earth furnace, he will undoubtedly take action. This journey shall be his demise. But what if he remains inactive? The Lord has allotted us little time. The boy whispered. Gu Tianchuan's eyes turned cold, and he said with a chilling tone, then we shall flay him alive and dismember him. If all else fails, we shall deliver him to the demon shadow palace for the Lord to perform a soul search. A soul search? That is an act against the natural order, resulting in significant cultivation impairment and loss of lifespan. The boy exclaimed in alarm. What does it matter? As long as we fulfill the young master's instructions, I believe the Lord will gladly oblige. Gu Tianchuan said, narrowing his eyes. Enough. Prepare yourself. In half a month, I shall depart for the Valley of Wonders. Chapter 107. Valley of Wonders, Mist Leopard. What to do? Su 12 sat cross-legged in his room, his face etched with worry. He was currently in the throes of inner turmoil, deeply conflicted. His intuition warned him that the elder's ploy was likely laden with ulterior motives, possibly a trap meticulously laid out for him. However, the capabilities of the mysterious alchemical furnace were extraordinary. At present, he was in the Qi refinement stage, supported by the 5 elements spiritual orbs. But what would happen as he advanced to the foundation establishment stage, or even stronger realms? The 5 elements spiritual orbs were treasures that could scarcely be sought after. If he could not rely on the mysterious alchemical furnace to refine a substantial number of superior spiritual pills, his future cultivation progress would be painfully slow. Whatever the scheme, the mysterious alchemical furnace must not be compromised. A quarter of an hour later, two resolute glimmers appeared in Su-12's eyes, and a decision formed in his heart. Leaving the mysterious alchemical furnace exposed was ultimately unwise. Such a treasure must be firmly held in his own hands. Danger would always loom. Yet if he could utilize the mysterious alchemical furnace to refine pills and artifacts, his own strength would surely escalate more rapidly. With these thoughts crystallizing in his mind, Su-12 felt a newfound clarity. Nevertheless, he did not rush to retrieve the mysterious alchemical furnace. Instead, he took out the comprehensive tome on the 5 elements techniques and began to peruse its contents. If memory served him right, it should contain the 5 elements escape technique. In a mere moment, he halted his reading, his gaze fixed upon the pages. There, inscribed prominently, were the 5 elements escape techniques, accompanied by dense lines of minuscule text. He immersed himself in the book until the 3rd watch of the night, noticing that the sky outside was transitioning from darkness to dawn. Only then did Su-12 rise. A concealment talisman affixed to his body, he stepped outside and invoked the Earth Escape technique, silently making his way towards Emerald Ring Mountain. Atop Emerald Ring Mountain, the scenery remained unchanged, and the dilapidated alchemical chamber retained its original state. However, within the chamber, 2 disciples, around 14 or 15 years of age, were fast asleep. Is this the newcomer taking over? These 2 fellows appear to be sleeping soundly. Su-Shire stood quietly in the courtyard, casting a glance and inevitably reminiscing about his own days spent here. Soon after, he reined in his emotions and discovered a hidden, enigmatic alchemical furnace embedded within the cornerstone of the doorframe. The furnace, as ever, was 3-legged with a rounded belly, its body adorned with intricate carvings of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, presenting an appearance that was both worn and unremarkable. Yet, as Su-Shire held it in his hands, a peculiar sense of familiarity washed over him. Gently brushing away the dust, he stowed it within his storage ring. Without delay, he dared not linger, promptly returning to his dwelling to remove the invisibility talisman, then boldly striding towards the entrance of the Yunga sect. Just as Su-Shire departed, a short figure with a sky-high braid burst into his residence. A quarter of an hour later, the disappointed youth, having found nothing, shook his head and left. Meanwhile, Su-Shire had already reunited with the others, hastening towards the Chixiao Valley. Along the way, the crowd surrounded Su-Shire, showering him with flattery and displaying utmost friendliness. Su-Shire, not naive, recognized that among them were both genuine and insincere sentiments. Yet, he remained indifferent, striving to maintain a low profile and engaging in superficial pleasantries. The Chixiao Valley lay to the southwest of the Yunga sect, not a short distance away. After several days of relentless travel, they finally arrived at the outskirts of this remarkable valley. From afar, towering peaks loomed into the clouds, encasing a valley within. At the entrance of the valley, sheer cliffs rose to the heavens, forming a strikingly narrow gorge, a sight to behold. Is this truly the Chixiao Valley? Without the guidance of a map, one would scarcely believe that beyond this narrow gorge lay an immense valley. Marvelous indeed. The power of nature, a masterful creation, ineffably exquisite. This canyon possesses but a single entrance, fortified by the formations laid down by the master of Tianyin Peak, making it formidable and challenging to breach. Without the sect's insignia, ordinary cultivators who unwittingly trespass shall surely face the backlash of the formation. How peculiar. Why is there such a dense fog in this place? Do you hear that? It seems there are sounds emanating from within the mist. 100 paces away, the onlookers gazed at the canyon, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. At that moment, a round-faced disciple's brow twitched, and a sudden alertness swept through the crowd. HM? Could it be that this thick fog was not originally present? The corner of Su-12's eye twitched as he summoned a surge of true essence, activating the heavenly eye technique to scrutinize the canyon's entrance. Upon doing so, he immediately discerned a clue. Within the fog, dozens of leopard-like demonic beasts, as robust as oxen, their fur a striking white and their fangs gleaming ominously, were relentlessly battering against the formation at the entrance with wild intensity. Inside the narrow canyon, a group of over a dozen servant disciples struggled together to sustain the formation. Everyone hold on. The sect has dispatched reinforcements, cried an elderly servant with a head of white hair, his voice booming with encouragement. Yet, before he could finish, the formation shuddered violently, and the old servant was struck down as if gravely injured, his breath growing faint. With each assault from the leopard-like beasts, the remaining servant disciples paled, their bodies swaying precariously, clearly nearing their limits. What manner of demonic beast is this? How can it conceal itself within the fog? A question brewed in Su 12's mind. At that moment, Yang Shaolin and his companions took decisive action. Be cautious, for there are monstrous beasts lurking within the fog. Yang Shaolin exclaimed, charging forward several dozen yards while simultaneously forming hand seals to invoke the wind-based spell. A tempest arose, sweeping through the entrance of the canyon and dispersing the dense mist. Within the fog, the figures of 20 monstrous beasts became discernible. Noticing the newcomers behind them, half of the beasts turned their gaze towards Su 12 and his companions, their eyes gleaming with menace, crimson and fierce. Their gaping maws exhaling the mist as if they were poised to devour anyone in sight. What? Could it truly be the elusive mist shadow leopard? One of the most formidable high-tier beasts? This creature is known to inhabit the misty woods of the Sunset Forest. How could it possibly appear here? Why dwell on that? Defeating these beasts would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Significant achievement? You must be jesting. If there were any merit, it would not belong to us. None of us have a worthy master. As they beheld the leopard-like beasts, the expressions of the others turned grave. Enough of your chatter. Let us act swiftly and eliminate these beasts. The auxiliary disciples are on the verge of collapse. 12. Do not act recklessly. Stay behind and support us. Yuan Qing. Chuanji, ensure 12's safety. If anything befalls him, we shall have much to answer for to the Grand Elder. At the forefront, Yang Shaolin barked orders, swiftly assigning roles. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a circular artifact towards one of the charging mist shadow leopards. Bang! A flash of cold light pierced the air, followed by a dull thud as the circular object struck down, shattering the skull of a misty shadow leopard, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, Yang Shaolin formed hand seals, reciting incantations. With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike, sending forth a bolt of lightning. Crack! A flash of thunder erupted, releasing a surge of destructive power that felled yet another misty shadow leopard. Chapter 108. A glimpse of the enigmatic Lin Xiaoer, the misty shadow leopard, is among the most troublesome of high-tier beasts, and even the most seasoned cultivators. Those at the 9th level of Qi refinement dare not underestimate it. Yet, under Yang Shaolin's fierce onslaught, it appeared remarkably effortless. Su 12, however, paid little heed to Yang's well-intentioned advice. He preferred not to reveal too much of his strength before outsiders, eager to complete his task swiftly and return home, avoiding unnecessary complications. For him, avoiding confrontation was ideal, allowing him to relish in leisure. At this moment, witnessing Yang Shaolin's decisive and formidable assault, he was taken aback. This fellow possesses such remarkable strength. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Su 12 silently exclaimed. In his eyes, whether it was Han Yu or the refined scholar Jiang Feng from Luoyan Peak, they paled in comparison to Yang Shaolin. Yet, it is worth noting that Yang was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, while both of those individuals had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. Yang Shaolin's methods were ruthless and commanding, his brow slightly furrowed, displaying composure in battle. In the blink of an eye, 6 corpses of misty shadow leopards lay at his feet. The others, witnessing this, dared not delay, promptly summoning their respective magical artifacts to join the fray. However, their abilities were evidently overshadowed by Yang Shaolin's prowess. Only by joining forces could 2 individuals barely contend with a misty leopard. In a mere quarter of an hour, 20 monstrous beasts lay lifeless upon the ground, the majority of which had met their demise at the hands of Yang Shaolin. Casting a glance over the fallen creatures, the round-faced disciple broke into a grin and turned to Yang Shaolin, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Brother Yang, your palm lightning is becoming increasingly formidable." Formidable? I have already advised you all to refine your true essence and diligently practice your techniques. Had you heeded my counsel sooner, you too could achieve such prowess. Yang Shaolin replied, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a sense of pride. How could it be the same? The thunder-based techniques are so domineering that only someone of your exceptional lightning affinity, Brother Yang, could master them. The round-faced disciple chuckled awkwardly. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Yang Shaolin shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Among his peers of similar cultivation levels, he felt a tinge of solitary pride. In his eyes, his remarkable strength was attributed not merely to talent or spiritual roots, but, more significantly, to his relentless dedication and rigorous training. These individuals attributed their achievements solely to their spiritual roots and innate talent, clearly not sharing the same path. With Brother Yang's cultivation, he could easily break through to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage within a year, in my estimation. 5 years hence, the champion of the 7 Peaks competition will undoubtedly be Brother Yang. Indeed, with such mastery of lightning techniques, who could possibly stand against him? The rewards of the Seven Peaks competition include foundation-building pills. Once Brother Yang consumes a foundation-building pill, with his foundation, he is bound to successfully establish his base. I truly cannot fathom why the Grand Elder fails to recognize such exceptional talent. The other disciples gathered around, showering Yang Shaolin with compliments. Is it the champion of the Seven Peaks competition? A faint smile, imbued with determination, graced Yang Shaolin's lips as he spoke nonchalantly. Well, can we truly comment on the Grand Elder? Spare us the flattery. Instead of wasting time, it would be more beneficial to enhance our own strength. With that, Yang Shaolin approached Su Shire with a smile, saying, Junior Brother Shire, shall we proceed? Thank you, esteemed seniors. Su Shire clasped his hands in greeting, following Yang Shaolin at the forefront. However, his mind was preoccupied with the earlier conversation regarding the Seven Peaks competition and the Foundation establishment pill. Behind them, the remaining disciples watched Yang Shaolin with heavy breaths, shaking their heads and expressing discontent towards Su Shire. They felt a sense of injustice. Despite Yang Shaolin's exceptional talent and strength, he remained overlooked by the Grand Elder, while Su Shire, with mediocre qualifications and abilities, was treated as if he were the Grand Elder's own son. Though they remained silent, a part of them sympathized with Yang Shaolin. Upon reaching the entrance, the group held their tokens and effortlessly passed through the formation. Stepping into the narrow gorge, Yang Shaolin surveyed the scene before him. Dozens of servant disciples lay on the ground, either severely injured and unconscious or utterly exhausted from the depletion of their vital energy. No one seemed able to answer Yang Shaolin's inquiry. His brow furrowed deeper, a hint of anger etching his features. At that moment, a modestly dressed, graceful female disciple, her face marred by pockmarks, stood up to respond. Esteemed brothers, it has been merely a fortnight since these monstrous beasts made their sudden appearance, launching assaults on the entrance array every 3 days. Initially, there was just one beast. Yet their numbers have steadily escalated, leaving us uncertain as to when this turmoil will cease. The young woman spoke with her head bowed, her expression tinged with worry. An increasing number? Murmured Yang Shaolin softly, feeling the gravity of the situation. 20 misty leopards were manageable, but should their numbers swell further, even he would find it challenging to cope. Suppressing his apprehension, he continued his inquiry. Are you the only ones here? Within the confines of the peculiar gorge, there had originally been over 100 miscellaneous disciples, alongside 10 inner disciples at the 6th and 7th levels of Qi refinement. 3 days prior, a sudden incursion of 10 or more beasts led to a tragic oversight by the inner disciples, resulting in their demise as the creatures invaded the gorge. It was Brother Li Hong who rallied us to repair the array and collectively expel the beasts from our midst. Consequently, we suffered significant losses among the miscellaneous disciples. The young woman recounted the events methodically, her sorrow becoming palpable as she mentioned the fallen disciples, a hint of melancholic empathy evident in her voice. Understood, Yang Shaolin replied, concealing his emotions. Here are some healing elixirs. Please distribute them among the others and tend to their injuries. We shall take charge of this place for the time being. He nodded subtly, producing 3 vials of ordinary healing potions and handing them to the female disciple. Thank you, brother. She expressed her gratitude with sincerity, casting a furtive glance at Su 12 before hastily turning away to distribute the potions. As Yang Shaolin turned his gaze, he noticed Su 12 staring somewhat vacantly at the young woman. He raised his brows slightly, leaning towards Su Shire with a smile as he inquired, What is this? Junior Brother Shire, do you harbor feelings for this woman? Despite the flaws that marred her countenance, the realm of cultivation possesses an abundance of treasures for enhancing beauty. Observing her figure, one could surmise that once restored, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Ah, senior brother, please do not misunderstand. I was merely lost in thought, Su Shire replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he hastily shook his head in denial. Though he spoke thus, he was indeed scrutinizing the woman, not out of interest, but rather due to the recognition of her identity. She was none other than Lin Xiaoer, the daughter of the lord of the Seven Xian sect in Southly City. Her true visage was anything but ordinary. It exuded an enchanting charm, captivating all who beheld her. It was astonishing to discover that she had traversed to this place, adorning herself in such a commonplace manner. Su Shire felt a surge of astonishment within, yet he chose not to expose her, maintaining a facade of indifference. Lost in thought, you say? Yang Shaolin narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical of this explanation. Senior Brother Yang, have you noticed? It seems there are quite a number of wild beasts on this mountain. Su Shire shifted the conversation, frowning as he gestured towards the canyon above.